but I drive everywhere. You know what I mean?
Have you been to all 50 states?
Right now, yeah, I've been I have not been to North Dakota, and
Okay.
I have not been to Maine.
Oh, okay.
But other than that, I think I've been to South Dakota. I've been to
Have you been to
Mount Rushmore, right? Is in like
South Dakota, I
South
think. I'll look that
Yeah,
up.
I think so. I went to Montana. I've been to Wisconsin.
It's in South Dakota.
Like the other day.
Okay, have you ever been to Hawaii or Alaska?
No, actually, so I haven't been to Maine.
So you've been to 46 states.
North Dakota. I've been to and Puerto Rico. If it's
That's not a
territory,
state.
I have not
No.
been there.
You've been to 46 states.
But yeah.
That's pretty cool.
And the reason why, obviously, the other two is because obviously, you can't drive a truck to Hawaii.
Right, and Alaska's a pain in the ass to get to.
Right, you have to go through.
So here's what you should do.
Canada, that means I would have to
get all that regulated and all that. It's a pain in the ass, I'm sure. Here's what you got to do. You have to one day take a load to Maine or get a load from Maine to check that one off your list. And then also through North Dakota.
Yeah.
North Dakota shouldn't be too hard. You'd be able to knock that off doing something from like...
The issue is, like, all the local deliveries, even if you're in the next state, like, say, like Massachusetts, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, those guys will handle Maine. So there's no,
Gotcha.
there's no real, because it's so close, they can deliver and come back.
I gotcha.
And it's ideal work for daily driving, you know?
So you only do local, you don't do national?
No, I do national,
right.
But what I'm trying to say is, for states like Maine that are so close to, like, Massachusetts or Connecticut or something like that, like, it makes more sense for the local guys, like, UPS or FedEx. It makes more sense for them to do that kind of work than for something like me.
You never know, though.
I've been in Massachusetts, I've been in Vermont, I've been, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, if you've been that far, then there's a chance you could get to Maine someday.
Yeah, I would love to, but...
And then North Dakota. And then once you knock those two out, you either travel to Alaska. What I'm trying to do is I want you to get to all 50 states, and you should end in Hawaii on like a nice vacation. You deserve it. If you wanted.
That would be nice. Yeah, I would love to. Because then that means I've driven on all 50 states. But like I said...
you probably just have to ask someone.
Yeah.
Or go to like a driving school and just ask if you could try it out.
Yeah. For right now, for what it is, I'm happy because the issue is, it's like I said, if I do go to Maine, I don't know what I would get out of it.
Dude,
I don't know what type of load.
Do they have semis in? Do they have semis in Hawaii?
I'm pretty sure because you can't deliver shit on the car. See, you use a semi as a tool used to deliver produce and whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, you're right. But like
shit like that, like you can't get that in your little Honda Civic.
No, you're absolutely right. So, yeah, they have semis. Do they have trains in Hawaii? Do they have trains in Hawaii? Train wide?
I would assume so.
Do they have industrial trains?
I would assume so because they have military bases there, you know?
There are no functional railways in Hawaii for either passengers or freight. There are a couple of small trains, such as the sugarcane train in Ua Beach on Oahu and the narrow gauge railroad for tourists that tours the Dole Plantation. So it doesn't seem like there's. There.
Have you been to Hawaii?
I have not.
Oh, man, you gotta go.
I know.
Live stream in Hawaii.
You and I will do it. When you make it to Maine and North Dakota, you should go on an Alaskan cruise to Alaska and then drive a truck up there and then a nice Hawaiian vacation. We'll take a Hawaiian vacation together. We'll do the
Oh man, I wish I had some Hawaiian food right now.
like pineapple.
Oh, some teriyaki chicken with some cabbage. Oh, some rice. Oh my god, dude, I'm dying for that shit right now. As a truck driver, oh my god.
All right, dog. Well, I'm
What's
going
up?
to continue to stream. I looked at your website. It's phenomenal. I really mean that. It looks like you
You
put a lot of.
really think so?
I really do. And like on a scale of 0 to 10, it's like between an 8 and a 10. I mean, really, it's a 10 out of 10. I can't tell you any way to improve it, but like, so actually, I shouldn't say between an 8 and a 10. It's like a 10 out of 10. Really.
Hey, let me ask you, does it make sense? The first line says Ryoshi 404, right? Yoshi 404. It says join something dystopia, whatever. Does that make sense?
Just one moment.
Or do I need to edit that?
Let me look at it again. I was really surprised how smooth it was.
Underneath the title.
Okay, let me find it.
It says join our dystopia.
Dog, let me find it. Hold on. Just one moment.
I wrote everything, by the way.
Excellent. Yo. I'm following you on Twitter. I'm trying to. It's not letting me.
Okay.
Strange.
Yeah, you already are. You already have been.
No, that account I think got banned.
But Rabbi, does the first sentence make sense on the website?
I'm looking. Just one moment. Cyberpunk Ryoshi. Ryoshi ERC. Yep. Can you hear me?
Huh?
Hold on. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Apollo, can you hear me? Apollo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. It says exclusively available. Yes, I can. It says exclusively available on Ryoshi Swap. Buy a Ryoshi token and have one of our stunning Cyberpunk NFTs minted in your wallet. That's completely makes a lot of sense to me. Join our dystopia futuristic crypto world. Join our okay, so I understand what you're trying to say here. If you really want to be grammatically correct, I believe it would be join our dystopian or just join our dystopia futuristic and
Okay.
but I think it's fine. I mean, if you really want to be specific,
It's dystopian, right? Not dystopia?
yeah, if you really would want to say, I would rephrase it to join our futuristic crypto dystopia.
Okay, can you DM me that?
Sure.
So I
It's
can check with
so what
driving and all
absolutely you got it. So currently what you have is join our dystopia futuristic crypto world. And what you should change it to, in my opinion, to be a little shorter, to the point. Join our futuristic crypto dystopia.
Okay.
Join our futuristic crypto dystopia. Because what you're saying, a dystopia is already a world, so you don't have to say that again. And But I mean, I read it the first time and it was fine. And then everything else exclusively available on Ryoshi Swap. Buy a Ryoshi token and have one of our stunning cyberpunk NFTs minted in your wallet. That's all really good.
The rest I wrote is just very. If you scroll down, I even have crypto DJ logs.
Let me see. I'm gonna look.
Like if you scroll way
I'm
down,
gonna
and I
look.
have that.
I'm
That's how
gonna
you do.
look. Okay, crypto degens line. Our NFT collection. Okay, let me first say, I think that's really nice. I really like your website. I mean, when I said before it's like an 8 out of a 10, or I didn't say that. I said it's between an 8 and a 10 out of 10. And then I came back and said it's a 10 out of 10. I really mean it is like a 10 out of 10. I just didn't want to say it's absolutely perfect because I didn't have a chance to really go through and look at it. But it works really well. Phase one, contract deployment, web creation, burn liquidity, social media platform setups. Wow, this is really cool. I mean, it works really well. I mean, this is a 10 out of 10 website for a project. It's really nice. It really is. I mean, so now,
That's coming from our truck driver.
dude, now that I've had the chance to see it, the I don't even say the worst thing. You mentioned it is the first line could change, but if I were you, if I wanted to improve it a little bit more to make it an 11 out of 10, it just I would make sure that I took a little bit of time and registered every single social media platform for Ryoshi, and that means YouTube and Twitch, and I see you have Twitter and Telegram, but I would additionally add in there Pinterest and Tumblr, everything, and just have a page there. Let me say why. You don't have to do anything with it, but then you have a lot of SEO juice, and that's going to allow your coin to be much stronger in web results. And then when you're strong in web results, that's more.
Look, you can go to Google right now and it shows up on web search.
Yeah, but that's you have to type it specifically. If you have other
Like
platforms,
if you type Ryoshi, my Twitter account comes up.
if I'm right now in Reddit and I type Ryoshi, nothing comes up. And what I'm saying is, if you had a Reddit account, then it would show up.
Right. But let me ask you something.
I just want you to have the strongest possible project, and,
Respect.
and the strongest possible
Do you have
project.
to have a check mark on?
Do you have to have a check mark on Twitter? What?
Do you have to have a check mark on Twitter?
For what?
Like I don't. If you go to my Twitter account, like my Twitter doesn't have a check mark.
That doesn't matter. You don't need that.
You don't need it, right?
Right.
Because nobody can
Wait.
copy me because you can't copy the art, and you can't copy the websites because the websites are in my domain. Or I bought them. I owned it. GoDaddy. You can't. You know what I mean? You can't copy. You can probably get something similar, but it ain't it.
Right. But what if I were you? I would just want to have the biggest digital footprint that I could for my project. And right now, if you type in Ryoshi in YouTube, nothing shows up. But if you had a YouTube account, you don't even have to upload videos. You could just upload content from your other social media or your NFTs. Put your NFTs to music and make a little web YouTube short. But
I
then,
don't know how to do that.
it's oh yes you do, yes you do. Okay, so what you
I
do?
don't have time. I'll be honest. I don't.
It all does it for you automatically. All you do is open the app, take 20 NFTs, and it puts it to music and it uploads it. You can do it in 5 minutes. There's no video editing needed.
Right, but the YouTube Shorts. Every time I try to upload a video, it cuts it off. I don't know how to get it to be in the frame. You know what I mean? I have to go to Photoshop or something, but I don't know.
No, you don't have to do that. No. I'm telling you right now, all you have to do is take screenshots of the NFTs that you have on your website, or just those pictures, 5 of them, put them in TikTok, and it will make a video for you and put it to music. Now you have a presence on TikTok. Now, when I type in Ryoshi, you're on TikTok. I have 1,069 TikTok accounts.
You want to create one more for Ryoshi?
Fuck no. I'm not gonna run your social media for you. I'm gonna give you everything that you need to do to run. I have enough trouble running my own social media. Or I would. But what I'm telling you right now,
Oh, but you can become famous.
I'm already famous.
You can become the leader of Ryoshi.
That's what I'm telling you. What you need to do, it doesn't take long. All you do is download your 10 major social media platforms. You're only on 2 of them, and your project will fail if you're only on 2 of them. Just will. You have to be on all of them. Why?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I want the community to go out there and create.
No, they're not going to do that. No one is going to work for free. No one is going to do that for free and go out and create social media accounts for you. You just have to create them. You don't even have to do anything. You don't have to necessarily post them often. You just have to link them to your website, and it makes your website stronger. I mean, you've already done it on Twitter, and you've already done it on Telegram. So do it on YouTube and Twitch and TikTok and Instagram. And really, your content's fire for Instagram. You just post the NFTs. You're perfect for it.
Okay, I'll take you up on it. I need a day off to do that, though. You'll probably be here in the live stream, so I'll hit you up whenever I have to create all this shit.
When you do it, let me know, and I'll help you. There's no one who knows more about creation of social media accounts than I do. And so I can.
That's what I'm saying. You're the best man for the job. But I'll do it myself, and I'll just ask for your advice.
That's the best way to do it.
And then you're saying the SEO will pick up
Oh my God. Let me tell you this, Apollo. I took my own advice to another level. So, of course, I was on the ones that I just mentioned, on Reddit and YouTube and Twitch and Twitter. Of course, I was on those. Okay. But I wasn't getting anywhere because you're like a raft in the ocean. There's so much content. So then what I did is I ended up getting on not just like 10 different platforms, but 34 different platforms. So in addition to your major ones like YouTube and Twitch and TikTok and Instagram, I got on these ones that like no one's really heard of that much, like Kick and Rumble and FCT2 or FC2 and Africa.tv and like all these ones that no one's heard of. Caffeine.tv. Okay, I got on 34. Now, when you used to type in Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube, I wouldn't show up usually because there are some other famous Rabbi Rothschilds out there. However, now when you do it, I'm all of the results because of these other platforms. Basically, Google took all these other platforms and gave them a whole really powerful rank and then ranked them very high in their algorithm. So now when you type in Rabbi Rothschild, I show up above this person.
Okay.
And the only reason why is because I got on these like random social media websites.
Can you DM me all the random social media?
Yeah, so I can. I'll do it for you right now.
And is it hard for the other ones, the unknown ones, to register?
No, it's really easy.
But you're saying now you're like you can just type in
Rabbi Rothschild, and
Rothschild and you're everywhere.
I'm everywhere. Because of this one website, absolutely. Because of this one website in particular, caffeine.tv. So there's this one caffeine.tv that Google thinks is really, really important. And now when you type in Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube, the first 3 results are these really old videos from this other rabbi with Martin Luther King Jr. Like, I don't even want to outdo that one. But then when you look, it's 30 of my videos. They're all from caffeine.tv, and they're all within the last 2 weeks. Meaning, just when I hooked up to all these new social medias, that Google realized, oh, this person has a lot of content, and we're going to put it really high in here when you type this in. Before, if you typed in Rabbi Rothschild, you'd have to go like through a few pages to be able to find me. Even though I had way more content, no one had seen it in comparison. This other person had like thousands of views.
How did you hear about that?
Great question.
About the caffeine?
Yeah, great question.
What is it called?
Caffeine.tv. Caffeine.tv. It's a gaming
How did
platform.
you hear about that?
So
I'm a gamer. I have a gaming YouTube channel, and I couldn't like, man, that was so difficult for me to get, like, you want to see my gaming YouTube? Like, I have 1,000 followers.
yeah, what is it?
Oh, I think you live streamed my video game once.
Oh yeah, I did. I remember that. I remember that. Yes, I did.
Yeah, I remember that.
Oh,
See, man, me and you have a lot of history already, dude.
we absolutely do.
Damn.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Seeing the beginning of your meme or your NFT and come to fruition when it was just a meme or just a piece of art or just a like, what would we even call it? A figment of your imagination brought to life through art, and now it's becoming an NFT and a verified project, which is really great. Okay,
It's not verified, yeah.
it'll be there.
Here's that.
Okay,
Yeah.
you asked me. I'll send you that list. But there was something that you asked me. Oh, how did I think of this? Oh, because I'm a gamer.
How did you come up with the caffeine-TV?
TV. Right, exactly. So
Where did you get that from?
I'll tell you. Okay, do you know what Rumble is?
Yeah.
So
I've
Rumble,
heard of Rumble.
yeah, it's like Kick, which is like Twitch. They're all just like gaming streaming sites. You know what I mean? Odyssey is one of these. So there are these, like, obviously the biggest streaming site for gaming is Twitch, right?
Yeah.
You know what Twitch is, right?
Yeah, I heard of it. I don't have a Twitch account, though.
You have 1,000 YouTube followers from gaming and you never had a Twitch account?
Yeah, I've never had to. Look, Rabbi, I was streaming on the weekends, and like I really don't have time. Like I'm a truck driver, you know what I mean? Like remember when I was back, like I was driving through Stockton.
Right.
Like whenever I would get home, man, I would just turn on my PS5, play as much game as I can, like throughout the day, and then I would go to bed and then get ready for work. You know what I mean?
I got you.
I only had like a day off.
I got
So
you.
I couldn't. It's very difficult to fucking set everything up, man.
Oh, dude,
But
no excuses need to be made. No, what you're saying makes complete sense. So what you know is that usually those platforms only allow you to stream to one platform at a time. So you would just, what up, Alex Sage? So you would just stream to YouTube, right? Well, Rumble has a feature where you can split your stream. And it's a newer feature that they offer, and it's free. There have been other platforms for which I have paid to be able to have that feature. And now Rumble allows you to have, it seems like, unlimited streams come from one platform. So basically what I'm saying is at one time I'm streaming to YouTube and Twitter and Twitch and TikTok and FC2 and D Live and Caffeine and Odyssey and Rumble and like just all of these. Rumble and Kick all at once, simultaneously, Instagram, 34 different platforms at once. And so, like, basically before, when you were just streaming to your one YouTube channel, and you'd get whatever, a little bit of attention, but nothing too much, you get 34 times as much attention because you'd be on all these different platforms. Does that make sense?
yeah,
Exactly. Okay, so I'll send you that list.
Okay. So yeah, check out my YouTube. I have a little bit of Ryushi content in my YouTube, but
I do. Yes. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yo, dog. Can you hear me? Yo, can you hear me? Yo, can you hear me? Hello? Dog, can you hear me? Dog. 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 Can you hear me? Yes. Can you hear me? Dog.
yeah, I'm gonna be going through this tunnel here. Yeah.
You go through that tunnel, baby.
Yeah, I can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
Tight.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm getting that list for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I can hear you.
Hell yeah. Dog. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna send you a list of 100 social media sites. 100. So here's what you would do. If you really want your coin to be successful, which I know you do, and like I said, you're a doer, every day for 10 days, you create 10 accounts. Each account will take you like 5 minutes to make. So it's like an hour of your day for 10 days in a row. And you will be on all these social media platforms and you will get so much attention that just randomly occurs over the course of a year that you wouldn't have normally gotten because you're on so many different platforms. Additionally, you can take all of those links and put them on your website, and it makes your website more reputable.
Yeah.
There you go. So you create a Facebook, a YouTube, an Instagram, a TikTok, a Twitter, a Twitch.
Is Facebook still relevant?
Absolutely, hugely. And you're going to have 4 or 5 people a day who learn about your project randomly because of it. You have to understand, you're looking for quantity amounts of people, and you're going to get that. You're basically using the shotgun approach. You're throwing a whole bunch out there and seeing what sticks. And the fact is, if you have 100 different social media accounts, people will follow you randomly. They'll just follow you randomly, and they'll connect your. Reddit's huge. It's the biggest forum on the website or on the internet. It's the biggest forum on the internet. If you're not on Reddit, you aren't shit. I'm going to tell you this. I check Reddit multiple times a day, and I posted to Reddit twice today, and I would have posted more, but my account wasn't old enough. Reddit is huge.
Yo, your account wasn't what?
It had to be aged longer to be able to post to one of the channels I wanted, the subreddits. So there's a YouTube promotion subreddit, but you have to have your account be a certain age, and mine has to be aged a little longer before I can post to it.
How much more do you have to wait?
6 days.
Okay, Rabbi. Maybe I can buy some advertising from you.
What do you mean by it?
What would you like $100 a week if you can post on all your accounts, Ryoshi?
Absolutely. We got a deal then. We would.
Look. I will still create all the stuff that you're telling me.
Absolutely, and I'll
But
post.
if you already
I'll
have
post it
the
for you.
infrastructure,
Absolutely. Now we got a deal. Apollo, that works. So here's
I would just send you $100.
excellent. So here's what I would do a week for every week that I post for you. And so here's what we do. I'll create 100 of these accounts, and just like I did, okay. And then what we'll do is
Do you want to create a Ryoshi accounts or do you want to create your own accounts?
no, they're Ryoshi accounts, unless you want them different.
Look. You help me out, I help you out. I'm telling you. If this thing blows up, Rabbi, you can be. I can let you like buy Ryoshi, because I honestly, you know what I mean. I want you to have some money in your pocket or whatever.
I appreciate that. Okay, so here's what we do. I'll register for all of these accounts, and then what we do is you give me the NFTs and stuff to post. And well, now when it comes to the accounts, the easiest way to do it is to make them look like you run them, but I just run them for you in the Ryoshi accounts. Now we would talk about
Just copy anything that's out there right now from my website. I also have a swap. Like if you looked at the Twitter account, right?
do you have like
Ryoshi Dex,
do you have a PFP?
a PFP.
Yeah, like a profile picture that you use for this project?
Yeah, just click on me. You'll see my PFP.
The one that I currently see, it's purple and blue, and it says Ryoshi.
Yeah, that's mine.
I
Yeah,
am.
look what it says on the side.
It says Ryoshi and Apollo 13. I see that. Is that the main avatar or profile picture for the whole coin? That's just your NFT. What I'm saying is, do you have a logo?
Do I have a logo?
No.
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay, what is it?
Hold on. DM it to you. Give me a second.
You got it, baby.
Where you at, Rabbi?
Right here, baby.
Right there. Hold on.
Okay, there you go. That's what I need. Excellent. And then I also need a profile banner. Do you have a banner?
Like a Twitter banner? Or
I need a banner. Yeah, like a Twitter banner.
go to my Twitter and just save the image.
Okay. Just a moment.
It's the one with Ryoshi with a gun and there's like helicopters. So that's what you're talking about.
Let me just make sure. One moment, and I will confirm. Hopefully.
I have two different domains as well.
Okay.
I'll send them to you.
Excellent. Yeah. So we're gonna do this, and
We
I
already have the first one.
and I also
Holy
need
shit, dude.
up to a 5,000.
You gave me a list so fucking long.
Well, I know, but you're not gonna have to do anything with it. That's my work now. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yo, Pimp, can you hear me? No, I'm talking to you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. I don't know if you're talking to somebody else.
No, I was talking to you. Just a moment. When I go to Twitter and I use this, I rub really badly. So
Yeah, I can hear
I'm gonna turn the camera off, and hopefully it won't be as hard on the system.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Excellent. I'm pulling up Twitter, and I'm gonna see if it loads. Okay. RYRO. What's the name of the coin? What would I just type in to find it? It's Ryoshi.
Yeah, right, Yoshi. That's the name.
What is the handle?
What do you mean?
What do you type into Twitter to find it?
My Twitter handle?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I sent you the link.
I know.
There,
Hold on, I got it. It's
So, Ryoshi Ducks.
the Ryoshi Ducks.
At Ryoshi Ducks.
Excellent. That's what I needed. Okay.
I don't know if I can copy that, but
Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. Now, I'm gonna make that. I'm gonna download that background. And okay, so I'm gonna need. I don't. Okay, so what will I need? Basically, when I do this, under some circumstances, I'm gonna need two-factor authentication. So like, I want you to have you like, for instance, on YouTube.
I don't mind.
So what we'll have to do is I'll be like, okay, here is the username and password of the account. I need you to put your phone in, or I'll put your phone number in or whatever, but you give me the code. It's got to be linked to your phone. I can.
Okay.
The reason why is because all of my phones have been linked to other accounts. Now
Okay.
I do have ways to get other phone numbers, but they cost a little bit of money. Not a lot, but a little bit. So
No, just link it up to
your
you
phone
want my
number.
phone number? Is that
Well, I have your phone number. So what it would be is like under some of these, when we create the YouTube account, I'm going to create a YouTube account for you, and I'm going to put a description in there. The description has can be up to 5,000 characters. So I'll take it on the website, but I'm also going to take it. I'm going to do what I think would be best for it, which is to put it into ChatGPT and have ChatGPT enhance it with SEO keywords for YouTube and NFTs and cryptocurrency. And then we just take that and put that as our main description. And then on all these different platforms, we put that description. So what do I mean?
Oh man.
You get what I'm saying though? Like basically,
Yeah,
it's
you're the bomb.
excellent. So we're going to use ChatGPT to make this really, really nice. Now, I just sent you 100 different uh, platforms. So to give you an idea, and I want this to be fair, we will say $100 a week. We could say this 10, I'll do 10 of those platforms per week, and I'll create the accounts, and you can look them over, and we can make any changes to them that we want, and we can start putting some content on them too. But the key goal would be each week to just create the accounts. Once the accounts are created, we can start adding content to them and start linking them together. But then at the end of 10 weeks, it will have cost you $1,000. I will have made 100 accounts for you. We'll all be linked together, and you'll be all over the web. I mean, it probably is the best $1,000 you could ever invest. It's way better than
I
followers
feel like
or.
you hook me up, I might give you a tip.
Excellent. That's what I like to hear. Okay, but I think that sounds fair to both of us. Like it's a fair amount of
Yeah,
work.
'cause you're making money.
Exactly.
Yeah, I want to put money in your pocket.
I love that. I love that. Okay, so then what I'll do is I'll start creating the accounts, and then I'll send them to you, and then you tell me what changes you want made to them.
Or
And
just keep it the way I have it with the Twitter
I
and the
understand,
website.
but here's a perfect example. These are really minor things, but on Twitter, your banner has to be like 700 pixels to 1200 pixels or something like that. 700 pixels by 1800 pixels. Okay, but on YouTube, it has to be 900 pixels to 2000 pixels. So what I'm going to have to do is expand that picture. And so I'll use an image resizer to do so. But I want to make sure, like, I won't change anything of related to the coin. All the wording will stay the same, but I'm saying it's going to format the pictures a little bit because the different platforms show the art differently. So
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
exactly. And then, other things might have some formatting issues. Like, for instance, I think we should be able to get Ryoshi Dex on all these platforms. Like, we're just at Ryoshi Dex everywhere. You know what I mean? Like, like right now, I don't know what our TikTok is, but when we register it, it's going to be Ryoshi Dex. That's it. And you know what I mean? Uh, what I'm saying is like it's going to be at Ryoshi Dex, so that when somebody asks you about this project, hey Apollo, what's your Twitter handle? You know off the top of your head it's Ryoshi Dex. It's not like, well, I sent you a link, which is totally fine. We didn't know what it was. It's new to us, but everything like it's just.
I'm just not very active.
I understand, and well, exactly. I'm going to help you with that. But basically, what I'm saying is we can change this to being Ryoshi Dex across all the different platforms. So basically, when you go to any one of those 100 accounts, they're all at Ryoshi Dex. So on YouTube, you're standardized at Ryoshi Dex. Facebook at Ryoshi Dex. Pinterest at Ryoshi Dex. And if you're like, Rabbi, why do I want to be on Pinterest? The SEO power of Pinterest is extremely high, and linking that to your website is just going to give it more SEO juice. And then additionally, you're going to make impressions on people on that platform who you would have never met before. Basically, there are probably less than a handful of projects, probably more, but not that many NFT projects on Pinterest. But you're going to be on there, and you're going to have, and so you're going to have soccer moms see your stuff, and you're going to have college girls see your stuff, and you're going to see organizers and do-it-yourselfers, and all these people are going to see your stuff. Now, you may not ever have a bunch of followers on there because we're not going to be really engaged on Pinterest. That's not where a lot of our people are going to be, but you will have a profile there so that when you type in Ryoshi into YouTube. I know you, or not YouTube, Google. I know you said you're already at the top. That's great. You're going to have everything for the first 1,000 results, and they're all going to be really strong. They're going to be all your main accounts of YouTube, and like you're even going to have SoundCloud. It will help. It will not, though. What will make your token blow up is an event, a catalyst event. And so, what would a catalyst event be? Let's say once we get all of these things established, all 100 of them, then what you do is you need to be out there and you need to be promoting it. So, what does that mean? If I were you, Twitter Spaces, absolutely. And then whenever anybody's there and they're like, "Hey, what is your project about?" You just say, "Go to any social media and type in Ryoshi Dex, and I'm there. And you follow me, I'll follow you back. Take a look at our NFTs. We're everywhere." Because some people like Twitter, some people like Tumblr, some people like SoundCloud. Whatever it is, you're gonna be there, and people will be comfortable with you. It's not like it currently is, which I'm not saying is bad. But like, if I find out about you and I'm like, "Hey, Apollo, what's the Instagram? I like Instagram. What's your Instagram handle for the project?" And you're like, "Oh, well, I don't have one." Then you're like, "Wait, isn't this an image? This is an image project, right? It's NFTs, right?" You're like, "Yeah." And then you're like, Instagram is an image website." You're like, "Well, yeah, I just don't have time to do it." I understand that. But in this case, you'd be like, "Yeah, I'm everywhere. I'm on Imager. I'm on Picasa. I'm on Google Photos. I'm on Pixlr. Um, uh, I'm on SmugMug. I'm on PhotoMojo. I'm on every major photo sharing website. I'm on Adobe Photo. I'm on Adobe Studio. Basically, like you're just everywhere. When you have that kind of presence, it has a huge effect on the project because basically people will find you from all different ways and they didn't even know it. They'll start clicking on your website just because they're curious. Why are you on Pinterest? Why is this what is an NFT? Why are you on Pinterest? I don't know. But you've got your links there, and I'm going to click them, and I'm going to check out your YouTube and your Reddit and your Facebook, all that stuff. You know how it works.
Okay.
Cool. Okay. So then,
The money is yours. $100 a week.
okay. So then, here's how we do it. I have to produce the 10 accounts for you. Once they all have your approval, then I'll send you my bank account and you transfer $100 or Cash App or something like that. We can work on that once it's done. And I'm going to start with the Big 10. The Big 10 are, you've already got two of them. You've already got Telegram and Twitter, but we'll get you a YouTube account and all the other ones, Instagram, all that other stuff. Now, for the most part, I'm just going to do my best to link them with like an easy password. It'll be like, I don't know what it will be, but it'll be like password 123, something like that. So if you ever need to get into them, if you ever,
Just put Rabbi Ryoshi.
we'll see what it is. Here's the thing though, I have to keep a document because all of these have different password. Um, they all have different password exactly security criteria. So what you'll get at the end of this is just one word, one um, Microsoft Excel and one spreadsheet with 100 different social medias and 100 different accounts and 100 different passwords, just in case any of them have to change. So because some of them need special characters, some of them can't have special characters, et cetera, et cetera. And then I can basically always get a hold of you if I ever have any questions. And yeah, this is really cool. Patrick C, how you doing, baby?
What's going on, buddy?
Living like a pimp. How about you?
What up, Patrick? What up, my friend? Here at VA, we're talking with Rabbi here about making 100 accounts for my Ryoshi project. Why would you want to do that? For better search results on SEO? Okay.
He has to explain it better. Not 100 accounts on one platform. One account on every major social media platform. One on Facebook, one on YouTube, one on Reddit, one on Instagram, one on TikTok, one on Twitch. Basically, for all of your major platforms, so that he has a digital footprint and it allows for impressions and allows him to market the coin better. or market the NFT better. Does that make sense, Patrick?
Oh, I understand what SEO is.
There you go. So we're preaching to the choir, as they say.
Yeah, so whenever somebody buys a token, it'll just hopefully it prints money for whoever holds the token, you know. Yeah, I get it. So it's not like, because a lot of people have been asking me, oh, what are you doing for marketing? And I'm like, I don't know if I want to spend money on marketers like that. But with Rabbi, I just feel like, yo, money's well spent because Rabbi knows everything about fucking social media. This guy has like, how many? You have like 1,000 accounts?
Well, I have 2,100 TikTok. I have 2,100 Twitter accounts. They've all been banned though. I have 1,069 TikTok accounts. Those are all good. I have over 100 Instagram accounts, over 100 YouTube. No, I'm actually. I do. I do, and I have in the past, but I don't do SEO. Right. We're doing social media optimization essentially, as opposed to search engine optimization, but they go hand in hand. So basically,
Do you want true SEO done, or you just want to do a bunch of count spamming and a bunch of shit? You know, can you do true SEO shit?
I can, but that's going to cost you some money. Meaning, like, you got to do AdWords and things like that. You don't want to. I'm just telling you, that's an expensive route if you want to do real SEO.
Yeah, you do SEO stuff. Yeah. But you're super expensive though, right? How much are you charging for that? I have to get you in a meeting with my SEO guy and see what he's gonna charge. It's not too bad, man. It doesn't hurt to ask you. I mean, and discuss with him. I mean, he's pretty important.
I have a question. I've dealt with SEO people at the startup stage and medium size and at large businesses. An SEO person is just basically someone who runs Google AdWords for you at the end of the day.
Well, we do everything from Cisco Meraki to web servers and web design.
Well, that's different than SEO.
Oh no, we're a full MSP.
Well, I understand that. But if you just say we have an SEO person, at the end of the day, that person's just reading the same charts that you are. It's Google. They're reading the same charts that you are. Basically, they're just allocating your advertising budget to keywords. I'm not saying it's not a good idea to have a talk with them and say, hey, what do you think are the best keywords perhaps? But that gets to be, as you know, Patrick, very, very expensive, way outside Apollo's. I don't know how much your friend charges, but even if your friend was doing it for free, even if your company was doing it for free, he's got to have an advertising budget. Exactly. It's really expensive. Can you give him an estimate?
Yeah, like, well, I don't know, maybe $100 a month. I think give that. Yeah, it's not bad. That's not bad, Rabbi.
No, it's not. But you would have to ask him.
I don't know what it'll cost.
You have to. That probably doesn't include your AdWords budget.
Whenever I do mine, I think my cost around on mine, my budget's around $300 or $400 a month. But mine's doing a lot more than yours is doing. So, and that's my cost. But I'm doing a lot. My website, you know what it is. So, yeah, I'm advertising for internet services, voice services, website design, SEO, credit card processing. I mean, we do all of it. So there's a big difference on what you're doing. You're focusing on pretty much an aspect of one thing. My website, 60-something pages long, you know. Right. I just need to promote my decks and my NFTs. You know what I mean? That's just the two things, because I have the decks already, right? It's up and running, maintenance, and then just the NFTs are a good art piece for the project. So I don't know how that would work, but I mean, always we can talk to him, talk to Mike, see what Mike says, and if he says, hey, we'll do it for $30 a month. All right, well, fuck him. He's done. You know, he's real reasonable, man. He's already doing shit. So I mean, the guy's great. I mean, he doesn't care. Yeah. I think it's a hobby for him, I'll be honest. He does such a good job, though. I mean, fuck. Yeah. I'm down with it. I'm going to be working with Rabbi, too, because he's going to build me a 100. Do whatever you want. I mean, SEO is a whole different beast. It's not what you think it is. No, I get it, but whatever helps. Because, look, if you buy one of the NFTs, right, I want you to, I want the project to succeed and grow. Versus, these little fucking shit, these scammers that just launch a project and then it fucking dies the next day. You know what I mean? Well, that's why I'm get a lot of that. If you're posting everywhere on Telegram and shit, that's all you're gonna get. That's all those motherfuckers do, man. They just go in, they try to make their little $50, and they bitch about it's not making them enough money to. Why don't you probably put in $50 and get all upset about it? You know what I'm saying? So is it better just to do what 100 accounts and then do SEO with you and then launch the project 6 months later? Would that make better sense? Because it'd be everywhere, right? Mike will be able to direct you where you need to go, man, honestly. Okay. I mean, Mike's pretty honest and blunt about stuff, so he's going to be like, look, this is what I recommend, this is what I think it'll take. If you want, great, you know, he's just going to shoot straight with you. Okay. You want to achieve shit. All right. Well, I can do both, you know what I mean? I'm just here. You're not going to hurt my feelings either way. I mean, if it'll help you, then go ahead, do what helps you, but, I just know SEO is a little different than a bunch of accounts. But this isn't your normal kind of project. This is an NFT. SEO doesn't really help with NFTs. Where you get popular on NFTs is on social media, specifically on Twitter Spaces. Twitter Spaces is where NFTs are, live and die. Right, but I also have a DEX, so that's why my main focus is that DEX, right? The NFT was just basically something cool so that I wouldn't just have a little DEX. You get what I'm saying? I do. No, I get it. I mean, that's the whole point. I mean, Twitter and everything else probably gonna be more direct for you, honestly. I mean, you can talk to Mike. If Mike goes, fine, I've done projects like this before, because I don't know everything he's done. The man's busy as hell. If he goes, I've done projects like this before, this will benefit you. If he goes,
I mean, it doesn't take long. As you know, it's just basically building them up, making them look professional, linking them together. But then when somebody looks into your account, if they feel more comfortable on one platform than another, if they're Redditor or they're a Discorder or they're a Twitter user or a YouTuber, you're just able to give them the information that you want in a more digestible way for them. And then also all of that creates excellent foundation for SEO. That's where the SEO discussion got. Um, and what Patrick is saying, I mean, it really, the sky's the limit when it comes to what you want to do and how you want to promote this. What we're discussing is basically like these are all free options. If you have the budget to be able to expand it, then absolutely. I personally think that the discussion with Patrick's colleague is a really good discussion to have. See what that person says. Have they done projects like this before? Um, because you're not a company, so if you show up number 1, 2, or 3 in the SEO rankings, that doesn't really matter. Nobody's going to really find you that way. The way they're going to find you, at least with your decks or your NFT, is on Twitter. I mean, where else do people have discussions regularly about NFTs all the time? There are 15 different NFT discussions going on Twitter Spaces right now. It's not happening on YouTube.
He sure the fuck ain't number one on Google.
Exactly.
I mean, really, no. I agree. I just, like I said, like I put a lot of work into this.
Exactly.
I just don't want to.
So,
I don't want to go down the drain.
absolutely. So, Apollo, this was the thought, Patrick, to just do this very cheaply. And I even said this to Apollo. I didn't want to do it because it's a lot of work. I told him what to do. I was like, look, if you have social media on all of these platforms, and I just gave him the number of 100. It didn't have to be. It can be really. It should be like your top 10. But if you're gonna do it big. Okay, so you're on a lot of them. Fine. Then if he runs a Twitter Space whenever he's driving his truck and he can do it in a safe manner, meaning there is an option on Twitter Spaces to be able to join the room and not have to request to come up. So basically, people can just come in and have a conversation with him for 8 hours a day. That's going to be a huge amount of traffic to his project because he's just going to be a constant on Twitter Space. And then whenever anybody asks him about it, he can say, "Hey, do you know about my Ryoshi decks?" And they're like, "Oh no, I don't." Well, whatever your favorite social media is, just type in Ryoshi decks, and it's there. You can see our art, you can see our project, you can learn our history, all of that stuff. And basically, doing that is free and gives him the kind of connection that he wants. Those kind of connections, at this point, are really done through social media, and not all social media. It's really done through Twitter. I wish there was a better one. If you guys know of a better one than Twitter Spaces where people discuss NFTs and crypto, let me know.
Now, shit, no. I don't know any of them that damn long.
Okay.
I feel Twitter must be the best place, to be honest about it.
Absolutely. I watched.
No, I get it.
I was in a Twitter Space with someone tonight. His
I
name.
don't understand.
I was in a Twitter Space with someone tonight. His name. I don't know if you know who he is. He is. He goes by Slumdoge Millionaire, and I just watched a documentary on him. So one of the cryptocurrencies in which I basically just live in their Telegram. If you're familiar with Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, we had last night I hosted Twitter. Last night I hosted a trivia event for them, and then tonight we did this interview with this influencer who has a documentary about them. And basically, this person was able to take like $40 and parlay that into eventually several $1,000,000. Now they cashed out like their mother's like finances, and like they basically were able to invest like $180,000. So it sounds great if you say I took $40 and turned it into $1 million, but it wasn't that easy. Nevertheless, we had hundreds of people in this conversation, and they're all talking about NFTs. They're all talking about crypto. That's the heartbeat of it. And Apollo, you can get in that, especially if you are just a constant there. And I think it's a really exciting platform for you because it's all.
Can you be my co-host?
I would always be your co-host. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, I'll pay you to be my coach.
So
What he's basically saying is you got to show your face around a lot of spaces.
that's right.
That's gonna be the best for you.
That's right.
No, I know. I got time. You know what I mean? Like, I just need honestly, Rabbi already knows the game, so I just need to like have Rabbi like show me the ropes.
But
What do I need to do? How to interact? You know?
here's your con. If you go in there and you say, hey, here's my NFT, da 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 da, somebody is going to ask the question and you're going to lose your shit. So you need to get it under wraps. What's the benefit of the NFT? They're going to ask you. So
You're right.
you can't go.
But Rabbi, what? No, but Rabbi, when you hosted that space, did somebody ask what is the benefit of holding your NFT?
No, because they're all veteran, experienced bag holders, so they know the importance of holding your NFTs and your cryptocurrencies. But if I was asked that question, I would say that in the same way that art is something that has value and people keep art and don't just sell their art, people do the same with NFTs and it has value to them and they don't just sell their NFTs. NFTs are just digital
There you
art.
go, Patrick. There you go. No, I like literally like I get what you're saying, Patrick. Like I keep telling you, I'm not a social security officer, so I don't know what the fuck
That's
people.
going to come up. You know,
I know, but
you're probably going to get that question 1,000 times.
I know, but I've always.
You can't get shitty with them over it. I just asked the question myself. You're just like,
That's because it was irritating. I like fuck, dude. You got me by the balls that day.
curious, man. I didn't know if you had a plan or some shit.
No, I want to add plans, but here's the thing. I wouldn't even tell people what my plans would be because I'm gonna be honest. A lot of people that launch NFTs and all that, some things that they provide, even though they're providing something, like it's just a gift.
What's up, placebo? I'm so sorry. I didn't know my microphone was on here. Somebody came in on one of my other channels. I'm sorry.
No, but Patrick, the whole thing is like, somebody asked me that, I just be like, stay tuned. You know, follow me and.
No, don't say that. Don't say stay tuned or follow me. Give them an answer that they want.
What? I don't know.
It's the answer that I just gave you. If somebody asks you, why should I hold on to my NFT? You would say, it is something of value. It's digital art. Just like people hold on to art and it gains a value and it gains emotional value to them and also financial value to them, NFTs do the same. Over the course of time, you will become more and more connected to this piece of art and it will perhaps gain value for you as well. It has mutual benefits.
That part.
I would use that keyword perhaps. But yeah, I mean.
I always use perhaps. You always have to use qualifiers because then no one can come back and say, you said that it was going to gain value. No, I didn't. I said, and perhaps it would gain value.
That's crypto world.
That saves me from fucking some asshole trying to fucking, yeah.
Absolutely. You have to put qualifiers on it. But Patrick's right, Apollo. He's trying to hold me to a certain position. And the key is to say a whole lot without actually saying anything. So you want to appease the audience, but you don't want them to be able to nail you down on anything.
No, I just mute my mic and say I had a bad connection.
What was that?
What? Yeah, my mic got fucking cut out. I'm in Pennsylvania, motherfuckers. No, but look, Patrick, like I said, truly, the real, like,
was standing and talking before and admiring your suspenders. You told me how many pairs of these things? How did you?
I wear them every day.
Do you really? Every day?
Yeah.
Why do you have suspenders? Practicality thing?
No, this is my personality. Different ones have different. Personalities. That's how I feel.
I see. So it's just another style.
Yeah.
See, the reason why I was
But
asking,
you don't see any hand-painted suspenders. Have you ever seen one?
I don't know. I would have not noticed. I only noticed because you were here. I'm not really a suspender aficionado. But the reason why I'm asking is because you're, basically a technologist. You know a lot about technology. And you think that suspenders are kind of outdated tech.
Well, people like them.
Clearly.
I'm surprised I haven't gone on. But you have to have somebody who can actually paint them. These are hand-painted suspenders.
So the ones that you have, these are right here. These are hand painted.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, so that's part of it. So you're wearing art.
Exactly.
So,
And the art is part of technology. We're using technology to create art.
that's true. And it's,
In fact, the very first, I've been now in AI for 61 years, which is actually a record. The first thing I did was create something that could write music. Writing music now, right, with AI is a major field today, but this was actually the first time it's been done.
that was one of your many inventions.
So it's the first one.
So why did you go about doing that? What was your desire to create artificial intelligence music?
Well, my father was a musician. That's a good way to relate to it. And he actually worked with me on it. You can feed in music, you can feed in, let's say, Mozart, Chopin, we figure out how they created melodies, and then write melodies in the same style. So you can actually tell this is Mozart, this is Chopin. Well, it's good, but it's the first time that
It wasn't as good then. Is it? What are the capabilities now? Because now they can do some pretty extraordinary things.
yeah, it's still not up to what humans can do, but it's getting there, and it's actually it's pleasant to listen to. We still have a while to do art, music, so on.
Well, one of the main arguments against AI art comes from actual artists who are upset that what essentially they're doing is like you could say, draw a paint or create a painting in the style of Frank Frazetta, for instance. And what it would be they would take all of Frazetta's work that he's ever done, which is all documents on the internet, and then create an image that's representative of that. So you're essentially, in one way or another, you're kind of taking from the art.
Right, but it's not quite as good. It will be as good. I think we'll match human experience by 2029. That's been my idea. It's not as good.
Which is the best image generator right now, Tony?
They really change almost day to day right now. The Journey was the most
Right.
popular one at first, and then Dolly, I think.
Mid-Journey's incredibly aggressive graphics. I've seen some of the Mid-Journey stuff. It's mind-blowing.
Still not quite as good.
Not good. Well, boys, it's so much better than it was 5 years ago. That's what's scary.
Yeah,
It's so quick.
it's never going to reach its limit. We're not going to get to a point, okay, this is how good it's going to be. It's going to keep getting better.
And what would that look like? If it can get to a certain point, it will far exceed what human creativity is capable of.
Yes, when we reach the ability of humans, it's not going to just match one human, it's going to match all humans. It's going to do everything that any human can do. It's playing a game like Go, is going to play it better than any human.
Right. Well, that's already been proven. They have invented moves. AI's invented moves that have now been implemented by humans.
Right.
In a very complex game that they never thought that AI was going to be able to beat because it requires so much creativity.
Right. Arthur, we're not quite there, but we will be there. By 2029, it will match any person.
That's it? 2029? That's just a few years away.
Yeah, well, I'm actually considered conservative. People think that will happen like next year, the year after. I actually said that in 1999. I said we would match any person by 2029, so 30 years. People thought that was totally crazy. In fact, Stanford had a conference. They invited several hundred people from around the world to talk about my prediction. And people came in, and people thought that this would happen, but not by 2029. They thought it would take 100 years.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that, but I think people are amending those. Is it because human beings have a very difficult time grasping the concept of exponential growth?
That's exactly what it is. In fact, still economists have a linear view. And if you say, well, it's going to grow exponentially, they say, yeah, but maybe 2% a year. It actually doubles in 14 years. And I brought a chart I can show you that really illustrates this.
Is this chart available online so we can show people?
No, it's in the book.
But is it available online, that chart? Or Jimmy can pull it up? And someone can see it. Just so the folks watching the podcast can see it too. If I can just hold it up to the camera. It says price performance of computation 1939. Decline. It's like
What's interesting is that it's an exponential curve, and a straight line represents exponential growth. And that's an absolute straight line for 80 years. The very first point, this is the speed of computers, 0.0000007 calculations per second for constant dollar. The last point is 35 billion calculations per second. So there's a 20 quadrillion in those 80 years. But the speed with which it gains is actually the same throughout the entire 80 years. Because if it was sometimes better and sometimes worse, this curve would bend. It would bend up, bend down. It's really very much a straight line. So the speed with which we increased it was the same regardless of the technology. The technology was radically different at the beginning versus the end, and yet it increased the speed exactly the same for 80 years. In fact, the first 40 years, nobody even knew this was happening. So it's not like somebody was in charge and saying, okay, next year we have to get to here, and people would try to match that. We didn't even know this was happening for 40 years. 40 years later, I noticed this. For various reasons, I predicted it would stay the same speed increase each year, which it has. In fact, we just put the last stop like 2 weeks ago, and it's exactly where it should be. So technology and computation is certainly a prime form of technology, increases at the same speed. And this goes through war and peace. You might say, well, maybe it's greater during war. No, it's exactly the same. You can't tell when there's war, peace, or anything else up here. It just matches from one type of technology to the next. And this is also true of other things, like, for example, getting energy from the sun. That's also exponential. It's also just like this. It's increased. We now are getting 1,000 times as much energy from the sun that we did 20 years ago.
Because of the implementation of solar panels and all that.
Yes.
Has the function of it increased exponentially as well? The function of, because what I had understood was that there's a problem in the technology as far as how much you could extract from the sun from those panels.
No, not at all.
No?
I mean, it's increased 99.7% since we started.
Right.
And it does the same every year. It's an exponential curve. And if you look at the curve, we'll be getting 100% of all the energy we need in 10 years.
The person who told me that was Elon. And Elon was telling me that this is the reason why you can't have a fully solar-powered electric car. Because it's not capable of absorbing that much from the sun with a small panel like that. So there's a physical limitation in the panel size.
No, I mean, it's increased to 99.7% since we started.
Since what year?
It's about 35 years ago.
35 years ago. And 99% of the ability of it, as well as the expansion of use.
I mean, you might have to store it. We're also making exponential gains in the storage of electricity.
Right. Battery technology.
So you don't have to get it all from the solar panel if it's in a car.
The concept was, like, could you make a solar panel car? A car that has solar panels on the roof? And would that be enough to power the car? And he said no. He said it's just not really there yet.
Right, it's not there yet, but it will be there in 10 years.
Do you think so? Yeah, he seemed to doubt that. Thought that there's a certain limitation of the amount of energy you can get from the sun, how much it gives out, how much the solar panels can absorb.
Well, you're not going to be able to get it all from the solar panel that fits in a car. You're going to have to store some of that energy.
Right. So you wouldn't just be able to drive indefinitely on solar power. Yeah, that was what he was saying. So, but you can obviously power a house, especially if you have a roof. Tesla has those solar powered roofs now.
But you can also store the energy.
Right.
We're going to go to all renewable energy, wind and sun, within 10 years, including our ability to store the energy.
All renewable in 10 years? So what are they going to do with all these nuclear plants and coal power plants?
That's completely unnecessary. People say we need nuclear power, which we don't. We can get it all from the sun or the wind within 10 years.
So in 10 years, you could power Los Angeles with sun and wind?
Yes.
Really? I was not aware that we were anywhere near that kind of time.
That's because people are not taking into account exponential growth.
So the exponential growth also will be great. Because just to pull the amount of power that you would need to charge, X amount of million. If everyone has an electric vehicle by 2035, say that, just the amount of change you would need on the grid would be pretty substantial.
Well, we're making exponential gains on that as well.
Are we?
Yeah.
I wasn't aware. I had this impression that there was a problem with that, especially in Los Angeles. They eventually asked people in certain towns with hot houses not charge.
We're not looking at the future. It's true now, but it's growing exponentially
In every field of technology, essentially.
Yeah.
Is the bottleneck a battery technology, and how close are they to solving some problems
Our ability to store energy is also growing. Putting all that together, giving the power everything we need.
Wow. Most people don't think that. So you're thinking that based on this idea that people have a limited idea
of the computation report. It's just continuing to do that. So we have large language models, for example. No one expected that to happen like 5 years ago.
Right.
And we had them 2 years ago, but they didn't work for it. So it began a little less than 2 years ago that we could actually do large language models. And that was very much a surprise to everybody. So that's probably the primary example of the explanation.
Go ahead, Sam. One of the things that talking about was that AI figured out a way to lie. That they used AI to go through a CAPTCHA system, and the AI told the system that it was vision impaired, which is not technically a lie, but he used it to bypass, are you a robot?
Well, we don't know now. It's for large language models to say they don't know something. So you answer the question, and if the answer to that question is not in the system, it still comes up with an answer. So it will look at everything and give you its best answer. And if the best answer is not there, it still gives you an answer. But that's considered a hallucination. And we know
Hallucination.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
So the AI hallucination. So they cannot be wrong. They have to
So
be able to
far,
answer.
we're actually working on being able to tell when it doesn't know something. So if you ask it something and say, oh, well, I don't know that. Right now, it can't do that.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
So it gives you some answer, and if the answer's not there, it just like makes something up. It's the best answer, but the best answer isn't very good because it doesn't know the answer. And the way to fix hallucinations is to actually give it more capabilities to memorize things and give it more information so it knows the answer to it. If you tell it an answer to a question, it will remember that and give you that correct answer. But these models are not, we don't know everything. And it has to, we have to be able to scan an answer to every single question, which we can't quite do. It'd be actually better if you could actually answer, well, gee, I don't know that.
Right. Like, particularly, like, say, when it comes to exploration of the universe, if there's a certain amount, vast amount of the universe we have not explored. So if it has to answer questions about that, it will come up with an answer.
Right, it'll just come up with an answer, which will likely be wrong.
That's interesting. That would be a real problem if someone was counting on the AI to have a solution for something too soon, right?
Right, they don't know everything. Search engines actually know pretty well vetted, and if it actually answers something, it's usually correct.
Unless it's curated.
But large language models don't have that capability. So we could actually think that they're wrong. And they'll also tell us what we have to fix.
What about the idea that AI models are influenced by ideology? That AI models have been programmed with certain ideologies?
I mean, they do learn from people.
Yeah.
People have ideologies.
Right.
Some of which are not correct. That's a large way in which you can make things up because it's learning from people.
Right.
So right now, if somebody has access to a good search engine, they will check before they actually answer something with the search engine to make sure that it's correct. The search engines are generally much more accurate.
Generally. Right. When it comes to this idea that people enter information into a computer and the computer relies on that ideology, do you anticipate that with artificial general intelligence it will be agnostic to ideology? That it will be able to reach a point where instead of deciding things based on social norms or whatever the culture is accepted currently, that it would look at things more objectively and rationally?
Well, eventually, although we still call it artificial general intelligence, even if it didn't do that. And people certainly are influenced by whatever their people that they respect feel is correct. It will be as influenced by as people are. They still call it artificial general intelligence. We are starting to check what large language models come up with search engines, and that's actually making them more correct. But we have to actually continue on this curve. We need more data to be able to store everything. This is not enough data to be able to store everything correctly. This large amounts of large language models, which we don't have storage for the data.
So that's what's holding us back is data and storage.
Yeah, we also have to have the correct storage. So that's really where the effort is going, to be able to get rid of these hallucinations.
That's a fun thing to say, hallucinations in terms of artificial intelligence.
Well, we usually come up with wrong things. Like large language models is not really the correct way to talk about this. It does know language, but there's a lot of other things it knows. We're using them now to come up with medicines. For example, for the Moderna vaccine, we wrote down every possible type of medicine that might might work. There's actually several billion mRNA sequences, and we then tested them all and did that in two days. So it actually came up with tested several billion and decided on it in 2 days. And then tested it with people. We'll be able to overcome that as well because we'll be able to test it with machines. But we actually did test it with people for 10 months. It was still a record.
So for machines, when they start testing medications with machines, how will they audit that? So the concept will be that you take into account biological variability, all the different factors that would lead the person to have an adverse reaction to a certain compound, and then you program all the known data about how things interact with the body.
Right. I mean, you need to be able to simulate all the different possibilities.
Right.
Okay.
And then come up with like a number of how many people will be adversely affected by something.
That's one of the things you would look at.
And then advocacy based on age.
But that could be done literally in a matter of days, like years.
Right. But the question would be like, who's in charge of that data, and like, how does that get resolved? And what if artificial intelligence is still prone to hallucinations, and they start using those hallucinations to justify medications, that would be a bit of an issue, especially if it's controlled by a corporation that wants to make a lot of money.
Well, that's the issue.
Yeah.
We'll do it correctly.
So we'll have to there's going to have to be a point in time where we all decide that artificial intelligence has reached this place where we can trust it implicitly.
Right. Well, that's why they take now the leading candidate and actually test it with people. But we'll be able to get rid of the testing with people once we can have reliance on the simulation. So we've got to make the simulations correct. But right now we actually tested with people, and that took 10 months in this case.
When you look at artificial intelligence and you look at the expansion of it, the ultimate place that it will eventually be, what do you see happening inside of our lifetime, like inside of 20 years? What kind of revolutionary changes on society will this have?
Well, one thing I feel will happen in 5 years, by 2029, is we'll reach longevity escape velocity. So right now you go through a year, and you use up a year of your longevity. You're about a year older. However, we do have scientific progress, and we're coming up with new cures for diseases and so on. Right now you're getting back about 4 months. So you lose a year, but through scientific progress, you're getting back 4 months. So you're only losing 8 months. However, the scientific progress is progressing exponentially. And by 2029, you'll get back a full year. So you lose a year, but you get back a year, and you can pretty much stay in the same place.
So by 2029, you'll be stacked.
And past 2029, you'll actually get back more than a year. You'll get back.
Can I be a baby again?
No, but you'll, in terms of your longevity, you'll get back more than a year.
Right. So you'll be able to essentially go back in biological age, lengthening of the telomeres, changing the elasticity of the skin.
Eventually, you'll be able to do that. It doesn't guarantee you living forever. I mean, you can have a 10-year-old and you can compute, okay, he's got many decades of longevity, and he could die tomorrow. So, sure.
But overall, there'd be an expansion of the
exactly. And that's something that we're going to get. And that's also using the same type of logic as large language models, but that's not language, you're actually creating medications. So we should call it large event models, not large language models, because it's not just dealing with language, it's dealing with all kinds of things.
When I talked to you 10 years ago, you were telling me about this pretty extensive supplement routine you were on.
Well, I'm trying to get to the point where we have longevity escape velocity in good shape.
Right.
And yes, I do follow that. I take maybe 80 pills a day and some injections and so on.
Peptides?
Yes, peptides. So far it works.
Have you ever gone off of it to see what you feel like normal?
Well,
Why do that, right?
yeah. I mean, it seems to work. There's evidence behind it.
How old are you guys?
76.
You look good. You look good for 76, man. That's great. So it's doing something.
Yeah, I think it's working.
And so your goal is to get to that point where they start doing you live a year, you stay static, and then eventually get back to you.
Right, but it's not that far off. If you're diligent, I think you can get there by 2029. But not everybody's diligent. So.
Correct, of course. Now, past that, this is for life extension, which is great. But what about how AI is going to change society?
Yes, well, that's a very big issue. I mean, it's already doing lots of things, make some people uncomfortable. What we're actually doing is increasing our intelligence. I mean, right now you have a brain. There's different modules in it that deal with different things, but really it's able to connect one concept to another concept. That's with your brain. We can actually increase that by, for example, carrying around a phone. This has connections in it. It's a little bit of a hassle to use. If I ask you to do something, you gotta mess with it. Actually, it'd be good if this actually listened to your conversation.
Oh, it does.
And without saying anything, you're just talking, and it says, "Oh, the name of that actress is so and so."
Yeah, but then it's a busybody. It's like interfering with your life, talking to you all the time.
Well, there's ways of dealing with that too.
You shut it off.
But we don't. So we haven't done that yet. But that's a way of expanding your connection. What a large language model does, it has connections in it as well. And in fact, it's getting now to a point that's getting fairly comparable to the human brain. We have about 1 trillion connections in our brain. Things like the top model from Google or GPT-4, they have about 400 billion connections approximately. There'll be 1 trillion probably within a year. That's going to be comparable to what the human brain does. Eventually we'll go beyond that, and we'll have access to that. So it's basically making us smarter. So if you have the ability to be smarter, that's something that's positive, really. I mean, if we were like mice today, and we had the opportunity to become like humans, we wouldn't object to that. But we are humans and we don't object to that. And this is going to basically make us smarter. Eventually we'll be much smarter than we are today. And that's a positive thing, to be able to do things that are today that we find bothersome in a way that's much more palatable.
The idea of us getting smarter sounds great. Great to be smarter. But
People object to that because it's like competition.
in what way?
Well, I mean, Google has 70,000 programmers. And how many programmers exist in the world? How much longer is that going to be a viable career? Because large language models already can code.
Yeah.
Not quite as good as a real expert coder, but how long is that going to be? It's not going to be 100 years. It's going to be a few years. So people see it as competition. I have a slightly different view of that. I see these things as actually adding to our own intelligence. And we're merging with these kinds of computers, making ourselves smarter by merging with it. And eventually it'll go inside our brain and be able to make us smarter instantly, just like we had more connections inside our own brain.
Well, I think people have reservations always when it comes to great change. And this is probably the greatest change. The greatest change we've ever experienced in our lifetimes, for sure, has been the internet. And this will make that look like it'll change everything. And it seems inevitable. I understand that people are upset about it, but it just seems like what human beings were sort of designed to do.
Right, we're the only animal that actually creates technology. Yeah, it's a combination of our brain and something else, which is our thumb. So I can imagine something. Oh, if I take that leaf from a tree, I can create a tool with it. Other animals have actually a bigger brain, like a whale, dolphins, elephants. They have a larger brain than we do, but they don't have something equivalent to the thumb. Monkey has a thing that looks like the thumb, but it's actually an inch down. It doesn't actually work very well. So they can actually create a tool, but they don't create a tool that's powerful enough to create the next tool. So we're actually able to use our tools and create something that's very much more significant. So we can create tools. And that's really part of who we are. It makes us that much more intelligent. And that's a good thing. Yes. Here's U.S. person income per capita. So this is the average amount that we make per person in constant dollars. And this is
So we make a lot more money, but things cost a lot more money too, right?
no, this is constant dollars.
Constant dollars in relation to the inflation.
Yeah. So this does not show you inflation. These are constant dollars. So we're actually making that much more each year on average. So if you,
Right, but it doesn't take into account inflation, correct? So it's not taking into account the rise in cost of things.
no, it is taking.
It is.
It is taking.
Oh, it is. Okay.
So we're making that much more in constant dollars. If you look over the past 100 years, we've made about 10 times as much.
I wonder if there's a similar chart about consumerism, just material possessions. I wonder if, like, how much more we're purchasing and creating. I've always felt like that's one of the things that materialism is one of those instincts that human beings sort of look down upon, and this aimless pursuit of with buying things. But I feel like that motivates technology because the constant need for the newest, greatest thing is one of the things that fuels the creation and innovation of new
But
things.
if you were to go back 100 years, you'd be very unhappy.
Oh yeah,
Because you wouldn't have computer.
you wouldn't have any. You'd have most things you were accustomed to.
Um, and that's why also we didn't live very long.
Right. Medically.
What average life was 48 years in 1900. It's 35 years in 1800.
Right.
Go back 1,000 years, it was 20 years.
That takes into account trauma, right? But it's also injuries. Yeah. Some people did live long, but there's people that lived back then. If nothing happened to you, you did live to be like a normal person.
That was actually very rare.
Because most things happen. Most people, by the time you get to 80, had at least one hospital visit. Something's going on. Broken arm, broken this, broken that.
It was very rare to make it to 80.
Right.
200 years ago.
Right, but the human body's physically capable. Right.
Well, our human body can go on forever if you fix things properly. There's nothing in our body that means that you have to die at 100 or even 120. We can go on really indefinitely.
Well, that's the groundbreaking thing today, right? We're treating disease, or excuse me, age as if it is a disease, not just an inevitable consequence of your life.
And our FDA doesn't accept that, but it's actually beginning to accept it.
They're forced to. The concept of artificial general intelligence scares a lot of people also because of Hollywood, right? The Terminator films and things along those lines. Like, how far away are we, do you think, from actual artificial humans? Or will we ever get there? Will we integrate before that takes place?
I mean, all of this additional intelligence that we're creating is something that we use. And it's just like it came with us. So we're actually making ourselves more intelligent. And ultimately that's a good thing. And if we have it, and then we say, well, gee, we don't really like this, let's take it away, people would never accept that. They may be against the idea of general intelligence, but once they get it, nobody wants to give that up. And it will be beneficial. The Rothschild started 200 years ago because the cotton gin came out, and all these people that were making money with cotton gin were against it. And they would actually destroy these machines at night. And they said, gee, if this keeps going, all jobs are going to go away. And indeed, people using cotton ginny to create more wealth, that did go away. But we actually made more money because we created things that didn't exist then. We didn't have anything like electronics. And as we can actually see, we make 10 times as much in constant dollars as we did 100 years ago. And if you were to ask, well, what are people going to be doing? You couldn't answer it because we didn't understand the internet.
Right. And there's probably some technologies down the pipe that are going to have a similar impact.
Exactly. And they're going to extend life.
But are they going to create life?
Well, we know how to create life. We don't. Well, that's an interesting question. What do you mean by create life?
What I think is that human beings are some sort of a biological caterpillar that makes a cocoon that gives birth to an electronic butterfly. I think we are creating a life form, and that we're merely conduits for this thing, and that all of our instincts and ego and emotions, all these things feed into it, materials and feeds into it. we keep buying, we keep innovating, and technology keeps increasing exponentially. And eventually it's going to be artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence is going to create better artificial intelligence, a form of being that has no limitations in terms of what it's capable of doing. Capable of traveling anywhere, not having any biological limitations in terms
But
of.
that's going to be ourselves. I mean, we're going to be able to create life that is like humans, but far greater than we are today.
With an integration of technology,
Yeah.
if we choose to go that route. But that's the prediction, we would go that route, like a Neuralink type deal, something along those lines.
Right. So I don't see this competition of the things are going to.
No, I don't think it's competition. I think it's
Well, it
just
will seem like that. I mean, if you have a job doing coding,
right.
and suddenly they don't really want you anymore because they can do coding with a large language model, it's going to feel like it's competition.
Well, there's an issue now with films. Tyler Perry, who owns, he was building an $800 million television studio, and he stopped production. What's it called? Sora? Is that what it's called, Jamie? He stopped production when he saw the capabilities of AI just for creating visuals, scenes, movies. There's one that's incredibly impressive. It's Tokyo. They're walking down the street in Tokyo in the winter. So it's snowing, and they're walking down the street, and you look at it, you're like, this is insane. This looks like a film. See if you can find that film. Because it's incredible.
Would you want to get rid of that?
Get rid of what?
That capability?
No, I don't want to get rid of capability.
Right, but people do.
Well, people that make movies, people that actually film things with cameras and use actors are going to be very upset. So this is all fake, which is insane. Beautiful snowy Tokyo City is bustling. The camera moves through the bustling city street, following several people enjoying the beautiful snowy weather and shopping at nearby stalls. Gorgeous sakura petals are flying through the wind along with snowflakes. And this is what you got. I mean, this is insane. The variability, like just the way people are dressed. If you saw this somewhere else, look at this, A Robot's Life in a cyberpunk setting. If you saw this, you would say, oh, they filmed this. But just look at what they're able to do with animation and kids movies and stuff.
Yeah, and it's going to get better.
Yeah, it's just incredible.
I mean, it's a new art form.
So right there, the smoke was a little uniform. But, yeah,
I mean, there's some problems with this,
but not much.
Yeah.
And you imagine what it was like 5 years ago and imagine what it's going to be like 5 years from now.
Absolutely.
And it's insane. No one took into consideration the idea that kids are going to be cheating on their school papers using ChatGPT, but my kids tell me that's a real problem in school now.
Yes, definitely.
So no one saw that coming. No one saw this coming. And what we're at now is with ChatGPT 4, right? 4.5. Is that what it is?
Well, 4.5 is coming.
4.5 is coming. 5 is supposed to be the massive leap.
It'll be a leap, just like 3 to 4 was a massive leap. So,
yeah,
but it's going to continue. It's never going to be finished.
Right. It'll keep going. And it will also be able to make better versions of itself, correct?
And yes, well, we do that. I mean, technology does that already.
Right. But if you scale that out 100 years from now, what are you looking at? You're looking at God.
Well, it'll be less than 100 years.
So you're looking at God in 50 years?
Less than that. I mean, once we have the ability to emulate everything that humans can do, and not just one human, but all humans, and that's only like 2029. That's only 5 years from now.
And then it will make better versions of that. So it will probably solve a lot of the problems that we have in terms of energy storage, data speeds,
Right,
computation speeds,
and also medications
for us.
for humans. Yeah.
It wouldn't be better if just download yourself into this beautiful electronic body. Why do you want to be biological?
I mean, ultimately, that's what we're going to be able to do.
You think that's what's going to happen?
Yeah.
So do you think that we'll be able to?
I mean, we'll be able to create And the singularity is when we multiply our intelligence a millionfold. That's 2045. So that's not that long from now. That's like 20 years from now.
Right.
And therefore, most of your intelligence will be handled by the computer part of ourselves. The only thing that won't be captured is what comes with our body originally. We'll ultimately be able to do that as well. It'll take a little longer, but we'll be able to actually capture what comes with our normal body and be able to recreate that. So that also has to do with how long we live. Because if everything is backed up, I mean, right now, anytime you put anything into a phone or any kind of electronics, it's backed up. So, I mean, this has a lot of data. I could flip it and it ends up in a river and we can't capture it anymore. I can recreate it because it's all backed up.
And you think that's going to be the case of consciousness?
That's going to be the case of our normal biological body as well.
What's to stop someone like Donald Trump from just making 100,000 versions of himself? Like, if you could back someone up, could you duplicate it? Couldn't you have 3 or 4 of them? Couldn't you have a bunch of them? Couldn't you live multiple lives?
Yes.
Would you be interacting with each other while you're living multiple lives, having consultations about what is St. Louis Ray doing? Well, I don't know. Let's talk to San Francisco Ray. San Francisco Ray is talking to Florida Ray.
It's basically a matter of increasing our intelligence and being able to multiply Donald Trump, for example, that comes with
Do
that.
you think there'll be regulations on that to stop people from making 100,000 versions of themselves that operate a city?
There'll be lots of regulations. It's lots of regulations we have already. You can't just create a medication and sell it to people that cures this disease.
Right.
We have tremendous amount of regulations.
Sure, but we don't really with phones. Like with your phone, you could essentially, if you have the money, make as many copies of that as you want.
Yeah, but there are some regulations. We regulate everything. But,
Yeah.
but you're right. Generally, electronics doesn't have as much regulation.
Right. And when you get to a certain point, we will be electronics.
Yes. I mean, certainly, if we multiply our intelligence a millionfold, everything, that additional millionfold of yours is not regulated.
Right. When you think about the concept of integration and technological integration, when do you think that will start taking place, and what will be the initial usage of it? Like, what will be the first versions, and what will they provide?
Well, we have it now. Large language models are pretty impressive. I mean, if you look at what they
Right,
can do,
I mean, I'm talking about physical integration.
right? Some people feel that we can actually understand what's going on in your brain and actually put things into your brain without actually going into the brain. Something like Neuralink.
So something that like sits on the outside of your head?
Yeah. It's not clear to me that if that's feasible. But I've been assuming that they're going to actually go in. The Neuralink isn't exactly what we want because it's too slow. And it's actually will do what it's advertised to do. Like if I actually know some people like this who were active people and they completely lost the ability to speak and to understand language and so on. And so they can't actually say anything to you. And you can do something like Neuralink to actually have them express something. They can think something and then have it be expressed to you.
Right, and they're doing that, right? They had the first patient that was, yeah. And apparently that person can move a cursor around on screen.
Right, and therefore you can do anything. It's fairly slow, though. And Neuralink is slow. If you really want to extend your brain, you need to do it at a much faster pace.
Isn't that increase exponentially as well?
Yes, absolutely.
So how long do you think it would be before this is implemented?
Well, it's It's got to be by 2045. Because that's when the singularity exists. Can actually multiply our intelligence.
And when you say 2045, what is the source of that estimation?
Because we'll be able to, based actually on this chart, and also the increase in ability of software to also expand, we'll be able to multiply our intelligence in a fold, and we'll be able to put that inside of our brain. It would be just like it's part of our brain.
So this is just following the current graph of progress.
Yeah.
So if you follow the current graph of progress and you understand exponential growth, then what we're looking at in 2045 is inevitable.
Right.
Does that concern you at all? Or are you excited about it? Or do you think it's just a thing that is happening and you're a part of it, you're experiencing it?
I think we'll be enthusiastic about it. I mean, imagine if you were to ask a mouse, would you like to actually be as intelligent as a human?
Right.
Not to know what people would say, but generally that's a positive thing. Generally.
Rabbi!
What up, pimp?
Hey, yo, Rabbi.
How you doing, Gustav? Can you hear me?
Nobody's really going to say that.
Pimp.
Do you being
Gustav, I'm here.
really too smart.
Gustav, can you hear me?
Not necessarily.
Rabbi!
How you doing, baby?
Wait, bro, I don't hear you.
How you doing, baby?
Brother.
Can you hear me?
Nobody becomes stupid like we used to be.
Hey, baby, how are you?
Right, but I'm not saying stupid. I'm saying some people.
Gustav.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm fine, bro. I still hear your voice.
It's good to hear your voice.
But it was because I had music on the
Okay, can you still hear me?
Yo, how are you doing today, my brother?
I am well. How are you, Gustav?
I'm good. I'm drinking my coffee and shitting.
That's what I love to hear. How do you take your coffee? It's just plain black?
What?
How do you take your coffee? Black? Or do you cream and sugar?
Yeah, I drink it black and without sugar.
Strong. You're a strong man.
I like it strong.
Hell yeah.
Strong aroma.
Absolutely. To cover up the shit.
I kiss you, eh? I don't know
I kiss you.
shower.
You take care. Have a wonderful day, Gustav.
Tomorrow.
Absolutely. Same time, same station.
LB, see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye. Lavas. Shout out to Yerevan. Shout out to Armenia.
Easily escalate.
That's thousands of people
For now. Yeah, but if it escalates to a war where it's involving the entire world,
what would really cause a tremendous amount of danger is something that's not really artificial intelligence. It was invented when I was a child, which is atomic weapons.
Right.
I remember it was like 5 or 6, we'd actually go outside, put our hands behind our back to protect us from a nuclear war.
yeah, drills.
And it seemed to work. We're still here. So,
Do you remember those things they tell kids to get under the desk?
yes, that's right. We went under the desk and put it.
Which is hilarious, as if a desk is going to protect you.
Right, but that's not AI.
Right. No, but AI applied to nuclear weapons makes them significantly more dangerous. And isn't one of the problems with AI is that AI will find a solution to a problem. So if you have AI running your military and AI says, what do you want me to do? to say, well, I'd like to take over Taiwan. And AI says, well, this is how to do it. And just implements it. No morals, no fraud, or any sort of diplomacy, or just force.
Right. Hasn't happened yet.
Yes.
Because we do have people in charge. And the people are enhanced with AI. And AI can actually help us to avoid that kind of problem by thinking through the implications of different solutions.
Sure, it has some sort of autonomy. But if we get to the point where one superpower has AI, artificial general intelligence, the other doesn't, how much of a significant advantage would it be?
I mean, I do think there are problems. Basically, there's problems with intelligence. We like to say stupid. But actually, it's better to be intelligent. I believe it's better to be
Overall, sure, right. But my question was, if there's a race to achieve AGI, how close is this race? Is it neck and neck? Is it clean? Who's at the lead? And how much capital is being put into these companies that are at the lead? And whoever achieves it first, if that is under the control of the government, it's completely dependent upon what are the morals and ethics of that government. What is the Constitution? What if it happens in China? What if it happens in Russia? What if it happens somewhere other than the United States? And even if it does happen in the United States, who's controlling it?
I mean, the knowledge of how to create these things is pretty widespread. It's not like somebody can just capitalize on the way to do it and nobody else understands it. Knowledge of how to create a large language model, or how to create the type of chips that would enable you to create this is actually pretty widespread.
Mm-hmm. So do you think essentially the competition is pretty even in all the countries currently? And there's also probably espionage. There's espionage where they're stealing information, sharing information, and selling information.
In terms of differences, the United States actually has superior AI compared to other places.
So that's good for us.
We're actually way ahead of China, I would say.
Right, but China has a way of figuring out what we're doing. Pretty good at that.
They have been,
Yeah. So do you have any concern whatsoever in the idea that AI gets in the hands of the wrong people? So when it first gets implemented, that's the big problem. Is before it exists, before artificial general intelligence really exists, it doesn't, and then it does. And then once it does, can that AGI stop other people from getting it? Can you program it to make sure that you sabotage grids? Can you do whatever you can to take down the internet in these opposing places? Could you inject their computations with viruses? What could you do to stop other people from getting to where you're at if you have an infinitely superior intelligence? First,
if that's what your goal is, then yes,
yeah.
we could do that.
Are you worried about that at all? Do you, like,
Yes, I worry about it.
what is your main worry? When you worry about the implementation of artificial intelligence, what's your main?
I mean, I'm worried if people who have a destructive idea of how to use these capabilities get into control. And that could happen. You know, a chapter in the book about perils for the like what we're talking about.
What do you think that could look like?
Well, if you look at actually who controls atomic weapons, which is not AI, some of the worst people in the world. And if you were to ask people right after we use two atomic weapons within a week 80 years ago, what's the likelihood that you're going to go another 80 years and not have that happen again? Everybody would say zero. Right. But it actually has happened.
Shocking.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I think there's actually some message there.
Mutual assured destruction. But the thing is, would artificial general intelligence,
That has not happened.
it has not happened. But would artificial general intelligence in control of the wrong people negate that mutually assured destruction that keeps people from doing things?
Protects your body's stem cells
We
and will make
did
you feel better
drop
faster.
down
The stem cell
Hiroshima
bonus gift
and
with the
Nagasaki.
Dr. Stem and Kidney Stone and your free gift relaxer is only available at healthylooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com.
What's to stop them from doing it? There's no mutually assured destruction. You're the one who's got it. You're the only one who's got it. And you possibly,
Real
my
people,
concern is that
real
whoever gets it
stories.
can possibly stop it from being spread everywhere else and control it completely. And then you're looking at completely destroying the world.
So that gets me what I'm concerned about.
Yeah, that's what I always want to get out of you guys. Because there's so many people that are rightfully so high on this technology and the possibilities that it has for us. The concern that a lot of people have is that at what cost and what are we signing up for?
I mean, if you one of the examples,
What if you're just 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com. Use coupon code George to get 15% off your order.
In a crisis, your number one need is food. So when things go sideways,
It is hard to imagine, but so is life. So is the universe itself, so is the Big Bang. So is the black hole.
Desperate people and empty shelves. That's why FEMA and the Red Cross say you need at least 72 hours of non-perishable food. But here's the good news. For Patriots, the trusted preparedness company is offering listeners of this station a special buy one, get two free deal on its best-selling 72-hour survival food kit. This new and improved kit has 20 servings of delicious food for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, all designed to last for 25 years. It sells for $29 and it's been ready for 4 stars with thousands of big customers. When you act quickly and buy one kit, you will get 2 more kits absolutely free. That's 3 kits for the price of one, $58 in free food. Go to freefood3.com. That's freefood3.com. This deal won't last. Go to
When you do that, have you
freefood3.com.
thought about implementing some sort of a Sora type deal where you're talking to them?
well, you can do that now, right?
Right, but I mean, physically, like looking at him like you're in a Zoom call.
And welcome back to Coast, George Gordon with Richard C. Hogan. Richard sent out a new news release under the Enterprise mission banner claiming that NASA's
Feasible.
private unmanned mission, this
It's
is
certainly, it could be something
confirmed with
representative of
proposals
based on
28
photographs you
years
have,
ago.
right?
Any reaction to the
Things like
news
that.
release, Richard?
It's a reason to
Not so
continue.
far, but we're getting
So we can
incredible
create
leaps.
that and create our own
This mission
ability to
was the first time in 52 years
continue to exist.
that the U.S. mission
You talk to people and they say,
that
well,
was
I
on
don't
the
know.
land on the moon.
Yes.
And from the beginning, I was really interested because remember, there were 2
Right.
missions at the same time frame. There was
In
one
my mind, if you
on
don't
what was
exist,
earlier called Peregrine,
Right.
there's nothing for you to
terrible
experience.
well,
That's
maybe
true.
good
In
things
this
were
connection.
we couldn't
My
land.
thought on that, people saying,
Then
no,
there was this mission.
it's like, okay, are you alive now? Why are you being alive now?
And
What's the
this
difference
was
from now and then?
such parallel
Is it just a number or is it the
when you read the
deterioration of
various
the physical
visual
body? And how much effort have you put into mitigating the deterioration of your natural body so that you can enjoy life now?
Exactly. We've actually seen who would
So
want
it's
to take
kind
their
of
lives.
upright. When you look at
People
the
do
images
take their
from
lives.
LRO,
If they are experiencing something that's miserable,
but it took the most
they're
amazing
suffering
images
physically,
on the way down.
emotionally, mentally, spiritually, and they just cannot stand
independent sets of cameras
is
run
carrying
by
on,
the
and
company
they want to
itself
take their
to
lives.
the machine.
Otherwise,
And
people
they run
don't.
by one of their customers.
If they're
A
enjoying
group
their
of
lives,
amateurs
they
from
continue.
headquartered
Because
in
I don't
Hawaii
know
called
if
the
yes, 100.
International
But then
Lunar
they get to be
Observatory Association.
99.9.
They have two cameras
They don't want
on
to
Odysseus,
disappear
which
unless they're
collecting
suffering.
on taking
Unless they're suffering.
imagery and
That's
video
what's interesting
all the way
about the
down just
positive
like
aspects
you
of
do a
AI.
camera.
Once we can
And when you
manipulate
compare
human
them to
neurochemistry to the point
a
where
few
we
of the
figure out what is causing
we have
Great
to
Depression,
go
what's
through
causing
all the
anxiety,
details.
what's causing a lot of these
Saturday night,
schizophrenic
midnight,
people.
We definitely had that
Right.
before. We didn't have the terms. It's like schizophrenia.
Right.
People definitely had it.
For sure. But what if we get to a point where we can mitigate that with technology? Where we can say, this is what's going on, that's why we're continuing. Right. What I was saying, that's a positive aspect of this technology. And think about also, profoundly, think about how many people do take their lives and with this technology, not just live happily, but also to become and also contribute to whatever society is doing.
That's why we're carrying on.
Yes.
But in order to do that, we do have to overcome some
We'll put the dome around the moon.
Yeah. I think what a lot of people are terrified of is that these people that are creating this technology, they're being, there's oversight, but it's oversight by people that don't necessarily understand it the way that people are creating. And they don't know what guardrails are in place. How safe is this? Especially when it's implemented with some sort of weapons technology, or some sort of a military application, especially a military application that can be seen properly. And the motivations behind utilizing that are to have profit. And then you do horrible things and some kind of justify it.
It would take literally
democracy is
years.
issue
It would
here
years to leak
is
out.
democratic nations tend not to go to war with each other.
We don't know what the reason for the dome is because we don't have the library yet. There's at least a dozen
Handling
reasons why you might vote something.
military
To
technology.
me, it stops you thinking, hey,
If everybody was
it was built,
democracy,
it's there.
that's what's war.
There's so much data there.
As long as
And
it's
B,
a democracy.
they know it. And this
As
group
long
of
as it's a
engineers,
democracy, it's not controlled by the
many of
military
whom
industrial
came from
complex,
Mason George,
the pharmaceutical industry, or whatever it is,
private
the people
company
that are elected
in
places.
Houston.
That seems to just have popped
How
up.
do you fund it? What do they represent once they get in there?
Sidetracked
Are
their
they
plan has
there
been,
with the people,
but
they're
that's
there
not
for
the
the career,
release this
they
information.
bypass the safety and future people, personal gain, which we've seen.
And I think if we're gonna go to in depth
There's
on
certain problems,
Saturday night,
every
there's
system that
a
involves
really
This is another thing that technology needs to do. One of the things, if you think about the worst attributes of humans, whether it's war, crime, some of the horrible things that human beings are capable of. Imagine that technology can find what causes those thoughts and behaviors in human beings.
What do you
Maybe,
think about the set of images?
I've joked around about this, but if we came up with something that would
It
elevate
looks
those
like the dome on the left.
worldwide,
What's that
there
dome
would be no
like?
war.
Okay.
Everybody would be loving it. Interacting with each other. Because there would also be no
For
satisfaction.
some reason, both ILO and Intuitive Machines chose
We need a little bit of that too. Or do
specifically
we?
format.
Maybe we don't. Maybe that's just a byproduct of our monkey minds. And that one day
So
we'll
what they've
surpass
done,
that.
they've taken a
And
complete
get to this
sky
period point of life.
view, depending upon where the
I
camera
mean, life that
is.
seems
And
possible
what you need to do is
without
add software
technological innovation, but maybe not.
circularized
Never really met a truly life person. That's
and turns it into close-up.
But if you could get there with technology, if technology just completely elevated the human consciousness to the point where all of our conflicts become erased, just
These very good visual images.
Quite aside from
Move,
motivations of people,
which kind of
most people
regularizes them,
die
makes them
not because of people's motivations, but because our bodies just
see
don't
in
let
number
them.
two. The left is
And,
a wide angle version of
and
a
a lot of people say,
look where
I
the
don't
shadows
want to
are. From the left to the
It
right.
makes no sense to me. Why would you want to disappear
That's the edge of the lens.
and not be able to
Yeah, and
have any kind of experience?
it's working all that. The greater thing is the sun
There's
shining
a long
through all the incredible
in
geometry
many cultures
of the
that
glass
this life is
dome
but one step.
to get to the camera.
It's a reflection of
And
the sun.
then there is an afterlife. And maybe that exists around us because we deal with existential angst,
Million bounces on
the reality of our own
at the right
irrevocable
angle.
lives.
And
Or
like
maybe it's a function of
But if you look at
consciousness,
the right-hand
something
side,
that's
that's
we
the
don't
one.
truly understand. And what you are is
Glass
a
cubicle.
soul contained in body.
That's
That
geometry of
we
the
have a
dome.
very primitive
That's not
understanding
space,
of
that's not a
the
vacuum.
existence of life
That's
itself
not what
and of the
happens
existence of
in,
everything.
you know, for
Well, I
30,
guess that
40,
makes
50
sense.
years. This is the truth.
But I don't really accept
When
it.
the
There's no
remote
evidence,
viewer,
right?
when the remote viewer English
but
one wrote his book called
Is it there's no
Penetration
evidence
of
because
the
we're
Far
not
Side of the
capable
Moon?
of determining it yet
hinted about
and
this.
understanding it?
Well, what's even interesting
Or
is
is
that
this
the glass
just
around the
exist?
moon, and how do they land?
That's the real
Did
question.
your
It's like,
grandmother
is this
ever
it?
want
Is this
iron
everything?
and strength
Or is this merely a stage? And are we monkeying with
very
that stage?
filthy,
Like, interfering with the process of life.
you know, a drink?
I'm sure she did.
Well,
And
makes
if you got it
sense.
close,
Yeah.
they turned into holes.
I can see from your perspective. I don't see the evidence of it either, but it's a concept. It's not. Look, just
Well, think about it.
when you start talking
to a
to
really
string
fine
theorists,
French
you start
woman,
talking about
you know,
things existing
window.
and not existing at the same time, or particles in
It goes in the
superposition.
hole.
You're talking about magic. You're talking about something that's impossible to wrap your head around.
That's why it
Even just the structure of an atom.
and it's more empty
What's that?
space
What's in
than
there?
actual
Nothing.
But from a distance,
How much of
you
it
don't
is
see
space?
them.
Exactly. That's what's
The
going on.
entire existence of everything in the universe seems preposterous.
It's been subject to
But it's all real,
micrometeorite.
and we only have a limited grasp
Who
of
built it? I
understanding
know that's a tough
what
question.
this is really all about and what processes
I
really
just know
place,
that
right? But if you look at
whoever's
people's
still around who did this
perspective,
do not want to,
somebody gets
Douglas
disease,
Superman's cape or spit into the
well,
wind.
they can only live
What would our buddy
6
Andrew
months.
Mitchell say about what
People
he's
are not
listening
happy
to
with
tonight?
Yeah,
No.
look at the images
Well,
of
it's
it was a real
it's
science.
done.
Remember,
It's
I
a natural
invaded him,
instinct.
Yeah, you
you
did.
know, with
A
our
lot for
friends.
years. Hundreds of
And he
years.
never got
Yeah,
back to
for
the
very few
military
people
because
that we
he
have.
couldn't. They're all
You gotta have
on the
something.
military project.
We have this
This is
new
national security at
device,
the
you
highest
can take
level.
this, and you won't die.
When you look at
Right.
all the
Almost
things that
everybody would
happens
do
with the
that.
Odysseus mission,
Sure, but would they
it felt
appreciate
like
life
somebody kept
if
trying
they
to
knew it
stop
had no
them.
end? Would it be the
It's
same?
like everything happened
Or
to
would it
us
be like a
except
lottery
whenever
winner?
the
It just
Orient
goes nuts,
Express.
spends all the money, and loses their marbles because they
Remember
can't
the government of the Orient Express? They
Well,
wanted to court.
First of all, it's not
There were so many
guaranteed.
things that went wrong.
Sure, you can get in an accident,
And they kept saving it
Something
over and over and over again.
but we get to a
People
point
that I
where
know,
you
they
have
take
automated
off
cars
around
that
or
significantly
from
reduce the amount of water
reaching
you
Well,
the
also,
ritual
you can back up with everything in
going
the
down
physical body as well as.
meditation situation.
How far away are we from that? That idea of, we don't really truly understand what consciousness is, correct?
Why Odysseus, who was the guy who would
So how would we be able to manipulate it or achieve it to the point where you're putting it inside of some kind of a computation device?
Well, we know to be able to create computation that
You can't.
matches what
That podcast was not ocean. But that's what
It was a Trojan horse.
that's what we're doing with these
That's their
offers.
ritualistic resonance. Everybody thinks that we can't do anything without a ritual, performance.
So what is your conclusion?
Yes.
There's a renegade group in and outside Gaza who were tired of all this
We can back up the
flag
electronic
flying with
push.
the American people in
And
the
we'll
world.
get to the point where
But
we can
really
back
alone.
up
And part of it is driven by, I think,
what
wanting
our
to save their own skins.
brain
And part of it is
does.
because inevitably this
We'll
is
be able to
going
back that
to
up as
be
well. We'll
out
detect the
public.
events. Back that up.
Why?
His production department has an intern on iCarly, and I worked in the writer's room on Sam McCann and Victorious. This Manx documentary that was recently released did a really good job of uncovering the details of West Toxicity, specifically Dan Schneider's shows. We can talk about the massages. We can talk about the fact that he would literally count his gold coin collection in front of his crew who was living paycheck to paycheck. We can talk about how sometimes he would bring out a shotgun to scare one of the writers when they were working at his house. We can talk about the high-level conversations I wasn't supposed to hear about how Napoleon didn't want to recommend antidepressants for Jeanette Murray after her mom died for fear that she might kill herself.
they're posting this, I'm a little afraid is this going to screw my career moving forward? I have no idea, but I think it's important that it needs to be. Because if my silence ensures the perpetuation of Americans, I don't want to work anymore than almost completely. And until Loboy goes on 60 Minutes to answer some questions from some real journalists and not a cast member who he's paying to be there, apology not acceptable. Let's talk about it. My name is Jack and Rothschild. My drums at one this guy's shows.
In the back of Ray will have no feelings at all about coming to die and come back
Why
to
do we
life.
seem to have more
Let's
movies
question.
fail today than we did way back in the
Why
South?
wouldn't it be just like Ray is now? Why wouldn't it? Because you get the picture. We can figure out that biological life is essentially some
There are
kind of
jokes about
technology.
pigs left with sausage.
And we
There's a joke about being
that
on the word.
we understand it, get it,
You have actors
optimize it,
in a way that seems very clearly sexual. And
not
these
just
actors
replicate it in
are
form of,
It's a kid show, and sometimes there were scenes where there was a prop that was
do
like
you anticipate that people will be happy with whatever they have? Because
a sexual
if you
innuendo.
decide, I don't like those guys, I don't like being a woman, I want to be a man, I don't want to be Asian, I want to be, whatever, I want to be a black person, I want to be,
or something that just went too far. Was I able to say anything? Was I like, I get a call from Jenny.
right,
I'm sexual shit.
which is going to be shit.
And I remember thinking, like it just took me by surprise because we were all afraid. We're all afraid. That's why just being shitty or talking to you. Like people are afraid of him. The reason I did it was because I didn't know.
Radical
One thing we're not going to do after that documentary is interview the predators who are audience. Check out Johnny video. And it's like, oh, he wants to interview with how this man who terrified children and adult women is.
You're taller, you're stronger, you're smarter, you're faster, you're basically not really human. You're a new thing. We expanded who we are, we expanded who we are.
How do people listen to
Right,
you on the
over
other
the course
side?
of hundreds of thousands of years. Well, that's the being Australia, just we are now.
Elmore came up with
Anyway, you look at the other side
Pace at
of
which
the
we make changes. Right.
and just
You can make changes that much more quickly.
and develop. We got decades and decades of back shows.
Right, but
This,
if we can manipulate our physical form with no limitations, and what
and
if
Sunday night,
we have 6 armed people that can fly?
two
What's it gonna look like?
related shows.
You know, probably.
The one on
Yeah, I discriminate against 6 armed people that can fly. That's the one area I allow myself to be prejudiced to. Okay. No, I'm just curious as to how much time you spend 7 armed people. Yeah, 7 armed people is cool because it's like,
and the
maybe
fact
5
that
on
when
one
we
side,
have
2 on the
dinners,
other. No, it's just I'm just curious as to like how much time you spent thinking about what this could look like.
millions of
I
years
just
ago,
I don't think
billions
it's
of
going to be
years
as
ago.
simple as it's going to be Ray Kurzweil, but Ray Kurzweil was like a 30-year-old man 50 years from now. It's probably going to be they're going to be all kinds of kind of a point of bird. What's to stop? If we can get to manipulate the physical form, we can take consciousness and put it into the physical form. That's a description, I think, of something that's positive. Negative would be a giant ego. Negative is people that want to destroy things. Sure. Well, it's certainly an improvement in terms of the viability.
And it appears to be a very ancient and worn place. And it goes
And you can also change that.
other weird
Right.
dimensions.
Right.
You think it was totally in
Sure, if you want to look at it in a binary fashion, positive and negative, but it's also going to be insanely strange. Like it's not going to be as simple as those people that are living in 2069. First reported ideas so that's what I'm asking. When you think about about the implementation of this technology.
The version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now available for iPhone and Android for $9 a month. Listen live, on demand, anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
It's certainly interesting. I just wonder how much time you spent thinking about what this world looks like with the full implementation of the kind of exponential technology that you've made. Well, I did write a book. It has different capabilities. And this is one artificial intelligence and how she created it. It never says that she capability
Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business General Terms.
You have a cell phone, what happens to everyone?
I'm really excited that March Maker is here.
Well, it shows you the benefits that she has. Everybody gets
New customers and our
perhaps that's the best positive, beneficial to each other.
Honestly, you're trying to figure out what I can say today about this red for her birthday. I come to the conclusion that what you can say is, what can't you say? I mean, honest to God, I can go on and on about all the wonderful qualities about red, but I have no time to miss, and I will consolidate it to just this one thing. In all the years I've known Miranda, I guess 9 years now, she hasn't changed. Miranda hasn't changed one bit. All those awesome qualities that she had when she was 9 years old, all the goodness, all those smiles. Now look, honestly, I'm trying to figure out what I can say to this.
prescription medicine training for 6 months with moderate disease rates and it's not well controlled by complicated prescription. But
I'm wearing popper pants. What's making your pants?
Sure.
Hey, nigga, fuck Dan Snyder. All my niggas gon' fuck with Dan Snyder. Hey, what y'all niggas think of Dan Snyder? Nickelodeon's been investigating this nigga for years. Push the fucking button. Fuck Nickelodeon. Nickelodeon. Niggas loitering. I heard you live lonely as hell in Calabasas, surrounded by aesthetically strange foot paintings. Hey, I'm gonna show this nigga what the feet really feel like. That nigga should be booked. Throw away the key, nigga. Fucking fat ass nigga. Yo, fat shame this nigga. He deserves to be fat shamed. Pay me a hood, nigga. I came to your street. Nobody knew you. If I go missing after this, just know that nigga Dan is 93% responsible. Right? That Victoria shit got kind of mid after the second season. I like that Carly. Amy Lynn Spears could have been the next Mary Kate Nasty. Look at her now. Britney Spears' sister. You don't even got no fucking money spread videos. I ain't never seen one Dan Snyder money spread video. I gotta get to your fucking. What the fuck did you do again? Why the fuck was his shirt always off? Yo, I heard you got Nasty Classified canceled because it was only showing on people network was bad in your ratings. That's fuck nigga shit. You the reason Ned started the podcast and Mo started rapping below. Yup, network was bad in your ratings. That's fuck nigga shit. You the reason Ned started the podcast. His shirt always off. Yo, I heard you got Nasty Classified canceled because it was only showing on people network was bad in your ratings. That's fuck nigga shit. You the reason Ned started the podcast and Mo started rapping below Yachty and shit. Here, I'm genuinely so sorry. I'm probably your biggest fan. I listen to Money Counter every morning. I was just joking. I swear to God. Listen, no Riddle niggas watch it every day. I'm on this twisted tea right now. I'll smack the shit out of this nigga. I need that. I need that. Honestly, and trying to figure out what I can say today.
Thousands of years, even millions of years. So they'd be like way ahead of us. They'd be doing galaxy-wide engineering. How is it that we look out there and we don't see anybody doing galaxy-wide? Maybe we don't have
Dan Schneider is in the industry because those of us who don't work on a daily basis within the Hollywood industry, we don't understand the background. We see the actors on the red carpet. We see, the movie premieres. We don't see what happens behind the scenes. And what a lot of people don't understand is those people that you love, who's the Oscars and on the red carpet, they're actually the least powerful people in Hollywood. I know a lot of people were getting on the case of a lot of actresses who were not speaking up about their experiences with sexual harassment.
Hey, nigga, fuck Dan Snyder. All my niggas don't fuck with Dan Snyder.
Right. But we don't have to high resolution video. If they were doing what if they're not? What if they're at the level that we're at? That's what I'm saying. What if we're at the peak and this is argument that we are? What if it gets to the point where artificial intelligence doesn't know exactly
If I go missing after this, just know that nigga Dan is 93% responsible. Victoria shit got kind of mid after the second season. I like that Carly. Amy Lynn Spears could have been the next Mary Kate Nasty. Look at her now. Britney Spears' sister. You don't even got no fucking money spread video. I ain't never seen one Dan Snyder.
He would probably decide that's cool. Those things cause all these problems. All the problems in human race, what's our number one issue? Where's the all problems? It's caused by ideologies, it's caused by acquisition of resources, depth of resources, violence. It's not the primary thing to motivate us. This is every single step of the way. But my point is that if artificial intelligence recognizes that the problem with human beings is these emotions, and a lot of it is fueled by the desire to expand, the desire to acquire things, the desire to achieve to us. But if it gets to the point where artificial intelligence is no longer stimulated by mere human creativity, Why would they do that?
Now, so why would it actually secret account limit even actually making the pitches that she created this chat line because the church is going everything that she was
They
doing.
realize that like we're based on some very
She was
violent
explaining the
chimpanzees.
truth about a lot of
You know,
different
there's a
things,
lot of
including
what we
things that
are
have to do
because
with
of
her,
our genetics
her
that
family,
really are a
and
problem.
even other
And
people
this
in
is what's
Hollywood.
caused all of our
She was
all of
also
our
crying how much
all of
she
our
wanted to hear how
we
women
just
said
step
that
in
they were stealing
and
her
put a
money,
stop
and
to
that's
all
why
that.
she
We
was
also
dictatorship.
put a stop to our
Her ID and the insurance to show everybody that
we
this
are
was
moving
an
away,
original
but
account
that's
made by
natural,
her.
right? That's natural with a
And
more
here's some of the things that Amanda Bynes said on his Twitter account. I've been forced to deny this account again to prevent them from having me committed against my will again. Can you imagine having an abortion at 13 because your boss impregnated you? Committed because your mother touched you? Exposing the truth and then having your freedom threatened.
what's the
And
reason
honestly, this week was probably the most heartbreaking to hear about how she was impregnated
humans
13
that were tribal
by
creatures
the
as well,
boss.
same humans that stole resources from the
Years
village. This is our genius, right? This is what made us, that got us to this point. If we create a sentient artificial intelligence far superior to us, and it can create its own version of our
Storm emerged involving former Nickelodeon stars Josh Peck and Jeanette McCurdy. The incident in question reportedly saw Peck launching an attack on McCurdy. His words not just stirring, but also reuniting long-standing debates surrounding their shared past and connections to the network. This confrontation did not occur in isolation. It was further complicated by Peck's vocal defense of Dan Schneider, a figure already mired in contentious discussions about his role and influence during their tenure at Nickelodeon. In a surprising turn of events, Josh Peck, known for his role in Drake and Josh, publicly defended Dan Schneider amidst allegations, leading to a contentious exchange with Jeanette McCurdy, former iCarly star. McCurdy has been vocal about her negative experiences working under Schneider's direction. Peck's defense of Schneider not only sparked outrage, but also created a rift between him and McCurdy. The incident unfolded on social media, where Peck praised Schneider's character and contributions to their shared network, Nickelodeon. This public endorsement indirectly attacked McCurdy's claims, escalating tensions between the former Nickelodeon stars.
So I asked him,
What it is
if you
to
create a
corrupt people
two-phone show
that go down these
that was
parallel
then
paths,
shared
take
with
off on
and share with
right?
me
Taking a step
about things of this nature with the unsupervised pool parties. He agreed to come on. He agreed to speak again to anybody in the media that wanted to speak directly. Or websites he just wanted to get the information out there. So he came on.
Yeah, okay. Let's go back, come back. Talk about that. Back if I didn't answer that. I mean, I think about myself now. When I have emotions, positive emotions, I can be getting off on a song, picture,
Real stories.
some new art form that exists in the past. That's positive. When I look for relating to another person, right?
And I called and canceled my surgery, and she said, "Are you going someplace else?" I said, "No, I'm taking care of it myself." She said, "Okay." And back in went away. She had bruising neck, infection over my arm. And she said, 3 weeks after I was on the count of war, I noticed, I was looking at my arms, and I said, "Gee, I don't
What
have
I'm
any
saying
bruises
is
on my
that,
arms."
yes, the things that you go wrong, but through this
But I know something's happening. I have to tell
right
you,
direction, I'm not even saying it's wrong. I'm not saying that it's wrong. I'm saying that if you wanted to program away some of the issues that human beings have in terms of what keeps us from working with each other universally, all over the world, what keeps us from these things? We're actually doing that more than we used to. Sure, but also not. You know, we're also like massive inequality. You get people in the Congo mining cobalt, powers yourself. There's a lot of real problems in society. There used to be more of that. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of that. And if you looked at greed and war and crime, also the problems that we do, a lot of it has to do with the these biological these control things, these built-in genetic codes that we have that are from our ancestors, because we haven't gotten it. Right. But when we get there, you think we would be a better version of a human being, and we would be able to experience all the good, positive aspects of being human, the art, the creativity, and all these other
So eventually, we look at, we're doing all those things that done already.
Right.
And I realized as I was going through
See that way.
No, it does seem that way.
really
It does overall, but it's also like,
someplace else. Because it was an actual object which had been refactored
it's moving
by
in a general.
incredible.
We are moving in a generally positive direction.
Why we want to
You have
continue
this incredible miles high.
the same direction.
Yeah, I don't think that
It's not a guarantee.
Incredibly eroded in one land. And in other places, it's much denser form,
These are
which means you're taking your life in your hand if you try to back down on the rocket
or it could
without
be radio
radar,
experts.
without other
This new thing.
sensors to tell you
Well, I
what
mean,
the blast
when I was born, we created nuclear weapons.
and that's what happens. So that's why
People would
in the
consider
region,
very soon we
when
have
they're trying to
hydrogen
back the
weapons.
moon with unmanned missions,
We have enough hydrogen weapons to light our whole planet.
if you don't lie,
We still have the dome.
they're hitting the damn glass.
That
And they
didn't
don't know
exist.
it's there because
It's
NASA has not
the 80s.
failed.
Now,
Remember the Japanese mission called
Something that
Slave
concerns you.
that made it barely.
And you could do the same thing with artificial intelligence.
And as it was going down, something ripped up
What I'm getting at is like, what do you
engines.
think life looks like if it's
What the
been
hell would do that?
what do you think seeming life looks like if it's engineered by far superior intelligence? And what would change about what it means to be a person?
We're going to be going through in our 3 hours. Remember, we have very short breaks, unlike some of the shows.
Based on what
So we have checked what the images are going to show you. If the images taken just as they landed
for example,
of the surrounding moonscape, you can see the shadows from the sun
why don't you work
of the denser things sticking in the glass projected on the landscape around
Yes,
the lander
but
in the
that's
photographs
still
of Odysseus.
you're implementing large scale artificial intelligence.
239,000.
You're
the fact that
you're essentially a superhuman. You're a different thing. You're not what we are. You're you have the computational power for you, and you have
Unless we've done before the global ever
for now. But this is the thing. Like you're engineering this artificial intelligence. Engineering this essentially like it's going to look at it, watch it, look at the issues that people are watching, say, well, we don't need this. This is what we need. Right. This is not having, who cares what all this is. It's something that's tricky. The body
because
is
it's
all
going to
this
see
all
those
this
types. So we should probably go through some more of this photography. There's very
No, I'm saying,
important stuff
man,
that
that's
goes into the camera. I don't think my pictures just look at the pictures and bring some common sense to what you see.
no, Odysseus has tipped over.
Well, really,
He
it's
did
all
all
perfect.
And well, remember, it's dark.
Keep going this general direction.
So they have to
But if you get artificial
make it
intelligence,
way back
all
up.
regions of mind.
Because the way it landed, it landed some of the solar panels are facing in the right direction.
yes,
Yeah,
you can create privacy.
facing the earth. They have to spend about a week trying to figure out how to talk to it and download all the data that are recorded during the landing.
It's
And then they ran out of time to get the sunlight
anyone
down.
can listen to.
So they're now waiting
Anyone
to
who has
wake back up.
Actually, it has
They have to use Lindsay.
Let me ask you a few more questions about the pictures.
Yeah, Pegasus. You can actually get phone easily. It's not hard at all. The new software that they have, all they need is your phone. All they need is your phone number. They can look at every text message you send, every email you send. They can look at your camera. They can turn on your microphone.
we have
You
ways
see the curve with her, right?
Taken as Odysseus was coming down.
Rabbi is definitely not doing it now. security people that really understand capabilities of intelligence agencies, 100% complicity. 100%. 100%.
I didn't know where to go through the whole.
Well, that's a earlier survey. And the fact is, except for the big chunks,
But from
they're pretty easy to respond to.
privacy from me, because I don't have access to the much. But if I was working for an intelligence agency and I had access to the next I would be on your device. Now, I've talked to the number one guy here. The privacy that we have today is far less than the privacy that we have. How's that? If you didn't have a phone, okay, and you were at home having a conversation, a sensitive conversation about maybe you didn't pay as much taxes as you should, there's no way anybody would hear that. But now your phone hears that. You have an Alexa in your home. Your Alexa hears you say that. She doesn't charge the crime because Alexa heard them.
This is our plan for prediction. 28 years ago, tomorrow afternoon, the option on the left takes you to reconstruction of a section of the stone as an architect named Robert Piertek and I reconstructed it.
But it's not just an imperfection, it's sort of built into the program itself. That's what fuels the algorithm, is it has access to all your data. It has access to all you, what you're interested in, what you like, what you don't like, you can't opt out of it, especially you. You've got a Google phone. That thing is just a net sweeping of information.
It's a wide angle image, 180 from Odysseus, and you can see the sky, the same cubicle refracted black light structure.
Picture number 4, am I looking at the sun reflection?
These are two different images. One on the left is taken by the observatory camera, and the one on the right is taken by the intuitive.
Unless they don't want it to be built in there, because there's an actual distance
And one is very high up.
built in there.
Notice the distance between the sun and the horizon, and the other is taken almost before landing, like about 100
But you
feet.
recognize the financial
And then
incentive
you
to
go
opt
to
in, because that's what a company like Google
very interesting
spends
little crescent.
the majority of the money is from data
The crescent.
for a lot of applications.
That's the Earth.
That's us.
That's us. 2 degrees wide, blue sky, as seen from the moon. And as seen from the Earth, the full moon.
Private from some people,
Well, there's just different.
but not really private.
And the moon figure
It's only private until they want to listen. And now the capability of listening to a phone is super
Look
easy.
at the color of the moon on the left hand.
No,
It's pink.
the Pegasus program,
That's what I was
Very.
going to ask you.
Refracted, prismatic glass refraction. Yeah,
right, but I
don't.
think it's a feature.
We'll come back to our
I think
picture.
part of the
It's by
feature is
Thomas.
that they want to
Why
see
you
the
Thomas,
data
you're on with Richard Holmes.
knowing about what you're doing, what you're talking about. If you're having a conversation with someone that's that happens. So something's going on. It's listening to the conversation. It's picking up on what it is. Well, it's not less than they're using the program, the intelligence program, to gather information from all your data. And you're basically letting the society unless you're using either something or two things, that's a major issue.
I saw a video lecture that you did 15 years ago.
But if you get, look, there are some phones that are like some graphics come down.
And you asserted something in that
Trackers, multi-phones, there's a bunch of phones that are being
the United States government was aware
but
of
you lose access to apps, lose access to a lot of features that rely on like phones, like for instance, if you have GPS, even if you're using GPS, or using the phone, or using that phone, they want to know where he's from. And you got to track. There you go. That's what a major issue. I think it's a major issue. I don't think it's a major concern for most people. But it's just a big benefit services.
you know,
Right. But you can't opt out unless you just decide to quit. Even if you do, they can figure out where you want to try and do something.
And I fact checked that you're correct. And that the same day of the inauguration, a second inauguration
Yeah, we do.
at the White House, conducted by, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Supreme Court Justice John Rothschild. You got it. You know, the video of Obama raising his hand, the Supreme Court
If
Justice
people agree that the benefit
leading
will
up through the inauguration.
outweighs the
And you
loss
talked about how this was part
financial
of
loss
a
of not having access to
society that the second inauguration had to take place with the rising of the star serials from the horizon in London, in Washington, D.C.
And I laid out in our analysis, with select programs showing exactly the rising altitude of Sirius and the rising during the second inaugural. It's because all presidents are part of this century-long ritual
But it's also easy to have.
leading to the creation of this experimental United States and its role in unveiling all of this information now.
Let's go to your question, Tom. Go ahead.
I wanted to ask you, it seems that you were saying that there was a faction, there seems to be more than one secret society faction.
Yeah, for most people. But my point is, as this technology goes, when you have greater and greater computational power, and then you're also integrating within this technology, how does that keep whatever group is in charge from being able to essentially access the thing that is inside your head? How do you, if you have a technology that's going to be upgraded,
And the other guy who want to keep a cover of building
software is going to keep improving as time goes on, what kind of privacy would be involved in that? Literally having something that will bring most people
come into crunch time.
intelligence
And I
agencies
think the roosters
can
got their
oh,
act together.
that's going to be great.
Secret meeting.
What does that look like?
But a Trojan horse.
I'm not looking at this as I'm just saying, just looking at this just saying,
Richard, you've not given up about
What is-
Snowdonia on
what
Mars.
are the possibilities of this?
No. There was
I'm trying to paint like a weird picture of how this might look like.
Once we get past, this real memory. And what does it mean? What were they? Who were they? What did they try to do? How are we related to them? How are we related to them? Et cetera. I mean, there's a million questions. It's so
What do you think about the
Next
potential
up,
for
let's go to Joe in Boston. Welcome to the program. Hey, Joe.
now, one thing that will come back is how you can't really understand what all these people are saying. We can develop a universal worldwide language. All languages that we have are great. They're all right. That's what I'm saying. We're doing that now. So Samsung calls do that.
Let's face it, you were taken in the back room and you could hear him counting down. I found out several things, but it's on YouTube. Neil Armstrong, when he went up to the moon.
But you think that the adoption of international language is pretty good. But there's also context that's missing. There's different cultural significance. There's different ways that people say things, gender, language, and other nationalities use, other countries use. You can't look at children and judge what's there. You might have something that's
Very documenting things, experiencing things, covering things up.
right.
The images are dated.
What a universal language.
Look at the damn images. You can't deny what
If you're creating something,
Are you saying, Richard, that the dome encompasses the
well, we
entire,
have all of our languages.
something
Pretty
around
much all
the
of
of that in the book.
the entire basket?
Yeah.
use it, but how many versions of the word do you have? There's a bunch of weird things about language that's in because it's old. It's like old technology. If we decided to make a better version of technology through better version of language through artificial technology and say, listen, instead of trying to translate it, now that we're super powerful intelligence machines or advanced artificial intelligence, it's created a better, more superior, universally adopted language.
Reformed by incredible technology. And then other civilizations
Yeah, I
got a
do.
hold of it,
Yeah, I
and they
think that
left
was
their imprint. So
we
we don't
lose
know
all the
how much
amazing
archaeology,
nuances
how many
of culture.
millions or billions of years
For
of
us,
previously
but we're not going to
inhabited
be
iterations of the
maybe it
globe
would be better
there are there.
if we could
Just
communicate
waiting for us to start
exactly
asking
the way
the right
we
question.
were to.
And Richard, for Joe's benefit, who's blind, how can he listen to you on Saturdays?
Just log on to the other side of midnight.com, and there is a link. You have someone that can help you.
Yeah, he's got something.
Just log on the link for listening live to the show. It's right on the homepage.
Richard C. Oakland with us, his website, theothersideofmidnight.com. You still use Enterprise Mission?
Well, I use it as an archive, and I have it a lot of time, with the show.
For now, when you're a mind
I
reading,
have volunteers.
flying around,
It takes a lot of music to do a show.
Oh, yeah.
changes.
And remember, I used to try to do it 5 days a week. It was killing me.
It was
What are your thoughts
So
on
I come back 2 days a week. So I'm trying to write, and I'm trying to do research and do the show. And it's a full-time job balancing, first of all, various Dubai work. But we've got the good. Tonight is an amazing night. Just all you folks have to do is go over to the other side of midnight, Saturday night, and you'll see and hear some astonishing confirmation of everything we said 28 years ago. Aren't I?
Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Are you vindicated? How do you feel?
I'm not. No, I'm sorry. I probably act very modest people. I'm not. Science is hard. Nothing in science is almost impossible. Not because the sciences are, but because the politics are so impossible. If you think the political landscape between Biden and Trump is polarized, wait till you get into food fights in academia about the reality of science.
I bet.
Since I'm not on the club, by the way, you all want to read that Washington Post story. It is such a hilarious, slanted hate piece. I'm waiting for the guy who wrote it to call me up someday in the next few months and apologize.
28 years ago, is he still around?
Not driving on the years with snap. It wasn't even the science editor of Washington Post. It was some intern.
Wasn't Carl Bernstein or anybody like that, huh?
No, this was not. No, the weirdest thing is if you read his actual reports on, he reported everything accurately. He quoted the science accurately, he quoted the engineering, quoted the image analysis, but he put the wrong on it with the hope and said, those scientists still we can't believe any of this stuff.
We're going to come back with Richard C. Oakland and take final phone calls next on Coast to Coast AM.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.9 and above. Listen live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com. Download it today.
Right. Far I'm younger than you, right? So nice. Yeah, now you look at the 5 engine. How beautiful it is. How incredible. What the right, but as you expand that further, you want to actually in simulation. And that your life is not this carbon-based biological life. You're part of this thing that you create. This is where it gets really weird.
So why don't we just agree that taxes aren't
They
fun,
think
but
that
you still have to do
the simulation is
tax
possible.
filing software?
More likely it's already happened.
Tax Act. Let's get them over with.
Not everyone can upload an entire image library while directing the phone. You're managing online bookings plus a website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls and providing the perfect lighting and capturing the perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the the IT solutions to help you
in
manage it
your
all.
way. Yeah.
Visit coxbusiness.com for
And
details.
if you
All
were
services subject
some
to
sort
Cox
of
Business
like,
general terms.
wouldn't that be the way to go instead of like taking physical
Hey, it's Kayla
crap?
Cuoco with Priceline. Ready to go to your happy place for a happy price? Well, why didn't you say so? Just download the Priceline app right now and save
Create
up to 60% on
artificial
hotels. So
space.
whether it's cousin
Create
Kevin's
artificial
kazoo
world.
concert in
Create
Kansas
something
City,
that
Bill Clinton, or Becky's bachelorette bash in Bermuda.
is
Never
indiscernible.
have to miss a trip ever again. So download the Priceline app today. Your savings are waiting. Go to your happy place for a happy
Until it actually does all the same things that regular reality does.
Not everyone can upload an entire inventory every month. So you're managing online bookings plus website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls with perfect lighting and capturing perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit
So the galaxy
coxbusiness.com
wide
for
engineering
details.
is the main
All services
thing
subject
look
to
at
Cox Business general
where I don't
terms.
see evidence for life outside. Well, there's definitely no real evidence other than pilots and other people say there's just don't area.
Free one-day delivery on backlots and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on the way.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only at DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/people. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dixon, the Pill, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of it. You can't see how it helps
Over the next 4 years,
or how it helps block a key source of information inside the body
bars
that
are
causes
passing.
eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin.
Stopping
But you can see
and
how Dixon can help you
first
have clearer skin
then
and less itch.
20,
Individual results may vary. Some allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dixon. Visit Dixon.com or call 1-844-DIXON.
Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today. Go to
What's that? Looks like Matthew from Rothschild.
Very funny.
You know it's scary. I know I asked one questions about this. Just beat around.
To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George974.
Dedicate your whole life to this. And this book, Ray Kurzweil's Singularity is Near When We Merge with AI and Building Up. Did you do the audio version of it?
Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Next up, our gatekeeper, Krishna, joins us to talk about why we die, the science of immortality. It should be fascinating.
No.
We're going to come back with
I want to hear it in your voice. Your words.
In just a moment.
Yeah, why don't you do it?
This is Wednesday, that means for you Coast Insiders. Two more.
Why waste all that time sitting around doing it? Basically, they do it now. They can take your voice from this podcast. And
we have a lot of programs there. So, two of them, both from 2004.
You know what they're doing now?
Spoke to William Goldman. They discussed how our body experiences. And then we got in 2004 again. Art was joined by Richard Heinberg.
And it's going to be like your voice, perfect sound, my voice, perfect sound.
Two great shows there. Take a listen. It's classic audio. It's available to Coast Insiders. You can listen on multiple platforms. This is great to Brand Insider. It's also
It's only 15 cents a day, and the people who sign up just
But he does it with AI, and it sounds exactly like what that person is. So that's the solution. Have AI read your. Of course, you should have AI read your book. I can't believe we even think of you sitting down for 40 hours or whatever it takes. It'll probably take more than that to read this whole book, and then if you mess up, you got to go back and start again. So that's going to be feasible.
do give it a try. A couple ways you can sign up to be an insider. You go to our website, coasttocoastam.com. Right at the top of the homepage, it says Insider. Click that.
I bet they do. Don't you think they do it, Jamie? Yeah, I think they can do it right now. Listen, Ray, I appreciate you very much. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for your time. Thank you for this book. When is it available?
And also, you can also sign up now if you live in Canada.
Thanks, sir. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Bye, everybody.
If you're looking to lose some weight, learning the science of weight loss versus just counting calories is the true secret to weight magic drops and capsules. Here's product creator Dan Putnam to explain how insulin management is the key.
Everything for weight loss has been focused on eating less calories. What a lot of people don't realize.
I have some tour dates to let you know about. Athens, Georgia, on November 7th, and Atlanta, Georgia, November 29th and 30th at the Fox Theater. Get your tickets at eobon.com/TV. We got new merch, 3 new shirts. You can check them out. They're beautiful. They're nice. We get some of the Christmas gifts. If you want, get on early. Rat King America, Gang Gang Paul, and the Hitter 500 Racing. Get all that and more at eobonstore.com. Thank you so much for listening. Today's guest is a journalist, political commentator, author, and yapper. He's one of the guys that made a big transition recently. He's been going to a major network, onto X, which is a major network, but a little bit different. You guys know him probably by name, and if you don't, you're going to get to. Today's guest is Tucker Carlson. Sure he's in. Are you the spit cup? Maybe I'll try one towards the end of that episode.
Hopefully it ends up in your hands. Fraudulent tax
Really?
returns due to identity theft.
Would you try this?
30% in 2023.
Sin? Is that their advertising campaign?
Sin is not a sin.
Really?
Yeah. Truth is, sin is powerful.
Even if you're careful with your personal information, and if you do become the victim of a tax-related
Really?
identity
Fucking
fraud,
erection, huh?
LifeLock is U.S.-based restoration specialist ready to help solve identity
I don't
theft
know if I
issues
want to
on
Sin
your behalf.
supported.
Plus, all LifeLock plans
You know,
are
I
backed by
don't
the
know.
$1 million protection
I
package.
think so.
LifeLock
Oh yeah, because you want people to get addicted. Just close your eyes.
And if you lose money due to identity theft,
That's the neighbor saying, "Hey, it's real quiet over there."
Whack it on
they'll
the night.
protect your information immediately with LifeLock. Go to LifeLock.com, save up to 25% off your first year with promo
Dude, I would hate to have a real long wiener give a cat. That would be the fun. That would be the fun. That would be dangerous.
identity theft protection starts here.
Oh yeah, but you'd have to put a little bell at the end of it or something.
Feather.
Yeah. Nice to meet you, man. We've never met.
Hungry kids get sick.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I shouldn't say
It's
that.
very hot. Is this a real?
Can help change your life.
Yeah.
So yeah, my laugh is very high, and that's how you know.
I like that. Yeah, and I should have said that. It's not nice to damn somebody laugh.
Oh, I.
Oh, I'll give it a run, man.
Okay,
No, I think you're like, it kind of reminds me of like a proud kind of grandmother from like maybe the.
Thank you for helping Sue.
Or like a woman that just got a new cookie recipe in the mail, you know.
It's joyful, but there's a sort of undertone of diabolical.
Oh yeah.
But in my case, it's totally real. And again, it's not an appealing laugh. It's not like wow, what a amazing laugh. But this is not a chortle. It's more a giggle.
Yeah, no, it seems like a kid. Yeah, like a kid would love it.
The other side
It
of
seems
midnight.com
like
is his website. So we'll be talking about.
Yeah, it reminds me of like Winnie the Pooh kind of, you know. You look, you do have a Christopher Robin vibe if you grew up, you know.
After the state of Washington. Hey Jeffrey, thanks for
Actually, there was a Christopher Robin. That was the old son.
Speaking with you again. It's been a while. I am a researcher also. I have found
Really?
subjects
Yes.
of March.
Unless I misremember. They know who it was.
Yeah.
On Earth, I found you.
Oh, that's hard.
Miners.
Good to see you today, man. We never met before. Really?
Yes.
And are they like how children are we talking?
The problem that I'm running into
Oh, that's fine.
is that
Just saying. I don't
Nothing creepy or anything.
Yeah, I don't need like because it's kind of weird that they allow like
little kids to watch you.
it's a seat that like sometimes it's weird that there's no barrier to entry in a
There's
lot
porn
of
on
work.
Twitter. So, I mean, in the world that knows that.
You think there should be porn on Twitter?
No.
Anyway, the two clips are being great.
You know.
I don't know if any way to recover.
Yeah, don't go to.
I wouldn't spend a lot of time trying to ban porn on Twitter. Twitter is pretty ugly.
What things do you think shouldn't be on Twitter?
I mean, I think everything should be private. I'm on Twitter because everything is
Right?
No, I don't think everything is on Twitter. I haven't found the boundary yet. But most of the things that are said, Facebook is speech, and it's a political view that most people don't like. It's still, yeah, I'm so grateful for that. So we'll
Well, didn't they have? Well, one thing that I don't like on Twitter is when you see like people beating up teachers and stuff like that. You ever see any of this violence? Right. But the fact that they allow it and kids beating up each other, they have like those things where somebody's going to set up, somebody's filming, some other kids like are going to come in and beat up your kid, right? Why do they? Because then I feel like if they would stop allowing that, then because other kids just start mimicking what they see.
Well, it's such a bad thing to watch it. I say someone's watching a lot. It's like the ISIS videos.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or there's a whole bunch of channels of criminals getting shot coming into a convenience store or a liquor store and some Korean guy just blows it. Yeah. You can't help it. I mean, it is the most alluring kind of porn. You just watch it again and again. This guy getting killed. Yeah. And you think this.
Yeah, there's probably part of your spirit or whatever.
Totally, it's not edifying. It's like actually bad, but it's very hard. You ever seen the criminals getting killed?
Oh yeah, I've seen a couple of them. There's one guy who's so good at it. He's killed like 7 criminals.
Yeah, he's a watchmaker in LA.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. No, he's a very famous guy.
Oh, there's a one guy. I'm like, dude, they gotta quit trying to rob this guy.
Well, he finally gave up, and now I think he lives in Vegas. But this was in the 80s or 90s in LA. He killed 5 people literally, with revolvers too. This was before everyone had like a double stack, 19 round magazine. These were just like the conventional 38 or 37.
That's him right there. You got that up for me? This is a
watch seller. He's actually a watchmaker. He's a guy who fixes expensive watches and makes them in years. Very
the other Lance Thomas was wounded 5 times at his shop. Wow.
Let's see.
He's like the 50s.
Okay, I'm sorry. Is my memory pretty good or what? He killed 5 robbers since '89.
Amazing. He's like the 50 Cent watch. He's like 50 seconds. He's like,
yeah, that's good.
That dude's unreal. They ran me out of business. Sometimes says there's got to be a truce. There's got to be a time. There's got to be a time when you walk away from the prison. Wow, so he just quit because it was too.
What a BMF. I mean, he shot a couple in one day.
He said, this is his best quote. Mr. Thomas said he felt no remorse for the lives he had taken. The police ruled each shooting was justified. I was ice, he said. The frightening thing about this is that it all comes.
It's not good for you. I mean, you don't want to have to kill them.
What's a fair amount?
I don't think you want to kill anyone fucking help it. I mean, well, it's certainly justified in self-defense. And no one will judge you. No honest person will judge you for killing someone. Life, loved ones, leaving your property, but I just don't think you want to have to.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, well, unfortunately, there's some people I think that wake up and they're kind of like, wouldn't mind getting into a little killing or whatever. But I think you have a lot of people moving in places where you can defend yourself, where the laws are more in your favor to defend yourself because it feels like your own safety has become your own responsibility.
Well, if you can't defend yourself, it's like, by definition. If someone hurt you, you can't defend yourself, then you're not. Obviously, yeah. Because that's a human right. That's she's not
In a human?
Defending yourself. You have to be able to defend. If I walk up and punch you in the face and you can't get back, I'm the master of your slave, obviously.
Yeah, that's why I think it's one reason why you can't take guns away is because people have, at the end of the day, have to be able to defend themselves.
Well, at least, they've got their own thing.
Yeah. But I was thinking, what I don't like about those, like the violence that they show on Twitter, where it's like the children beating up children, is because if you're a kid and you see that and you see it gets a lot of traction, then you just go do it. So you're just replicating this, like that. It's like you see so many more kids doing it now because they've seen it as like a thing, like. So that kind of thing, I don't think they should allow on there.
Well, also you don't want to see every ugly thing. You know what I mean? Yeah. You don't want to see fat people in the shower. You don't want to see people in the shower. Like, a lot of things that happen. You don't necessarily want to.
I don't mind watching a thick person in the shower because there's a real skinny person there with them and they have to like kind of like jockey for position or something. Shower with somebody's hard, I think. I don't matter what size they are.
Have you seen one?
I think I've been in some showers with some, with varying sizes of humans and it's
all the fattest person in the shower.
Probably are good.
Like real fat or just kind of bulky?
I remember I picked this gal up one time trying to fucking go back to how it felt about that. I'll probably say upper ones. Get into that now.
No. Just as yeah. Okay, you're lying. I can tell. Yeah, you are.
Is there laws, like, do you know if there's any laws, like, if there's people who are doing pedophilia, right, and they are reaching out to children through social media, why isn't there a responsibility on the social media companies?
Well, that's a great
allowing
question.
that to be an open law?
I think there is. And I think some have got in trouble for that, providing a space for that. But it's certainly wrong. And I gotta think they make some effort to stop that, but I think there's a lot of numbers of people's
think so?
Seems to be. Yep.
Yeah, I wonder why that is, huh?
Because you can look up other people. It's kind of like you said, you wouldn't allow video of kids fighting on the internet because it's
Yeah. Yeah, man, I just want to get to know you a little bit.
I want to get to know you too. I'm not sure.
Oh, no, you don't weigh enough. Yeah, man, nice to meet you. So you grew up in California, right?
I did.
And so were you, I think people were in a fraternity. I think that's the most thing people look at.
In a fraternity?
Yeah, no, what frat was this guy? Really?
Never joined the fraternity. Oh, my roommates joined it. They actually lived in it.
And
I don't like to be told what to do at all.
Really?
No.
Me either.
Like at all. Like at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like I have a moral claustrophobia stuff. I'm happy to do things. I don't mind serving other people, but it has to be voluntary.
Yeah, I don't like being told.
Hey, bitch, go get me a cigarette. You're a pledge.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't think. Yeah, and I don't want to be told what to do by some white kid that's in poli-sci
Or any color.
Yeah.
No color. Yeah. Or adult, for that matter. I just don't want to be bossed around. And by the way, I don't mind taking advice or advice counsel from people I respect. I'm often wrong. I'm not saying it's right. But being ordered to do things suggests a level of disrespect.
And even just about like work and stuff, were you always like that from just like with work, like you want to be your own police? That's where you end up, right?
Getting fired.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, not that I don't want to fight about it. I'm not interested in you tell me what to do or give a lot of lectures about it. But I definitely, especially in my business, a similar job where you're thing.
Yeah.
Right? And so you want to do your job, which is to say, okay.
Was there even a time when you were working at different news places where you were like, oh, is this still really?
It was always my voice, but there just you could feel the parameters. When I started in my 20s, mid-20s, now my mid-50s, it's been a long time.
Oh, you look great for 50s, man.
I'm 54.
Are you really?
Yes.
Wow.
I don't feel it. But anyway, but when you're much younger and you've got little kids, I always have a lot of kids.
Yeah.
You know, you feel vulnerable. You know, you're not allowed to see certain things, and I do think I was never censored, but I self-censored. Sure. It's not a good idea, and you know it's not a good idea. You know what I mean? But you allow yourself to be convinced because you know it's super popular to say it's not good. It's not a good idea.
Why do we go along with that consensus a lot of times? What is it that makes us afraid to speak out?
People have a deep need to be heard. Text, shelter, you know, it's people want to be connected to other people and try to understand it, and I want that too. But that can override reason and common sense very often. So if you're in a really I mean, everyone's in a room full of people. Yeah, it's like, you know, I hate chocolate ice cream. People white chocolate ice cream suck, and you're like, yeah, they kind of suck. You know, it's a human thing, and people go along with stuff that their gut tells them isn't right, but you should never ignore your gut, your instincts, which you inherit from your ancestors. And if you're with somebody and you feel, that person's lying. That person's lying. You may not know what about. You don't have X-ray vision to see the soul, but you can smell the deception in someone. I know that you can. We all can. Oh, yeah. Or if you feel danger, you're like, wow, this person poses a threat to you. You're right. You don't know the details. You don't need to know the details. Get away. Yeah. And if something's really stupid, let's go for what's wrong. What? And I just feel like it's, you know, maybe because of my age and my job, I have a moral obligation to say, I don't think that's what we want. You don't want to go. No, because that's not insane. That's insane.
Oh, yeah, look, I'm not saying it is either. I don't think that we should be involved in a lot of this shit.
You think? How's it helping? Is it helping you a lot?
No, it just causes
All these moral victories you're winning?
It's causing more problems. I don't even know if I'm winning any moral victories. It just causes more problems, you know. It's like hard to navigate between my friends that are different ethnicities or different from different places now. It's
We
like,
shouldn't have to. It's wrong with your we should have to do that.
right, but do you think? And I think when I was a child, it felt like that. We were all It felt like we were united. That we were all like Americans. But it doesn't. I feel like that's been pretty heavily compromised pretty quickly, even, which is almost amazing. And I feel like, and these aren't Debbie Downer feelings; these are just thoughts. Let's just say that. I think sometimes that, yeah, it's like America just feels like a shell company that
People just park their asses.
we're just an LLC for a lot of, yeah.
No, I mean,
Have we always been that
of course
though?
not. It was a real country. It wasn't just an idea or some shell company.
Yeah.
But no, a buddy of mine, his friend just sent me a video about minutes ago. He's dropping he's in his daughter at parents' weekend at a college. And there's a huge demonstration on the middle of campus between, two sides in the Middle East. And one of the sides starts burning the other side's flag. It's a foreign flag, okay? And this fist fight breaks out. And I'm like, I mean, I have views on, who's more right or whatever, but I thought to myself, and I said to him, if someone burned an American flag, nobody would fight over it. You have to burn an American flag. But burning the flag of another country, which is not our country, which we do not pay taxes, it's military, we don't serve it, that's the most offensive thing. Like, we have lost the thread now. We're all Americans, and if you wind up in a place where our allegiance to other countries or regions or things that are not American take precedence over our common Americans, I mean, we're screwed. We're screwed.
I feel like we're at the apex of that.
Yes.
And if we're not at the apex of that, I don't think we're at that in the, we're getting to that in the moral compass of life. And it's sad because I think a lot of people, myself included, or for myself, I ever wanted to get to that. No, I never, but I think a lot of people are just starting to feel like, once your Americanism dissolves, and once your common thread dissolves, you don't have a connection, so then your instincts start to take over, like what I'm talking about, and you have to take care of yourself. And so once the ice you're on starts to get melting, before you're on an ice, you can skate, you're seeing other people, you're buying jersey on somebody, whatever. You guys are all on the ice, right? You're imitating Home Alone. Gays, there's gay guys always on the ice. But it's like, what are gays doing in the ice? Skate. But they're having fun, right? And I'll say that I'll live with a gay ice skater. He could jump over a Volkswagen. Oh, it was unbelievable. I've never seen how strong ankle. I mean, just the dude was like, he brought us out of the living room once and showed us he blew our mind. Beautiful guy. Not that great. I mean, pretty beautiful, I guess, tall. Which adds a little
well
bit.
built too, obviously.
Oh, yeah, kind of. I don't know. But anyway, once that ice starts to melt, the first thing you have to think about is yourself, right? So that's what I feel like where we're at now. And a lot of people are having to think about themselves, literally watching our country or what we view as our ideals and morals and what we held dear, sink in this water. There's nothing you can do about it except to take care of yourself. That's what I feel like a lot of people are at. There's nothing they can do right now.
And they're displacing a lot of their frustration about our economy.
Oh yeah, I saw some gas the other day. I was like, Jesus, man, how do people afford that? Yeah, how do you even do a bonfire? That's totally right. Yeah.
No, it's completely right. Yeah, how do you, if you want to take gasoline and portable power?
Yeah, right.
But they're displacing a lot of that frustration onto regions, countries, conflicts that are thousands of miles away. It's almost like I'm picking a team, and all my rage is going to. And I do wish people reserve their anger for our leaders who deserve it on both sides, and for the problems that are setting the country back for Americans. It's kind of poor, actually. It's shockingly poor. And people should be really mad about that. Instead, they're mad about whatever, Israel, Hamas. I get it. I think they're, I'm sure people are upset on both sides. However, it's unhealthy to spend all your time in your head enraged about a foreign conflict when your own country is suffering badly. We need that energy, that constructive energy here. And I never hear anybody say, 108,000 people died of fentanyl in my country. Like young people, a lot of them weren't doing fentanyl. They were taking Percocet or benzos, and they ingested a pill with fentanyl in it. They died. They were poisoned to death. Okay, that's unbelievable. That's outrageous. No one seems mad about that. Yeah. They're mad about some foreign war, and what a waste.
Yeah. What do you call a person who speaks 3 languages? Trilingual, maybe? Or trilingual? I'm not sure. What do you call a person who speaks 2? Not me. That's it. But if you are like me and you want to learn more languages, well, Babel can help. That's right. Only 22% of Americans speak a language other than English at home. Start learning a new language this fall and be the exception. Because with Babel, you start speaking a language in just 3 weeks. Why Babel? Because it works. Babel is designed by real people for real conversations. All of Babel's tips and tools for learning a new language are approachable, accessible, rooted in real life situations, and delivered with conversion-based. That's right. And here's a special limited time deal for our listeners to get you started right now. Get 55% off your Babbel subscription, but only for our listeners at babbel.com/BABL. Get 55% off at BABBL.com/DO. That's BABBL.com/DO. Rules and restrictions. There's some famous comedy duos who get it going. You know that? I'll say Key and Peele. Brooke and Mortal, Santino and Lee. Those are some. But the perfect duo when it comes to growing your business is you and Shopify. That's right. When I started podcasting, having an online store was kind of the furthest thing from my mind. I didn't think about it. I didn't expect it. And all that's changed over time. And Shopify has helped. That's right. Shopify is the global commerce platform that helps you sell at every stage of your business. From the launch your online shop stage to the first real life store stage. All the way to the, did we just hit 1 million orders stage? We're all waiting for you. Shopify is there to help. Whether you're selling cement, soap, or menthol. Shopify helps you sell everywhere. Shopify can help you turn browsers into buyers with your next step, converting checkout to 36% better compared to other leading commerce platforms. That's right. Right now, you can sign up for a $1 per month trial period at Shopify.com/Theo. That's right. Go to Shopify, SHOPIFY.com/THEO now to grow your business, no matter what stage you're in. Shopify.com/Theo. Yeah, well, I think it's a lot. I mean, that opioid epidemic thing, you know, like I remember watching that show. What was that show that I really liked? Yeah, Dope Sick. Dope Sick.
I live in a place with a lot of that.
Well, it's about Michael Keaton, right? I think that's the movie back in the now, right? Which is a perfect example.
Oh, it's about pretty far.
It's a perfect example of our country. Even Batman is fucking selling pills, you know?
Well, the company that got this country got rule there. Got away with it.
Well, they paid a fine.
Nobody went to jail.
Yeah,
the Sackler family, they're still rich and like really didn't go to jail.
This ruined my this. I think about this every single day. I hate the Sackler family. I hate this whole thing that happened. It's unbelievable.
But they got away with it. How do you do that?
Well, these people, this country, our FDA let these people down.
But no one was punished. Not one person was punished.
Yeah, I know.
And you see people go to jail. I mean, it's not even a political point. It's true. On both sides, voters for both parties go to jail for very small things. Very small things.
Yeah.
And yet, like, poison the entire country, wreck an entire generation of kids, and you're still a billionaire? Tell me how that works.
If I ever saw that guy in the street, I would fucking saw his face.
How would you saw his face?
I'd figure it out.
You bring a saw? You have a saw?
That's what should have been saw. That's amazing. You know what I mean? It's just unbelievable how many people like I killed with no care. And then the way that they lobbied our own FDA people, they took them off the job and paid them more to work for them to help them beat the laws. Sorry, man, I didn't mean to bring it up.
No. But I mean, next time they tell me I have to take some pharma product, I'm probably going to pass them. I'm probably going to pass. I don't trust you anymore, sorry.
Well, I missed today. You should get some fucking good pills too. I mean, there's part of that in this, you know. When a dude could give you a couple stack or twos, you know, just pull up the wall over there in the boat for an hour, you know.
I think those days are
well, I overdosed, man. I'm sober like 18 months. I was overdosed.
You're sober 18 months.
That's one of the reasons I don't do cocaine anymore is because they fucking ruined it.
What?
With the fentanyl. Yeah, but I'd rather shit than that, you know.
I agree with that.
I mean, you know, I'd rather get off this world and be like, oh, that was hectic, than be like, you know, like there. It's like, God, I wish I could
Go in
shit,
blue, yeah.
but I gotta go to heaven.
And that, by the way, is a guess. That's the hope. So how's it been 18 months?
It's been good, man. I love it. You
How
know,
were the first 6 weeks?
that's the toughest part.
Oh, I know.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
What did you have to get off of?
Oh, you know it. But yeah, it's been 21 years. But yeah.
But you can drink though?
No. I can do a little blow, I can drink, but other than that, I'm single. It's a modified pepper. That's great.
That's fine. No, and no diggies ever have a bad pepper.
Yeah.
But he's just a legend. A lot of people do a lot of different colleges. I mean, I didn't know all this. It's easy to be alive and just pay attention.
Well, without commenting on that, I will say,
No, sobriety's been cool for me, man.
but it was tough the first 6 weeks.
Yeah, I think what's tough is like having to change, having to quit something, you know, having to not have a beer if you need it, having to not like have something to give you a little bit of respite.
Yes.
That's right. Yes, that's a lot of it. Did you go off everything? Yeah. So I never problem with anything except for cocaine. So if I drink, I can have a drink, I'm fine. But I know if I have a drink, the only reason I'm going to have it is I'll have 4 sips and then I'll go for it. And then I'll be
How did you deal with feeling terrible?
on the cocaine. Poorly, brother. Begging people for Gatorade over text messages. Yeah, it was horrible, dude. Yeah, this was some of this they didn't have that.
So it's a high cost drug. Not just on the front end.
Yeah, the next day was horrible. The sad, like the thing that I apologized for. Yeah.
What's the freakiest thing you did?
Oh, yeah, I'll tell you. Well, the weirdest thing is what I would look for asphalt from the internet, right? And
Plastic food.
yeah,
Hunter Biden is plastic for
oh, yeah.
Others have been where you were.
Yeah, I think Hunter even was my club on some of this. And so he, I was, but then they would come to my residence. I would be so scared and paranoid. I would take money and hand it out the door because I didn't want to not pay for the, the service. They drove over, right? You know. So yeah, I would pay them, and then I would just be grateful that they weren't there.
So you wouldn't stiff the hooker to death. You would stiff
I think, look, I just felt bad.
You must have been their favorite account.
Well, then sometimes, dude, I had to talk to a lady who speaks another language. That's crazy. They think you're playing charades, you're fucking high.
You were ordering the human trafficking ones?
I wouldn't say that, dude. These people were off the interstate. I would say that. They were. Yeah, they weren't like.
Were they called black lizards?
No, this was. I mean, they weren't. I think these were decent. Yeah, fun to make $1. I never. Yeah. Anyway, this didn't get in well, but But yeah, that was kind of the toughest part because I was just looking for some kind of connection, and I just
That's a real thing. Because it's isolating. Drugs now are isolating. You're really about yourself. Part of you wants to regenerate. I think it's absolutely right.
Yeah, I like cocaine because I needed to control how I felt immediately. That's one big reason I didn't like alcohol. Because I was just such a control person that I needed to control how I felt immediately. So cocaine, I could do it immediately. The feeling would be there immediately. So that's one reason I don't like it.
You never got into Xanax or alcohol or anything to help you come down?
Oh, I wish I had. I didn't know you could do that.
Oh, yeah, you can do that.
Oh,
I mean, I don't think it's legal, but
so I was doing.
yeah, you're doing it wrong.
I was just.
You had the wrong kind of cocaine addiction.
And most of the shit I would do when I think head was Sherwin-Williams.
Yeah.
You know, this shit had, I remember doing a they call a back fish, So I'm like, this is legitimate, Cindy gloss. I'm like, this is for fucking shutters. This is outdoor weed. I've done some very questionable cocaine, so. What was it like for you getting off of it?
I mean, it was awful.
It was awful. It was awful.
Absolutely awful. But I'm so grateful that I did. I'm thankful my brother and I.
Wow, so it's in your family?
We're Swedish. Yeah.
Oh, you are?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. The farther north we go, on the globe, the higher percentage of people have drank. That's a big.
Look at Santa, dude works one fucking day.
I mean, the Eskimos, no, I'm serious. And,
oh, yeah.
My ancestors were in Northern Europe, so yeah, alcohol was a big thing. I needed to get off it, and children, and job, and TV, and this is like out of it all. Like within the first 2 months for weeks. Yep. I had no help at all. Yeah, I did it.
You're not willing to try and have, were you that kind of, you're like,
well, I had a public job on there. I was the insurance, and so I just thought, yeah, but whatever, I just wanted it. And it was fine, it worked great, and I've never come back, and I would. However, I didn't realize that I knew very little about it. It's kind of before I was using the internet, I just didn't know that much about it.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, it's false. My hands are shaking. I feel like I'm freak out all the time. Super anxious. Sweating. Heart palpitations. Business. Ask somebody. They have trouble with it. And you start to hallucinate. That means you have PTSD. Hospital. Never got me. So yeah, it was awful. But then, within like, I don't know, 6 months, I felt great. I started smoking 2 cigarettes at once. It probably got a little more intense, but I felt wonderful, and I felt great ever since.
Did you ever go to meetings? You ever get exhausted or not?
But I love it. I just did dinner myself. I couldn't do this. 12-step program. Russell Brands.
I was also to a meeting at Bobby's house on Tuesday.
Okay,
Bobby's a neat guy.
He is. He's a very deep person. Yeah. He's learned the right things, and people like that make me very pro 12-step. It's like they're just like, I'm not controlling my life, and they're not, because nobody is. Everyone lies about it. Oh, I've got to go to the You have no freaking idea what you're doing. You can't extend your life by a single day. You're lying to yourself and those around you. Just admit you have no clue. You're doing the best you can. You're a totally screwed up, kind of embarrassing person. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And be liberated. And so I strongly believe in that because it's true.
It is true. No, and the rest of it is such a sled.
And it's fake. It's ridiculous. I always say to my kids, everybody knows who you really are. Everybody already knows what your bad qualities are, and they love you anyway. So don't even try and hide them. I mean, I'm sure people who are like alcoholic or bad temper or gay or whatever. Yeah. I'm like, oh, no one knows. No one knows. Everybody knows. You get it? And again, they love you anyway. So you don't need to hide it. Just be who you are. And when you are, I mean, you are so liberated. it's this massive weight coming on. It's like, yeah, kind of fucked up, but you know, more than some, less than others, but trying. People are like, that's great. People are way less judgy than you think.
Right, and there's some inverse of it, you know, where it's like we think someone's so, but then if we look at the way we look at people, we might have some jokes about it, stuff, but most of the time we have empathy.
Exactly. At dinner, 2 nights ago, sitting next to this woman, she said something about, long story, and basically it was about, you know, a woman gaining weight. And I said to her, you know, I've never been in a group of just men, hunting trip, you know, where it's just men, where someone's like, ah, she's a fat ass. It's like men have the widest strike zone imaginable. Men like women, heterosexual men like women. They don't judge their appearance very harshly at all. They kind of tend to like all sorts of women. That's true. And if you knew how non-judgmental men were about women's appearances, you would relax. Of course, you don't care what men think about your appearance. You only care what other women think about your appearance, and they're very judgy. But it's the same principle. It's like we are less judged than we think we are. You know?
Yeah, it's funny, but we don't. But it's not the nature of us to think that.
Did you tell people when you were using them?
Yeah, I did. I think. Yeah. I told them. Well, I got into meetings. It was been in my family. You know, my family. It's in my family. So, okay, the drugs, just alcohol, childhood issues, really. A lot of it is more, a lot of my stuff comes from, like, in both, like, connectivity disorders. You know, so, but then whenever anything triggers one of those connectivity disorders, then a lot of times it would lead. So, yeah, I just love it. And what I love about it is now I get to see, man, I saw a dude yesterday who just got a 6-month shift, you know. The guy, man, to see somebody whose life is, you get to witness some, you know, I had a friend call me this morning, right? And we've been friends for years, dude. We kind of both know we have some of the same problems, and it was like the first time he like opened up to me. We were both sitting there just kind of crying on the phone. It was just because when he opened up, it just made me feel like I was like, I don't know, I just understood it, and it was like just so important.
Well, that's what intimacy is. Yeah. I've always thought that we misread intimacy. I think it's when someone tells the truth. It's very easy to tell the truth about other people. It's only when someone tells the truth about yourself, it's only when you admit who you really are to someone else that you have intimacy. That's the measure of intimacy. You're willing to tell someone who you really are. We're intimate that way, and vice versa. And that's totally the key. So if you want to know how many truly close relationships do I have, that's how you know. How many people am I willing to admit what a schmuck I actually am to? That's the number. And what I love about 12-step, I've never actually been 12-step. Actually, when I was at Russell Brand's house, summer, and he had a meeting here.
Oh, that's cool.
Hilarious.
Was it?
I didn't stay for it. One of the guys was smoking and they were, but I love the 12-step thing. It's just like as with Christianity, you admit right away that you are powerless. Yeah, exactly.
Your life's unmanageable. That's a nice word that they use a lot. Because it's like some other people, man, I'm not powerless. But I'll be like, things are unmanageable. The way that they phrased everything is just really articulate. Anyway, man, well, congrats on that. Yeah, I think it's interesting and it gives me a better scope to handle my own life, you know? It definitely gives me more opportunity to look at other people.
You find yourself less judgmental. What about guys used to do?
I did it by myself.
Dropping outlines.
Yeah. I change outfits and come back in and be a different guy. Yeah. I'm like, hey, don't do this. This is for me. You know? Just yelling at the other big.
You literally did it alone.
Oh, yeah. I do it alone and I go hide it somewhere. I go to bed. Nothing anymore.
My immune system will take care of it. Does affect your sleep.
Yeah, bro. Yeah,
I've heard that. Yeah.
well, just my sleep patterns is me praying, dude, that somebody would fucking pour Gatorade.
I always believe the exact number
Just like down there. Just because it's like has electrolytes in it. I would be sick of
have some cancer cells.
So you're not much of a planner.
It's just
You can go to Costco ahead of time and get a pallet of it for home.
that we keep it
No.
contained.
No, bro.
And they don't
You have some pretty crazy nights or no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
Now, what is
The good news is that
As a cancer cell, what is
Right, so it was a different
in the
time.
world that I started working in '91, everyone went to lunch every day. You know, I was a writer at a magazine, and everyone went to lunch for an hour and a half every day. Period. It was a different economy. This was before the corporations took over everything, and they put chips on your phone to listen to conversation, track your whereabouts. And before we became East Germany, they didn't really know where you were, and it was just a civilized place. And you just had lunch, and if you drank, it was totally within bounds to have a couple drinks at lunch, you know, and smoke at lunch, and then that can keep going. I'm not saying it was great for productivity, but it was a better country. That's just a fact. It was
some fun.
And so I would just say the great blessing in my life is definitely erase my memory of a number of years. So I don't have a lot of guilt because I don't remember what I was like, but I don't think very good.
Yeah. Okay.
And when you drink, like, even if you're not setting out to say use cocaine, you can wind up.
Oh, yeah. Somebody's got some cocaine. Oh, yeah, that's me right there. I did one time. People like, I was like a big fast guy for about 11 months.
Fast with nothing underneath.
Yeah, it's fucking.
That's kind of like the Chippendales thing.
Shades,
Yeah.
shoving in my
Did
part.
you ever dance?
Huh? No, only things. I'd make a smoothie. But, we just kind of like dancing with this.
But literally nothing underneath it. Just the
Yeah, no, just the best, yeah. Because this is in California too. The weather, weather permits.
Yeah, it's totally normal. I mean, I remember I grew up in California, and I'd often wear a vest. Silky vest. That's my nipples. I liked it.
Remember silk came out and it was like, there were silk shirts.
Oh, yeah.
They were so bad.
I'm not gonna wear.
Remember?
Yeah, I never wore a silk shirt in my whole life. I swear. I never felt it.
Good for you, actually. I fell for it.
I never bought anything from Fila.
Oh, yeah.
I never did. Never did anything that was velour. I mean, there are whole epochs in fashion history that is missed. I've been wearing the same freaking clothes since 1984. And I mean, yeah. If you just stay exactly the same, like someday this would be super. For a moment, and then we'll move on to something else. We'll go back to vests.
When I was in school, it was good, man.
It was
That
good.
style. Yeah. Yeah, you kind of you were conceived of like a Johnson Irving or something. Right.
I don't know what that is, but I will take that as
It's like it's a compliment, man. Like that's for Kevin likes that shit. That's cool.
What's Kevin do?
He does. I don't know. But that's Johnson Murphy. They're there.
He's a good producer. I buy almost no clothes.
in your book?
But I'm not.
The new science.
So let's get into something important.
Yeah.
Did you have
How is that possible?
You see trauma?
No.
Trouble? Trouble hooks?
Trouble, trauma, Trump. Those are the fucking those are buzzwords.
Make you nervous in the regular day.
I'd almost want to do one, but I just don't know how I'll do it.
Why don't we wait and something about which is things may happen.
Okay. It's wild, huh?
It gets wild in a subtle way. It kind of grows on you. It's not like doing cocaine. You know what I mean? Blast off or anything like that. It's a much more subtle, organic. You just all of a sudden you feel good. You feel the power rising on your central nervous system. That's really that means that it's easier to fingers. And up here, it just starts crackling synapses. There's the connections that happen. I know they get like ayahuasca.
Tuck, if you do like a tucker, a lip tucker, I would buy that. That was your brand of nicotine.
Like
would mean altering our potential.
You get a Native American attached to it. Yeah, but someone will love it. Native Americans love nicotine.
They certainly do.
God, they love it.
And I, unlike most people, actually,
Do you?
yes, I do. Because I live near a population of Native Americans.
Maine?
Employed to for years. Two that I know very well, both love tobacco and liquor.
Yeah, well, I think they love it. At least in tobacco.
100%. They actually, they gave us tobacco.
They did?
100%. Yeah, it was. I mean, there are a million different Native Americans. One of those terms. It's like I'm not sure what Passamaquoddies have to do with Hokies. It's pretty.
There was a lot of beef. There was a lot of beef between Native different Indian tribes. Yeah.
Some of them are very terminals, but no, they used a lot of tribes used it in use it rectal. Yeah, tobacco's a possible.
Now, oh, dang, huh?
Yeah. Look it up.
That's insane. What? I can't. Did Indian? Yeah, let's see. Tobacco smoked animal. Let's see.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that. Okay, so that is used by, imported from the New World.
Okay, and insufflation of tobacco smoke into the rectum by animal was a medical treatment employed by the European physicians.
Right.
But also it says tobacco smoke was used by Western medical as a tool against cold and drowsiness. And drowsiness, bitch, if I'm drowsy and you're blowing smoke in my ass, I got a wrong PPO.
You definitely do it. By the way, it's not even covered down. That and leeches are like completely ignored by the medical establishment. But it was common.
The procedure was used to treat gut pain and attempt to
You're not making this up. You're fact checking me in real time.
No, I love this. But applying it by animal was a technique appropriated for the North American indigenous peoples. Wow. See? How great is that? It's amazing. And they even thought it up. I think if you're chilling around that long, you got somebody's going to go smoking something like that.
You think so?
Yeah. Yeah, dude, you get people around.
So, like, how many thousands of years does it take the evolutionary process for someone to say, okay, we've reached this point in civilization where something's got to go smoke on someone else's ass? Is that before or after the wheel? Because they never figured out the wheel.
Look, I think it's 4 years. Somebody's blowing smoking. Really, it's crazy. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see how the first things happen like that.
How were the pyramids built?
People talk about it a lot. You know?
Don't know.
You don't know.
How is that? And I'm not, by the way, suggesting any theory.
Yeah, no, well, look, I think.
But how do we not know that? And why doesn't that make all of us humble? Like, if we don't know how they built the pyramids, 3,000 or 4,000, or actually, we don't know the pyramids were always built. If we don't know that, then we don't know shit. Right?
Oh, yeah.
So why don't you just say that?
Yeah. Why don't we just say whatever shit?
Yes.
Yeah.
All wisdom begins with acknowledging what you don't know. And anyone who tells you, well, I know the answer, is about to lead you into, say, war with the Brahman or something really crazy. Take the facts. You know what I mean? Like, that's a lie.
Yeah.
So never trust anybody who claims to have it all figured out.
Well, do you think that one of the political parties thinks that they have it all figured out more than the other?
I think they do. I mean, I think politicians, by their nature, are unwilling. By the way, everyone gets somebody who shows up and starts to tell a portion of the truth. Everyone loves him. And then he's always invariably accused of someone of that. They gotta take him out.
Yeah.
They're like, anonymous charges. He used to be in 1985. I can't tell you my name, but it happened. Mr. Russell Brand.
Yeah, there's always somebody. Yeah, they'll come out with anybody.
Or nobody. In his case, I don't think they put a name to any of the 4 people who were accused of sexual assault.
I'm not shocked. Well, now there's bots. They can even there's bots writing articles now. I read an article the other day about my parents. I've never heard of either of the 2 people in the article. Yeah, it was a bot article. It was a bot.
Have you done 23 in me?
Yeah.
You're positive? Okay.
I'm pretty. I mean, yeah, you're right.
You don't know, dude.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, maybe I'm angry at the wrong woman.
Exactly.
You know, that's a good point.
You're telling your straight about the wrong mom.
You know, I've had frustrating time buying tickets. My brother and I had tickets one time to a Chicago Bears game. someone offered to buy it from us. We were children. We were probably 11 and 13. Someone offered to buy it from us outside of the game. And we said, okay, we'll sell you our tickets. They were selling offers $25. We've never had them come back. We said, okay, we'll do it. And then they said they were undercover cops. Just the dumbest people we'd ever met. What I want to talk to you about is game time. You shouldn't have to worry when you buy tickets to your next big event. Game time is the fastest, easy way to buy tickets for all sports. Music, comedy, and theater events near you. Some things I love about the Game Time app, they have last-minute tickets, flash deals, and views from all seats in the venue, so you know if there's going to be something funny. If there's going to be a dang, pendulum or anything. Stop it. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code WEEKEND for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code.
What traits maybe integrate with some
$20 off. Download the Game Time today. Last minute tickets, no price. NBA fans, the wait is over. Basketball is back. DraftKings Sportsbook, official sports betting partner of the NBA, is celebrating the offer. New customers can score $200 in bonus bets for throwing down $5 in the NBA. Win or lose, it doesn't matter. We'll start the season with an instant. Basketball's more fun when you're in on the action. Download the DraftKings Sports app now. Customers can get $200 in bonus bets instantly for betting just $5 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Now it's a free Thanksgiving sandwich. This year, Ibotta is here to give you cash back and help ensure your Thanksgiving is because who wants turkey when that's not great? Turkey is great, but we all know the best part of Thanksgiving dinner is the side.
Okay, I see what they're doing.
Starting November 1st for the 4th year in a row, Ibotta is giving 100% cash back on Thanksgiving. Just add the offers in the app to redeem for everything you use to make your Thanksgiving tasty. All you have to do is shop at your favorite retailers and upload Ibotta gives you cash back on hundreds for produce and personal care. Download the Ibotta app now and use code Theo to get 100% cash back on your Thanksgiving dinner starting November 1st. Just go to the App Store or Google Play Store and download the free Ibotta app. Use code Theo, that's IBOTA, in the Google Play or App Store, and use code Theo. Yeah, I think one of the sad things these days is like that we don't know where to get any information. You know?
Well, I've got one suggestion, and that is whenever
Not to change the subject, I'm just trying to think.
Oh, it's a fair question. I mean, how do you make sense of the world if you don't believe it? So, how do you make rations? The children of our nation live in certain 9/11s, but the Twin Towers 9/11 Institute I can't really answer that. I do kids in kindergarten through 12th grade. I don't have first person accounts are taken from video. So they're liars. I know they're liars. All three of those, I know that they're lies.
You said it lies. That means like you write an article and you give it to your publisher, your producer, and then they say no and they change it, or what do you?
No, it means they don't assign stories on things that they.
And where do they get those news from?
It's all right.
Their job is to protect the people. To get 100% cash back on your Thanksgiving dinner starting. Just go to the App Store or Google Play Store and download the free Ibotta app. And use code Theo, that's IBOTA, in the Google Play or App Store, and use code Theo. Yeah, I I think one of the sad things these days is like that you don't know where to get any information. You know?
Well, I've got one suggestion, and that is whenever
Not to change the subject, I'm just trying to think.
Oh, it's a fair question. I mean, how do you make sense of the world if you don't believe? But tell me, how do you make that? I can't answer that. I don't know anything. That's Washington. I don't know that. NBC News, so they're liars. I know they're liars. I've written all three of those. I know they're lies.
You said they lie. Does that mean like you write an article and you give it to your publisher, your producer, and then they say no and they change it, or what do you?
No, it means they don't assign stories on things they want to do. I said,
and where do they get those?
It's all by instincts. Their job is to protect the people who are in power. Protect the people in power. And journalism is to challenge people in power on behalf of the country. Right? And they can work for me.
Yeah.
And so they can work with Washington Post. The idea is to protect Jeff Bezos and his friends at all costs. So, but I'll tell you a way that I think it's a good start to figure out what's true. Is watch videos. See somebody occasionally say something random. Shut up! Shut up! Let's put him in jail. Whatever that guy is saying is true. Or it points in the direction of the truth. Right? When someone says something that's like legit and saying no one's mad if this gets a friend on the bus. You know, who's talking about whatever. Is flat or lizard people. You know, but
playing duck, goose on a
totally. Nobody cares. He's not. It's insane. But when they become hysterical about somebody, he's a conspiracy theorist without even refuting what they told you. Then you know something's. I mean, a hurt dog barks, right? When you have an infection and someone touches near the infection, it hurts. What does that tell you? You have an infection.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, do you think that's one of the reasons why Bobby Kennedy did that is so crazy?
100%. Yeah. And what's so funny, as I said, I saw him very recently, right? And I said to him, I sort of follow it. I'm just interested in the reaction to Bobby Kennedy. And remember they attacked him as a crazy conspiracy nut for vaccines. He said there may be connections to vaccines and autism. Shut up! And they literally canceled his contract with their science because they played for them. And they just basically run him out of society. They don't talk too much about that. But the vaccine stuff. Because I think there is this recognition. But that actually a lot of people have heard of. A lot of people. And not just the exclusive stem cell investment that works with your body's stem cells. The flu vaccine, it accidentally supposedly prevents the flu, so maybe we get it. Somebody get hurt. But they were telling us for years, nobody gets hurt. That's just awesome.
Yeah, people get hurt all the time.
They get hurt all the time.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of vaccines. It's like even the polio vaccine. I remember saying this a lot, but they tested the polio vaccine in our hometown where I'm from. They had a primate testing facility there. And yeah, and that's where they tested the polio vaccine.
You grew up in a town with a primate testing facility.
Yeah. Tulane National Primate Research.
Osteoporosis. They didn't want it. It's
outside of New Orleans. No. It's outside.
They don't allow that in Audubon Park.
But in our town, this is where they made it at. But that vaccine gave cervical cancer to tons of women. And they knew it when they put it out, but they already ordered it. They already paid for it.
Exactly.
But so I think that
it's bad to lie, and it's especially bad to lie. If I lie to you about something, yeah. But if I'm lying to 350 million people, that's a crime. And they've done it. And the problem is, at this point, I was a surgeon, you know, because that's a pretty straightforward operation. I've got a knife, I'm going to take this over. But I don't think try this drug. Maybe I would, and I don't know. I haven't had to make that choice. But hesitant. They got caught lying and they never admitted it.
That's part of it. There's never any resolution. There's never any affirmation to you're questioning, and even if you were right, there's never any about-face
But it
acknowledgement.
can't get better. If you get in a fight with your girl, okay, and one of you behaves horribly, one of you's unsafe, and says something outrageous, and you want to continue the relationship, there has to go a point where you're like, I really was an asshole. Right. And only when you do that can it get better. It cannot be healed before you do that. It doesn't work. And that's true with public trust as well.
And that's where we've gotten.
But I don't understand why they can't admit it. Like, I've been wrong about a ton of things. I feel so much better when I admit it and stop pretending that I'm omniscient. I don't know everything, and that's okay. Why can't they do that? Why can't Fauci just be like, wow, I told you this in good faith, I was wrong, and I'm sorry. He would do more for people's trust in science if he's totally capable of that. He's a freaking sociopath, dangerous man.
It's a shitty picture, too. You see that?
Quite a shitty picture. And I say that as a shitty picture.
Yeah.
He's got to go work on it. But still.
No, it's okay, man. Look at this. Let's
Real people, real stories.
God, good fuck. That dude is.
He's got a mask on outside.
Huh? Dude, that guy's got fucking.
But it's so prima facie retarded. It's like there's a dwarf on the field with a mask on outside, throwing it at the backboard. Like, this is not a real country. If that guy's running it, this is a joke.
First of all, the bad boy's 11, so he's
Yeah,
flirting with a
exactly.
child. So let's call that he's flirting with a child. Let's call it
Yeah,
that.
you're a freak.
Now, half of America needs a Tommy John surgery in their heart because of this dude, myocarditis right there. And there I am, a fucking slider. Thank you.
Where is that?
That was St. Louis. Actually, I got to throw one out for the Diamondbacks. That's fine.
How nervous?
I was pretty nervous, I guess. It's something that makes you feel like how old you are. How I'm 40. Oh, I was 41. I'm 43, but I was like, oh shit, 43 is pretty cool. Yeah, feels old. Actually, does it feel old? No, it just feels old when you're running upstairs.
And welcome back to Coast, George.
I'm 54, yeah.
I can't believe
But
that.
I always run upstairs.
Yeah. Yeah, like I'll show them.
100%.
Yeah. I'll always
And I'm with my wife, who's
What made you write this book?
she doesn't even. She'll give me that one. She doesn't even.
She does. Now she's whimsical.
I know she's whimsical. She's just got like. Because she never stopped doing it. Yeah, makes you physical fitness. And I took about 4 years off cigarettes and stuff, and she didn't. So yeah, it pays off.
What was your first cigarette you ever heard?
Yeah. It was delicious. And my father smoked and was he smoked unfiltered cigarettes. Oh no. Extra long, flavored with licorice. Basically, a red pack. And we had many. So that's. I don't even know if there's a picture of it. He smoked right there, one down. That right there. That's the cigarette of my childhood. I picked him up in the Marine Corps when he was 17. I guess they gave him a ration. That was the cigarette of my childhood. I was always one smoker in the ashtray, kitchen, and everywhere else. But anyway, I was like, when I was little, I was against it. My father really loved cigarettes and wasn't embarrassed by it. I smoke, but I feel bad about it. No, and I smoke unfiltered because it feels trippy when you're done. There's no filter. You smoke them backwards so the enemy doesn't know. It's an American cigarette. You burn the logo off it. He really likes cigarettes. That's right. He really smoked. So I was like maybe 13. I was in 8th grade when I started. And
So where were you? Were you out with the boys or you was at the house?
I was in school.
At school.
It was so pretty freaky. I was with a teacher. I know it sounds like it was
Kind of romantic, not that.
It was romantic. It was great.
It's just sneak. It sounds like espionage.
No. It was totally open. You could smoke like senior year of high school. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You could smoke as a child at school.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
I should be saying it's it's so funny. People are like, yeah, I did ayahuasca or DMT, and I was like, so cool. It's like I smoked a cigarette. What? You're a criminal. But yeah.
Really? You could smoke it.
You can smoke. I can smoke at school. For senior year of high school. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You could smoke as a child at school.
Oh yeah.
Really?
I shouldn't be saying it's it's so funny. People are like, yeah, I did ayahuasca or DMT, and I was like, it's so cool. It's like I smoked a cigarette. What? You're a criminal. But I mean, I wouldn't say smoking is a great long-term play. Yeah, I don't think that it is. Where I quit when I was 45 because I felt like I probably should. Right? But I did enjoy it. I really did. Never had a bad one. Yeah. There are no bad cigarettes. I never felt that way at all. I've had bad fake news. Like you can screw up almost with any consumer product. But a cigarette is remarkably consistent. And it gives you what it promises. Payoff is always there.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Payoff is always there. Especially at first.
In the morning.
What I loved was they had a band in our area. It was actually my grandmother was very good man. And he would.
Do you recommend tips on how to live longer, or do you just basically spell out what's going on with humans?
Louisiana is the best. I think it's got the highest smoke database.
You know what Louisiana does have? It has the most people that are born there that die there that never leave there.
It's not like every other place.
It is. Yeah, I always say like New Orleans is a good place to get oysters and murder.
Yeah, you get murdered and oysters. That's right. The thing about Louisiana, it never gets credit for. Everyone talks about diversity and everything. Louisiana actually was that. Yeah, it was. We had a bunch of different cultures, and they kind of got anyway.
You still got a good mix down there.
Yeah,
we had an area of us called Chafuncta. That was the river, and it was named after the Indians.
Chafuncta? Yep. So Fagawi tribe?
I'm not sure.
That's not real. That cannot be real.
It's like TCHEF.
Chafuncta?
Yep. Heavy fasting.
Does sound like a joke, right?
It sounds like yeah, it does. Well, here's how they got the name. A long time ago, a Native American threw a big rock into the river. And that's the sound that it made. It's pretty fascinating. But that right there is a perfect example of Louisiana to me. Is that it's a place for great storytelling. It's a great place for kind of family. Yeah. So that's one story I like to tell.
People have dinner.
People have 90-minute lunch breaks. People wake up, get to breakfast, and then do 2 or 3 things before they go to bed. That's how life was.
It wasn't all about efficiency.
No, it wasn't.
So if your life is all about efficiency and every moment is being counts towards something, then you're not really you're a cog in a larger machine.
And that's what I think a lot of people feel like these days.
Well, for good reason. There's some chick on the internet, 22-year-old, experiencing that IQ corporate for the first time. She has this view. This is terrible. I'm not worth anything about human. Shut up and work, honey! And I watch this and I'm like, no, I don't need win. I don't need win. Oh, the seeds of revolution is starting. I just so hate that culture.
Oh, yeah.
It treats people like they're not people. For what?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think for some people, in my own sense, learning to be a boss and leader has been tough. Just because I just started out wanting to be a comedian. I wanted to sleep and fly. Check. I didn't get crazy. I didn't I was not compulsive. No. I was organized, efficient,
okay, that's fair.
Yeah, one-off kind of guy. Yeah, kind of like when they play the trumpet in the morning.
You never got greedy, though. You never went back.
Never went back greedy. Yeah, all the time. That's it. Yeah. But so I think learning to do that personally has been it's been a journey for me. But yeah, I think with companies, it's like, how do you get away from that? And is it just, sometimes I think America was just this Christian experiment that got compromised and has turned out.
What do you think? I think you're onto something.
And I hate to say that because part of me doesn't really want to admit it.
It's obviously true. I mean, you can't have a democracy unless it's a voluntary system. People have to show a lot of restraint. They have to be all in. especially some sense of economy. You can't just be like, how much can I grab? It's like Halloween. It doesn't work if all the kids just empty the basket on the front steps. In the first wave of trick-or-treaters. No, it's true, though.
No, you're right.
And a democracy is very much the same way, because you can take power and then just, like, steal everybody's money legally. And so you really have to have some boundaries that you impose on yourself. And that has to come from within. You have to have a sense that someone if you don't have that, then it just descends into greed and selfishness, which is what we're now.
Have we let, because do you think America is still a Christian nation?
No.
What is it?
It's an LLC, as you said. So, really, actually,
We better privatize communism.
That's exactly right. I mean, no one's for the free market. Everyone's for using power to hobble their competitors. The only reason we have regulations is to create monopolies. The system is completely rigged, and you know that. You're asking, how do you get reliable information about the news? The news media want to talk about race. That's right. But that's actually not an interesting conversation, because you can't change your race, and like people are different races, and they're sort of different, but they're also very much the same. It's like not that interesting a topic to me personally. I'm not interested in talking about race. What's really interesting is that the United States of America is being looted by a small number of people who are getting away with it, and they don't want to talk about that. They never want to talk about economics. They want to talk about the tax code. They never want to talk about any of that stuff ever, and that's how you know that CNBC and CNN and the New York Times, those people are looking out for you, are actually just a Praetorian Guard standing in front of the people with the most power and money and keeping the masses from asking uncomfortable questions. And so whenever anyone asks about, like, well, wait a second, why do we tax people at half the rate for investing that we do for working? Literally, they pay half the tax rate. So you have a job and you work every day and you pay one rate, but if you just stay home and invest money and live off the interest, you pay half as much. So are we saying it's twice as virtuous to invest as it is to work? Or is that what we're saying?
If you're a day trader or just trading stocks or something, you don't have to.
Or if you're a private equity guy and you can claim that your income is actually investment, is interest on your investments, you have to tax this. So we have a tax code that discourages work and encourages parasitic behavior. Now, there are arguments on both sides, and I'm not an economist, but you don't even hear those arguments. Because it's like, shut up, racism!
Yeah.
Trainees, or whatever. It's all a distraction from what the real story is, which is they're looting the country. And at this point, we can't repay the debt. So it's going to be like, well, unfortunately, we have to sell Yellowstone. And no, I mean, it's going to get to the point where we're auctioning
sold it to Asians.
No, for real.
Yeah.
Where what?
And then they're going to say the sale was racist too. That's going to be the craziest part.
No, you're asking questions about it.
Okay.
Yeah. You're always the racist. Just to be clear, you're always the racist. Louisiana man. Wasn't David Duke from Louisiana? Shut up, Klansman.
Yeah, I used to live next to David Duke.
In prison?
No.
I can see you guys in the yard. All the Aryan Nation guys. He's like on your back as you're doing push-ups.
Bro, I was never in any Aryan Nation, dude.
Not even in prison.
No, I never even went to any of their meetings or anything. I saw pamphlets or whatever, but I never pulled up over there. But yeah, we shared a back fence, and I used to date this hot girl that put me to a seafood restaurant that I went to bed. So we pop in there and I watch him eat shrimp or whatever. But it was called Morton's Seafood in Madisonville, right on the river. Really worked over there, right? I was a busboy. These like raccoons coming out the wall when they would cook duck. The boarding was bad on the wall, and it rotted out. And they let one of his busboys get there with a broomstick with the stand there and beat the raccoon back in their ferocious animals. Well, they loved duck.
And pizza.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, trash cans. We've seen that stuff. Trash cans. Oh yeah, and they love pizza. I like pizza. Personally, and we have good pizza.
I'd love to see now. That would be a good Dave Gilmore thing where he gives him. He does one bite to a raccoon with a bite.
Have you ever seen a raccoon? You never gave him any duck, did you?
Oh, I pulled up on them and they're always like this.
We're back with their hands.
We do. The gayest one is the one in the recycling bin. He's always like, At least the other ones are in the trash. There's always that one that kind of wanders up to the recycle bin, and he's wearing like a necklace of Hey Your Mom or something. Like, what the fuck is that we've been doing? You know? But yeah, they always are like pleading.
No, they do. They're so clever.
Oh, they're crafty. Yeah.
I've never shot one. I've seen them. Yeah, that's kind of a big.
Yeah, I grew up around a lot of rabies, so when we come down the street, we'd all have to go inside.
There's a lot of people with rabies.
Yeah, I would say it was a little bit of a big scare, but it was rabies popular.
Rabies popular.
Well, when I was a kid, it was a big thing. Get out the street, you know. It was a sick raccoon. And
but when they got cars and electricity and stuff, they still that.
I mean, it wasn't as big of a thing. But yeah, David did, and we'd go to the gym sometimes. And I'll say this. Nice guy. Nice guy, you know, he never, you know, we just did chest and tries or whatever. There was never any racial things or whatever, you know, but he was a very fit man.
I've never met him, but I will say this. I'm not saying he was vet, but he's obviously vet. But every time I would get a new show, I don't know anything about David. I'm from La Jolla, California. He wasn't quite as popular.
Another person with that.
But every time I get a new show, there would be some news story. David Duke endorses Tucker Carlson. Why? I don't know you. I don't know anything about you. I'm from La Jolla. Okay, we don't share a common culture.
Yeah. From Mitt Romney country.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. Literally, Mitt Romney goes to the
yeah, Comedy Store. I used Comedy Store La Jolla is one of my favorite.
No way.
My favorite comedy club in the whole country.
Been there a long time.
It's the
Since
best
I was a child.
Really?
Up in the village, yeah. In fact, there was a Jack in the Box next door that I used to like.
I remember that Jack. It wasn't. It was maybe disappeared a few years ago. If it did, or
they closed it down for a while because they got caught selling kangaroo. In the 70s. And I don't know if that story was actually true. I think that's what happened.
Look, you can get a couple grams of brew.
I took brew burgers. That's what we called them. That's so funny. And it took a close look at me. It was gray and kind of bristly. It was not. I mean, I think the company was owned by Rothschild.
Oh yeah, they're out of. I believe they're out of. Are they? Yeah, they're out of the Midwest. But yeah, I loved it over there. You'd always hear. I love La Jolla. It's a beautiful area.
They were big on racism.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if it was mostly white. That's what it was. Right.
Yeah.
Like people were expecting it, we can't do it.
No, it was like Richmond.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Richmond.
Oh yeah, no, it seemed like Richmond.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's really pretty. Very good. Sad though, soulless. Is it? Yes. No one had a last name. I mean, it's obviously one of the prettiest places in the world. But yeah, it was, you know, high on bottom section. Like nobody had a real connection. And the first time I went to New Orleans, obviously, but I because it was so, just so much bigger. And your Jews, customs, and kind of culture, and I grew up learning it all. And even though I didn't understand what they were doing in New Orleans, obviously I was very threatened by it. Half the town is a violent criminal, right? But I still liked it. Because I thought this is interesting in a way that nothing.
I can totally see that. Yeah, I think I grew up in a place that was just so, you know, there was so much lore and stuff in our area that, and I think that's just a lot of the way that Louisiana was.
Amos Moses. I don't know. I love that song. So you just take, you know, wrestling alligators in the swamp. And where I grew up, people literally talked about the weather every single day. Every day. And the weather never changed. It wasn't like we lived in Minnesota or something. Very similar to those. It's unbelievable. Well, it's going to be 72 and partly cloudy. It's mostly sunny in the afternoon. It's 60 overnight. Tomorrow it's going to just be an endless repeat.
Did you hate that about yourself? That like was there any self loathing? Because like I hated myself because I was poor, right? Yeah. But does that happen on the other end of the spectrum? Or I hated my neighborhood, I just felt embarrassed, right? Does that happen on the other end of the spectrum when people?
No, not enough. There should be a lot more self-hatred.
I hate to say self-hatred, sorry. I was ashamed of myself. That's better.
There should be more shame. If you've amassed $100 million sucking the last remaining life of some manufacturing companies in the West, along with private equity, like you should make a little bit. You know what I mean? And there's none of that. And I think that's part of the problem. There's not enough guilt among the ruling class. There's no sense of obligation people beneath them. And that's one of the reasons I hate these sorts. That's one of the reasons that the federal crisis is not even being acknowledged by Washington. It's because they kind of know they're responsible for it. And you wind up hating the people you belong. I have noticed.
Believe me that you are one of them.
If you commit a sin against somebody, if you're cruel to somebody, unfair to somebody, you cheat somebody, wind up hating that person as a way of justifying it. And the only way to stop that is by admitting it and saying it out loud to the person's face and asking for forgiveness. Again, that's why the 12-step model works, right? If you don't do that, you wind up blaming the person for the crime that you committed against them. And that's one of the reasons that people who don't get sober are so angry at them. They're pissed at their parents. You meet these people, their parents send them to rehab 6 times, and they're pissed at their parents. Why are you mad at your parents? They did everything they could. And the reason the junkie's mad at his parents is because he knows he's actually the guilty party, and he's committed massive crimes. He can't admit it. And that is true at a macro level as well. And if your ruling class, all the richest people have gotten rich by dicking over the people beneath them, running these fascist companies that spy on their employees' phone calls and track them as they come in and out of the building and require them to work on Sundays with no overtime. And just really inhumane sweatshop type practices, creepy Stasi stuff. Those people end up having great contempt for their own employees. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I think it's one of the spaces we're getting to right now in the country is people, if you're an owner of something, if you are well, you know what's interesting is when you say that, I recently met a guy who was a Democrat, right? He's like a devout Democrat, right? And he said to me, this was interesting, I've never heard this. He said, I vote for Democrats because I want there to be programs in place to keep the people that are struggling. I want to keep them, I want to satiate them just enough so they don't rebel. They don't have right. And I never heard that. I said that out loud. Yeah, he said that to me. I was like, I never heard
Here's
that.
your weird weed, here's your porn, just don't make a mess.
Like, just don't make a mess so that the rest of us who aren't as unfortunate as you can still operate like we operate. So, I just never heard that perspective. Was this on camera? No, this was just in a human conversation. There's 2 humans eating.
An inhuman conversation. Really?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I had a salad. I don't know what he had. We had lunch.
The blood of children.
Yeah.
It sounds that way.
He had an O negative. Yeah.
I mean, that is so dark, but it's so true. And by the way, bless him for his honesty, because that is exactly what's going on. And that's not how you treat your own kids or people you love. You never say, I'm going to keep you on just enough assistance that you cannot starve to death, but that you'll be like so harried by the shittiness of your existence that you never try to slow down. That is a crime. I've never heard that. Well, that's the point.
As an American value, that was like, oh, that's never a way that I ever would thought or think.
No, because you encourage self-sufficiency, because that's where self-respect comes from. Right. I've got my shit in a pile, and I'm proud of myself. That's the goal for an adult man. And if you're preventing people from getting to that, then you are committing a crime. And you should be accountable.
But there's nobody to hold anybody accountable anymore, it feels like.
Sorry. Everyone did on it. It's just so interesting.
How do we get out of it then?
By saying this is out loud. I think that's the only way that's more powerful. Guns. They do saying shit. I mean, that's what they do. Right? Be a mass shooting, and they'll be 3 days. We need to take all our guns with us. Yeah, they can't. But that's not their priority. So when somebody says something that's true, they will disappear. They'll never hear from them.
Attention parents.
And there's a reason. Yeah, the reason is nothing is a greater threat to the people running things than true words. And that's why they're about
Kanye, you mean?
I'm not talking about Kanye was disappeared. Yeah, I mean, and my view of Kanye would be, show up on Alex Jones in a hockey mask saying you love Hitler. Probably not really a threat to anyone, actually. I mean, there's really a lot of people who are going to watch Kanye being like, I love Hitler, and be like, wow, I love Hitler too.
Yeah. No, you might be able to walk on with the devil rays, maybe.
No, but I'm just saying, like, that wasn't, if you actually wanted to promote Hitler, and I hope no one would ever want to promote Hitler, but, like, if you did, that would not be the way to do it, right? So, actually, how was Kanye a threat to anybody? I don't think he was. And by the way, he's a recording artist, musician, so and a clothing designer. He's not in charge of federal policy. So I thought that was distressing him. Just because I don't think anybody should be silent. If you're not committing violence against somebody, you have the right as a human being, because you are not a slave, you're a human being, you have the right to say what you think. That is a foundational right. And if you don't have the right to say what you think, then you're not a human being, you're a slave. Like, that's the acid test. Am I a slave or not? I don't know. One simple question. You say what you really think. And if you can't, then you're a slave. Super simple.
Well, now it feels like it used to feel like you could write what you think, but now it feels like the paper is on, right?
Yeah.
So they can, like, even with AI coming out, it's like they could even adjust what you write. So you don't even fucking have a value to write anything anymore. It's like, hey, just put in kind of how you feel. We'll write what you're saying. Like, it's getting to that. You know what I'm saying? They're almost starting to. It could be 2 years from that, where it's like.
I've been a writer all my life, and to see now machines in the world of diesel doing that and actually doing a fairly serviceable job, writing poetry and screenplays. And
yeah, giving me a fake father. You know,
but upgrade or no?
A little younger than my dad, but I don't know if that has to do with the devious. My father's fair. I'm gonna urinate real fast.
You're gonna urinate? Yeah.
Different dries. You
ever on a horse?
I'm a dog guy.
Really? You ever bet on dogs? You ever put one in the trap?
Call 844-24-JACOB. KFI AM 640.
It was Florida in the 80s. Now and that dog track has now been closed. And I love dogs, and I've always loved dogs. There's the one in Miami, there's one in the airport, and it's the most depressing, inhumane. I just wanted to send my PETA, spending 20 minutes there. But I did go there. Yes, I had been drinking. I'll do other things. I did that.
You don't drink much right now?
I've always been the size of the man. They're big fucking up. Yeah, but the only part is having it. Don't need a bus. Oh, sorry. I spent a lot of time. Actually, true story. I had a girlfriend in high school. She lives in college. And she was at Vanderbilt University in Nashville, Tennessee. And I lived in New England, which is a small and I took the bus, I took the Greyhound bus from Washington, D.C. to Nashville. And then I took it back. So this bus was going on to New York City, and it was front of the Puerto Rican beach. The back of the bus, the left at midnight, and I'm drinking and smoking. That's a long ago. This was 1987. I'll never forget it. And I fall asleep because I'm so loaded. And all of a sudden, you feel this thing, only thing in my face. And people right there in the seat, right across the aisle, just like full coitus, playing couch ball, full blown sound effects, everything. And the guy was wearing socks, and one of the socks hit my face, and it was just moist and had a lot of gravel from the ground on it.
To talk to us from Eastern Rockies, call 800-825.
There's nothing erotic about it at all.
West of the Rockies,
right?
I mean, I don't know. It depends on what you know, how you are.
Well, I was drunk and sleep. And they were going around just making these animal noise, and it's like they were not at all intimidated, which was kind of impressive in a way. I felt it was very much an intrusion.
Wow. Yeah, that's fair. I tell you, is there any zoning over here?
Right.
What? Yeah.
That's a true story.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. Oh, Greyhound's unbelievable, dude. I remember one time a guy's on there, right, sitting by me. He goes, hey, there was a bro on there, and he goes, hey, you want to see something? And I thought it was going to be, right, because I've been on the bus before. And
But you said yes.
well, it was a 2-hour ride. I was like, I'm not gonna see it, man. You know, I'm not gonna.
You thought you cut a hole in the bucket.
Yeah, I thought so.
I get it.
Some wiener trick, you know.
We'll bring up wiener.
And I was like, yeah, I'll see it, you know. And he had a bag of jewelry and a gun that he just dropped. No, I didn't buy any, but he wanted me to sit there and look at it. I put on a couple of the necklaces or whatever. And
Did you act impressed?
oh yeah, because I was scared. And they always give the guy, you know, once you get out of jail, they give you a ticket on the break. Imagine Robert Jones.
You are retarded.
Like, we got to get out of here. It's 7 hours. I bought the ticket. Dude, it was yeah. I mean, I love driving Grand. I used to work on a farm up in Mississippi, and so I would take a Greyhound bus up there. And I would ride it up there, and there was always people on there. There was a bathroom. Ghosts on there. It was always closed, they said, you know. I was on one, but yeah, part of it was on fire. I was on one where a guy stopped to fucking beat his ass or something for like 20 minutes. And we all had to chill. I'm like, no way. 100%. Dude, go to Greyhound Bus Twitter feed, Greyhound Bus Help, and look at their replies on there. Bro, welcome to America, bro. So it's just like every walk one has to stop. Oh, it's just like, the bus supposed to leave at 4:30, it's 9:07. Like it's 9:07. Well, you go bad watch. It'd be like it's 9:70. People are pregnant. It's just the list goes on, man. Chances that like people on the bus. But seriously, y'all, drivers left my bag to be stolen this trip. Where's customer service? Yeah, go back one. They got a video. Let me see that video on there. This is what I do at night. I go to Greyhound Bus Help, and they'll show stuff. Yeah, little Woody Falls, but you can see different churches. Did you ever do that? I never found any drugs on there. Oh, that might be okay. Don't let that video. But I spent a lot of time on this, man. It's insane. Greyhound Bus Help. Greyhound Bus Help. But yeah, they could change it. It still work. I'm going to urinate real fast. All right. So, sorry I had to urinate. That's why. Sorry, I heard it. Yeah. But it's okay. Strong stream. Sad is probably being little and just not being able to do it. And I grew up around, we had a lot of dudes, and they would hold a lot of brothers back there for 40 years. Guinness dude was Larry, right? Yeah, he was like, hey, I'll be back up in 7 times, right? So at that point, you got to respect him, whatever. And he would urinate over your back and just right into the urinal. You'd be standing there peeing, like a scared kid. Remember how scary it was the first time you had to go into the urinals as a kid? Oh, well, I grew up in a less friendly environment. Oh, you did? Oh, because there's no one doing piss rainbows over my shoulder. Yeah, bro. No. That wasn't hilarious. It was like fucking Gary Payton to piss on me. He would fucking shoot for pee. And so, you'd literally be peeing. Imagine this. And you can't pee. You're scared. And then a fucking pee comes from above. It goes perfectly in. It's so I just feel demoralized. No, but I mean, the pounds per square inch, just the velocity. You know what I mean? You think you'd almost need CO2 to get that much power. If you don't abuse it. Yeah, it was impressive, man. It's crazy what some things can do, you know, we're young men. Or adolescents. Yeah, there's not a lot of Yeah. Oh, it wasn't any trickle, dude. It was just and then the hand is like, bam! Off! It's like the Bellagio fountain. It's like, when it's done, it's done. What is news like around the world? That's something I don't understand. So different, it's crazy. You don't realize that we live in this bizarre biosphere where you have no idea what's going on in the rest of the world. You have no idea how your personality is. You have no idea really your place in the world because we're cut off from the rest of the world. And we have these two extremely irrelevant countries bordering us. That's it. Mexico and Canada, no offense, I like both. Who cares? There are big, important countries around the world, and they're very focused on the those people are never expressed. So
So if you're a leader in the United States, you're like, well, we're doing this for democracy. This is the arsenal of democracy. And then you go to the countries that are directly affected by those policies, and they're like, you're freaking insane. You have no idea what you're talking about. I mean, the mind blower for me this summer, we traveled all over the world, a bunch of different continents, from doing it, because I got fired, so I've been stuck in the studio for all those years.
Now you got to get out and about.
Well, kind of. I mean, I go on vacation for 2 weeks a year, but that was it. You know, when you do show, you're tied to where you are, period. You're in the studio. So all of a sudden, I'm like, wow, I'm kind of emancipated. Yeah, for a few months, and it's summertime. And anyway, so we went. But the shoot for me was, and this is not a partisan at all.
What does partisan mean?
It means like carrying water for a party. Like this is what Republicans think. So Democrats.
So non-partisan means not.
This is just what I think is true. Like it doesn't matter what either party says.
Okay. What does non-partisan mean?
It just means not partisan. It's not. You're not connected to a party. You're not helping either.
Okay.
But what I mean is both parties, Republican and Democrat, were saying for a year and a half, Ukraine is going to use Russia.
Yeah, I'm hearing that.
Oh, yeah. And I still think people believe that. So whatever you think of the war, Russia-Ukraine, I mean, I'm not that interested, honestly, because I'm not Russian or Ukrainian. But lots of Americans seem to be interested. They have their Ukrainian flags, and they're learning to pronounce Kiev as Kyiv, and they're doing all this stuff. Yeah, all the dumb slogan.
Slava Ukraine.
Yeah, they don't, whatever. Americans have this thing where they have no idea where something is, but they're like, oh, I'm an expert. You see it now with Italy, I'm an expert. It's like the Nakba. What? Stop. Anyway, but the article of faith for most Americans was Ukraine is winning this war. So how do I know? You know what I mean? I'm stuck in a studio. So I go over to the region. There's 2 different countries in Ukraine.
Oh, you popped over there to Ukraine?
No, I didn't go to Ukraine.
Really?
The government of Ukraine is attacked. So I thought that was unwise.
Who's their master? Their leader?
Well, the president is a guy called Vladimir Zelensky.
Oh, right. That's right. He's a fucking comedian.
Yeah, a very unfunny one.
Yeah, can you get any videos of him doing stand-up comedy?
He's got one where he's playing the piano with his dad.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but yeah, and actually fairly well.
Was it at a Sig F house? Where was that?
It was in Ukraine somewhere.
I
think that's, it's a pretty common thing. Oh, there he is playing piano. Oh, yes.
Oh, anybody can be president now.
Well, I don't know. Can you play the piano with your penis?
Huh? Oh, no. A little bit of Beethoven.
Yep.
Kind of hacky, but it's cute though.
That was good. I like that.
I said that just I feel like all the time.
But anyway, so whatever. I don't care about these guys in any way. But I go over there and I start talking to very knowledgeable people who run these countries. Like, no, Russia has 100 million more people than Ukraine. 100 million. And much deeper industrial capacity. They have all these weapons factories. It's the largest country in the world. There's literally no chance you can theoretically Ukraine.
But aren't they an industrial? Aren't they Russia? Things made out of stone. Aren't they like in the past with a lot of like technology?
Well, it turns out, I mean,
there's no military advantage.
Well, we always made fun of it, during the Soviet period because it was super inefficient, and drunk, and they would crash their commercial airliners all the time. All the time. In fact, the famous, their carrier, their international carrier, their national carrier, Aeroflot carrier, the Soviet carrier. And in a very, very famous crash, the pilot had his son in the cockpit. And the son just takes these goats and just flexes it down and flies the plane right to the ground. So, people made fun correctly of Soviet technology. But it turns out they were actually pretty good at this. They produced a lot of chess players. Neither the Ukrainians were. But anyway, the point is, the Russians were never going to lose, period. And anyone who looked at it objectively would know that, except no one in the United States would know. So that kind of freaked me out. We're this big country, smart country, very most advanced country in the world, supposedly, and nobody even knows the basic fact. Russia has 100 million more people. Who's not going to lose to Ukraine? That's insane. And yet, nobody knew that. So I thought, wow, that's don't we know? You know, and like the amount of lying that you can do in a world where everything is controlled, all information is controlled, with the exception of pretty much Twitter, because the guy who owns it has said he's not going to censor.
Yeah, it's nice. I feel like that's one thing that I thought was that, yeah, maybe that's what's about censorship, is that at least you feel like you can say things, or that things can be shared on that. Because
do you feel, I mean, as someone who writes comedy, does this every day, do you feel freer on the platform now?
On Twitter? Yeah. I feel like at least if YouTube takes me down.
So look at that. Comedy is legal on this platform. So Elon, like, specifically endorsed your right to say.
Yeah, it was nice that we had Roseanne Barr on, and she's
I like her.
Oh, dude, she fucking did so much for comedy. She did so much for women and gays. And, and they, Hollywood threw under the fucking bus as soon as they had a chance because they're heartless. And so anyway, she was on my show and she...
Man, I saw that. And they took, tell me if I'm misremembering this, they took the line that she had, and they cut out all the context and put it like on TikTok, and it made her sound like she was a crazy person. She's not.
Yeah, she's a Jewish, I mean, she's born Jewish. I think she's still Jewish, right?
Yes.
And so she said, yeah, oh, and the Holocaust never happened, right? She said sarcastically.
I think she knows about it.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, very obvious, right? Of course. And some guy on Twitter asked this man, I don't know what the guy's name was, Rothschild or somebody, he fucking made a big deal about it.
For the Minneapolis Fox.
Yeah, probably. This was 2 weeks after, right? Makes a big deal about, or just put that clip in or whatever, no context. So then YouTube took us down, but we got to put it on Twitter, so that was nice, at least because it was an honest place, you know. But what I worry about is, like, didn't some of these companies, didn't Twitter or Facebook, didn't they get in trouble for not letting, like, during election times, like, not real information being allowed to be shared?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who would get them in trouble. They run everything. And, you know, my concern would be, as we're getting to this election, it's pretty intense. You know, I think they're very intense people on both sides. And if you actually had a platform that was open, everyone was saying things, that's a massive threat to the asshole. And I think that because the truth is always effective. People are killed never for worry, ever. They're only killed only person telling the truth. You get mad because you told the truth. Everyone should know that. So, I mean, I can't imagine the pressure that's going to bear on this company. X, in the next year, I mean, it's going to be.
Do you think Elon could be, I mean, there could be like an assassination?
I've never speculated or something like that, but I just think there's,
you're a guy at a bar, what are you going to say?
You know, I think there's going to be, I would have a food taster. I mean, I think the one thing, look, if you're doing a great job at something, if you're a great father, great husband, great employer, great comedian, you're not too worried because you know you're doing a good job. But if you're doing a bad job and the only beneficiary of your work is you and everyone else is getting screwed, and you can't even afford to fill up your truck or buy groceries, and you're still getting rich, you're very worried. Dictators are always worried about their own security. Okay? So what's the biggest threat to you? The biggest threat is someone calling you out. And so you have to shut down any medium where that can possibly happen. So obviously Facebook is completely controlled. Google is completely controlled. TikTok is one of the companies God knows what their agenda is. So really the only big platform that's pretty not controlled, with some limits. But in general, it's not controlled. It's free speech. It's X. I agree. So, like, there's a lot at stake. Legitimate leaders don't worry about this. If I'm a legitimate leader, if I'm a good father, one of my kids is like, I want to smoke weed at the breakfast table. You're like, because I make the rules in the week. I'm not worried about saying that because I think I'm a pretty good father, and I think my kids think I'm a pretty good father. But if I'm a terrible father who's abusing my kids, I can't let them say anything because the authorities might find out. I can get punished for what they know. And that is the same attitude that every dictator has. Is that all dictators take the guns and go censorship. First thing they do. They don't want to throw you in prison. It's expensive. It's difficult. They don't want to execute you. just want you to shut up and be obedient. And Elon Musk buying this platform and opening it up to all positions, even unpopular ones, is the single greatest threat to their hegemony, to their control. And I'm not predicting their response, but it's going to be intense, super intense. I can say that.
Do you have security and that sort of thing with your end? Do you have like somebody, would you make sure that the Tesla truck, which is supposed to have been out for 17 years, but that it has extra bulletproof missile glass?
I would definitely include a standard feature, not the add-on. Oil tanks that drop the oil onto the road behind you so that people can spin out and like go right into a bridge abutment or off the side of the mountain, off the wall, you know what I mean? I would definitely do that, and I'd have like hidden machine guns under the side view mirrors. I'd have a death ray possibly. That would probably be a custom feature, but I would actually do that.
Do you think we get fair news about, like, even the war, like in Israel and Hamas? Like, do you think we get fair information about that? Like, Joe Rogan had a lady on recently, and she was saying that, like, the perception of what happens over there isn't the information that we get, Do you see that?
I think it is what's at stake. People's lives, control of governments, control of land, ancient rivalries and hatred. I mean, there's so much at stake here.
This is the Celtics and the Lakers from the Bible.
Then, of course, it's very intense. And so, of course, there's going to be massive lying on all sides, and there is. And that's fine, and you go into it knowing that. I've spent a lot of time over there, and I will freely confess I don't understand a lot of the dynamics because I'm from La Jolla, I'm from Jenin or Jerusalem or Qatar. It's like I'm not from the region, okay? I don't speak the languages, but I know enough to know that there's massive lying, and I think it's good to know that. The only thing that enrages me is when people say, "You must believe me." I have no obligation to believe anybody. You have an obligation, if you want me to believe you, to prove it. Right? And I have a right to ask simple, fair questions. How do you know that? How can I trust that? And if you don't give me those answers, then I just don't believe you. And I don't have to. And if your recourse is, you're a bad person for not believing me, fuck you. That's my response. Fuck you. And especially in this case, where my money and potentially my children's lives.
Yeah, where these things got blown out of my nose every other day. I gotta make sure it works. Yeah.
Just widen them out. There's no shit.
God, it feels good, doesn't it? God, dude.
I can feel it dripping in the back of my throat right now. Anyway, sorry to use profanity in your show, but
somebody put on some cash up, Is that what you listen to? I don't know what happened, dude.
No, be honest. What we listen to?
I think it was probably, some Cassia, some Traveling Wilburys, maybe a little bit of...
That's the soundtrack of your private cocaine.
I love it. I got a unique list, a little, maybe some Morgan Wallen, a little different, eclectic. James Blake.
What about Dustin and Baggy?
I love Billy String. I haven't heard Dustin and Baggy.
And it's about Dustin and Baggy.
I thought it was an Irish guy, Dustin and Baggy.
It's good.
It's good. Dustin. Hey, Dustin, Mom's pissed.
Have you ever been to Boston?
I've been in Pittsburgh, though. Dave Chappelle was just in Boston. Maybe you saw what they did over there? Yeah. Do you think that's fair that they should? Because it's not fair, but it's like, I don't know. If you go to listen to Dave Chappelle these days, you know he's going to talk more about a lot of stuff. He criticizes Israel, sparred the crowd at Boston's show. Oh, he criticized Israel. So I didn't know that's exactly.
I mean, look, I wasn't there. I only know what I read.
I wasn't there either.
But I think he made one point, which I think is entirely. I don't know if I agree. I don't agree with Dave Chappelle and everything. But the one point that I read that I did agree with was the United States is implicated in this, and so we have a right to have an opinion on it. And that is obviously true. And anyone who tells you you don't have a right to have an opinion, you must have one specific opinion. It's wrong. And I think it's fair to say that.
Yeah, I think people should be able to have their opinion. Yeah, because once you don't have your fucking opinion, then it's like, how do you get to a revolution? How do we get to a revolution? Because at what point do people just say, well, if you don't want my life to mean anything to me, based on how you set up the environment, at what point do you go from there to then I am not going to play this game? Or how does a revolution start?
They're very worried about it. So they put people in prison.
I think they should be worried about it.
They are worried.
I'd love to fucking be on a horseback, dude.
Well, you know how you get your revolution is by not listening to people and not serving their interests and telling you to shut up and get in the game, calling you names. You know, something you've got a legitimate question. Like, why should I support a war for one? Shut up! You know, calling me like, you know, I don't think of draft age. Like, why is it not a fair question for me? Shut up! And you do that enough, and I have recourse because I have a platform. But most people don't. And if you tell them to shut up enough, like, you don't care that you care about gas prices and your stupid pickup truck. Some people like their pickup trucks and use them for work. And if it's not affordable to fill it up, if you're like, shut up, climate change, pig, you know, your nephew ODs on fentanyl, nobody cares. If you keep that up for long enough, you will make people radical. And why wouldn't they be radical, actually? And I'm so insulated from most of it because I have enough money and I'm not in debt and my kids are grown and paid for it. And like, I'm in a much easier position than most people. Right. And I feel radical just watching. Right. And so why wouldn't they be on the brink of being unreasonable? And it doesn't need to be this way. You don't have to solve all of people's problems. Some problems are very hard to solve. People know that. There's no magic button you press that ends inflation or stops fentanyl. And everyone knows that. All you need to do is express the facts and do it sincerely that you can't acknowledge these are big problems. But when the Speaker of the House, who I know is a nice guy from your state, the new Speaker of the House comes in, and the first thing he does is issue a statement on behalf of a foreign country. That's the most important thing. I'm not even against the statement, but I'm just saying, like, what bigger statement does that make?
It's him, Mikey Johnson?
Yeah. And he is. And he's a nice guy, and I'm not against him, but I'm just saying, like, if you think the welfare of another country is the most important thing for you as one of the leaders of our country, third in line to the president, you have lost the threats. Because it's not. Nothing is more important to the leaders of our country than our country, and how it's 350 million people are doing. So I was enraged by that. And oh, you for Hamas? We're not for Hamas at all. I'm for America, actually. I shouldn't even think into that question. Are you for Israel or Hamas? I mean, obviously I'm for Israel or Hamas, but that's irrelevant. I'm for America, and no one even asked that. And I feel deep resentment about that. To the concerns of this country are no concern.
Right. It feels like our concerns don't even fucking matter.
They don't matter.
That's why it makes me wonder, are we just a shell company for Israel? Are we just a shell company for China? Like, or where are we? Like, are we just...
Well, there are a lot of people who live here who really like it here.
I love it here.
Well, I know you do, and I'm just saying, like, it doesn't have to be this way. You know, there are hundreds of millions of people whose ancestors are buried, and they want to stay here. They don't know the passport. And it wouldn't be hard to rally them and just say, like, you're a Democrat, you're a Republican, you're this, you're that, but we're all Americans, and let's have a conversation about what's best for our country. You would get people from all sides being like, that's right, that's the right conversation. We may not even agree, but that's the conversation we should be having. And if you don't do that, I'm just telling you, people go crazy. And I'm totally convinced that the mass shootings we're seeing, the massive spike in mental illness that we're seeing, these are manifestations of the frustration, the hopelessness that people feel when they feel like their leaders don't care about them. I believe that. I can't prove it. Yeah. But I believe it because I happen to live in a place with a lot of people who are not kind of succeeding in the modern world. And there's good people in our schools. They've been here, their family's been here for hundreds of years. We should care about them.
I agree. But yes, I think our country has been compromised by people that don't care. They don't see value in that. And it feels like it's just about a bottom line, or it's about some goal that to me seems so erroneous. I can't even fathom that you wouldn't have feelings. Like, you're like that Sackler family that's just left watching children die. You make money off of a fucking wouldn't even get another, like, half bathroom or something. Wouldn't even get it. Like, I don't understand the goal sometimes of some of that, or why people think they're selling someone out to such a point where they don't have any purpose to take away their hope. You know, we had a guy on here talking about meaning. This guy John Rabbi, it was really interesting. This guy from Canada, and he just talks about meaning and when people don't have like when they don't feel like they're supported by, if they don't feel like they're part of a group, or they don't feel like
they're totally across from other people and just floating around atomized alone. Right, it drives me crazy.
Right, you go crazy.
Yeah, and then you get an
SSRI confinement. Exactly. So you basically taken so much of America by taking away like things that brought us together. And some of those things were smaller towns, like businesses in small towns, things that made people feel of value. You know, my father went to a, my father lived down with mahogany farm and they were wood. And so I think if your father went into the woods in your town or whatever, part of the company that built tables, literally, yeah, and you had a table at home and you use your dad's company's table, like you could have family. You can go to our town. So physical connection between labor. Yeah. Now it's just theoretical, digital, and bullshit. Yeah. Zoom calls. Yeah. Now it's just like you want to eat this fucking Chipotle sit there, where they're selling gas and burritos, and it's just like, but that's a fucking town hall of a lot of. It's just now everything is just it's a Dollar General in most towns, and that's what it is. It's like we killed off a lot of that.
What's interesting is you drive through. Oh, it's like this. And some of these towns, especially the county seats, beautiful. Some spend a lot of money, a lot of time. One of those hasn't been built. First thing, especially, we've got a lot of great public architecture. None of it has been wrong with it. Okay, so why is that? And it's been replaced by disposable garbage in the dollar store for a single amount, but they are a symbol of it. It's so intentionally ugly. Box stores are so ugly. You feel like there's got to be a purpose behind it. Architecture exists for a reason. You're sending a message when you build a building. You build anything. And the message of box stores and dollar stores and public DMV is really nothing. We're not going to spend any time, any energy trying to elevate you mean something. You do not shut up and obey. You're an animal, actually. And I just feel like there's something very profound about that. The message that it sends, and everyone receives the message, whether they know it or not. You go into a DMV, what's it telling you? Wait your turn, wait for your number, and then some surly low IQ person passes you over. It's like, I'm a citizen of this country. Why do you even have to have a driver's license? Give me my fucking papers when we get out of here. How dare you speak to me that way? But you can't, because she's in charge. The whole experience is designed to degrade you and make you less powerful, take your self-respect away. I'm very upset.
Oh, the DMV, it's almost like they have a line, if you come out of the closet, you get to go to the front of the lawn.
I'd be willing to do that.
Yeah, but that's the kind of shit I'm saying. It's like that's how much they want to compromise who you are or what you are.
But look at that. Okay, the drop ceiling. Like, there's no reason to have lighting like that. It doesn't cost free. Maybe to put some lamps or sconces or something. There's nothing more oppressive than a drop ceiling with fluorescent light. And there's no reason to have that. Everything is made out of vinyl and metal. There's not one natural material in it. What about wooden benches? What would that cost? Train stations used to have them, but they don't. Because the message there is all this shit's disposable. It'll be in a landfill in 5 years. So will you. Everything about that is degrading to the citizen, and it's not an accident. We've been doing that since the day we dropped the atomic bomb on Hiroshima. That is true. Why? And the second one. I mean, I have a lot of theories about it. I have no evidence to back up any of my theories. So I should just say that. I think that dropping the atomic bomb on Japan convinced the U.S. government and Western leaders more broadly that they were God. They had the power to destroy whole cities. Nuclear power, when weaponized, is the most powerful tool man's ever made. And it gave people the impression that they were God. And they lost all humility and all love for their fellow citizens. They lost love for their fellow citizens. That's what our architecture, post-war architecture conveys. They don't look The British colonized whole countries, India, for example. They didn't. I mean, they thought the Indians were lesser than them. They did. They were racist in our current understanding of that. But they built train stations in, say, Calcutta or Bombay. It would blow your freaking mind. Nothing as beautiful in the United States as the train stations they built in the subcontinent, in India.
Oh, yeah, stunning place.
Right, stunning. So what does that tell you? And these were colonial train stations built for Indian subjects. Look at that.
But they still had a lot of pride in what they built.
They did, but they people here do the one in Mumbai. The Mumbai train station is like the most unbelievable.
I met a Pakistani the other day.
That was part of India until 1997.
They have their own autonomy now.
They do. They have nuclear weapons, actually. Yeah, look at that. Look at that right there. Look at that. That looks like, I mean, that's the train station in Bombay, Mumbai, India. I've been there. And it's just, I sat there, and it's very poorly maintained. The government's done nothing to preserve it, unfortunately. And it's like garbage architecture, anti-human architects. But, like, what kind of country would build something like that? A country that cared about pleasing people. You look at that was easy. You want to keep staring at it because it's beautiful. We've created nothing of beauty in the United States in 80 years. Like, what the hell? Roy Lichtenstein and Andy Warhol, that's beauty? No, it's not. It's garbage.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got me going, baby.
Am I?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, dude, I like your attitude. Well, you know where there's great architecture that blew my mind? Milwaukee.
The best. Down by the river?
Dude, Milwaukee
Yes.
is such a beautiful city.
I totally agree with you.
I had no idea.
Have you tried Cleveland?
Yeah.
I mean, Cleveland obviously is famously screwed up, the state by the lake, but it's like, look at that right there. So the Germans built it. Milwaukee was what? Oh, yeah, that's one of the beers.
Oh, yeah.
Very German city.
I love that.
And they recreated Europe. The best of Europe.
Yeah, Cleveland definitely, it was a bit of a different experience, I think, when I was there.
Look at that. Look at that building. Imagine building something. And instead, we built glass boxes that are LEED certified. And it's like we've built nothing of value, nothing of permanence, nothing we've built in my lifetime will last. And rightly so. There are Roman buildings and arch Rome
that are going to last longer.
Rome fell in the 5th century, and they're still there.
And that will outlast the construction of a fucking taxi tech.
It's true. It's totally true.
Yeah. I didn't know it's crazy though. But there's something happened. And I think that's the infection that starts to get into the spirit of us, you know. And I think that's the fight that's going on inside of a lot of people.
Make something beautiful. That's what you're doing. It's your job in life, not just working for the man and paying the bills. Make one thing that's beautiful. Look proud of. It's an expression of something good inside you. Make it with your hands or with your mouth. But make it. Make something beautiful. I don't know why that's so. And by the way, when you say something that you think is, you think, not others, you think, particularly funny or insightful, they contribute to something. Doesn't that feel like better than anything?
Yeah, I think it feels like what you're supposed to do.
Yes, that's it. Exactly. You're doing what you're supposed to do. God made you. That's my feeling, and that's not advice to people at all. How to be an obedient, get some stupid degree, some stupid college, being employees. Stupid asshole who wants to get in this church.
How do we what's new in your world? What do you do?
Well, I'm going crazy.
What are you doing now that's different with you got on the Twitter, right? So I know that. And congratulations. I think it is interesting. It's great for people to get out of the system. A lot of people I was expelled from the system. Oh yeah. You got laid off from everywhere. Was it cutbacks or what?
Cutbacks. I'm going to use that. There's downsizing. There's downsizing. Yeah. I'm being retrained. I'm learning to code, actually. They closed the plant. I totally get it. I was on third shift, and the demand was in decline. I'm kidding. How are you fired?
But you got out. You moved to.
I was thrown out.
Thrown out.
And I married him probably the day that I was called. I was grateful that he did.
And called you up. And you spoke to him before?
Yeah. I had, and I really liked him, and
Yeah,
area.
I've heard that.
Yep. Like almost on a crazy Texas and Steve way, which is from the beginning.
So who handles tech for you?
The tech people, they live in tech. Just kidding. No, we're super smart.
The Mandalorian.
No, actually, most of our staff and we don't work very long. It's just like everybody else. But all he said was, I'm going to keep the platform open. People different views, whether you're coming out or and that's the narrative. And so I've been super grateful. I mean, that's all I ever wanted to do. Is to, I've never been, I have made some money, but I've never got crazy rich. I never wanted to. That wasn't my goal. I mean, yes, I would like to be richer. Yes, I would like to do things.
Well, it is now. It almost looks like a sickness too. You know, I think there should be a cap.
Like the money acquisition thing.
Yeah.
There was a name for that actually. It was called greed.
Yeah.
And then somewhere along the line, we decided we weren't allowed to complain about greed. And I don't really, and because you're against capitalism, first of all, there is no capitalism in the United States. There's no free market. The government controls everything. You can't have a business without intersecting with government. The government is used by businesses to create wealth. So there's no free market. So don't stop like that. I am not against capitalism. I'm for competition. I wish capitalism would return to the United States. But that doesn't mean that you can't say, if I've got $1 billion and I need 10 more, that's your sick, actually. If that's your goal, what would you do with $1 billion? I mean, I don't want $1 billion. I'd get you getting it, but if it wasn't, I don't want that. Because then you spend your whole life worrying about losing it. And your existence becomes about deserving money. Your existence should be about loving the people around you and creating something. Those are your jobs as a person.
Yeah. Well, how could we put a cap on how much money people are allowed to make?
Yes, people would find their way around it. Yeah. I mean, the way to do it is to say it out loud again. Everything changes with words. Articulate the truth, not an attack on capitalism, which does not exist in this.
Finish up what you're saying.
To say it is ugly. In fact, it's a sin to worship money.
Yeah,
it is. You should not be worshiping money. Worship God. Worship people around you. Worship nature, even. But worshiping money is disgusting, and we should not compliment people who do it. We should instead criticize them and say, that's gross. Hey, hedge fund manager, that's gross. I'm sorry, I think that.
No, I fucking think that too, man. I remember, like, maybe 2 years ago, like, it was like the first time I really made some money in my life. And I thought, and I remember I was in my garage, and I just was... My brother was crying.
But it didn't make you happy.
Yeah, because I didn't even know it was money. I didn't know if it was popularity. I don't know what had happened, but I got into a different space in my career. I finally knew I could pay my mortgage, just like, and I thought that somehow in the back of my head, without even realizing it, I thought that would be the answer to everything. And when it wasn't, it was like, so this is so, nobody wants to hear that also from somebody who.
But it's the most familiar thing I've ever heard. It's like, I can tell you so many stories.
It just made me so sad that I was fooled, and even fooled by myself.
Well, getting what you want is one of the saddest things that can happen. I mean, when you're happiest when, as a man, clear mission of now. For now, I mean, I could totally change.
Oh, it'll change.
If I get a better spot at the DMV, it does change. There's something going on in the water, baby. And that's why if I could take a break, just promote my non-sponsors in. And these are threes, and I know maybe sixes, but I appreciate the gesture. But I do think they too, because
I do one of those suppositories. I'm not doing a banquet or anything, I mean, maybe there'll be other things.
It's not like an expander. It's just a regular.
Okay, yeah, do something small, just pop a bead in or something, if I'm going to be at the ballpark. I think probably just something, half a gram or whatever, milligrams. I don't know what it comes to.
3 milligrams. But getting what you want, succeeding.
Yeah. But then also, I think that there were more opportunities for success in the past. There was more opportunities to feel value in the past. Like, I remember when I was a kid, we used to get our name in the paper and everything. It was so good, like the local baseball school, right? And like, even if you lost, they fucking put your last name. I got it. 0 for 4, right? Cried, even though put cried, like in parentheses. And like, yeah, dude, like, at least someone with stats.
They touch you, right?
Yeah, I mean, I had an appendectomy, right? And the guy, who I think was positive or whatever, was an assistant coach or whatever. He was screaming at me to get to third base, and literally my appendix had burst. So
Can you show me on the doll where this happened?
Dude, I remember we had a dude.
There's something here. I can feel it.
Oh, bro, this guy's just screaming at me to get to third base. My appendix burst. I'm laying in the fucking dirt, right? And that's a sign of our fucking country nowadays. They're like, get to fucking third base. You're like, I have sepsis. And nobody fucking cares, man. But they still put you in the stat sheet, 0 for 4. Yeah, I think, we had a dude who was touching players, and they just called him and they're like, look, you can't keep coaching if you're going to touch players.
That was touching him like in an affirming way?
I think just extra affirming. Like overhand, you're affirming, but once you turn the hand this way,
reach around, not affirming.
Yeah, you're doing that. That's totally, that's unaffirming, dude. What do you think about where do we go? Does Bobby Kennedy Jr. have any chance? Does a third party have any chance these days?
The third party can affect the outcome for sure. But the system is changing. The system, it's shown no sign of changing for hours. But Ross Perot rated 92.
Yeah, I remember that.
He got elected.
Ear the ears.
Yeah, ear the ears. I never heard that.
I just made it up.
That was good. But he actually was.
He was a real smart guy.
He was. He said a lot of things that turned out to be true. He was attacked. Some kind of crazy person, but including me, I should say. Yeah. He was used as a tool.
Do you even notice you're a tool? When you're a tool like that for the
No. I was 20. I was in my early 20s, and I was writing. I was covering. Literally 20 covering. Other than like kids with appendectomies in baseball. That right? Shit, he's covering national politics in your 20s. What do you know?
Yeah.
You don't know shit.
Yeah.
So you shouldn't be rendering judgment on 100%. 100%. FFA events or whatever, but not politics. But anyway, I was, and I attacked him. He was a crazy person. I just used that person. I was still. Anyway, remember.
Because Chuck Schumer just said
more dishonest than Chuck Schumer. Anyway, but the point is, he got 23% or whatever, 23 that year.
What's Perot doing?
Because he was hitting on sort of pre-Trump, more restrained, more academic, less Trump. But the idea was the same way. Manufacturing is dying, and it's going to wreck the country. We need to make stuff like that.
Bush, Perot, and Dukakis, was that?
Dukakis was 88. Bush, Perot, and Bill Clinton. Was then the governor of Arkansas, which was the first race I covered. And Perot did really well, despite massive hostility for the because of course they were protecting, their bosses. Exactly. That's exactly it. But I didn't perceive
18.9% he got.
What did he get? 19. I'm sorry, 19.
Did he affect the outcome of that race?
Oh, he wanted to vote. I mean, Clinton won it, as you see on the page, right? 43%. Absolutely.
If Perot didn't win, do you think that Bush would win?
Of course, yeah. Of course. He took the Bush, yeah.
Who is Kennedy taking from?
There's no person who's thinking, I'm going to vote either for Joe Biden or Biden.
I have some friends that are.
No way.
Really? I have some friends that have known Bobby. I mean, these are people that have known Bobby Kennedy for a long time, and like who are Democrats who are like, this is my guy.
The only reason you would vote for Joe Biden is because you I'm not attacking my speaker. I'm voting for the Democratic Party because you think they have more power than yourself. That's the only reason. And Bobby Kennedy, man, I have never seen anybody get right to the core issues affecting the country that he has. And I don't agree with him on everything, but he makes names in a big way.
Yeah, that's why I love him. I just think he can fuck. He doesn't. I don't feel like he's in anybody's pocket. Do you feel like low key there's some party that's like planted him in there? People say that, but that's crazy. crazy shit.
I feel like I know Bobby very well, and I am totally convinced, just on a human level, that he's not honest. And I don't believe
I just have to ask.
are there people in his orbit who would do that? I believe yes, is the answer. But I don't think he knows better because I think he's totally sincere. Certainly not in his pocket. I mean, the guy, his name's Bobby Kennedy, son of.
We could do whatever.
You can do whatever. You can do whatever.
And he has done. He's done some great stuff with the song.
He has. But I'm just saying, it's very easy to be loved by everybody. It's very easy to make money when everyone loves you. Bobby Kennedy can have an infinitely easier life than he's chosen. He's doing this because he's sincere. That, right? And he's under threat. And I was with him on the street the other day, this one in Washington. And the security people around him, very nervous. He's not his fault. Anyway, the point is, I think Bobby's totally sincere, but he is giving a massive middle finger to the establishment, almost as aggressively as I've ever seen it.
Yeah. Why can't we get him to 11? Because what percent does he have to get? Oh, I guess. We don't know, but
He needs a good morality. You need to get more people. And unfortunately, the system is set up where it's hard for a third party to get balance. I mean, they've rigged the system against a third party challenge because they don't want that.
who has rigged the system? Both of the parties?
Both of the parties now. Of course, they don't. I mean, once you have power, what's your number one goal? Sure. And preventing people from challenging you.
When there's a revolution, what city should we be up in?
Well, if there is a revolution, I pray there isn't because they never do. But if there is, like the first 20 minutes, you actually storm the Bastille and free the prisoners or whatever, hang your homemade flag from the roof of the Capitol or whatever. Like you
burn the news networks.
Exactly.
You have to do.
So that'd be the fun part of the revolution. That'd be definitely the fun part. But then you have like show trials, famines, and you have like all the downside. But whatever, I'm not sure. So if that happens, I will be so deep in the woods, surrounded by my dogs.
Look, let's just pretend one of your dogs is made firearms.
I actually have a dog called Fire.
Yeah.
I have AK and 47. And
I got bow, I got arrow, I got whatever, I got all my weapons in the woods. But yeah, you can even just text me this one, whenever you can be. But I think about what's wild is I think about that sometimes.
You're gonna be that way.
No, I won't be. I live in Nashville. No, I live in a place where if somebody is
because if you're in LA, you just
yeah. Oh, well, here's a move you would do in LA. You would get in a boat and go off the shore. That would be the first move.
Yeah.
Let the other.
Having grown up on the Pacific, let me just say it's a little bigger than the Chunky Funky River, wherever you're from. It's a super big ocean.
Yeah, also fuck Ben and Jerry's while we're at it.
Yeah.
But go on. They're
Is it called Chunky Monkey? What's the name of your river?
I love that.
Fun. That's the greatest name ever. But the Pacific goes on forever, and then you make it to Hawaii like 6 days later in Boston. Yeah, right.
Look, you've been lost at sea for 6 days. You deserve to start to Hawaii.
It's easy to miss Hawaii. Oh, you could. Yeah, that's a long way to Thailand.
You imagine you have to it is coming up to Hawaii. Like I let my wife drive.
No, the Pacific is not a good escape point at all. No, because south you have Baja, right. That's the little thing I could always say. From Los Angeles to what? Arctic Circle. I mean, that's just nothing. It's like Alaska. Like there's kind of nowhere. But when you get the woods, yeah.
Then Bradley up in there with a couple of dogs.
100%. Better than the hollow of a tree.
Dude, man, it sounds exciting, but I think people start to think that way. And that's a sad. It's interesting because it just comes in my head sometimes. I thought about asking people I know. I thought about asking Joe Rogan where he would be. Shit gets needed, and I've never used to think that. Might not, but I think everybody's got a little bit of a place. I think some people are thinking maybe could be. I think you want to be mountainous, so I think you get something. So I don't know if I go there. He probably doesn't have a team. I don't know, but you start to think about that. You want to get up to sea level, you know, you want to nature. So, you want to drown out, Johnstown or something.
All services subject to Cox Business.
Johnstown or Johnstown.
Both of them.
Both of them bad. Purple Kool-Aid, overflowing rivers. I know. You don't want to go.
While simultaneously answering client calls.
You don't want to travel. Things go sideways. I don't think you want to.
But you have credit. And at Cox
Sometimes I've been
Business,
in places
we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit coxbusiness.com for details.
One
All
was
services subject to Cox Business general terms.
Wow, you were down there, huh, bro?
I was, and the other was in Baghdad.
It's tournament time. Really excited that March
I felt
is
it.
here.
And which one was more hectic?
Get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook. What about
But for the United States, I really, no one ever says
customers
this.
bet on every college basketball national tournament game
Okay.
and turn $5 into
Oh, for real?
$100
Right.
instantly in bonus bets.
Oh, I bet in a game in the Saints are like
College
losing the
basketball's
balance.
most plenty time of the year.
There is no
DraftKings
one
is giving
there.
new customers a shot to rack up
Right
some
here.
bonus
And
bets.
then people
Download
start
DraftKings
behaving in
Sportsbook
ways.
app and use promo code
I saw it
IHEART.
in my mind.
Customers can bet $5 to get
That people
$150
shot,
instantly in
saw
bonus
it,
bets
not
only
guessing,
on
and
DraftKings
I was just
Sportsbook
like, this
with
cannot be
promo
America.
code
Like, I always thought
IHEART.
something bad happened.
Promo
And
code
people like,
IHEART.
call some special number, and like dad comes and restores it. At all. Police were looting. I saw it. Yeah, police were looting during the thing. So that's anyway. Whatever. My point is, I don't think you want to travel too much.
Wanya here, and there are many
You know,
ways
it's better
that
to
we
be in
can
a
all
place
help
where
raise
just like
awareness
this is my
for
place
HIV.
and just
And
defending
maybe
it.
the most important
These
is
firearms
just
with the set
talking
until
about
things
it.
calm down.
Honestly,
No,
there's
until
no
that
cure for
electricity is
HIV.
restored
There are
after the
effective
EMP attack.
treatments that, taken as prescribed,
That's-
can help you live healthy with
You
HIV
get
and get to and stay undetectable. Which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests.
Oh,
If
yeah,
you're living
once
with
you
HIV
unplug
and
that,
not
and
on
when there's,
treatment, talk to
but
your
that's a
doctor
crazy
about
feeling. You're like, okay,
Learn more
your
at
first thought is, let me call
treatinghivtoday.com. This message is sponsored
No
by
calling.
Gilead Sciences.
No oil through the pipelines.
No matter what the day brings,
God's gonna have
count
to
on
do
Juicy
this
Juice
after
for
they
your
No
needs.
airlines.
Get kids and
No one on the roads.
100% fruit juice to
Dams
help
fail.
every
Like
day.
all, you know, if you
Juicy Juice is
put everything on the line, and the people who run the country are so stupid they've actually done that. You are so vulnerable that it's unbelievable.
Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer.
At that point,
Info at
you have
juicyjuice.com.
you don't need to
Yeah, first of all,
Just
if anybody
scramble
doing
the
that
circuit.
shit, do not.
You don't need to.
Yeah. Let us at least enjoy the mystery of it for a little while too.
But people are so, that doesn't mean just no DoorDash. That means no people. One thing I've noticed,
Stacy Dash either.
Sorry, Dash, you can't pollinate your call girls from the university.
Oh, thank God. When they start showing it, like,
They'll be seeking refuge at your place. Remember me? You tipped me for no service.
seeking refuge reigns. That was a tough question.
That's a good one, though.
Thank you. But I think, yeah, but you wouldn't be able to use money anymore. Like it's weird we're having this conversation, but even as me listening to him talk, my brain is recording this because it feels extremely awful. All you need is a couple of cops to be like, you know what? Fuck these people as well. I'm not going to fucking quit. I'm not going to quit blockading or attacking these people who I know are really struggling. I'm going home tonight and being one of them. 100%.
And by the way, my kids were folks, and there's now this happened in New Orleans during Katrina. There's cops, and I give them all the benefit of the doubt. You know, some of them do some criminal cops down there, but you also have good guys too. You know, and the good guys are like, I'm sorry, I got to wife and kids at home. Like, I'm not. People going nuts. The thing that changed was it took like 0 time from when authority disappeared for people to get super afraid, predators to grab them, start preying on people, and for everything to fall apart. Everything. And if you unplug this country, and by the way, once you decide you're going to go work with Iran, there's morons who want a country society. That is, I mean, very likely out. Really? Absolutely. Everyone's like, oh, they could send an ICBM or whatever. Why would they bother to throw a missile at the United States across the ocean when they could unplug the country? And then you have real casualties, mass casualties, and mass chaos. People are not prepared for this. Or leaders are not prepared for it at all. It's like, oh, it's on your iPhone. You don't have an iPhone. There's no electricity. There's no water. And there's no way to get anything. Come on. And that could happen. That's not science fiction. That could happen soon. We're not ready for it. And as you said, it's not a cohesive country. People are not like, oh, I'm going to help my neighbors. You don't know who their neighbors are. They don't speak the same language.
We are certainly not going to also help your government. So that's going to be a weird thing. And the government's like, people do this. You might. A lot of people are like, fuck you, I don't trust you.
People have not seen chaos. They don't know what chaos looks like. Like, when people imagine war, they imagine, two lines against each other, bombing artillery shells, or rifle fire at each other. There's a certain order to that. And people can handle it. It's dangerous, but I can handle it. It makes sense to me. It's orderly, it's geometric. Chaos is completely different. Chaos is like, you have no freaking idea what's happening, who's on your side, who's not, where things are going. People are not designed. You can't handle chaos, and they go crazy. And I've only, as I said, had tasted this a couple of times, but not learned. Chaos is the one thing you have to avoid. That's the
After that, I told my wife we couldn't put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000
like in
policy
minutes.
for $50 a month.
Oh, yeah, bro. That was a big one. I'm not even joking. Fucking power goes out there.
Did you meet anyone?
Bro, it was whack up everyone in that thing. People were beating this. It was complete darkness. Yeah, you're fucking feeling around for whatever, birthday cake or whatever you're, like, you don't even know what's going on. But that was crazy.
We shop, save.
So what is your plans now? Like you're on Twitter, you're in a free space. Yeah, much we have in today's society, you're in a free space with free speech. What else is there like?
We have some plans. I mean, some of them, I'm being honest, include territorial.
Oh, dude, it's not.
No. I mean, I just want to save things. Say things that can't be said in other places, bring facts, and maybe we can unheard in the spirit of humility. I'm having spent my whole life in Washington, which is like 35 years, I'm very.
But you know what? I think a lot of people were glad that somebody was there. It's nice to see people that get out of the space because then you're not as compromised. People don't seem as compromised.
It's totally right. No, it's totally true. But I didn't realize just how controlled my brain was by everything that did it. Right? But anyway, I've been around a lot of people who set out to like, I'm going to change the world. Those people invariably, 100% of the time, make the world worse. So approach every task with knowledge. I have no real idea what I'm doing. I don't know the long-term consequences of this. I probably can't fix every problem. I'm just going to try my best with humility, to make things slightly better. That's the goal, make things slightly better. Anyone who tells you, if we pass this legislation, we're going to fix everything. We're going to fix healthcare forever, said Barack Obama in 2010. As soon as he said that, I was like, I don't even know much about healthcare. I'm probably an expert. But I was like, the second you tell me you're going to fix something as complicated, 1/5 the entire U.S. economy in one piece of legislation, because you're lying. Because that's impossible. And it turned out it works. Of course. So I don't want to do that. I just want to tell the truth. And do it without being pulled on to. And I think that we can.
And Tucker on X is your show.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And do you guys have, do you should you ever do a show with a partner shooting or something like that? I'm not going to pitch you an idea. I'm just, that's usually the predecessor question, like somebody trying to pitch you an idea. But do you think about that sort of thing? Like, do you have?
Well, I mean, I have a million people I would like to work with. I mean, I like to interview people actually, and a lot, and I really try to be diet for a year. I'd like a respite from that. You will have a lot of people. Yes, but yeah, we're making a much
So like a production company kind of one, like you expanding in that sense. Like who's that one? Venture Bureau has one. Outkick is a company. Daily Wire.
I don't know what Outkick is. I have a friend who works there.
Outkick, I think it was football, and then they. Okay.
Does Jason still? You know Jason Woodlock?
Yeah, I do know Jason Woodlock. I met him one time.
I love Jason Woodlock.
You guys seem very friendly. I didn't get to talk to him.
He's a great guy, very deep on the show.
Really?
He's the kind of person when you're talking to him, Whitlock's very friendly. Whitlock will say things, you know what? Sorry, I just want to have a shallow conversation. He's on shallow in some ways. He doesn't think like that. Super nice.
That'd be interesting. Sometimes I want to have deeper conversations with you about how to get into them, how to get into
Well, with him, you don't have to worry because he just goes there. He never goes there. I like that.
Do you ever get asked, and then we'll wrap up because I need to go off. Thanks for your time. Do you ever get asked to bring people over to Twitter? Like, is there like movement? So Jon Stewart just had a show with Apple, right? Was that recently? Where he canceled? Yeah, he had a show with Apple. Jon Stewart,
the guy from the Daily Show.
From the Daily Show. Jon Stewart's show on Apple is ending. Mr. Stewart and Apple are parting ways because of creative differences.
I didn't even know he had a show on Apple. So it shows you
people with the knowledge. But they had a disagreement about the episodes, the type of episodes he wanted to do. He wanted to do episodes on. According to Hollywood Reporter, had a decision to end. Apple approached Stewart directly and expressed its needs because it would be aligned with the company's views on topics discussed. Rather than falling in line, Apple threatened to cancel the show. Stewart reportedly decided to walk. Stewart continued discussions of artificial intelligence in China were a major concern. Why would they be concerned with him having episodes like that?
I mean, we're assuming that's true. I hope it's true. That's no reason to. You know, if you think there's something really important, you probably your boss says no.
Was there another time you almost quit before?
My sense is that the show. I mean, I didn't know the show existed. Stuart, obviously, a talented guy.
Yeah, he's kind of beloved.
25 years ago, yeah. I always thought he was talented. He definitely did. He starts to mistake himself.
Yeah.
It's so important. And I've done that. I've been there.
Oh, yeah, Eureka's the first thing to grow.
100%.
It's very scary. You're like, dang, this God has some special reason for me.
No, you will humiliate yourself. You will humiliate yourself and destroy yourself. You lose respect in your life. Don't go back from that. And just remember, I'm an asshole. And if you don't believe that, next time you get out of the shower, walk in front of the mirror, yourself. Might be impressive.
No guardrail can stop the derailment. And concluded he is in himself. We must remain calm, maintain concentration, seek progress while
So,
maintaining stability.
right, exactly. So, like, it's important to do that. You know what I mean? That will keep you from thinking you're the Messiah. I don't think he's an important person.
Any other questions or anything you want to talk about, Tucker?
No.
Okay, I know you share everything on your own show.
President Joe Biden has announced the strictest regulation on illegal class.
Yeah, man, it's been a lot of fun.
I've had a great time.
Yeah, me too. I appreciate
You're
it.
the only person I've talked to in the last probably ever. One of my
56% of all
They're not
vehicles sold.
Yeah, they're impressed by you. I don't know why. Obviously got some sort of weird magic power over it.
Low cost
I don't know anything about
You don't have
that.
to use
That's the thing.
You're not going to start a children's crusade or anything.
It came after our industry a couple of years ago. You
Oh,
know?
I didn't mean it to be creepy.
Okay, good. Yeah. And I don't really know what those And
Are they the old women like me?
no, I just only know people that are legally adults. Well, of course. Okay, that's all I'm saying, dude. Because immediately, like, I remember the New York Times like hunting down half of our industry. Like finding like, just that vague stuff.
And I think there are a lot of creepy comedians, but not as many as there are jokes.
There's just some fakes and drinks. Dude, what happened? Remember the guy who flipped off in the Zoom meeting, and then they brought him back on for the interview?
And he sat there and he's like, oh, I got caught whacking off in a Zoom interview. I mean, it just shows you his name is Jeff Tubin. And, not a stupid guy, actually. I know it. And, but he's...
Oh, yeah.
But his desire to be on television trumps everything else. Like, if I said to you, if that happened to you, you'd be like, you know what? I'm just kind of out. I'm going to do something. You know what I mean? I'll find something else. Right. Yeah. Well, you said you have some control on compulsion.
No, I'm doing great.
Just habitual. Right.
It's so not full.
But imagine if you're Jeff Tubin to sit there with this female anchor on Fox and talk about inflation. It's like there's no shame that you won't bear. There's no shit you won't eat just to be on television. And I obviously don't respect the judge anyway, because I know it. But I had even less after that. I mean,
it's weird how God will give you your gifts. You don't fucking know what they're going to be wrapped in. It's like all they wanted to be was on camera. And just like,
you gotta want the right things. You know what I mean?
I think you got to get real specific with God, bro, because he's busy.
I totally agree. And last thing I'll say is I think it's so important if you are publicly was, of course, too. It can be a great. That's a great. And you should treat it that way and be grateful for it. This is keeping me from becoming the worst person I might otherwise have. There's nothing worse than a man who spends his entire adult life succeeding never. Only about themselves. They can't bear to listen to you. Every time you talk, they're holding their breath until you stop. So they shut up again. They become true narcissists. And I just hope for Jeff Tubin, who's really an asshole, actually.
I don't know.
Well, I do. I just think
he's an asshole.
Yeah, he is. But he may be less of one now. Actually, and I've certainly been an asshole a lot, so I'm not judging. I do it. So I have hopes for him. Whacking off.
Oh, yeah, dude. That guy. But, anyway, Tucker Carlson, thanks so much, dude. It was interesting, and I really appreciate your time. I really do.
I do. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet, brother. I might do one later. We'll see.
Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm flowing like these leaves. I must be cornerstone. Oh, but when I reach that ground, I'll share this piece of mind I found. I can feel it in my bones.
We put together the economic forecast. Everything is the Fed is expecting more inflation. I agree with that. The Fed is expecting higher GDP. I disagree with that. But the Fed...
I want to let you know I will be in Las Vegas this weekend, October 27th and 28th at Resorts World. We'll be excited to see you there. As well, dates in Norfolk, Virginia, Roanoke, Virginia, Huntington, West Virginia, Evansville, Indiana, Huntsville, Alabama, and Atlanta, Georgia. Those are all on sale now. TheoBond.com/. That's TheoBond.com/. Today's guest is a garbage man out of Staten Island. Voted one of America's top 70 islands. He is a man who's been 20 years in garbage. And he knows it. He knows it, baby. He knows pails and bins, baby, pails and bins. He's done it all. He collected garbage in New York City and outside of the city. We're going to learn everything you want to know about it. Today's guest is Garbage Man, Mr. Wayne Owen. You know, and yeah, thanks for coming in, dude. So, you're a garbage man. Do you guys have a term that you guys use within the industry?
Oh, we used to go with sanitation.
Okay.
That was our major sound. A little more like needed and wanted.
Yeah.
Compared to the government.
Yeah, and I guess we'll find out, even through the course of this chat, if it's, where does it kind of land, I think, and that's one of the reasons, I just want to learn all about the industry. So, you, in what area were you in?
I started in Manhattan, grew up in Staten Island. Started in Manhattan, did almost 2 years, and then switched over to Staten Island. They share their stories. Did 18 more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and their money's never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing.
So how do you get into it? How does it even start? Like, is it a family thing? Like your father picks you, just like picks you up when you're young and fucking teach you a recycling bin or something? How does it?
Talk to a specialist. No, it's rule of thumb in New York. Like, you take the city test. This is a $30 college don't work out. You call it out and get it completely free. And even cover shipping and handling. No credit card.
So those are different city tests, or those are different options.
Yep. Different tests.
Okay, so a lot of people that don't go to college in New York, they'll fall back into that and go to one of the options.
Right.
Take a different test. So you took a sanitation test.
Yes. Sad, but really, like one of the questions how would you pick up this pile of dirt? And then like a shovel and then like a rake, like it's crazy. My name is
Mr. Yeah, you used to like rake dirt all the time.
13 years ago, we defined men's
Usually yell and slur at about the men's with me.
Over the years,
But so you take the test. Is it how many people go take the test? Do you take it at like a center? Do you? Is it like what do they do? Is that like an MSG or something like that?
No, they use like public schools.
Okay.
Like anything that they have available.
Okay.
High schools, grad schools, whatever they have.
Okay, so you roll up like the night before. Do you get a lot of sleep? Do you like show up with like do you kind of prepare for it? Do you think it's gonna be so?
Yeah. They get you the book. Like they have a book.
Or the
to
book.
Take the test.
Okay.
And like after the second page, you're like, all right, this I can't read this book. It's worse than when you went into reading it. You're like, wait, what's going on? So yeah, they, my test, over 100,000 people signed up, but they did a lottery. So, and everybody has to pay the $30, $35, whatever it is.
When you sign up, you have to pay.
Yeah, you send your form in with the money. But my test, they only did it this one time. They only let 30,000 people take the test. So those other 70,000 didn't even get to take.
But they still
took
took
their money. It's just like anything else.
Oh,
They get their money in. They'll get their money.
Wow, bro, that's crazy.
Yeah.
So now you got 70,000 people who are pissed at the city.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so you take the test. You're in there. You now. How long does it take to get your score?
It takes we give you a few months, I'd say. Yeah, a few months until you get your score. I mean, yeah, come on. If I wish I was trying to get the test around.
Really?
And I was actually in there with high school friends. When they were all running out, I was the last dude in the test. Like, what's going on? And I'm not the smartest guy in the world. But I'm like, what is going on? So I rushed through the last two questions.
Yeah. That does too.
Wow. So I got a 103 out of 105. That was a perfect score.
Oh, dang. Okay. So now are you looked at like you come in as a pretty high rank then? Like, are you like?
Yeah. So they give like veterans and stuff extra like credit, well deserved. And like I think my list was I want to say it was like 348.
Okay.
Out of the 30,000, 15. I forget what the number.
So you were in the top 400.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I was hired within a year.
Okay. And so you still are waiting a year to get hired.
Yeah.
And why is there no job position? What is it? Is it a busy industry?
Yeah. Well, you got to wait for people to hire.
Oh, okay.
And they have a set number, and that's what they go on.
Okay. All right. So so if somebody finally retires or something happens to them, and then now you get called in, right?
Yeah.
Where were you when you got the call?
Probably just home.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was. I was still working in Manhattan. I
Okay.
So I was working.
Yeah.
But my mother said, "Listen, you'll be retired in 20 years. We got to take you." I was 21.
Wow.
I wanted to, what 21-year-olds do.
Yeah. Nothing. Yeah.
True.
It's great.
No, but you want to go out and party, and like that's where your life starts.
Right.
Parties. But I grew up in Staten Island where we were going to bars at 16, 17 years old.
Right. So you
I
did do it. Yeah. And so, did your mother say, "Look, I think this is something you should do"?
No, she was like, "No, you're doing it."
Oh, wow.
But thankfully enough, because she saw the end of it.
Right.
She said, "Do you want to be working until 60, 70, 80 years old? Is that really what you want?"
Yeah.
So there is the light at the end. But
you got a handy do frame.
Yeah. Listen, it's better than any other job. I'll put it right now.
Wow. Okay. Well, I got to know more then, man. So, all right. So you get in, you're hired, you're excited. You get your first day. Like, how does that really go? And do you go to like a training camp or whatever? Do you guys?
Yeah, they send you to the driving training.
Okay.
And they teach you on dump trucks.
Okay.
So that's like 2-3 weeks. You do your road test, you get your CDLs, your license to drive the trucks.
Okay.
Now, then like 2 days they'll bring out, and this was at Granville's Island.
Okay.
And I think they did 2 days. They bring a garbage truck out.
Okay.
There's 2 steering wheels.
There's 2 steering wheels in the truck?
There's 2 steering wheels.
You got to pick which one you would use? No.
Well, no, it all depended on what street you were on. Like if you were picking the right side of the street up, you could drive from the right so you're close. So you can know, because that's the biggest thing on the job. You've got to put that thing where your partner wants it to make the day go easy. Okay. If I got to start dragging garbage around cars and everything else, now we're not having to do that.
And then when you get back in the truck, there's beef when you're in the cabin.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. There were a few guys that, and they're good friends of mine.
Yeah.
I would let them.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Oh yeah, we need that. That's what we need to see. Is like instead of cash cab, we need to see,
That would be.
Oh yeah, sanitation cab violence, bro.
Yeah, there was some bad ones.
Yeah, that's beautiful, bro.
No, years ago when I first got on, they used to have like a one bench, like across the truck.
Okay.
They got rid of them, so it was just a left side and a right side.
Okay.
Mostly drive from the left in Manhattan.
Okay.
Driving from the right is frowned upon. It just is. Everything is different. Driving on the right side, it's a whole different driving situation.
Oh yeah. Every now and then you meet some fella trying to drive from the right. Saying nothing but.
But in Staten Island, it was like a law. Like you had to drive from the right.
Okay, so there's certain places where you got to get over so in that instance, you would just get over to the other side of the car, and for that length of the
truck, there's like a little button you hit.
Okay.
And it just switches to, now you drive from that side.
Wow. Do today's trucks still have that?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, cool. I didn't know that, man. That's real interesting. Because, dude, one time I had to take a driver's ed or whatever, and they had the dude over there, And I think the car I was in was like it was a Toyota Tercel, bro. And the trunk was missing, I remember, in the dude's car. So there was this total wind current, like constantly, just happening in the vehicle, And and I remember driving that just out of sheer fear, like this guy's out of his fucking mind. And he popped the brake and kind of smiled at me and shit. I'm like, this dude's fucking flirting with me. I'm trying to learn, This dude's trying to, touch a child or whatever. All right, so you get the first day, man. How does your first day on the job go?
They literally, so on my garage, they tell you, hey, show up on this time, 6 a.m., West Side, 30th Avenue. Manhattan 6 was my first garage. So I'm like, all right, over near Javits Center.
Okay.
All right, so it's right a block down from there.
Okay, so you get down there. Do you go down there a lot or not?
No. Okay. When you work in Manhattan, you want to stay out of it. Okay. You deal with it all week. You deal with nonsense. Yeah. Anytime I work in Manhattan, I just never wanted to party in Manhattan.
Yeah, 100%.
I couldn't stand it.
All right, so you get down there.
Yeah, so I get there, and you're meeting all these guys. I met a few when I signed up. The new guys who came in with 11 new guys. So I knew them by face. I didn't really get to know anybody.
Oh yeah, I just watched Band of Brothers. Did you see that?
No. No, and you're meeting there's some old timers on there that don't like the new kids coming.
Really? Huh?
Yeah, they got grumbling on it, junior stuff. This and that.
Scams or whatever.
So they're like, all right, here, they hand me a piece of paper. They said, go pick this guy up on 2nd and 20th. So we had these sections all around. Manhattan where guys would go because the garage wasn't big where I was at.
Okay.
So you would have section guys show up there, garage guys show up at the garage.
Okay.
And I'm like, wait. I had to like think to myself, like, I'm gonna drive this garbage truck. Never drove in a city street. Where we were driving up Randall's Island, we were going in a circle.
Okay.
So now you're putting cars, people.
So you're in the truck downtown.
Yeah, and now they're like, oh, go pick up this partner. I never drove a truck in Manhattan. Let alone you probably driven a car or been in a car. Yeah, Manhattan, it's not fun.
Oh, it's alarming.
It's crazy.
And so now you're driving the truck, and is it? That's scary.
Your first day, you know, your whole thing is the mirrors. You know, worrying about you. It's a truck. You know, it's not a car. Yeah. I got there.
Okay.
Let's put it that way.
Okay.
I was all right. I didn't hit nobody. No hurt nobody. And then I picked this dude up.
Okay.
Probably 35 minutes on the job.
Oh, he's been in there, bro.
Scraggly looking guy. He come on, kid, you're with me. Here we go.
Come on, kid.
Yeah, so you know where you're falling into that.
Right, he's suddenly set the stone, you know.
Yeah, he might have been one of the drivers.
Oh,
guys,
yeah.
where you were at.
He might have been
missing
driving.
The way he said it, kind of scared. You know.
Oh, I bet if you pluck a hair out of his beard and test it for 9-year-olds, you know, who knows what'll come back, you know. But yeah.
Bing. But yeah, and everybody's like looking at you because it's like you got stuck with this.
Oh, really, huh?
So that's right away. All right. And like rules, first thing they teach you, do not stand behind the truck while the back of the truck is silent. Okay. This dude was looking for everything in the truck.
Really?
He had all kinds of shit in his beard. Oh, it was nasty. And he didn't even care. Like, it was just, like,
So he was just back there just catching that hot tide.
Flying out. He's, hey, he's looking for it. Like, I'm looking at me like I'm not in there with him. Like, I'm just throwing it in to get rid of it, dude. I'm not here to dig through. Pulling out like Spider-Man figures, like, yeah, like crazy.
Oh yeah, and now we go right in line with one of those kids.
Exactly. Drives their teacher. Definitely. That was his first job.
So he's just back there just collecting samples from the area, huh?
Yeah.
Oh. And now when he gets back in the truck, like, what's the inside of the cab? Does it smell pretty bad?
No, it's a mess. You know, until you get your own truck, like I had, you know, once I got the truck, when you get time on the job, you get a route, like there's cleaning supplies, like we wiped our truck down every day, spotless, right? But when you have guys that just didn't give a crap, you know, it was filthy, man.
Oh. And what kind of gear are you wearing? What kind of gear is a New York City garbage man, sanitation engineer? What type of gear are y'all rocking?
Just regular, you know, dicky pants with a t-shirt, with the sweatshirt, you know.
Not a wetsuit or nothing like that.
No, there were days you needed it.
Oh, like that.
Yeah, when it rained itself.
Oh. Yeah, I would think you would go full plastic, you know, like.
Well, gloves and boots were like no more. Yeah, that was always like, that's where you spent your money.
Okay.
Pants, it is what it is. Go wash them.
Well, okay, so now you got this kind of guy rolling with you. And how long does that shift go?
I was out there for a while. Because he's big. He's looking for treasures.
Oh, this dude, really? So he's a real hunter.
It was a 5, 6, 7 hour, you know, route. Where normally a routes take about 2 hours.
Okay, wow, really? So this guy's just out there and he just likes to collect. Now, some of these men just really collectors and they kind of hide masquerading as sanitation.
They do that, or some of these guys get this stuff and sell it. They have business.
Really?
Yeah, they go to like, you know, flea markets and shit. Yeah. They have no idea. One dude in Staten Island, I didn't even give him the shout out. But anyway.
Yeah, fuck it, but yeah, tell me.
Dude, it was like Sanford and Son on his roof, leaving the garage on this. Like he'd take, you know, furniture, this, that, everything. Yeah. And you would catch him at the flea market. But dude, listen, from what was told, he had over $1 million from what he collected and sold in a bank account.
Wow. So you worked in Manhattan and you worked in Staten Island. Yeah. You can sit beside here too.
Totally different. Totally different setup. So Manhattan, like the buildings, it's all buildings.
Right.
You know, house to house, we used to call it. So you go like pale. That's maybe on like 10 blocks, like where I was at. But you get like one building on the corner of, just say, 2nd and 42nd. I mean, there's 2,000 bags on it. And they use sausage bags.
Okay.
So they have compactors in the buildings that literally compact these things, and then the guys knot the ends. And they're, anywhere from 3 feet to, 4 or 5 feet long.
Oh, yeah, it's like somebody making
Sausage.
Yeah.
And they were not like.
Really? So you got that long dog, huh? And could somebody have put a body in one, you think?
Oh, yeah. You could put a body in anyone. I ain't looking. I know the days I'm not. I could give a damn.
Yeah, that dude fucking.
I would tell people all the time, the minute you want to do that, just put it in a bag. I ain't looking.
Oh, that dude's selling femurs on Etsy.
Exactly.
You know?
Yep.
That dude's out there. Yeah. That dude's out there fucking slinging shin bones on eBay.
But it's
yeah, so somebody could put a body in one of those bags, zip it up to the garbage guy. You know, these days everybody's watching you. You Google something, you get an ad for it. You know, you whisper something to your cousin. Next thing you know, you're getting advertisements for Tootsie Rolls or something. We're all being monitored, it feels like. That's why you need a VPN. With ExpressVPN, 100% of your traffic is rerouted through their encrypted servers, so no one can see a thing. You can search for whatever you want. You want to geo-track a Wolverine or a woman across town, or a man. You would love a man. You can do it. Nobody will know. ExpressVPN works on all your devices, whether you browse the internet on your phone, tablet, computer. You can use up to 5 devices at the same time under one ExpressVPN subscription. So stop letting people invade your privacy right now. Get 3 extra months of ExpressVPN for free. You go to expressvpn.com/Theo. That's expressvpn.com/THEO. expressvpn.com/Theo to learn more. You know, you don't know you're a bad cook until you know it. You know, I remember one time I heated up a can of pears, and it got so hot I couldn't even get in the can. Burned both of my hands, the front and the back of my hand. But you got to have good cookware as well. That's what I'm here to tell you about today is HexClad. That's right. No longer using your roommate's dishes, guys. HexClad has revolutionized the cookware industry with a hybrid pan that gives you all the convenience and cleanup of non-stick, the versatility of your grandma's cast iron, and they are so durable. Gosh, I mean, you could do a ribeye in it. You could do you could make a wedding cake in it, and they last a lifetime. They will outlast you. They will be in your will. We're serious. They have a lifetime warranty just in case you find a way to destroy them while you're making your ramen noodles for some stranger you met on social media. Gordon Ramsay might be the toughest critic in the world, and these are the pots and pans that he uses at home and in his Michelin star restaurants. HexClad. Support our show and check them out at hexclad.com/Theo. That's at HEXCLAD/THEO. Listeners get 10% off their order by going to that link. Just go to hexclad.com/Theo. So a way to get, if you decided to see somebody or kill somebody, I don't like to use that term, but make somebody be dead immediately in front of you. Say that. In New York City, you could put them into the chute in your building, the trash chute.
Well, I wouldn't do that. Like, that's a little much. But if you had, access to the compactor,
okay,
then I think it's different. But if you're going to shoot through 13 flights down, I mean, somebody's about to hear. There's got to be some blood.
Yeah.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, somebody can hear a wristwatch.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Somebody's watch is going to connect, and something's going to ping in, and you know how that goes.
Right. So if you could get the body down in the compactor, there's a chance it could just be thrown out in one of those sausage bags.
Wow. Yeah, we used to you know, you have cars parked so tight, and there's 30, just saying a smaller stop, there's 15, 20, 30 bags. Well, I hope. Sad day for this Jaguar owner. I would literally, because I would tell you, you know, I was 21, I was stupid. I would grab them both sides, slide them right across the hood.
The Jaguar?
Whatever
fuck
car
rich
was there.
people, dude.
Yeah, whatever car was there.
Bro, I fucking, there's nothing better than doing something to the fucking rich, boy. You know?
Well, they just didn't care.
Oh,
They
yeah.
had no respect for me, so now it's like, all right.
Oh, because they parking illegal.
Well, no, they're parked legally, but they give you no space. So now those bags, you know, they're heavy, and I get it. Everybody would say, well, we don't know, we're not going.
Right.
Well, now you're going. Now you got to go to the body shop. Fix your shit when you're done.
Yeah, dude, I remember when I used to go over to rich people's houses, my buddy Jeff would steal, he had a whole collection of silverware. And we were poor, so it was like everybody was rich, you know what I'm saying? We knew people, if you had a fucking front door, bro, you had a little bit of money, you know? So like, we fucking, Jeff had silverware for everybody, dude. And then if I went over to rich people's houses, a lot of times I would pick my nose when they were looking to feed them a little bit to their dog.
Oh, man, what did you get out of that? What was the thought process of getting out of that?
I think for me it was something like start from the bottom, like you convince these animals to fucking work for you, you know what I'm saying? It was like, I'm gonna, they may think they're doing all this and all of that, but we fucking yeah, so I'm saying,
yeah, no, I get it. I mean,
it was like I'm taking things to the lowest. It's like I'm just like, I don't know. It's probably like some Lord of the Flash.
Yeah.
So you got the big sausage bags in the city, right?
Yeah, and the city is just,
oh, it's hell.
It's multiplied crazy. Like there were times where you knew that, like if their compactors were broke, like it was awful, man. Really? Now they put out, so they could probably fit, I'd say a normal 4 or 5 bags of garbage in one of these sausage bags. But now the compactor broke, so now they got to put regular just bags out. So it just went from 10 to 15 sausage bags to 150 regular garbage. And it's one at a time, you know, just chucking them over the cars.
And now, do you throw them to a buddy and he puts them in, or you, that's the goal?
In the city, you're pretty much just working together the whole time.
Okay.
When you go to Staten Island, it's like half hour on, half hour off.
Okay.
So I'll drive for a half hour, you load for a half hour. Vice versa, back and forth until the route's done. Okay. But in Manhattan, it's like, you know, all hands on deck. Those bags are kind of heavy sometimes.
It reminds me a little like watching that show, like an ocean show, you know what I'm talking about? It's like an ocean show. And they're angry, and every year one of them dies, and they put it up on TNG, but they're looking for carpers. They're looking for fish or something.
I don't know.
Yeah. Here's a video right here of some sanitation guys right here. Throwing garbage bags into...
Yep.
Oh, wow, that dude, huh?
That was impossible.
Were you really? Bro, that dude, wow.
That's a private guy.
That's Buddy Hield right there.
Yep. That's a private guy.
Oh, that's a private guy. That's not one of your boys.
Yeah.
So how can you tell
I did
me
that for a year. The truck. All trucks were white.
Okay.
The white elephant. That's what they called it. And the white elephant always got people's way. Really pissed them off.
Oh, yeah. You guys are the worst, dude.
I used to do the whole clothing real quick.
Yeah.
I used to do that. I used to take my gloves off and they bang, you know, in Manhattan. You're an asshole. I'm like, you should have woke up 10 minutes early. Now you're stuck behind me and I ain't moving.
Well, the craziest thing about a sanitation truck is that not only you stuck, but it smells bad. You're fucking like, hey.
And they used to get real close, and like I was saying, when she used to spray out, especially rainy days, after a rainy day, or if it was raining, wet days, move that thing, and the cars would get covered. I'd be like,
oh,
that's on you.
Dude, so that must have been kind of fun just throwing those bags. That seemed like
Yeah.
something a kid would love to do.
I just throw them behind my back, just running down the street, you know. In Staten Island, because it's a lot lighter in Staten Island.
Right. So that was in Staten Island, but in the city, it's a little bit more. You got to have your dude there. You guys are loading this thing up. You're just keeping it moving.
Yeah.
And in the city, how many bags can go, or those big sausage bags can go into the cycle? And what's the cycle like of the truck?
Well, you probably fit like 5, 6 of those bags in at a time. But your average in Manhattan was 10 to 13, 14 tons of garbage in per truck.
Or trucks. You start out with nothing in there.
Empty.
Okay.
And there's a compactor in the middle, like in the truck, and then it just cycles and compacts it the whole time.
Okay.
And the rule of you got to get the route. You have to get the whole route on the truck, so you would have to maneuver sometimes, squeeze a little more.
Yeah. And you hear it getting tight back in there?
Oh, yeah. Like, you can feel it. It changes the whole drive of the truck.
Really?
From being empty to heavy.
Yeah, you know, we spoke one time with a female truck driver, and she had worked with, and her son, I think, had breast reduction surgery. But she had worked with a cement truck, right?
Yeah.
And she said sometimes when the mixer was full, she would drive, and when she stopped on one of the brakes, you'd feel the cement come up just the back of it. It was just really interesting. So that kind of made me think of that.
Oh, it changes everything. Just, you think about it. Double everything. This comes in 2,000 pounds, so 36,000, and then the truck is probably another 14. You're looking at 35,000, 40,000 pounds. It ain't easy to stop.
Yeah, so you'd have to set up you can feel that weight, huh? That's pretty crazy.
Yeah. It's harder to stop. The trucks would jump to begin with. I think New York got like all the secondhand ones. They're like, oh, try this. Like Mack truck. Like, oh yeah, try this. Dude, it was crazy. Like, for me, it was terrible. I'm tall, 6'5", so it's like just getting in the truck. Yeah. I had to get so used to not hitting my knees on the dashboard. It was just not comfortable to sit in. So,
damn.
But they didn't care. Whatever they got a discount on, they took it.
Wow, yeah. Oh, that's everybody nowadays. They'll put you in a damn dude. They'll put you in a fucking baby stroller. They'll make you put 6 bags on the baby,
whatever you could fit.
They cut
whatever they could fit.
So,
wheels, not 4, like crazy.
So how tight does that trash get in there? Can you see it building up? Like, does it build up some heat? Is it that?
Yeah, no, it gets. When you dump it, you'll see it's like a brick. It comes out, it'll start falling out here and there, but there's steam coming off it. And the methane gas.
Yeah.
Yeah, and even if you go out, Staten Island has the biggest landfill in the world. You can see it from space.
Oh wow, that's
Staten Island landfill. And they have constant pipes that are burning because of all the methane gas coming out of the ground.
It's not beautiful, man. God. It's almost like like grease or something in the Olympics, whatever they like the torches.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that is amazing, huh?
Yeah. They stopped dumping it now. But that's
they should have kept dumping.
Yeah, they gave up. But that sucks, because I do know a lot of people that passed away in Staten Island with cancer, but like that, the cancer rate in Staten Island.
Is it really?
That's why I bring that up.
Wow. Yeah, I want to get into some of that. So, yeah, my friend Aaron, actually, he's part of a new company called Vespine, and what they do, this is pretty interesting. They take the methane gas at landfills and they burn it, but they convert it immediately into electricity.
So usable, yeah, that works.
So now you have electricity that's right there available. So say if they had like trash trucks or something, and then they were electric, then they could charge them up immediately, or they could use the energy. Like for a little bit, they were using it to mine Bitcoin when Bitcoin was popular, but now they're finding other places to use the energy. But it's just kind of fascinating. Something that's really long. I can't believe that log is hot. Huh? Now, what do they call them? Bricks, logs? Because that's almost like a damn diamond of trash,
Yeah, listen, when you dump, you just dump. You're not staring at it. You just go out and get out of it. Because we used to dump down in Manhattan. We started dumping on the side of the turnpike in Jersey. And that guy burns it. But he's got $1 million filter, so he's able to. The smoke coming out's clean. Really? Dude's crazy money. Dude, yeah, he was getting, they were charging $50-something per ton to the city. Plus, he signed like an $80 million contract with the city to take all the garbage. Because, we've got to get paid off having trucks now on the turnpike, because they don't want that. And then he's selling the ash. Just money. There's so much money in garbage, you have to know it. It's $1 billion business. Yeah.
And the mafia used to be involved in it, right? That's why they were.
Well, when you brought up bodies, that's the one thing on Staten Island. Those are the bits and tails. My stepfather, God rest his soul, used to work out there. He was a tractor operator. He said cars used to come in, pimped down Lincolns, and then just all turn around. Car used to go up to the top of the hill. Never see it again. The car just disappeared, the person disappeared. Pull out, see you later, fellas. That was it.
It's the Devil's Ocean, maybe the landfill.
Yeah, there's a lot of stories out there.
I wonder, I wish God would just tell us how many bodies we're in. Sometimes I pray sometimes that I'll wake up with the number. Because you know they're all.
Definitely.
Did you ever feel like, did you ever get a weird feeling or premonition like you're driving the truck home? Like, could there have been a body in there and you have no idea, or at some point whenever you're dumping it, you would have seen something?
Listen, you definitely think you can get a feeling. You know, somebody comes out and says something, but like, maybe this dude just whacked somebody.
Right.
You know, his wife ain't healthy right now. He's probably in his bag.
Right.
Like, I'll throw it in. Like,
oh, yeah.
But no, I never. I had one. These two guys came out of the house and they started. Oh, I'm like, what now? We were in that kind of neighborhood in Staten Island. I'm like, all right, what's up? My dog died.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Bring it to get cremated. Why are you telling me?
Trying to cut corners, couple of games, trying to cut corners.
We rode in the truck. I'm like, and I'm a dog owner at the time. I'm a dog lover. Next thing you know, on the bed, the yellow lab. This thing had to be 100 pounds.
Oh, they both grabbed
healed out. They were crying. No, it was on the bed. They got rid of the bed, the toys, the shit was still lined up like he was just playing and then just dead. Like, and they're like, okay, and just launched him into the back of the truck. I'm like, I told my partner, I'm like, dude, I can't cycle that up. Like, so it's like, you would get the feeling if somebody was like, oh yeah, can I throw this bag in? Like, yeah, you know. I heard y'all fighting last week about garbage, you know.
And so what? Then you tell the guy, hey, you press the button, you press this.
Yeah, I just, you know, in that case, I was like, dude, I told my partner, and he was just hitting me. He's like, yeah, all right, yeah.
I sell the collar in an hour.
Exactly.
Fuck.
That's bed usable. Put that on Etsy, on Facebook Marketplace. Make $13. They'll sell anything on that.
Oh yeah, dude, you can fucking sell your cousin with that bitch. What you don't say to me?
Yeah.
If he can't read, if he's still teachable, you know, fucking somebody buy that bitch in an hour on there. You fucking do. You go on there and find your ex-wife on that bitch. Exactly. Like, you can buy used barrettes on there. Yeah.
I brought my olden age back.
You say, man, them barrettes, boy, back in the day, you see a girl with a couple barrettes in, or you know what girls used to wear when I was like in school? They would wear a headband. Remember that?
No, my sisters were big into scrunchies.
Oh yeah.
Ugh, all over the country. Tangled up in hair. All kinds of nasty. I grew up with 3 sisters, so.
Oh really?
Yeah, man. I was the only boy. Three sisters. You know, I've been through it.
Wow. Yeah. Man. And did any of them, were they okay when you got into the sanitation game? What'd they say?
Well, my sister Ava was pissed.
Really?
She filled out the shit and sent it in, and she didn't get picked. She was pissed. Still to this day, she reminds me, I got you that time. So I took that test. That shit was hard as hell. You didn't take it from me.
She went and took it and didn't pass.
No. She didn't get called. Remember I said
she didn't get
only
the lottery.
15,000, 20,000 people took it. She didn't get picked to take it.
It's crazy that even at the that there's a lottery to there's lotteries at every end of the spectrum of life, man.
Yeah.
So what season of the year is the worst time of the year for trash?
But definitely the winters. The winters were awful.
Okay.
Like the summers were hot, but like once you got used to that smell, like even nowadays, like I'll never be able to smell how awful. Because you're just used to it.
Yeah.
Like it's like second nature.
Yeah.
You know, the maggot smell, just all that nastiness. It's just part of it. The winters were brutal.
Really? And that's because of the cold, huh?
It's the cold, the ice, if it snowed, you're stepping over all that shit. Still got to pick the garbage up. Now you're working 12-hour days. If it snows, you're constantly driving around in a truck all day. It's grueling.
And would you a lot of cleats and stuff? What would you wear for shoe wear?
Just boots. Yeah. So you had rain boots. junk boots, just because I always wore like a hiking boot because I could move fast. You know, when you're wearing like heavy boots, like they always said, don't wear steel toes because God forbid something hit you on the foot, it'll snap your toes off. I don't.
Oh, the steel would actually snap your toes off.
Yeah.
So that's the downside of wearing steel toe boots.
If you're in an industry like that, yeah. Because there are some cans. I mean, I don't think back in the day there used to be metal cans. They used to pick up ash in New York City, so everybody would burn that garbage in the buildings, and they would have these like 150-pound steel garbage cans. And I had lifted a few of them in my time. They're no joke, loaded with ash. So that's what they used to just dump.
So the buildings would just burn their garbage.
All the housing buildings, they used to just get rid of the garbage that way. There was no bags on the street.
So they had an incinerator there that burned it up.
Every building in New York had an incinerator.
Wow.
Yep.
And when did that change code? Do you know?
One of these people came up with something that it was killing everybody. So
Oh, probably some monopoly, some bullshit. One of Trump or Chris Christie's fat buddies, I'm sure.
Yeah, probably.
Can you look that up when that changed?
Yeah, they were probably killing the polar bears or something.
Oh yeah.
Big blues were melting somewhere.
Yeah, they got some grainy video of a fucking rare fox doing 2 lines of fucking city ash, like we can't fucking
with a sign. Stop burning you up.
Yeah.
Save
like,
me.
Yeah, how did that fox even learn to write, bro? They don't really ask any questions on this Yoda shit anymore. Here it is in 1989. There, Ed Koch. Wait, you know who else talked about Ed Koch? I think was Bobby Kennedy Jr. when he was on talked about Ed Koch. There, Ed Koch signed a bill that required incinerators in New York City to shut down within 4 years. And lo and behold, all incinerators had stopped operation by the end of 1993. And that was the end of that before trash burning. Oh, does it say why? Anything else?
Pollution.
Oh, the pollution.
Yeah.
Oh, the air pollution.
Yeah, they would just burn it. Like that was if you were burning it in your fireplace.
Yeah.
They didn't have, like I was telling you, in Jersey, this guy has a multi-million-dollar, filter and no more emissions, blah, blah, blah. They didn't have that back then.
Oh, I see. So every building was burning. But weren't the trash men just picking it up and taking it somewhere to burn?
No, then it was just ash. So they would just get rid of it. I don't know what they did with it back then.
But I mean, after the trash men, after they shut down the incinerators, the trash men just took it. Oh, they just put it in a landfill.
Yeah.
So they weren't burning it.
No. So then that's when there's a few landfills. They started. There was one in Brooklyn. I think they were like all over New York. But Staten Island, oh yeah, we're just going to do this for a few years, and then it turned into the biggest landfill, like known to man.
And yeah, what do you say to people who because a lot of landfills have been filled over with dirt and people buy houses on them, right? What do you say to people who, you buy a house and then 4 years later, everything, everything you eat tastes like fucking Fig Newtons and fucking baby gravy or something, but your son's got fucking facial hair at 4,
Yeah, that's probably what's going on. They're actually Staten Island, they're making it into a park. Yeah. And I mean, dude, I've seen animals out there. Some wicked shit. I mean, dude, there's this gopher or whatever the fuck it was. Dude, it looked like a full-blown pit bull. That's how big this one is. I swear I saw a bear out there. Everybody told me I was crazy. But because there was a ton of deer, like the deer swim from Jersey. They were coming in.
Why they made it over there?
Nah, it's just like anywhere else. They're building and they're pushing them out of their homes. So now they see this big forest across in the rivers, whatever the hell it is. It's not a river, but there's a short little spur from Jersey to Staten Island in one location. And they just swim over and they got a whole shit and nobody can shoot them. Yeah. You can't
shoot that close to the city, huh?
You just can't hunt on Staten Island.
What is there like a habitat on the landfills? Is there like animalia that's out there living? Is there, what is that like? Is it almost seems like, because it's almost its whole own like Narnia, like a fucking dirt, like a fucking
definitely
trash Narnia.
You see mutant stuff out there.
Really?
Yeah. Rats look like cats. Like I said, there was like a gopher that looked like a pit bull. And you got deer running through that place, nuts, like big
really?
boys, and nobody can hunt them.
Oh, you can't hunt them.
No.
Dude, deer people are crazy. Deer people. Oh, I'm surprised everybody jumps the fence and gets out there. You know?
They tried.
Really?
Yeah. They tried, but and they have little security here, man. Guy killed a big buck once, and he lost. They actually got fired.
Oh,
he was a mechanic. Yeah, he was a mechanic in the city, and got fired.
He was out there hunting on the landfill?
Yeah, he killed it, and then everybody saw it because you can't hunt it. So you're seeing this buck walk around like it was his area. He would be out in the middle of the day just walking the streets. He didn't give a shit. He was a gangster. But now they also put a guy, on the hill to like keep the population down.
Oh wait, so there's a person that works on the landfill?
Yeah, they pay a guy who sleeps in a tent on the landfill that takes care of the deer population. Yep. Snips, tucks, cuts, all kinds of things. They dark.
Does you read what's it called? Neutralizes? Yeah.
Well, it's vasectomy.
Vasectomy?
And, all kinds of.
So they're doing animal vasectomy out there on the landfill?
Anything to keep the population down.
That's beautiful. Man.
Yeah, he sits out there in the cold.
And what does he do? He
darts them.
And they fall asleep.
Yeah.
And he slips over.
Snips, tucks.
Damn.
That's a wrap.
Nah.
Yep. But some get through some.
That fucking nut branch. He just rolls up on them. Huh? That's fucking unreal, bro.
Yeah, man. Dude's sniper deer out in the middle of a landfill and shit. But that's what they do.
God.
Because like you said, they would just run wild.
That fucking sperm Dexter, that dude's out there fucking clipping bucks.
Probably selling it too.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, deer semen, dude, I'll fucking get rid of them 40 feet of my home here in Tennessee. Anybody will buy that shit.
Oh.
Wow. I didn't know that was a job. Somebody lives in a tent on a landfill.
Yep.
And euthanize or sedates and then vasectomies.
Yeah.
Deer.
They have to keep the population down. That's what they do.
Bears are moving across New York, it says right here. The New York State Department of Environmental Conservation is urging residents to secure food sources that might attract bears, as bear sightings increase due to the animal search for high-calorie meals after winter hibernation. Wow.
Yeah, people. I just went to dinner with a couple of friends of ours, me and my wife, and she's gonna kill me if I'm saying this, but and the wife's like, wait, they don't wait for off-peak hours and come over the bridge. Like, you can't be serious. Like deer running over a bridge to get there. Like, no. They see the forest. They're getting kicked out of their land. They see it, so they swim over it.
Yeah, well, we had a guy, this guy was a medium-sized animal detective. He was on, and he said that, a lot of times, like, animals will just get into your house because they don't know it's your house. Their nature is getting destroyed, and so then they just go to, like, whatever seems like a place that's safe,
Yeah.
So sometimes it's people's attic, because a lot of people find raccoons in the attic. Yep. In a lot of urban areas. But, what else, dude? Okay, so there's methane coming off of that trash block already when the compress it down?
Yeah, there's definitely a light smoke coming off of it.
If you do imagine it, would it be flammable?
I wasn't trying to. To me, like I said, we get done 2 hours, I can get done. Be done back at the garage, hanging out, shower, done. If I get covered with any junk, it'd be done. I'm not paying attention to what comes out of the truck.
Is there, how big is that block that comes out of the truck? Like, show me with your hand. Like, how big is that block?
What, out of the garbage truck?
Yeah, the one that gets compressed after it's full and it compresses it up.
Full garbage truck.
A full garbage truck.
It's, like I said, you had 10 tons. I want to say the truck was 14 feet by maybe 8, 9 feet tall by the width of the garbage truck 12. The thing's the size of this room.
The block
that's how big the garbage is. When I went to Staten Island, I was doing 6 tons. And that's like a totally different situation. That's like more just fluffs out. But when you're in Manhattan, you're packing to get that route. Yeah. That's just like,
Does it just come out as like a big, do you get to see the brick at the end?
Yeah, it's not like a brick where like it's going to come out as an actual brick and they pick it up and just like build a house with it.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's just falling apart like as it's coming out.
Okay.
And then now they ship out the garbage from New York, they ship it to like Pennsylvania. They use it for landfill.
Oh, okay.
Like you had said, like they fill those swamps and stuff, and then they build on it 10 years later.
Oh.
And then the son has a beard at 3.
Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah. Oh, when your son's a fucking ball Santa at 5 years old.
Exactly.
You gotta
But they don't care.
Oh,
You know,
people
they're
don't
making
care
money.
anymore. Yeah, well, I mean, that's one of the issues. They say that a lot of people that's having autism, retardation, right? Retardation. I'm trying to say it differently because some people get retardation. All kind of stuff like that, like the brain problems for children, is because our water and food supply is so contaminated. You know?
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
It makes sense.
But they're not going to, you know how they are. They're not going to test it. Somebody's making money off it.
No. Fuck
You know,
no.
now
These days.
they're making money off of all those unfortunate cases.
Yeah.
You know? So
That's Chuck Schumer right there. Man.
why throw that off?
Yeah.
You know?
Is there joy happening around the holidays though? Is that an exciting time to be out and about? Like, because you get to at least be in this. Like, there's a romanticization of people being in New York City around the holidays, right? And I know you guys, your route ran early there. What time did your route?
Yeah, we started at 6 a.m.
Okay, so you started at 6 a.m. So, but was it still fun to be in the holidays around that time, even though it was so cold, or it's just the worst time?
Yeah, no, it was still good times. You know, just a lot more people on the street, even in those early days. You know, they're right now coming in, and you know, people want to see New York City.
Yeah,
I don't know why, but to me, it's just a shithole.
Yeah,
you know, that's New York.
Oh yeah, people will come and stare at a shithole. You know, I mean, shit, they got porn sites and banks coming. How long would it take you this route to the city? How long does that take? How long does a trash route in the city take a problem?
It all depends on the day, the route. You know, your average is 2.5, 3 hours.
Oh wow.
Yeah. But by the time you got out there, you know, you start at 6. By the time you get to the route, now we were on the west side, we picked up on the east side. So you get out there like 6:30, 6:45, start the route.
Right.
Now you got to drive to Jersey to dump it. So by the time you get back to the garage, you're running, hustling, to get her to sit down, you know, eat lunch for, you know, hour and a half and then go.
Okay.
Like it's not worth it now that I look at it. I killed my body for no reason.
So you get there at 6. You probably leave for work around 5 or something.
Yeah, I was getting up 5 o'clock.
Okay, getting up at 5, out the door by 5:20.
Yeah, you had to rush because Staten Island was a nightmare trying to get off it. You know, there's only one bridge to get, you know, Verrazano through Brooklyn to get into Manhattan.
Okay.
The traffic was awful. So if you weren't like I used to meet a few guys at 5 o'clock at the bridge.
Okay.
If you weren't there at 5, you weren't getting there by 6.
Maybe I'll take a ferry or drive.
Drive.
Okay, man. Okay, so you get that done. So you can get it done in a couple of hours, right? You still get paid. You get paid for an 8-hour day.
Yeah, you get paid the 8 hours.
So there was some like cool value in getting it done quick.
Yeah.
Were you guys racing ever? Was it fun?
Exactly. We you know, it was always a competition.
Oh, that's
who could
fun.
get it done faster. But like I said, I look back now, you know, after having back surgery, 2 shoulder surgeries, and knee surgery. You know,
Really?
Yeah. You look at it, you just beat yourself up. And for what?
And does the city pay for those surgeries?
Yeah, I was on, you know, on their time. So I did both shoulders and my knee on the job. And then a year after I retired, I just had back surgery 2 years ago.
Wow, would you have disc replacement?
No, they went in, I had discectomy.
L5S1?
I don't even know.
Wow.
LMNOP that I call it, because it's just,
Pull that shit out of your back.
I have 5 of them, and they cut out 3, so, but my disc was still okay, so they kept.
You'll be a midget wrestler by next year,
Soon
bro.
enough.
Wow.
Soon enough.
Coming down.
I'm getting shorter and shorter as I go.
Oh, you'll be living at half mast. Yeah. Like somebody fucking died in service. They're bringing you down.
Soon enough.
Cold turkey, it may be great on sandwiches, but there's a better way to break your bad habits. We're not talking about some weird mind voodoo or some hoodoo, some seancery that could happen from your crazy neighbor. We're talking about our sponsor, you. And they look at the problem in a different way. Not everything in a bad habit is wrong. So instead of a drastic, uncomfortable change, why not just remove the bad from your habit? Fume is an innovative, award-nominated device that does just that. Instead of electronics, Fume is completely natural. Instead of vapor, Fume uses flavored air. And instead of harmful chemicals, Fume uses all natural, delicious flavors. You get it? It's instead of bad, Fume is good. It's a habit you're free to enjoy and makes replacing your bad habit easy. Stopping is something we all put off because it's hard, but switching to Fume is easy and even fun. Fume has served over 100,000 customers and has thousands of success stories. Join Fume in accelerating humanity's breakup from destructive habits by picking up the Journey Pack today. Head to Try Fume and use code DO to save 10% off when you get the Journey Pack. That's TRYFUM.com and use code DO to save an additional 10% off your order today. Today's episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. If you need help, if you aren't lined up, if you aren't connecting with yourself, if things have gotten astray, you're not the only one. I take antidepressants right now. I was in therapy yesterday, and when you need it, you need it. And if it's that time for you, that's okay. Give it a shot. BetterHelp. That's right. They can match you with a licensed therapist. Just fill out a brief questionnaire, and you can switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online. It's convenient, flexible, and can suit to your schedule. You can connect with your therapist over phone, FaceTime, or even just text. Whatever you need. Therapy. It's okay. That's what I'm telling you. Make your brain your friend with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/Theo today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/THEO. This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp. Wow, man. So there's a lot of injuries on the job?
Yeah, and like I said, we ran around like idiots. Like I say to guys now, all of them. I still talk to guys on the job. I'm like, don't stop running around. Don't do this stuff.
Like, what do you mean running around when you say that?
So at one point, I want to say 5-6 years on, they cut the steps off the truck. So it was all right. You used to jump on the back of the truck, hang on, I'm sure you see pictures of guys, whipping. I mean, I had guys that do 50 miles an hour, and I'm on the back of the truck hanging on for dear life.
Oh, that's awesome.
Going, hitting bumps, and,
Yeah. Oh,
but then,
y'all were doing drugs back then?
Ooh, I wasn't doing drugs. I never do that stuff.
Okay. You mean hitting bumps in the
hitting
truck?
Bumps. Oh, not.
Yeah, my bad, man. And I'm not trying to accuse you of doing anything.
No, but listen, I'll get to that. But yeah, so you would, then they cut the steps off the truck.
Why? To make it harder for you?
Well, pretty much. But the union was saying that, we all thought it was because we were getting done too fast.
Okay.
And listen, it's reality. Like, if we're getting done in 2-3 hours, they're saying, what are you doing the rest of the day? Which is totally understood.
Being in the union.
Exactly.
Union is for
And we would just be fine with just going back and hanging out, eating lunch. Some guys would, hang around playing cards. Some others were, doing what they were doing.
Yeah.
Enjoying their lives. But yeah, it just wasn't, to rush and run around. But that's what I did. When I went to Staten Island, I was working with a guy who ran marathons on weekends. He was my buddy, Eric. We were running. I did probably 3-4 miles easy every day running.
So you're cruising then. Pull this mic down just a little lower.
Yeah, I'm running, just running on the side of the truck. Just running house to house.
So it was pretty athletic.
At that time, yeah.
When the trucks had the 3 steps on, it was pretty athletic.
No, when they took the steps off,
Oh, then you got to run alongside of it.
Yeah, then we were running along, more guys were getting a little healthier.
Yeah.
It's not the most healthy.
Really?
Yeah, lunch always came with dessert. For what? A hoagie and then add on some donuts, coffee.
Get a little fucking cut of cheesecake,
Exactly.
Tiramisu around fucking holidays,
Yeah.
In memory of fucking Big Carlos or whatever. Yeah, I feel that, man. Damn. Well, that's like New Orleans. I think New Jersey and New Orleans have always been very similar. I think I bet probably Staten Island, some of that accent you also hear in New Orleans. People like to fucking have a meal. It's important. People have a beer at lunch a lot of times, and they only have 2 children or less. You get a lot of, it's a little bit more cultural. So you guys would get done, you guys would go eat. So you guys would get paid for the full day. You got a couple of hours, you get done. So you must have been enjoying that.
Yeah, it was good. It was sit down time, like you said. You get paid for the 8 hours. But there were guys that stayed out there all day. They didn't mind it. They, on those hot days or the cold days, they didn't mind it. They stayed out there.
And do you have to wear a shirt the whole time, or what is the? You have people doing shirtless or not?
There was some guys that wore some, questionable stuff.
Oh yeah.
But like before I got on, like in '96, like all the rules changed. They went to the federal license. Like before that, prior, you didn't need a CDL to drive the trucks.
But you didn't need a commercial driver's license to drive a sanitary.
So up until '96. So those guys were partying.
Damn, bro.
Those guys were partying. I heard some stories.
So you could drive a Ford Escort and then drive a garbage truck.
Exactly. That guy's like a Mini Cooper. They'll come in a Mini Cooper and then jump in the garbage truck. I could do this.
Maximum Cooper, bro.
Yeah.
That's fucking insane.
So yeah, then they went to the federal license. So now these guys got to get drug tested. Drug tests, everything. '96 that started.
Yeah.
And the partying here and there. Some guys just didn't care, so they still went.
With some guys just drink on the job. Was there any party on the job?
Ooh. I had guys, one of my best guys, God rest his soul, like literally out the gate, 6 a.m. They can't stop over. Run into the store, I'm not too tall. Oh yeah. And they did the routes where every half hour there was a deli. Him and his partner. So if I filled in with him for his partner, like literally every time it was a half hour up, there was a different deli.
Oh, so they got cheap for mortadella in 2 years, huh?
Running.
Crazy, yeah, crazy.
Yeah. No, guys enjoyed themselves.
Yeah, that sounds nice. That sounds like it should be, When they started fucking everything in America is a penny pinch and fucking fiasco. Nobody can have a fucking sheet full of strong cheese and 2 fucking Bush Lights, that you get through the work day.
There was one dude that threw a huge purple.
Why would happen to him?
He was just drinking.
Oh, drinking that much?
Yeah. His skin was awful. I don't even know if he's alive.
He's not.
It's funny.
I ain't gonna lie, dude. Look, after purple, it just he turned into a BLM activist.
Yeah.
It's a fucking rat after that.
Right in the ground.
Oh man, and what about, was there a lot of uppers? Because it seems like people would be on Adderall, people would be on pain, people would be caught, like, was there anybody that could do that kind of lifestyle?
Oh, there were guys that party like that. Yeah. There was one guy, like right out of the 70s. My first day in Staten Island. So let's talk about this day, like the other one. Not as bad. This guy said, like, bandana on, 70s glasses, right out of hippie central. Right? Oh, you're with me. I'm like, all right, cool. Now I'm in Staten Island, first day. I'm like, what the hell's going on? Once again, they don't know who I am, so they shove me with this guy. He's like, all right, kid, you go up and drive first. I'll stay in the back. So I'm like, all right. So I'm driving the route. I live in Staten Island, still didn't know streets.
Wow.
So I'm just driving around. And I'm like, what's that smell? Dude's hanging on the back, living his dream, just toking away. And then like half hour go by, all right, kid, now you go. I'll let you know when I'm ready. Wow. I'm still smelling. But some guys did it. And then it was a daily thing.
Pull up a picture of Stevie Starlight if you can. See if this guy looks anything like this.
Some guys just couldn't stop. No, not that crazy. Yeah, Steve's like bandana across his head.
Oh, yeah.
I know what you're talking about. Like circle glasses.
Yeah. Some guy was fucking, he listened to Springsteen when they made it up.
Yeah, probably in the closet.
Yeah, in the closet and Springsteen listened.
They're not telling me.
Yeah, once you get into Staten Island, what things change there because it's more like family housing and stuff, right?
Exactly.
And what is that like? Does it almost feel like a lot easier? Does it not feel like the front lines of trash? Because I feel like in the city, you're on the fucking front lines. You're right there. It's coming out of the chute. You're fucking, you got guys catching shit in their beard and shit. But in the suburbs, it feels like it would be a little bit easier. Is it or not?
And then, listen, when you get to the suburbs, now it turns into, now you're dealing with homeowners. Like when you were in the buildings, they didn't care.
Yeah, you never saw them.
Never saw people. It's not like, hey, I'm from 4F.
Yeah.
You're an idiot. Like, they don't care.
Oh, in a city, you can just drive and just yell
out anyway.
Yeah.
There's cans beeping like this. So you never, you're not waking anybody up. Everybody's used to it.
Right.
Then you come to Staten Island, even Queens areas, like Brooklyn areas, now you're waking everybody up. It's 6 a.m. So he's bitching about that. Like I said, getting in the way. Yeah. Like there's certain areas that we couldn't go in. Like they make them pick up midnight to like 5 so that you're not in their way.
Yeah. So like, what do you mean, richer areas?
No. Just owned areas by certain types of people.
Okay, so
New York.
So maybe upper echelon types or whatever?
Certain religion people,
okay,
they have their...
So like the Orthodox Jews don't want you in the neighborhood between 12 and 5?
Wow. And those are nasty.
Is it pretty nasty over there in the neighborhood?
Well, they just... Listen, it's nothing against them. Because I have actually been in some of those houses.
Yeah.
Because there are people in those areas that are very nice. But then, Passover comes, and they throw everything out. There were like 5, 6-year-olds throwing matches, like shit, lighting shit on fire. It was crazy. I was like, I can't do this no more. Because they would bring everybody pretty much who was available from other garages to come and do this. And you get one truck on a block, and you just go up and down all day. And they throw everything out. Like, I didn't know if you knew that about the Orthodox Jews.
Oh, they just get rid of everything?
So they throw everything out. Couches, beds, clothes, everything goes in the garbage.
Why? It's just part of the tradition.
Part of their religion.
Wow.
Start fresh. It's crazy.
So you got tons of trash.
Yeah, and it's just chaos. So like there would be a garbage truck every block and a fire truck. Firemen would have like 3 blocks because the kids are running around. Like, and I had guys do it plenty of times. They light something on fire and then throw it in the back of the truck. Now, if I don't see it, now everything in the truck's on fire.
Why do they do that? Is that like a kind of like are they training for like battle or something?
Oh, it's the kids.
Oh, kids screwing around.
Animals.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. I blocked the bus one day. And then that's what I'm saying. Like, then that's when they get into, we don't want them on the truck, the streets early, this time, blah, blah, blah. And these little kids get off the buses because now I held them up on the block. And they're blowing up along. They have their own police, their own people. And they tell you, you got to move the truck. I'm almost done with the block. I'm not moving the truck. Little kid gets off. Wow. I'm like, what are they?
What no respect, huh?
What goes on here?
No, I got a bunch of good. There aren't any Orthodox respect. OJs, I think, or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I shared a room at I was in a halfway house with an Orthodox dude one time. He brought his own fucking grill. He was dressed like Biggie Smalls at a Masonic temple, and he was sweating. And if you said pussy around him, he died of the shakes. Oh, he'd open his mouth and fucking let his tongue out. This guy was a turd. And he was grilling his own meats in his fucking room or whatever with the sunlight or whatever. I don't know what to do. The guy would have bait, he's in there fucking making burn ends or whatever. Fucking at 4 a.m., when Allah says he can. It was just
a magnifying glass.
Yeah, this shit was fucking hungry.
A cloud comes, he's like, damn it, they moved it.
And it was Arizona, dude. This day he showed up on the porch. Literally, I'm not joking, it was 104 degrees outside. And this guy is dressed, bro, like Cruella de Vil, bro. This motherfucker.
They got some gear.
Oh, this guy had been raising some fucking mixed dogs in his coat, bro. This guy, he smelled horrible. What ethnicity probably has the worst smelling garbage? Would it be Orthodox, you think?
No, it was all the same.
It was all the same.
It's garbage. Once you throw it in there, it's all blended in. Like you said, during the summers, it was ruined. Like people would walk by, like covering their faces. That's how bad the trucks were sometimes. Once you're in it, you don't know. Like you don't smell nothing.
You used to it.
So used to it. Cat urine was the worst. Oh, it was awful. Because you would rub up on the bag and the cat just pissed on it. And like the same with the truck. Now we get in, me and my partner. And I know, like bags stay far away from me. I'm a big enough guy long enough arms. I kept that shit away. I never let the bags touch my legs. And I would look at my partner and you got hit. He's like, what do you mean? I said, you don't smell that. Because now you get in and it's even cold out. You close the doors, put the heat on, you smell that. Turn cat piss up,
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's disgusting. It's the worst smell.
Yeah, I remember we used to get a bowl of cat piss and we do a air dryer. Just don't do it. We'll buy our fruit. Wow, so there's no time of year really when the trash smells worse, huh?
Well, the summer's okay.
Just the summer's jet overall.
But yeah, it's, you know, there was some point, you know, you would open up a lid, and if it was sitting there with maggots and stuff, you get a kick. And that's another smell that was pretty brutal. But other than that, you got used to it.
Was there a borough of New York where the trash smelled the worst, do you think?
No.
Okay. All the same.
Staten Island, there was a movie theater not far from the dump before they closed it. It was awful, the smell. And they were building houses like crazy right there. I'm like, how could people buy it? And then I became a college man, and then I don't smell it. Staten Island don't smell no more. Because we would get, you know, shit on all the time by the boroughs.
Yeah.
You know, Trash Island, you know, all that. But we just didn't smell it.
Dude, there's a lot of pride for people that live on trash, I think. You know, there's something almost fucking, something pretty amazing about it in a weird way. Like, when I was growing up, we would burn the trash in the ditch. That was the big thing in our area. You bring everything out, you burn it in a ditch. The kid would, like, get wet, like, hose each other down and then run through the smoke. So you look all black, you know, you'd be out there like, you know, it would be like, yeah, you know, you would just, it wasn't like doing blackface, it was just like burning trash. But you definitely look a little smoky by the way, you know. It was just something to do, you know. What were we talking about? Oh.
When I went out to Staten Island.
Oh, yeah.
What the difference is, yeah, it's just, like I said, you deal with a different person. You're dealing with people who own the golf. Like it's their house to house. I tell people all the time, I knew things about you from your golfers that you do not think I know.
Really?
And then I wasn't picking through it, right? You know, when you put that stuff in, it breaks up the bags. I knew when people, you know, it's your wife's time of the month.
Oh, yeah.
You know, my wife would be disgusted by that, but you knew it. You know it. And the bag's ripped. Your life is in front of me. And I ain't picking through it.
Right, but and it's crazy how quick you see things so fast. Dude, I did this game one day, and I went in New York City, right downtown. I went in the city. I think I was on the Lower East Side. And I did this game with people. I said, I'm going to open a bag of trash. You smell it. You take a whiff out of it, right? Just a random bag.
Okay.
And if you can guess 3 items that are in it, I give you $100, right? So, dude. So these people, they all thought I was like, that the bags, I had like brought them from home or something, put them together, right?
Sure.
I was picking these bitches up from the fucking corner.
So you didn't even know if they would be right.
I had no idea what was in them, dude. So we had people, we cracked a bag of fucking people are taking hits off of it, dude, over there off of Alphabet City, bro.
That was nasty stuff.
Yeah, we made a video of it online. But anyway, that was something different trash in the city. What about was there any ladies that tried to flirt with you that ever happened on the route once you got into the houses? Like any fucking bin babies or any fucking...
They didn't notice you.
Trying to run that can clam out on you, bro?
Well, that's why I wore the shirt. This shirt's 25 years old.
Really?
I was going to give it to you, but it says, put out your can, here comes the garbage. I used to sport this shirt all the time.
It is a sexy lady.
Yeah. But, you know, the ass hanging in the wind.
I like that.
But no, listen, you didn't see people unless you were, you know, waking people up and, you know, in their way. Other than that, you were not, like, it was crazy because nobody even knew, they never acknowledged you. New York hated you because you were loud. Until, I don't remember the year, but like the New York Post or Daily was one of those shit papers in New York. They posted how much money we made per year. That was it. Now everybody wanted to play.
Yeah.
When they see you making 6 figures, picking garbage out. Oh, my guy, this and that. Now all of a sudden they know you're around.
Wow, once the money comes on.
But prior to that, they could care less.
That same thing happened with Joe Rogan in a way. I think once he got a Spotify deal and people saw like, oh, he's making money.
Jump on his tracks.
Now they all fucking want to write articles about him, saying he's racist, that he's using his name, you know?
Exactly.
So you guys pull in 6 figures a year with the job. Right. Started first year, it gains traction.
No, yeah, my first year, I think I had to guess 27 grand. But just with the overtime with the winter, with the snow, and all that stuff, think my first jet made like almost 60.
Wow, okay.
So we're almost double, right? Because you have to be there. New York doesn't stop, so you're on call all day. 12-hour shifts. I've worked up to 31 days straight, 12-hour shifts. 31. Inches of snow here, 2 feet of snow here. It happens. So, but you can make that money. I just had a guy just retired making $200,000.
Wow.
Picking garbage. But he would do 12-hour days every day, overtime, heat up. Kind of hated his family. So, and you get it. When you meet these families, you're like, yeah, this is why this guy works all the time.
Wow. This says bottom 20%, 36.3. This must be old, though.
No, I think starting right now is like 70.
Okay, the average salary for a garbage collector in New York is around $76,000 per year.
And that's not overtime.
Right, so that's not counting overtime. That's what you get. Wow. You can almost double that.
Easy. Wow. Guys are doubling easy.
Remember when they had the fad of like the kids meet the garbage man?
Oh, I love it. Yeah, that was like when we were growing up. I used to throw BS to the guys. And it turned out, like, then I come to Staten Island, those guys were still on the job. I was like, dude, I remember you. Don't use that kid. You were that fat little kid throwing shit off the top of the, because I still lived on the same block. So they kind of were like, yeah, we had like a porch out front. I dropped the BS down to the price. But like I was saying, they didn't wear uniforms back then. He had like a white beater on and like a pair of shorts.
Oh, yeah.
Just gagging through the streets.
Dude wearing shit. Yeah, he's wearing a fucking snorkel and a fucking...
Exactly.
Yeah.
Dude, some questionable stuff back then.
Dude wearing a snorkel and a bathrobe over there.
But like you said, like I was saying, they didn't acknowledge you. You were there, you picked the garbage up, you left.
You're kind of the invisible man.
Exactly.
Really are, because nobody wants to get that close. People kind of want to pretend you don't exist unless you're making movies. People only date you're kind of the invisible man.
Until they realize you're making money.
And then suddenly, like, oh, look at this rich asshole.
This guy, I got to put more garbage out.
Yeah.
And then they would turn into, well, it's your job. Pick this up. Here, take this. You have to take this.
Yeah, what's the worst parts of the job that you get? That kind of stuff? Is people telling you, like...
Yeah, just they always tell you, oh, yeah, I pay your salary. So we always used to keep, like, nickels and dimes in the truck. And I'd be like, hold on, I'll give you your money back. Because they would always say, like, all right, hey, each person gives you a nickel a year. And I would throw the nickel at them. Here, here's your money. Get the fuck out of my face. You got to take this. The guy's whole apartment's out there. It's like, dude, no. And I would always respect the person to come out. If you just said thank you, or even gave us water, because, you weren't supposed to take money and all that stuff. If you just said thank you and acknowledged me, like I said, everybody, nobody knew us, thank you went a long way with me. I take that. I don't care. But when you look at me like, oh, I pay your salary and look down to me, your stuff would stay there for months.
Back
I'll throw it right back on your turkey.
Dude, I'll take it. This is how spiteful I would have been, bro. I would have picked it up, and the next day, fucking brought it back. Fucking put it back on the guy's doorstep.
I would have been just this come back.
They can think he's crazy, Now, what about... What's that?
You had that a lot, People were very,
People thought they owned you.
Yep. I pay your salary and all that junk.
Fuck you. That's what I say to that, bro. Fuck yeah. Yeah, I think we always have respect for people that did something, Well, we lived also, we got a little rural by us, so sometimes you'd have the bootleg garbage man, who started their own service. A guy who took a truck and just put 3 wooden plywood walls on it. I'm talking about
the back of the truck a little taller. Fit more beds.
Yeah, but that dude was fucking. Our neighbor was one of those guys for a while, so his truck would always be out there. But he go to the rural routes, get a little bit of garbage.
Well, because we used to take everything. We talk, couches, beds, everything. We did recycling. We take refrigerators and all that stuff. Everything. We took everything.
Until what year?
No, still to this day. We had to take it.
So you'll throw a refrigerator in the back of a garbage?
What's up?
Yeah, well, our recycling trucks, they went to 2 sides.
Oh, for recycling.
It's so annoying. Yeah. But there was some that didn't fit in the small side, with the recycling trucks now that the city has. So now they call you up, you're like, oh, you got to go and throw it in the regular garbage truck. lunch, you're running, hustling, to be able to sit down, eat lunch.
Bonjour.
An hour and a half and then go home.
What up, Pim? How are you?
It's not worth it now that I look at it.
I
Living the dream, baby.
So you get there at 6. You probably leave for work around 5 or something.
Yeah, I was getting up 5 o'clock.
Okay, getting up at 5, out the door by 5:20.
Yeah, you had to rush because Staten Island was a nightmare trying to get off it. There's only the one bridge to get, Verrazano through Brooklyn to get into Manhattan.
Okay.
The traffic was awful. So if you weren't at, like I used to meet a few guys at 5 o'clock at the bridge.
Okay.
If you weren't there at 5, you weren't getting there by 6.
Maybe I'll take a ferry or drive.
Drive.
Okay, so you get that done. So you can get it done in a couple of hours, right? You still get paid. You get paid for an 8-hour day.
Yeah, you get paid the 8 hours.
So there was some cool value in getting it done quick.
Yeah.
Were you guys racing ever? Was it fun?
Exactly. It was always a competition.
Oh, that's
who could
fun.
get it done faster? But like I said, I look back now. I've been having back surgery, 2 shoulder surgeries, and knee surgery. Yeah. You look at it, you just beat yourself up. And for what?
And does the city pay for those surgeries?
Yeah, I was on their time, so I did both shoulders and my knee on the job. And then a year after I retired, I just had back surgery 2 years ago.
Wow, would you have disc replacement?
No, they went in, I had discectomy.
L5S1?
I don't even know. Element will be there. I go because it's just
pull the shit out of your back.
I have 5 of them, and they cut out 3. So, but my disc was still okay, so they kept.
I think you'll be a midget wrestler by next year.
Soon enough.
Wow, you're coming down.
I'm getting shorter and shorter as I go.
You'll be living at half mast. You'll be like somebody fucking died in service. They're bringing you down.
Soon enough.
Cold turkey, it may be great on sandwiches, but there's a better way to break your bad habits. We're not talking about some weird mind voodoo or some hoodoo, some seancery that could happen from your crazy neighbor. We're talking about our sponsor, you. And they look at the problem in a different way. Not everything in a bad habit is wrong. So instead of a drastic, uncomfortable change, why not just remove the bad from your habit? Fume is an innovative award-nominated device that does just that. Instead of electronics, Fume is completely natural. Instead of vapor, Fume uses flavored air. And instead of harmful chemicals, Fume uses all natural, delicious flavors. You get it? Instead of bad, Fume is good. It's a habit you're free to enjoy and makes replacing your bad habit easy. Stopping is something we all put off because it's hard, but switching to Fume is easy. And even fun, Fume has served over 100,000 customers and has thousands of success stories. Join Fume in accelerating humanity's breakup from destructive habits by picking up the Journey Pack today. Head to Try Fume and use code Theo to save 10% off when you get the Journey Pack. That's TRYFUM.com and use code Theo to save an additional 10% off your order today. Today's episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. If you need help, if you aren't lined up, if you aren't connecting with yourself and things have gotten astray, you're not the only one. I take antidepressants right now. I was in therapy yesterday. When you need it, you need it. And if it's that time for you, that's okay. Give it a shot. BetterHelp. That's right. They can match you with a licensed therapist. Just fill out a brief questionnaire, and you can switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online. It's convenient, flexible, and suit to your schedule. You can connect with your therapist over phone, FaceTime, or even just text, whatever you need. Therapy. It's okay. That's what I'm telling you. Make your brain your friend with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/Theo today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/THEO. This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp. Wow, man. So there's a lot of injuries on the job?
Yeah, and like I said, we ran around like idiots. Like I say to guys now, all of them, I still talk to guys on the job. I'm like, don't stop running around. Don't do this stuff.
Like, what do you mean running around when you say that? What?
Like, so at one point, I want to say 5-6 years on, they cut the steps off the truck. So it was all right. You used to jump on the back of the truck, hang on, I'm sure you see pictures of guys, whipping. I mean, I had guys that do 50 miles an hour and I'm on the back of the truck hanging off your leg.
Oh, that's awesome.
Boom, hit bumps and
Yeah. Oh,
but then
y'all were doing drugs back then?
I wasn't doing drugs. I never did that stuff.
Okay. You mean hitting bumps in the
hitting
truck?
Bumps. Oh, not.
Yeah, my bad, man. And I'm not trying to accuse you of doing anything.
No, but listen, I'll get to that. But yeah, so you would, then they cut the steps off the truck.
How to make it hard?
Well, pretty much, but the union was saying that, we all thought it was because we were getting done too fast.
Okay.
And listen, it's reality. Like, we're getting done in 2-3 hours. They're saying, what are you doing the rest of the day? Which is totally understood.
Being in the union. You can't
And we would just be fine with just going back and hanging out, eating lunch. Some guys would, hang around with cards. Some others would, doing what they were doing, enjoying their lives. But yeah, it just wasn't, to rush and run around. But that's what I did when I went to Staten Island. I was working with a guy who ran marathons on weekends. My buddy Eric, we were running. I did probably 3-4 miles easy every day running.
So you're cruising then. Pull this mic down just a little lower.
Yeah, I'm running on the side of the truck, just running house to house.
So we was pretty athletic.
At that time, yeah.
When the trucks had the 3 steps on it, pretty athletic.
No, when they took the steps off,
Oh, then you got to run alongside of it.
Yeah, then we were running along, more guys were getting a little healthier.
Yeah.
It's not the most healthy.
Really?
Yeah, lunch always came with dessert. For what? A hoagie and then add on some donuts, coffee.
Fucking cut a cheesecake,
Exactly.
Tiramisu around fucking holidays,
Yeah.
And every fucking big Carlos. Yeah, I feel that, man. Damn. Well, that's like New Orleans. I think New Jersey and New Orleans have always been very similar. I think some of I bet probably Staten Island, some of that accent you also hear in New Orleans. People like to fucking have a meal. It's important. People have a beer at lunch a lot of times, and they only have 2 children or less. You get a lot of, it's part of it. It's a little bit more cultural. So you guys would get done, you guys would go eat. So you guys would get paid for the full day. You got a couple of hours, you get done. So you must have been enjoying that.
Yeah, it was good. It was sit down time. Like you said, you get paid for the 8 hours. But there were guys that stayed out there all day. They didn't mind it. They, on those hot days or the cold days, they didn't mind it. They stayed out there.
And do you have to wear a shirt the whole time, or what is the? You have people doing shirtless or not?
Yeah, there was some guys that wore some, questionable stuff.
Oh yeah.
But before I got on, in '96, all the rules changed. They went to the federal license. Before that, prior, you didn't need a CDL to drive the trucks.
But you didn't need a commercial driver's license to drive a cemetery.
So up until '96. So those guys were partying.
Damn, bro.
Those guys were partying. I heard some stories.
So you could drive a Ford Escort and then drive a garbage truck.
Exactly. That guys like a Mini Cooper. They'll come in a Mini Cooper and then jump in the garbage truck. I can do this.
A maximum Cooper, bro. Yeah. That's fucking insane.
So then they went to the federal license. So now these guys got to get drug tested. Random drug tests, everything. '96 that started.
Yeah.
And the partying here and there. Some guys just didn't care. So they still went for it.
Would some guys just drink on the job? Was there any party on the job?
I had guys, one of my best guys, God rest his soul, literally out the gate, 6 a.m. Hey kids, stop over here. Run into the store, the house was all over. Oh yeah. And they did the routes where every half hour there was a deli. Him and his partner, so if I filled in with him, or his partner, literally every time it was a half hour up, there was a big deli.
Oh, so they got cheap full of mortadella in 2 days, huh?
Run in.
Crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah. No, guys enjoy themselves.
Yeah, that sounds nice. That sounds like it should be, What they started fucking everything in America is penny pinching fucking fiasco. Nobody can have a fucking cheap full of strong cheese and 2 fucking Bush Lights, just to get through the work day.
There was one dude he was purple.
Why would that be?
He was just drinking.
Oh, drinking that much?
Dude, his skin was awful. So I don't even know if he's lying.
He's not. I'll tell you.
It's
I ain't a lot, dude. Look, after purple, it just.
Yeah.
He turned into a BLM activist.
Yeah.
It's a fucking rat after that.
Right in the ground.
Oh man, and what about, was a lot of uppers? Because it seems like people would be on Adderall, people would be on thing, people would be caught, like, was there anybody that could do that kind of lifestyle?
Oh, there were guys that party like that. Yeah. There was one guy, like right out of the 70s. My first day in Staten Island. So let's talk about this day, like the other one. Not as bad. This guy said, like, bandana on, 70s glasses, right out of hippie central. Right? Oh, you're with me. I'm like, all right, cool. Now I'm in Staten Island, first day. I'm like, what the hell's going on? Once again, they don't know who I am, so they shove me with this guy. He's like, all right, kid, you go up and drive first. I'll stay in the back. So I'm like, all right. So I'm driving around. I live in Staten Island, still didn't know streets.
Wow.
So I'm just driving around.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's not. Dude's hanging on the back, living his dream, just toking away.
Getting high on.
And then like half hour goes by, all right, kid, now you go up. I'll let you know when I'm ready.
Wow.
I'm still smelling like. But some guys did it. And it was a daily thing.
Pull up a picture of Stevie Starlight if you can. See if it
Some guys just couldn't stop. Not that crazy. Like bandana across his head.
Oh, yeah.
I know what you're talking about. Circle glasses.
Yeah. Some guy who's fucking, he listens to Springsteen when he was admitted.
Yeah, probably in the closet.
Yeah, closet Springsteen.
That's not telling you.
Yeah, once you get into Staten Island, what things changing because it's more like family housing and stuff, right?
Exactly.
And what is that like? Does it almost feel like a lot easier? Does it not feel like the front lines are trash? Because I feel like in the city, you're on the fucking front lines, dude, right there. It's coming out of the chute. You're fucking, you got guys catching shit in their beard and shit. But in the suburbs, it feels like it would be a little bit easier, is it or not?
Listen, when you get to the suburb, now it turns into you're dealing with homeowners. Like when you were in the buildings, they didn't care.
Yeah, you never saw them.
Never saw people. It's not like, hey, I'm from 4F.
Yeah.
You're an idiot. Like they don't care.
Oh, in the city, you can just drive and just yell.
Out anyway.
Yeah,
there's camps beeping like this. So you never, you're not waking anybody up. Everybody's used to it.
Right.
Then you come to Staten Island, even Queens areas, like Brooklyn areas, now you're waking everybody up. It's 6 a.m. So who's bitching about that? Like I said, getting in the way. Yeah. Like there's certain areas that we couldn't go in. Like they would make them pick up midnight to like 5 so that you're not in their way.
Yeah. So like, what do you mean, richer areas?
No. Just owned areas by certain types.
Okay, so maybe upper echelon types, whatever.
Certain religion people.
Okay.
They have their.
So like the Orthodox Jews don't want you in their neighborhood.
They help them. It's nasty.
Is it pretty nasty over there in their neighborhoods?
Well, they just listen. It's not against them because I have actually been in some of those houses.
Yeah.
Because there are people in those areas that are very nice. But then, Passover comes, and they throw everything out. They're like 5-6-year-olds throwing matches, like shit, lighting shit on fire. It was crazy. I was like, I can't do this. Because they would bring everybody pretty much who was available from other garages to come and do this. And you get one truck on a block, and you just go up and down all day. And they throw everything out. Like, I didn't know if you knew that about the Orthodox Jews.
Oh, they just get rid of everything?
So they throw everything out. Couches, beds, clothes, everything goes in the garage.
Why? It's just part of the tradition.
Part of their religion.
Wow.
Start fresh. It's crazy.
So you got tons of trash.
Yeah, and it's just chaos. So like there would be a garbage truck every block and a fire truck. Firemen would have like 3 blocks because the kids are running around. Like, and I had guys do it plenty of times. They light something on fire and then throw it in the back of the truck. Now, if I don't see it, now everything in the truck's on fire.
Why do they do that? Is that like a kind of like are they training for like battle or something?
Oh, it's just the kids.
Oh, kids screwing around.
Animals.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. I blocked a bus one day. And then that's what I'm saying. Like, then that's when they get into, we don't want them on the truck. The streets early, this time, blah, blah, blah. And these little kids get off the buses because now I held them up on the block. they're blowing up all over. They have their own police, their own people. They tell you got to move the truck. I'm like, dude, I'm almost done with the park. I'm not moving the truck. Yeah. Little kid gets over. What are they?
No respect, huh?
What goes on here?
I don't know. I got a bunch of good friends. There aren't any Orthodox Jewish friends, though. OJs, I think, or whatever. You know, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I shared a room at I was in a halfway house with an Orthodox dude one time. He brought his own fucking grill. He was dressed like Biggie Smalls at a Masonic temple, and he was sweating. And if you said pussy around him, he fucking couldn't eat. His eyes would shakes. Oh, he'd open his mouth and fucking put his tongue out. This guy was a perv. And he was grilling his own meats in his fucking room or whatever with the sunlight or whatever. I don't know what to do. The guy would have bacon, you know. He's in there fucking making burn ends or whatever. Fucking at 4 a.m., you know, when Allah says he can. It was just
a magnifying glass.
Yeah, the shit was fucking hungry.
A cloud comes, he's like, damn it, they moved it.
And it was Arizona, dude. This day he showed up on the porch. Literally, I'm not joking, it was 104 degrees outside, and this guy is dressed, bro, like Cruella de Vil, bro. This motherfucker.
They wear some gear.
Oh, this guy had been raising some fucking mixed dogs in his coat, bro. This guy, he smelled horrible. What ethnicity probably has the worst smelling garbage? Would it be Orthodox, you think?
No, it was all the same.
It was all the same.
It's garbage. Once you throw it in there, it's all blended in. Like you said, during the summers, it was grueling. Like, people would walk by, like, covering their faces. Like, that's how bad the truck smells. Once you're in it, you don't know it. Like, you don't smell nothing.
You used to it, huh?
So used to it. Cat urine was the worst. Oh, it was awful. Because you rub up on the bag that the cat just pissed on. And like you were saying with the truck. Now, we get in, me and my partner. And I know, like, bags stay far away from me. You know, I'm big enough guy with one of the arms. I kept that shit away. I never let the bags touch my legs. And I would look at my partner like, you got hit. He's like, what do you mean? I said, you don't smell that. Because now you get in, it's even cold out. You close the doors, you put the heat on, and you smell that. You turn cat piss up, you know.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's disgusting. It's the worst smell.
Yeah, I remember we used to get a bowl of cat piss, and we would do a hair dryer over there. Just to fucking piss my sister off. Do it under the door by her room. Fuck it.
Awful.
Wow, so there's no time of year really when the trash smells worse, huh?
Well, the summers are bad.
Just the summer's overall.
But yeah, it's, you know, there was some point, you know, you would open up a lid, and if it was sitting there with maggots and stuff, you get a kick. And that's another smell that was pretty brutal. But other than that, you got used to it.
Was there a borough of New York where the trash smelled the worst?
No.
Okay, all the same.
In Staten Island, there was a movie theater not far from the dump before they closed it. It was awful, the smell. They were building houses like crazy right there. I'm like, how could people buy it? And then I became a college man, and like, then I don't smell it. Staten Island don't smell no more. Because we would get, you know, shit on all the time by the boroughs.
Yeah.
You know, Trash Island, you know, all that. But we just didn't smell it.
Dude, there's a lot of pride for people that live on trash, I think. You know, there's something pretty amazing about it in a weird way. Like, when I was growing up, we would burn the trash in a ditch. That was a big thing in our area. You know, you bring everything out, you burn it in a ditch. The kids, we would, like, get wet, like, hose each other down and then run through the smoke. So you look all black, you know, you'd be out there like, you know,
that's different.
It would be like, yeah, you know, you would just, it wasn't like doing blackface, it was just like burning trash. But you definitely looked a little smoky by the way, you know. It was just something to do, you know.
Yeah.
What were we talking about? Oh.
When I went out to Staten Island.
Oh, yeah.
So the difference is, yeah, it's just, like I said, you deal with a different person now. You're dealing with people who own the golf. Like, it's their house to house. I tell people all the time, I knew things about you from your garbage that you do not think I know.
Really?
And then I wasn't picking through it, right? You know, when you put that stuff in, it breaks up your bags. I knew when people, you know, use your wife's time of the month.
Oh, yeah.
You know, my wife would be disgusted by that, but you knew it. You know it. And the bag's ripped. Your life is in front of me. And I ain't picking through it.
Right. And it's crazy how quick you see things so fast. Dude, I did this game one day, and I went in New York City, right downtown. I went in the city. I think I was on the Lower East Side. And I did this game with people. I said, I'm going to open a bag of trash. You smell it. You take a whiff out of it, right? Just a random bag.
Okay.
And if you can guess 3 items that are in it, I give you $100, right? So, dude. So these people, they all thought I was like, that the bags, I had like brought them from home or something, put them together, right?
Sure.
I was picking these bitches up from the fucking corner.
So you didn't even know if they would be right.
Bro, I had no idea what was in them, dude. So we cracked a bag of fucking people are taking hits off of it, dude, over there off of Alphabet City, bro.
Ooh, that was nasty.
Yeah, we made a video of it online. But anyway, that was something we did in trash in the city. What about, was there any ladies that tried to flirt with you? Has that ever happened on the route once you got into the houses? Like any fucking bin babies or any fucking...
They didn't notice you.
Trying to run that can clam out on you, bro?
Well, that's why I wore the shirt. This shirt's 25 years old.
Really?
I was going to give it to you, but it says, put out your can, here comes the garbage. I used to sport this shirt all the time.
It is a sexy lady, huh?
But, you know, the rats hanging in the wind.
I like that.
But no, listen, you didn't see people unless you were, you know, waking people up, and, you know, in their way. Other than that, you were not, like, it was crazy because nobody even knew, they never acknowledged you. New York hated you because you were loud. Until, I don't remember the year, but like the New York Post or Daily News, one of those shit papers in New York, they posted how much money they made per year. That was it. Now everybody wanted the job.
Yeah.
When they see you making 6 figures, picking garbage up, oh, my guy, this and that. Now all of a sudden they know you're around.
Wow, once the money comes on up.
But prior to that, they could care less.
That same thing happened with Joe Rogan in a way. I think once he got a Spotify deal and people saw like, oh, he's making money.
Jump on his tracks.
Now they all fucking want to write articles about him, saying he's racist, that he's using his name, you know?
Exactly.
So you guys pull in 6 figures a year with the job.
Yeah.
Right. Starting first year, it gains traction.
No, yeah, my first year, I think I had to get 27 grand. But just with the overtime with the winter, with the snow and all that stuff, you know, I think my first year I made like almost 60.
Wow, okay.
So it almost doubled, right? Because you have to be there. New York doesn't stop. So you're on call all day, you know, 12-hour shifts. I'd work up to 31 days straight, 12-hour shifts. You know, 31, you know, inches of snow here, 2 feet of snow here. It happens. So you can make that money. I just retired making almost 200 grand.
Wow.
Picking garbage. But he would do 12-hour days every day, overtime, eat up. You know, kind of hated his family. So, yeah. You know, and you get it. When you meet these families, you're like, yeah, this is why this guy works all the time.
Wow. Yeah, this says on the bottom, 36.3. This must be old, though.
No, I think starting right now is like 70.
Okay, the average salary for a garbage collector in New York is around $76,000 a year.
And that's not overtime.
Right, so that's not overtime. That's what you get up to 100. Wow. You can almost double that.
Easy. Wow. Guys are double.
Remember when they had the fad of like the kids meet the garbage man?
Oh, I love it. Yeah, that was like when we were growing up. I used to the guys. And it turned out, like, then I come to Staten Island, those guys were still on the job. I was like, dude, I remember you. Don't he's like, hey, you were that fat little kid throwing shit off the top of the, because I still lived on the same block. So they kind of were like, yeah, you had like a porch out front. You know, I was going to drop the beers down to the guys. But like I was saying, they didn't wear uniforms back then. You had like a white beater on and like a pair of shorts.
Oh, yeah.
Just gagging through the streets.
Dude, wearing shit. Yeah, dude's wearing a fucking snorkel and a fucking...
Exactly.
Yeah, dude.
Some questionable stuff back then.
Dude wearing a snorkel and a bathrobe over there.
But like you said, like I was saying, they didn't acknowledge you. Yeah. You were there, you picked the garbage up, you left.
You're kind of the invisible man.
Exactly.
You really are. Because, yeah, nobody wants to get that close. People kind of want to pretend you don't exist unless you're making noise. People only gate, you're kind of the invisible man.
Until they realize you're making money.
And then suddenly, like, oh, look at this rich asshole.
These guys, I got to put more garbage out. Yeah. You know, and then they would turn into, well, it's your job. You know, pick this up. Here, take this. You have to take this.
Yeah, what's the worst parts of the job that you get? That kind of stuff that people telling you, like,
yeah, just being, they always tell you, oh, yeah, you know, I pay this out. So we always used to keep, like, nickels and dimes in the truck. And I'd be like, hold on, I'll give you your money back. Because they would always say, like, yeah, all right, hey, each person gives you a nickel a year. Right. And I would throw the nickel out. Hey, here's your money. Get the fuck out of my face. You got to take this. The guy's whole apartment's out there. It's like, dude, no. And I would always respect the person to come out. If you just said thank you, or even gave us water, because, you know, you weren't supposed to take money and all that stuff. If you just said thank you, acknowledge me, like I said, you know, everybody, nobody knew us. Thank you went a long way with me. I take everything. I don't care. You know, but when you look at me like, oh, I pay you a salary and look down to me, yeah. Your stuff would say that for months. Yeah, I'll throw it right back on your trophy.
Dude, I'll take it. This is how spiteful I would have been, bro. I would have picked it up, and the next day, fucking brought it back. Fucking put it back on the guy's doorstep. Make him think he's crazy, bro. Now, what about? What's that?
You had that, you know, a lot. You know, people were very, you know,
people thought they owned you.
Yep. Yeah. I pay your salary and all that stuff.
Fuck you. That's what I say to that, bro. Fuck yeah. Yeah, I think we always have respect for people that did something, you know. Well, we lived also, we got a little rural by us, so sometimes you'd have the bootleg garbage man, you know, who started their own service. A guy who put like took a truck and just put 3 wooden plywood walls on it. I'm talking about
the back of the truck, a little taller, fit more beds.
Yeah, bro, that dude was fucking. Our neighbor was one of those guys for a while, so his truck would always be out there. But he goes to the rural routes, you know, get a little bit of garbage.
Well, because we used to take everything. You know, we talking, you know, couches, beds, you know, everything. Even with recycling, we take refrigerators and all that stuff.
Really?
We took everything.
Until what year?
No, still to this day, you had to take everything.
So you'll throw a refrigerator in the back of a garbage truck?
Yeah, well, our recycling trucks, they went to 2 sides.
Oh, for recycling?
It's so annoying, yeah. But there was some that didn't fit in the small side, you know, with the recycling trucks now that the city gets. So now, yeah, they pull you up, you're like, oh, you got to go and throw it in the regular garbage truck.
So a recycling truck is a different truck?
Different truck, it's split down the middle. There's like a, 28-inch side on this side and a 3-foot side on the other side. Okay. So the truck is split into 2, so you can pick up paper and you can pick up metal, glass, you know, any stoves, stuff like that you put on the other side.
On the metal side?
Yeah, on the metal side.
Okay. Wow, and how do you decipher that? Because a lot of times people put a recycling bin, a recycling garbage can up there.
Right? Got to be separated. But I didn't. We used to drive early days. We used to open the sides of the truck as a door so the mechanics and stuff could get in there and work on the compactor and stuff. We used to bring the days all the way home, open the side hatch, and drive the streets. And while I was driving, you were in the back loading. But I was throwing stuff in the side of the truck while you were in the back. So we just loaded the whole truck, the whole block.
With whatever.
Just out of cash. Yeah. It all winds up in the sneakers.
Does it?
A good amount of it. The paper is recycled, 100%. Everybody gets crazy with the bottles, glass, and all that. Unfortunately, I tell people the truth and they never want to hear it. Cans and stuff, yes. Metal, they recycle. The bottles, they just break it up, winds up in the landfill. Wow. Colored glass was like gold to them. Really? And they stopped using it. Glass is cheaper to make than it is to recycle and all that's too expensive.
So colored glass, what do you mean? Why was colored glass so bad?
Just because now you got a pigment and color into it, the regular glass, so it costs more to make. Oh, so like if you got, you know, like a green glass, it already has the color in it.
Yeah.
So they melt it down. Yeah. But if they stop using all that, like all the beer bottles and stuff, they really don't use that.
I remember Sprite used to come in like a green bottle. That was crazy. That fucking Sprite, bro.
Now they're jamming you all up. You think it's Sprite Zero now.
Oh, yeah. Sprite Zero. I'm not in the closet, bro. I went full Sprite.
Give me full no caffeine.
Yeah, I want pure sugar, bro. Were there some accidents with the trucks? How dangerous did it get for people? Because if people didn't have commercial driver's license and they're driving those trucks in the beginning, Was there a lot of like, was there casualties? Was there?
Yeah, guys would do. There were a few guys that passed away. You know, and it was more of just people's stupidity. You know, I had one guy, I don't know why he was holding something going in the truck on a brick in his arm.
The truck, where they pulled it in?
Dude, literally, the next time I saw him, he had like this mechanical, like 3-finger metal thing.
Oh, like a skill crane?
Yeah, he was like picking up like teddy bears and shit.
Get you a fucking cab, man.
I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Well, my hand got stuck. He said his hand got stuck and sucked him in. Yeah.
Is that a blade right there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I had another guy who was holding paper in New York that wrapped the bundles of paper before all this technology came out. These big, massive bundles up, and he had the paper in the back of the truck. And literally almost slid off through all his fingers because his fingers were caught in the string. So when the truck closed, it tightened the string up so much, it was like looked like a ring got caught on all four of his arms. You know, we used to go sanitation engine.
Okay.
That was us. They just have a little more like needed on it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess we'll find out, even through the course of this chat, if it's done, you know, where does it kind of land, I think, you know, and that's one of the reasons, I just want to learn all about the industry. So, you in what area were you in?
I started in Manhattan, grew up in Staten Island.
Okay.
Started in Manhattan, did almost 2 years, and then switched over to Staten Island and finished my career. Did 18 years in Staten Island.
Man, you did 18 years. Thank you for your service,
yeah,
first of all. So how do you get into it? How does it even start? Like, is it a family thing? Like your father picks you, you know, just like picks you up when you're young and fucking puts you in a recycling bin or something like, you know, how does it,
it's rule of thumb in New York. Like, you know, you take the city test.
Okay.
College don't work out, you fall back on the city job, you know, sanitation, police, you know, fire.
So those are different city tests, so those are different options?
Yep, and different tests.
Okay, so a lot of people that don't go to college in New York, they'll fall back into that, and those are one of the options.
Correct.
So you take a different test. So you took a sanitation test?
Yes.
Wow.
That was sad, but it was a joke.
Really?
Like one of the questions I'll never forget. How would you pick up this pile of dirt? And there was like a garbage truck. Like, you can't use that. And then there was like a shovel with a broom, which of course that's what people use. And then just like a rake. Like, just crazy. It's like, but people get these things wrong.
Oh, yeah, you see somebody raking dirt all the time. You know, and you usually yell a slur at them off the windside. But, so you take the test. How many people go take the test? Do you take it at like a center? Is it like, it's not like, where do they do it? It's not like an MSG or something like that.
No, they use like public schools.
Okay.
Like anything that they have available.
Okay.
High schools, grad schools, whatever they have.
Okay, so you roll up like the night before. Do you get a lot of sleep? Do you like show up with like, you know, are you kind of preparing for it? Or do you think it's going to be so easy?
No, yeah. They get you the book. Like they have a book to take the test.
Okay.
And like after the second page, you're like, all right, this I can't read this book. It's worse than when you went into reading the book. You're like, wait, what's going on? You know, so yeah, they, you know, my test, 100,000, over 100,000 people signed up, but they did a lottery. So, and everybody has to pay the $30, $35, whatever it is.
When you sign up, you have to pay.
Yeah, you send your form in with the money. But my test, they only did it this one time. They only let 30,000 people take the test. So those other 70,000 didn't even get to take it.
Yeah, but they still
just
make
took their money.
Oh,
It's just like anything else.
Oh,
they get their money in. They'll get their money.
Wow, bro, that's crazy.
Yeah.
So now you got 70,000 people who are pissed at the city, you know?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so you take the test, you're in there. You now, how long does it take to get your score?
It takes they give you a few months, I'd say. Yeah, a few months until you get your score. I mean, come on. If I wish I was trying to get the test.
Really?
And I was actually in there with high school friends, and they were all running out. I was the last dude in the test. I'm like, what's going on? And I'm not the smartest guy in the world. I'm like, what is going on? So I rushed through the last two questions.
Yeah. That's good.
Wow. So I got a 103 out of 105.
Oh, dang. Okay. So now, are you looked at like you come in as a pretty high rank then? Like, are you like?
Yeah, so they give like veterans and stuff extra like credit, well deserved. And like I think my list was I want to say it was like 348.
Okay.
Out of the 30,000 or 15. I forget what the number was.
So you were in the top 400.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I was hired within a year.
Okay.
And
so you still are waiting a year to get hired.
Yeah.
And why is this? Is there no job position? What is it? Is it a busy industry?
Yeah. Well, you gotta wait till people retire.
Oh, okay.
They have a set number, and that's what they go by.
Okay. All right. So so if somebody finally retires or something happens to them, and then now you get called in, right?
Yeah.
Where were you when you got the call?
Probably just home.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was still working in Manhattan, I was a corporate with my cousin.
Okay.
So I was working.
Yeah.
But my mother said, "Listen, we retired in 20 years. You got to take it." I was 21.
Wow.
I wanted to, you know what 21-year-olds do.
Yeah. Dude, it's great.
No, but you want to go out and party, and like that's where your life starts.
Right.
Like all parties but I grew up in Staten Island where we were going to bars at 16, 17 years old.
Right. So you
I
did it. Yeah. And so did your mother say, "Look, I think this is something you should do"?
Oh no, she was like, "No, you're doing it."
Oh wow.
But thankfully enough, because she saw the end of it.
Right.
She said, "Do you want to be working till 60, 70, 80 years old? Is that really what you want?" So there is the light at the end, but
you got a handy dude frame.
Yeah. Listen, it's better than any other job. I'll put it that way.
Wow. Okay. Well, I got to know more then, man. So, all right. So you get in, you're hired, you're excited. You get your first day. Like, how does that really go? And do you go to like a training camp or whatever? Do you guys?
Yeah, they send you to the driving training.
Okay.
And they teach you on dump trucks.
Okay.
So that's like 2-3 weeks. You do your road test, you get your CDL, your license to drive the trucks.
Okay.
Now, then like 2 days they'll bring out, and this was at Randall's Island.
Okay.
And I think they did 2 days. They bring the garbage truck out there.
Okay.
There's 2 steering wheels.
There's 2 steering wheels in the truck.
There's 2 steering wheels.
And you got to remember, pick which one you would use. No.
Well, no, it all depended on what street you were on. Like if you were picking the right side of the street up, you could drive from the right, so you're close. So you can know, because that's the biggest thing on the job. You got to put that thing where your opponent wants it to make the day go easy.
Okay.
If I got to start dragging garbage around cars and everything else, now we're not having.
And then when you get back in the truck, there's weak when you're in the cabin.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh yeah. That's what you need to see. Is like instead of cash, oh yeah,
Okay. They got rid of it. So it's just a left side and a right side.
Okay.
Okay. Driving from the right, it's frowned upon. It's different.
Yeah.
Driving on the right side. It's a whole different driving situation.
Every now and then you meet some fella trying to drive right. I ain't saying nothing,
but in Staten Island, it was like a law that you had to drive.
Okay, so there's certain places you guys so in that instance, you just go to the other side of the car, and for that length of the
truck, there's like around.
And today's trucks still have that. Okay, great. Okay, cool. I didn't know that, man. Cool. Because dude, one time I had to take a ride over there, and this, I think the car I was in was like it was a Toyota Tercel, bro, and the trunk was missing. I remember the dude's car. So there was this total wind current, like constantly, just happening in the vehicle, And it's and I remember driving that just out of sheer fear, like this guy's out of his fucking mind. And he popped the brake and kind of smiled at me and shit. I'm like, this dude's fucking flirting with me, bro. I'm trying to learn, This dude's trying to, touch a child or whatever. All right, so you get the first day, man. How does your first day on the job go?
They literally, on my garage, they tell you, hey, show up on this time, 6 a.m., west side, 30th Avenue. Manhattan 6 was my first garage. So I'm like, all right, living near Javits Center.
Okay.
All right, so it's right in the block down.
Okay, so you get down there. Do you go down there a lot or no?
No. When you work in Manhattan, you want to stay out of it. You deal with it all week. You deal with nonsense. Yeah. Anytime I worked in Manhattan, I just never wanted to party in Manhattan.
Yeah, 100%.
Couldn't stand it.
All right, so you get down there.
Yeah, so I get there, and you're meeting all these guys. I met a few when I signed up. The new guys who came in with, I think, like 11 new guys. So I knew them by face. I didn't really get to know anybody.
Oh yeah, I just watched Band of Brothers. Have you seen that?
No. No, and you're meeting like there's some old timers on there that don't like the new kids.
Really, huh?
Yeah, they got like grumbling, junior stuff, this and that. Yeah, whatever. So they're like, all right, here, they hand me a piece of paper. I said, go pick this guy up on 2nd and 20th. So we had these sections all around Manhattan where guys would go because the garage wasn't big where I was at.
Okay.
So you would have section guys show up there, garage guys show up at the garage.
Okay.
And I'm like, wait. I had to like think to myself, like, I'm gonna drive this garbage truck. Never drove in the city street where we were driving up Randall's Island. We were going in a circle. Okay. So now you put cars, people.
So you're in the truck downtown.
Yeah, and now they're like, oh, go pick up this partner. I never drove a truck in Manhattan. Let alone you probably driven a car up and in the car. Yeah, Manhattan. It's not fun.
Oh, it's alarming.
It's crazy.
And so now you're driving the truck, and
That's scary. Your first day, your whole thing is the mirrors.
Yeah.
Worrying about you. It's a truck. It's not a car. Yeah. I got there.
Okay.
And let's put it that way.
All right.
I was all right. I didn't hit nobody. No hurt nobody. And then I picked this dude up.
Okay.
Probably 35 years on the job.
Oh, he's been in there, bro.
Scraggly looking guy. Yeah. Come on, kid. You're with me. Here you go.
Come on, kid.
Yeah. So you know what you're falling into then.
Right. He's suddenly setting the stone,
Yeah, he might have been one of the drivers.
Oh,
guys
yeah.
Where you were at.
He might have been
missing truck. The way he said it, kind of scared.
Oh, I bet if you pluck a hair out of his beard and test it for 9-year-olds, who knows what'll come back, But yeah.
Bing. But yeah, dude. And everybody's like looking at you. Wow. Because it's like you got stuck with this.
Oh, really, huh?
So that's right away. All right. And like rule of thumb, first thing they teach you, do not stand behind the truck while the back of the truck is solid. Okay. This dude was looking for everything in the truck. Really? He had all kinds of shit in his beard. Oh, it was nasty. And he didn't even care. Like, it was just, like, it was awful.
He was just back there just catching that hot tide.
Flying out. He's, hey, you looking for it? Like, and looking at me like I'm not in there with him. Like, I'm just throwing it in to get rid of it, dude. I'm not here to dig to it. Pulling out like Spider-Man figures, like like crazy.
Oh yeah, and that would go right in line with one of those kids.
Exactly. Drives their teacher. Definitely. That was his first job.
So he's just back there just collecting samples from the area. Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, and now when he gets back in the truck, like, what's the inside of the cab? Does it smell pretty bad?
It's a mess. Yeah. Until you get your own truck, like I had, once I got the truck, then you get time on the job to get a route. Like, there's cleaning supplies. Like, we wiped our truck down every day. It was spotless. Right. But when you have guys that just didn't give a crap, it was filth, man.
And what kind of gear are you wearing? What kind of gear is a New York City garbage man? Sanitation engineer. What type of gear are y'all locked in?
Just regular, dicky pants with a t-shirt. Winter sweatshirt,
Not a wetsuit or nothing like that.
No, there were days you needed it.
Oh, like that.
Yeah, it was when it rained itself.
Oh. Yeah, I would think you would go full plastic, like.
Well, gloves and boots were like number one. Yeah. That was always like, that's where you spend your money.
Okay.
Your pants, it is what it is. Yeah. You go wash them.
Oh. Okay, so now you got this kind of guy rolling with you. And how long does that shift go?
I was out there for a while that first day. Really? Because he's digging. He's looking for treasures.
Oh, this dude, really? So he's a real hunter.
It's a 5, 6, 7 hour route. Normally a route's take about 2 hours.
Okay, wow, really? So this guy's just out there, and he just likes to collect. Now, some of these men just really collectors, and they kind of hide masquerading as sanitation workers.
They do that, or then some of these guys get this stuff and sell it. They have business.
Really?
They go to like, flea markets and shit.
Yeah.
Dude, yeah, Lord. One dude in Staten Island, I hate even give him the shout out. But anyway.
Yeah, fuck it, but yeah, tell me.
Dude, it was like Sanford and Son on his roof, leaving the garage somewhere. Like he'd take, furniture, this, that, everything. Yeah. And you would catch him at the flea market. And dude, listen, from what was told, he had over $1 million from what he collected and sold in a bank account.
Wow. So you worked in Manhattan and you worked in Staten Island. Yeah. You can sit beside here too.
Totally different. Totally different setup. So Manhattan, like the buildings, it's all buildings. Right. House to house, we used to call it. So you can like hell. That's maybe on like 10 blocks, like where I was at. But you get like one building on the corner of, just say, 2nd and 42nd. There's 2,000 beds. And they use them sausage beds. Okay. So they have compactors in the buildings that literally compact these things. And then the guys knock the ends. And they're, anywhere from 3 feet to, 4 or 5 feet long.
Oh, yeah. It's like somebody making
sausage.
Yeah.
And they were not like.
Really? So you got that long dog, huh? And could somebody have put a body in one thing?
Oh, yeah. You could have put a body in any one. I ain't looking. Yeah. About all the 2 days, I'm not. I could give a damn.
Yeah, that dude fucking.
I would tell people all the time, the minute you want to do that, just put it in a bag. I ain't looking.
Oh, that dude's selling femurs on Etsy.
Exactly.
Yep.
Half price.
Dude's out there. Yeah. That dude's out there fucking slinging shin bones.
Exactly.
On eBay.
But it's
so somebody could put a body in one of those bags, zip it up to the garbage guy. These days everybody's watching you. You Google something, you get an ad for it. You whisper something to your cousin. Next thing you know, you're getting advertisements for Tootsie Rolls or something. We're all being monitored, it feels like. That's why you need a VPN. With ExpressVPN, 100% of your traffic is rerouted through their encrypted servers, so no one can see a thing. You can search for whatever you want. You want to geo-track a Wolverine or a woman across town or a man. You would love a man. You can do it. Nobody will know. ExpressVPN works on all your devices, whether you browse the internet on your phone, tablet, computer. You can use up to 5 devices at the same time under one ExpressVPN subscription. So stop letting people invade your privacy right now. Get 3 extra months of ExpressVPN for free. You go to expressvpn.com/Theo. That's expressvpn.com/THEO. expressvpn.com/Theo. You don't know you're a bad cook until you know it. I remember one time I heated up a can of pears, and it got so hot I couldn't even get in the can. Burned both of my hands, the front and the back of my hand. But you got to have good cookware as well. That's what I'm here to tell you about today is HexClad. That's right. No longer using your roommate's dishes, guys. HexClad has revolutionized the cookware industry with a hybrid pan that gives you all the convenience and cleanup of non-stick, the versatility of your grandma's cast iron, and they are so durable. Gosh, you could do a ribeye in it, you could make a wedding cake in it, and they last a lifetime. They will outlast you. They will be in your will. We're serious. They have a lifetime warranty just in case you find a way to destroy them while you're making your ramen noodles. Some stranger you met on social media. Gordon Ramsay might be the toughest critic in the world, and these are the pots and pans that he uses at home and in his Michelin star restaurants. HexClad. Support our show and check them out at hexclad.com/Theo. That's at HEXCLAD/THEO. Listeners get 10% off their order. By going to that link, just go to hexclad.com/deal. So a way to get, if you decided to see somebody or kill somebody, I don't like to use that term, but make somebody be dead immediately in front of them. Let's say that. In New York City, you could put them into the chute in your building. The trash.
Well, I wouldn't do that. Like, that's a little much. But if you had, access to the compactor,
okay,
then I think it's different. But if you're going to shoot through 13 flights down, I mean, somebody's about to hear. There's got to be some blood.
Yeah.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, somebody can hear a wristwatch.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Somebody's watch is going to connect, and something's going to ping in. You know how that goes.
Right. So if you could get the body down in the compactor, there's a chance it could just be thrown out in one of those sausage bags.
Gone. Wow. Yeah, we used to, you have cars parked so tight, and there's 30, just say on the smaller stuff, there's 15, 20, 30 bags. So I was like, oh, sad day for this Jaguar. I would literally, because I would tell you, I was 21, I was stupid. I would grab them both sides, slide them right across the hood.
Jaguar?
Whatever
fuck
car
rich
was
people, dude.
Yeah, whatever car was
bro. There was nothing better than doing something with a fucking bridge.
Well, they just didn't care.
Oh, yeah.
They had no respect for me, so now it's like, all right.
Oh, because they parked illegally.
No, they're parked legally, but they give you no space. So now those bags, they're heavy, and I get it. Everybody would say, well, we don't know. We're not going.
Right.
Well, now you're going. Now you got to go to the body shop. Fix your shit. Well, you're done.
Yeah, dude, I remember when I used to go over to rich people's houses, my buddy Jeff would steal. He had a whole collection of silverware. And we were poor, so it was like everybody was rich, you know what I'm saying? We knew people, if you had a fucking front door, bro, you had a little bit of money, So like, Jeff had silverware for everybody, dude. And then if I went over to rich people's houses, a lot of times I would pick my nose when they were looking to feed a fucking little bit to their dog.
Oh, man, what'd you get out of that? What was the thought process of getting out of that?
I think for me it was something like start from the bottom, like you convince these animals to fucking work for you, low key. You know what I'm saying? It was like I'm gonna. They may think they're doing all this and all of that, but who's fucking feeding? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I get it. I mean,
it was like I'm taking things to the lowest. It's like I'm just like I don't know. It's probably like some Lord of the Flies.
Yeah.
So you got the big sausage bags in the city, right?
Yeah, and the city is just, it's multiplied crazy. Like there were times where you knew that, like if their compactors were broke, like it was awful, man.
Really?
Because now they put out, so they could probably fit, I'd say a normal 4 or 5 bags of garbage in one of these sausage bags. But now the compactor broke, so now they got to put regular just bags out. So it just went from 10 to 15 sausage bags to 150 regular garbage. And it's one at a time, just chucking them over the cars.
And now do you throw them to a buddy and he puts them in, or that's the goal?
In the city, you're pretty much just working together the whole time.
Okay.
When you go to Staten Island, it's like half hour on, half hour off.
Okay.
So I'll drive for a half hour, you load for a half hour. Vice versa, back and forth until the route's done.
Okay.
But in Manhattan, it's like, all hands on deck, because those bags are kind of heavy sometimes.
It reminds me a little like watching that show, like an ocean show, you know what I'm talking about? It's like an ocean show. And they're angry, and every year one of them dies, and they put it on TV, but they're looking for carp, or they're looking for fish or something.
I don't know.
Yeah. Here's a video right here of some sanitation guys right here, throwing garbage bags into.
Yep.
Oh wow, that dude, huh?
Oh, that was awesome.
Were you really? Bro, that dude, wow.
That's a private guy.
That's Buddy Healed right there.
Yep. That's a private guy.
Oh, that's a private guy, someone your boys.
Yeah.
So how can you tell
I did that
me
for a year. The truck. All trucks were white.
Okay.
The white elephant. That's what they called it. And the white elephant always got people's way. Really pissed them off.
Oh, yeah. You guys are the worst, dude.
I used to do the whole Kobe real quick.
Yeah.
I used to do that. I used to take my gloves off and they bang, in Manhattan. You're an asshole. I'm like, you should have woke up 10 minutes early. Now you're stuck behind me and I ain't moving.
Well, the craziest thing about a sanitation truck is that not only you stuck, but it smells bad. You're like, hey.
And they used to get real close, and like I was saying, when she used to spray out, especially rainy days, after a rainy day, or if it was raining, wet days, do that thing, and the cars would get covered. I'll be like, oh, that's on you.
Dude, so that must have been kind of fun, just throwing those bags. That seemed like something a kid would love to do.
I just throw it on my back, just running down the street, you know. In Staten Island, because it's a lot lighter in Staten Island.
Right. So that was in Staten Island, but in the city, it's a little bit more. You got to have your dude there. You guys are loading this thing up. You're just keeping it moving.
Yeah.
And in the city, how many bags can go, or those big sausage bags can go into the cycle? And what's the cycle like of the truck?
Well, you probably fit like 5, 6 of those bags in at a time, but your average in Manhattan was 10 to 13, 14 tons of garbage in per truck.
Per truck. So you start out with nothing in there.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's a compactor in the middle, like in the truck, and then it just cycles and compacts it the whole time.
Okay.
And the rule is you got to get the route. You have to get the whole route on the truck, so you would have to maneuver sometimes, squeeze a little more.
Yeah. Can you hear it get tight back in there?
Oh, yeah. Like, you can feel it. It changes the whole drive of the truck.
Really?
From being empty to heavy.
Yeah, we spoke one time with a female truck driver, and she had worked with, and her son, I think, had breast reduction surgery. But she had worked with a cement truck, right?
Yeah.
And she said sometimes when the mixer was full, she would drive, and when she stopped on one of the brakes, you'd feel the cement come up the back of it. It was just really interesting. So that kind of made me think of that.
Oh, it changes everything. Just, you think about it. Double everything. This tons of 2,000 pounds, so 36,000, and then the truck is probably another 14. You're looking at 35, 40,000 pounds. It ain't easy to stop.
Yeah, so you'd have to set it, but you can feel that weight, huh? That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, harder to stop. The trucks would jump to begin with. I think New York got like all the secondhand trucks. They're like, oh, try this, like Mack truck. Like, oh yeah, try this. Like, dude, it was crazy. Like, for me, it was terrible. I'm tall, I'm 6'5", so it's like just getting in the truck. Yeah. I had to get so used to not hitting my knees on the dashboard. It was just not comfortable to sit in. So, but they didn't care. Whatever they got a discount on, they took it.
Wow, yeah. Oh, that's everybody nowadays. They'll put you in a damn dude. They'll put you in a fucking baby stroller and make you put 6 bags on the baby.
Whatever you could fit.
They cut corners.
Whatever they could fit.
So,
wheels not falling like crazy.
So how tight does that trash get in there? Can you see it building up? Like, does it build up some heat? Is it that?
Yeah,
tight?
no, it gets. When you dump it, you'll see it's like a brick. Comes out, it'll start falling out here and there, but there's steam coming off it. And then methane gas. Yeah. And even if you go out, Staten Island has the biggest landfill in the world. You can see it from space.
Oh wow, that's
Staten Island landfill. And they have constant pipes that are burning because of all the methane gas coming out of the ground.
That's fucking beautiful, man. God. It's almost like like Greece or something. They do the Olympics or whatever, they light the torches.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that is amazing, huh?
Yeah. They stopped dumping them now. But that's
they should have kept dumping.
Yeah, they gave up. But it sucks, because I do know a lot of people that passed away in Staten Island from cancer, but like that, the cancer rate is Staten Island.
Is it really?
That's why I had to get that.
Wow. Yeah, I want to get into some of that. So, yeah, my friend Aaron, actually, he's part of a new company called Vespine, and what they do, this is pretty interesting. They take the methane gas at landfills and they burn it, but they convert it immediately into electricity.
So usable, that works.
So now you have electricity that's right there available. So say if they had like trash trucks or something, and then they were electric, then they could charge them up immediately, or they could use the energy. Like for a little bit, they were using it to mine Bitcoin when Bitcoin was popular, but now they're finding other places to use the energy. But it's just kind of fascinating something that's going on. And I can't believe that log is hot. Now what do they call them? Bricks, logs? Because that's almost like a damn diamond of trash,
Yeah, it's, listen, when you dump, you just dump. You're not staring at it. You just go out and get out of it. because we used to dump now in Manhattan. We started dumping on the side of the turnpike in Jersey, and that guy burns it. But he's got $1 million like filter, so he's able to. You know, the smoke coming out's clean.
Really?
Dude's crazy money. Dude, you got no idea. He was getting. They were charging $50-something per ton to the city. Plus, he signed like an $80 million contract with the city to take all the garbage. Because, you know, we got to get paid off to have the trucks now on the turnpike, you know, because they don't want that. And then he's selling the ash. Just money. There's so much money in garbage, you have no idea. It's $1 billion business. Yeah.
And the mafia used to be involved in it, right? That's why they were.
When you brought up bodies, that's the one thing on Staten Island. Those are the myths and details. My stepfather, God rest his soul, used to work out there. He was a tractor operator. He said the cars used to come in that Lincolns, and they would just all turn around. The car used to go up to the top of the hill. Never see it again. The car just disappeared. Person disappeared. Pull out. See you later, fellas. That was it.
It's the Devil's Ocean, maybe the landfill.
Yeah, there's a lot of stories out there.
I wonder, I wish God would just tell us how many bodies are in that landfill. Sometimes I pray, sometimes I don't wake up with the number in my head. Because you know there are.
Yeah.
Did you ever get a weird feeling or premonition like you're driving the truck home? Like, could there have been a body in there and you have no idea? Or at some point, whenever you're dumping it, you would have seen something?
Listen, you definitely think you can get a feeling. You know, if somebody comes out and says something, you're like, maybe this dude just whacked somebody.
Right.
You know, his wife ain't healthy right now. Right. Probably in this bag.
Right.
Like, I'll throw it in. Like,
oh, yeah.
But no, I never. I had one. These two guys came out of the house with hysterical.
Oh,
yeah. I'm like, what? You know, what now? We were in that kind of neighborhood. Then, oh my God, what's up? It's my dog guy.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Bring it to get cremated. Why are you telling me?
He's trying to cut corners. Coming gay, he was trying to cut corners.
Could we throw it in the truck? I'm like, but I'm a dog owner at the time. I'm a dog lover. Next thing you know, on the bed, a yellow lab. This thing had to be 100 pounds.
Oh, they both grabbed
healed out. They were crying. No, it was on the bed. They got rid of the bed, the toys, the shit was still lined up like he was just playing and then just dead. Like, and they're like, okay, and just launched him into the back of the truck. I'm like, I told my partner, I'm like, dude, you got it. I can't cycle that off. Like, so it's like, you would get the feeling if somebody was like, oh yeah, can I throw this bag in? Like, yeah, you know. I heard y'all fighting last week about garbage, you know.
And so what? Then you tell the guy, hey, you press the button, you press this.
Yeah, I just, you know, in that case, I was like, dude, I told my one, and he was just eating it. He's like, yeah, all right, yeah. Like,
I'll sell its collar in an hour.
Exactly.
Yeah. Fuck that.
That bag usable? Put that on Etsy, on Facebook Marketplace. Make $13. They'll sell anything on that.
Oh yeah, dude, you can fucking sell your cousin that bitch. What you don't say to me?
Yeah.
If he can't read, if he's still teachable, you know, fucking somebody buy that bitch in an hour on there. You fucking do. You go on there and find your ex-wife on that bitch. Exactly. Like, you can buy used barrettes on there. Yeah.
I brought my olden age back.
You say, man, them barrettes. Boy, back in the day, you see a girl with a couple of barrettes in, or I think you know what girls used to wear when I was like in school? They would wear headbands. Remember that?
No, my sisters were big into scrunchies.
Oh yeah.
Ugh, all over the country. Tangled up with hair, all kinds of nasty. I grew up with 3 sisters, so.
Oh really?
Yeah, man. I was the only boy. Three sisters. You know, I've been through it.
Wow. Yeah. Man. And did any of them, were they okay when you got into the sanitation game? What'd they say?
Well, my sister April was pissed.
Really?
She filled out the shit and sent it in, and she didn't get anything. She was pissed. Still to this day, she reminds me, I got you that job. So I took that tux. That shit was hot as hell. You didn't take it from me.
She went and took it and didn't pass it?
No. She didn't get called. Remember I said
she didn't get
only
the lottery.
15,000, 20,000 people took it. She didn't get picked to take it.
it's crazy that even at the that there's a lottery to there's lotteries at every end of the spectrum of life, man.
Yeah.
So what season of the year is the worst time of the year for trash?
But definitely the winters. The winters were awful. Like the summers were hot, but like once you got used to that smell, like even nowadays, like it will never. I'll never be able to smell how awful it is. Because you're just used to it.
Yeah.
Like it's like second nature.
Yeah.
You know, the maggot smell and just all that nastiness. It's just part of it. The wind is brutal.
Really? And that's because of the cold, huh?
It's the cold, the ice, you know, if it snowed, you're stepping over all that shit. You still got to pick the garbage up. Now you're working 12-hour days. You know, if it snows, you're constantly driving around in the truck. You know, it's ruined.
And would you a lot of cleats and stuff? What would you wear for shoe wear?
Just boots. Yeah. So yeah, you know, rain boots, junk boots, just because I always wore like a hiking boot because I could move fast. You know, when you're wearing like heavy boots, like they always said, don't wear steel toes because you know, God forbid something hit you on the foot and snap your toes off. So I don't.
Oh, the steel would actually snap your toes off.
Yeah.
So that's the downside of wearing steel toe boots.
If you're in an industry like that, yeah. Because there are some cans. I mean, I don't think back in the day there used to be metal cans. They used to pick up ash in New York City, so everybody would burn that garbage in the buildings, and they would have these like 150-pound steel garbage cans. And I had lifted a few of them in my time. They're no joke, loaded with ash. So that's what they used to just dump.
So the buildings would just burn their garbage.
All the housing buildings, they used to just get rid of the garbage out. There was no bags on the street.
So they had an incinerator in there. They would burn it up.
Every building in New York had an incinerator.
Wow.
Yep.
And when did that change code? Do you know?
One of the people came up with something that was killing everybody. So yeah.
Probably some monopoly, some bullshit. One of Trump or Chris Christie's fat buddies, I'm sure.
Yeah, probably.
Can you look that up when that changed?
Yeah, they were probably killing the polar bears or something.
Oh yeah.
Big moves were melting somewhere.
Yeah, they got some grainy video of a fucking rare fox doing 2 lines of fucking city ash, you know, and like
with a sign. Stop burning your garbage.
Yeah.
Save me.
Yeah, how did that fox even learn to write, right? Nobody
Exactly.
asked any questions of this bullshit. Here it is in 1989. There, Ed Koch or
Koch.
Wait, you know who else talked about Ed Koch? I think was Bobby Kennedy Jr. when he was on talked about Ed Koch. There, Ed Koch signed a bill that required incinerators in New York City to shut down within 4 years. And lo and behold, all incinerators had stopped operations by the end of 1993. And that was the end of that. No more trash burning. Oh, does it say why? Anything else?
Pollution.
Oh, pollution. Yeah. Oh, the air pollution.
Yeah, they were just burning it. Like that was if you were burning it in your fireplace.
Yeah.
They didn't have, like I was telling you, in Jersey, this guy has a multi-million-dollar, filter and no more emissions, blah blah blah. They didn't have that back then.
Oh, I see. You said every building was burning. But weren't the trash men just picking it up and taking it somewhere to burn it?
No, then it was just ash, so they would just get rid of it. I don't know what they did with it back then.
But I mean, after the trash men, after they shut down the incinerators, the trash men just took it. Oh, they just put it in a landfill.
Yeah.
Because they weren't burning it.
No. So then that's when there's a few landfills. They started. There was one in Brooklyn. I think they were like all over New York. But Staten Island, oh yeah, we're just going to do this for a few years, and then it turned into the biggest landfill, like known to man.
And yeah, what do you say to people who because a lot of landfills have been filled over with dirt and people buy houses on them, right? What do you say to the people who, you buy a house and then 4 years later everything you eat tastes like fucking Fig Newtons and fucking baby gravy or something. Your son's got fucking facial hair at 4,
Yeah, that's probably what's going on. They're actually Staten Island, they're making it into a park. Yeah. And I mean, dude, I've seen animals out there. Some wicked shit. I mean, dude, there's this gopher or whatever the fuck it was. Dude, it looked like a full-blown pit bull. That's how big this fucking thing is. I swear I saw a bear out there. Everybody told me I was crazy. But because of what? There was a ton of deer. Like the deer swim from Jersey. They were coming in.
Why they hit it over there?
Nah, it's just like anywhere else. They're building it and they're pushing them out of their homes. So now they see this big forest across and the rivers, whatever there's a short little spur from Jersey to Staten Island in one location, and they just swim over, and they got a whole shit, and nobody can shoot them. You can't
shoot that close to the city, huh?
You just can't hunt on Staten Island.
What is there like a habitat on the landfills? Is there like animalia that's out there living? Is there, what is that like? Is it almost seems like, because it's almost its whole own like Narnia, like a fucking dirt, like a fucking
definitely
trash Narnia.
You see mutant stuff out there. Really? Yeah. You know, rats look like cats.
Yeah.
Like I said, it was like a gopher that looked like a hippo. You know, you got deer running through that place, nuts. Like big
really?
boys, and nobody can hunt them.
Oh, you can't hunt them.
No.
Dude, deer people are crazy. Deer people. I'm surprised nobody jumps the fence and gets out there. Yeah.
They tried. Yeah. They tried, but you know, and they have little security here and there. Guy killed a big buck once, and he actually got fired.
Oh, and
it was a mechanic. Yeah, he was a mechanic for the city and got fired.
He was out there hunting on the landfill?
Yeah, he killed it, and then everybody saw it because you can't hunt it. So you're seeing this buck walk around like it was his area. He would be out in the middle of the day just walking the streets. You know, he didn't give a shit. He's gangster. But now they also put a guy, you know, on the hill to like keep the population down.
Oh wait, so there's a person that works on the landfill?
Yeah, well they pay a guy who sleeps in a tent on the landfill that, you know, takes care of the deer population. Yeah. You know, snips, tucks, cuts, you know, all kinds of things. Big dart the
does
deer.
you read what's it called? Neutralizes? Yeah.
Well, it's vasectomy.
Vasectomy?
And, you know, all kinds of
so they're doing animal vasectomy out there on the landfill?
Anything to keep the population down.
That's beautiful, man.
Yeah, and he sits out there in the cold.
And what does he do? He
darts them.
And they fall asleep.
Yeah.
Then he slips over.
Snips, tucks.
Damn.
And it's a wrap.
Yeah.
Yep. But some get through some.
That fucking nut branch. He just rolls up on them, huh? That's fucking unreal, bro.
Yeah, man. These sniper deer out in the middle of a landfill and shit. But that's what they do.
God.
Because like you said, they would just run wild.
That fucking sperm Dexter, that dude's out there fucking clipping bugs.
Probably selling it too.
Oh, yeah. Oh, deer semen, dude, I'll fucking get rid of a 40 feet of my own here in Tennessee. Anybody will buy that shit.
Oh.
Wow, I didn't know that was a job. Somebody lives in a tent on a landfill and euthanize or sedates and then vasectomies.
Yeah.
Deer.
They have to keep the population down. That's what they do.
Bears are moving across New York. It says right here, the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation is urging residents to secure food sources that might attract bears, as bear sightings increase due to the animal search for high-calorie meals after winter hibernation. Wow.
Yeah, people. I just went to dinner with a couple of friends of ours, me and my wife, and she's gonna kill me. I'm saying this, and the wife's like, "Wait, they don't wait for all peak hours and come over the bridge." Like you can't be serious to think deer are running over a bridge like to get there. Like, no. You know, they see the forest. They're getting kicked out of their land. They see it, so they swim over it.
Yeah, well, we had a guy, this guy was a medium-sized animal detective. He was on, and he said that, a lot of times, like, animals will just get into your house because they don't know it's your house. Their nature is getting destroyed, and so then they just go to, like, whatever seems like a place that's safe, you know?
Yeah.
So sometimes it's people's attic, you know, because a lot of people just finding raccoons in the attic.
Yep.
In a lot of urban areas, but what else, dude? Okay, so there's methane coming off of that trash block already when the compressors compress it down.
Yeah, there's definitely a light smoke coming off there.
If you do imagine there would it be flammable?
Listen, I wasn't trying that. You know, to me, like I said, we get done 2 hours. I could get done, be done back at the garage, hanging out. You know, shower, done. If I get covered with any junk, it'd be done. I'm not paying attention to what comes out of the truck at that point.
Is there how big is that block that comes out of the truck? Like, show me with your hand. Like how big is that block? You know?
What, out of the garbage truck?
Yeah, the one that gets compressed after it's full and it compresses it up.
Full garbage truck.
A full garbage truck.
You know, like I said, you let 10 tons. I want to say the truck was 14 feet by maybe 8, 9 feet tall by the width of the garbage truck, 12. The thing's the size of this room.
The block of garbage? Yeah, that's how big the garbage is.
You know, when I went to Staten Island, I was doing 6 tons. And that's like a totally different situation. That's like more just fluffs out. But when you're in Manhattan, you go packing to get that route. Yeah. That just like, you know.
Does it just come out as like a big, do you get to see the brick at the end?
Yeah, no, it's not like a brick where like it's going to come out as an actual brick and they pick it up and just like build a house with it.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's just falling apart like as it's coming out.
Okay.
Yeah, and then now they ship out the garbage from New York. They ship it to like Pennsylvania. They use it for landfill.
Oh, okay.
Like you had said, like they fill with swamps and stuff. And then they build on it 10 years later.
Wow.
And then the son has a beer at 3.
Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah. Oh, when your son's a fucking ball Santa at 5 years old.
Exactly. But they don't care.
You know, people don't care anymore. Yeah, well, I mean, that's one of the issues. They say that a lot of people that's having autism, retardation, right? Retardation. You know, I'm trying to say it differently because some people get offended, but retardation. All kind of stuff like that, like brain problems for children, is because our water and food supply is so contaminated. You know?
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
It makes sense.
But they're not going to, you know how they are. They're not going to test it. Somebody's making money off it.
No.
You know, now they're making money off of all those unfortunate cases.
Yeah.
You know, so
that's Chuck Schumer right there.
Why throw that off?
Yeah.
You know.
Is there joy happening around the holidays though? Is that an exciting time to be out and about? Like, because you get to at least be in this. Like, there's a romanticization of people being in New York City around the holidays, right? And I know you guys, your route ran early there. What time did you route?
Yeah, we started at 6 a.m.
Okay, so you started at 6 a.m. So, but was it still fun to be in the holidays around that time, even though it was so cold, or it's just the worst time?
Yeah, no, it was still good times. You know, just a lot more people on the street. Even in those early days, you know, everybody now coming in. You know, people want to see New York City.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but to me, it's just a shithole. Right?
Yeah.
You know, that's New York.
Oh, yeah. People will come and stare at a shithole, you know? I mean, shit, they got porn sites at banks coming. How long would it take you those routes in the city? How long does it take? How long does a trash route in the city take above?
It all depends on the day, the route. You know, your average is 2.5, 3 hours.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. But by the time you got out there, you know, you start at 6. By the time you get to the route, because now we were on the west side, we picked up on the east side. So you get out there like 6:30, 6:45, start the route.
Right.
Now you got to drive to Jersey to dump it. So by the time you get back to the garage, you're running, hustling to be able to sit down, you know, eat lunch for, you know, hour and a half and then go home.
Okay.
Like it's not worth it now that I look at it. I killed my body for no reason.
So you get there at 6, you probably leave for work around 5 or something?
Yeah, I was getting up 5 o'clock.
Okay, getting up at 5, out the door by 5:20.
Yeah, you had to rush because Staten Island was a nightmare trying to get off. You know, there's only one bridge to get, you know, Arizona through Brooklyn to get into Manhattan.
Okay.
The traffic was awful. So if you weren't at, like, I used to meet a few guys at 5 o'clock at the bridge.
Okay.
If you weren't there at 5, you weren't getting there by 6.
Maybe I'll take a ferry or drive?
Drive.
Okay, man. Okay, so you get that done. So you can get it done in a couple of hours, right? You still get paid. You get paid for an 8-hour day.
Yeah, you get paid the 8 hours.
So there was some like cool value in getting it done quick.
Yeah.
Were you guys racing ever? Was it fun?
Exactly. We you know, it was always a competition.
Oh, that's
who could
fun.
get it done faster. But like I said, I look back now, you know, I've been having back surgery, 2 shoulder surgeries, and knee surgery. You know.
Really?
Yeah. You look at it, you just beat yourself up, and for what?
And does the city pay for those surgeries?
Yeah, I was on their time, so I did both shoulders and my knee on the job. And then a year after I retired, I just had back surgery 2 years ago.
Wow, we did disc replacement.
No, they went in, I had discectomy.
L5S1?
I don't even know.
Wow.
LMNOP that I go, because that's just
pull the shit out of your back.
I have 5 of them, and they cut out 3, so, but my disc was still okay, so they kept me.
You'll be a midget wrestler by next year,
Soon
bro.
enough.
Wow,
Soon
you'll be
enough.
coming down.
I'm getting shorter and shorter as I go.
You'll be living at half mast. You'll be like somebody fucking died in service. They're bringing you down.
Soon enough.
Cold turkey, it may be great on sandwiches, but there's a better way to break your bad habits. We're not talking about some weird mind voodoo or some hoodoo, some seancery that could happen from your crazy neighbor. We're talking about our sponsor, Fume. And they look at the problem in a different way. Not everything in a bad habit is wrong. So instead of a drastic, uncomfortable change, why not just remove the bad from your habit? Fume is an innovative award-nominated device that does just that. Instead of electronics, Fume is completely natural. Instead of vapor, Fume uses flavored air. And instead of harmful chemicals, Fume uses all natural, delicious flavors. You get it? Instead of bad, Fume is good. It's a habit you're free to enjoy and makes replacing your bad habit easy. Stopping is something we all put off because it's hard, but switching to Fume is easy and even fun. Fume has served over 100,000 customers and has thousands of success stories. Join Fume in accelerating humanity's breakup from destructive habits by picking up the Journey Pack today. Head to Try Fume and use code THEO to save 10% off when you get the Journey Pack. That's TRYFUM.com and use code THEO to save an additional 10% off your order today. Today's episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. If you need help, if you aren't lined up, if you aren't connecting with yourself, if things have gotten astray, you're not the only one. I take antidepressants right now. I was in therapy yesterday. When you need it, you need it. And if it's that time for you, that's okay. Give it a shot. BetterHelp. That's right. They can match you with a licensed therapist. Just fill out a brief questionnaire, and you can switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online. It's convenient, flexible, and can suit to your schedule. You can connect with your therapist over phone, FaceTime, or even just text. Whatever you need. Therapy. It's okay. That's what I'm telling you. Make your brain your friend with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/Theo today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/THEO. This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp. Wow, man. So there's a lot of injuries on the job.
Yeah, like I said, we ran around like idiots. Like I say to guys now, I still talk to guys on the job. I'm like, don't stop running around. Don't do this stuff.
Like, what do you mean running around when you say that?
So at one point, I want to say 5-6 years on, they cut the steps off the truck. So it was all right. You used to jump on the back of the truck, hang on, I'm sure you see pictures of guys, whipping. I mean, I had guys that do 50 miles an hour, and I'm on the back of the truck hanging off the light.
Oh, that's awesome.
Going hit bumps,
Yeah.
Oh, but then
y'all were doing drugs back then?
Ooh, I wasn't doing drugs. I never did that stuff.
Okay. You mean hitting bumps in the
hitting
truck?
Bumps. Oh, not.
Yeah, my bad, man. And I'm not trying to accuse you of doing anything.
No, but listen, I'll get to that. But yeah, so you would, then they cut the steps off the truck.
Why? To make it harder for you?
Well, pretty much. But the union was saying that, we all thought it was because we get done too fast.
Okay.
And listen, it's reality. Like, we're getting done in 2-3 hours. They're saying, what are you doing the rest of the day? Which is totally understood.
Being in the union. Yeah, don't take a look
back.
A union is for
And we would just be fine with just going back and hanging out, eating lunch. Some guys would, hang around playing cards. Some others would, doing what they were doing.
Yeah.
Enjoying their lives. But yeah, it just wasn't, to rush and run around. But that's what I did. When I went to Staten Island, I was working with a guy who ran marathons on weekends. My buddy Eric, we were running. I did probably 3-4 miles easy every day running.
So you're cruising then. Pull this mic up just a little lower.
Yeah, I'm running, just running on the side of the truck, just running house to house.
So we was pretty athletic.
At that time, yeah.
When the trucks had the 3 steps on, it was pretty athletic.
No, when they took the steps off,
Oh, then you got to run alongside of it.
Yeah, then we were running along. More guys were getting a little healthier.
Yeah.
It's not the most healthy.
Really?
Yeah, lunch always came with like dessert. Like, for what? A hoagie and then add on some donuts, coffee.
Fucking cut a cheesecake.
Exactly.
Tiramisu around the fucking holidays.
Yeah.
In memory of fucking Big Carlos. Yeah, I feel that, man. Damn. Well, that's like New Orleans. I think New Jersey and New Orleans have always been very similar. I think some of I bet probably Staten Island, some of that accent you also hear in New Orleans. People like to fucking have a meal. It's important. People have a beer at lunch a lot of times, and they only have 2 children or less. You get like a lot of, it's a little bit more cultural. So you guys would get done, you guys would go eat. So you guys would get paid for the full day. You got a couple of hours, you get done. So you must have been enjoying that.
Yeah, it was good. It was sit down time, like you said. You get paid for the 8 hours. But there were guys that stayed out there all day. They didn't mind it. They, on those hot days or the cold days, they didn't mind it. They stayed out there.
And do you have to wear a shirt the whole time, or what is the? You have people do it shirtless or not?
Yeah, there were some guys that wore some, questionable stuff.
Oh yeah.
But like before I got on, like in '96, like all the rules changed. They went to the federal license. Like before that, prior, you didn't need a CDL to drive the trucks.
But you didn't need a commercial driver's license to drive a sanitation.
Up until '96. So those guys were partying.
Damn, bro.
Those guys were partying. I heard some stories.
So you could drive a Ford Escort and then drive a garbage truck.
Exactly. Yeah, guys like a Mini Cooper. They'll come in a Mini Cooper and then jump in the garbage truck. I could do this.
Maximum Cooper. Bro.
Yeah.
That's fucking insane.
So yeah, then they went to the federal license. But now it means everybody's going to get drug tested. Random drug tests, everything. '96 that started.
Yeah.
And the partying here and there. Some guys just didn't care. They still went for it.
Would some guys just drink on the job? Was there any party on the job?
I had guys, one of my best guys, God rest his soul, like literally out the gate, 6 a.m. Hey, kid, stop over. Run into the store, come out to Turtle. Oh, yeah. And they did the routes where every half hour there was a deli. Him and his partner, so if I filled in with him, for his partner, like literally every time there was a half hour up, there's a different deli.
Oh, so they got cheap full of mortadella and 2 days.
Run in.
Crazy. Crazy.
Yeah. Guys enjoyed themselves.
Yeah, that sounds nice. That sounds like it should be, When they started fucking everything in America is a penny pinching fucking fiasco. You can have a fucking sheet full of strong cheese and 2 fucking Bush Lights, that you can do a work day.
There was one dude that used purple at one.
Why would that do?
He was just drinking.
Oh, drinking that much?
His skin was awful.
Some people,
I don't even know if he's alive.
He's not.
It's
I ain't alive, dude. Look, after purple, it just he turned into a BLM activist.
Yeah.
It's a fucking rat after that.
Right in the ground.
Oh man, and what about, was there a lot of uppers? Because it seems like people would be on Adderall, people would be on Jane, people would be like, was there anybody that could do that kind of lifestyle?
Oh, there were guys that partied like that.
Yeah.
There was one guy, like right out of the 70s. My first day in Staten Island. So let's talk about this day, like the other one. Not as bad. This guy said, like, bandana on, 70s glasses, right out of hippie central. Right? Oh, you're with me. I'm like, all right, cool. Now I'm in Staten Island, first day. I'm like, what the hell's going on? Once again, they don't know who I am, so they shove me with this guy. He's like, all right, kid, you go up and drive first. I'll stay in the back. So I'm like, all right. So I'm driving around. I live in Staten Island, still didn't know streets.
Wow.
So I'm just driving around. Yeah. And I'm like, what's that smell? Dude's hanging on the back, living his dream, just toking away.
Getting high, huh?
And then like half hour, we're like, all right, kid, now you go. I'll let you know when I'm ready.
Wow.
I'm still smelling like. But some guys did it. And it was a daily thing.
Pull up a picture of Stevie Starlight if you can. See if this guy looks anything like this.
Some guys just couldn't stop. Not that crazy that happened. Yeah, Steve's like bandana across his head.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
I know what
like circle glass.
Yeah. Some guy was fucking. He listens to Springsteen, but he don't admit it.
Yeah, probably in the closet.
Yeah, closet and Springsteen.
Definitely not telling people. You know.
Yeah. Once you get into Staten Island, what things changing because it's more like family housing and stuff, right?
Exactly.
And what is that like? Does it almost feel like a lot easier? Does it not feel like the front lines of trash? Because I feel like in the city, you're on the fucking front lines. You're right there. It's coming out of the chute. You fucking, you got guys catching shit in their beard and shit. But out in the suburbs, it feels like it would be a little bit easier. Is it or not?
Listen, when you get to the suburbs, now it turns into you're dealing with homeowners. Like when you were in the buildings, they didn't care.
Yeah, you never saw them.
Never saw people. It's not like, hey, I'm from 4F.
Yeah.
You're an idiot. Like they don't care.
Oh, in the city, you can just drive and just
out anyway. Yeah, there's cabs beeping like this. So you never, you're not waking anybody up. Everybody's used to it.
Right.
Then you come to Staten Island, even Queens areas, like Brooklyn areas, now you're waking everybody up. It's 6 a.m. So we're bitching about that. Like I said, getting in the way. Yeah. Like there's certain areas that we couldn't go in. Like they make them pick up midnight to like 5 so that you're not in their way.
Yeah. So like, what do you mean, richer areas?
No. Just owned areas by certain types of people.
Okay, so maybe upper echelon types or whatever?
Certain religion people,
okay,
they have their...
So like the Orthodox Jews don't want you in their neighborhood?
They come to
Is it pretty nasty over there in the neighborhood?
Well, they just, listen, it's not against them. Because I have actually been in some of those houses.
Yeah.
Because there are people in those areas that are very nice. But then, Passover comes, and they throw everything out. There's like 5, 6-year-olds throwing matches, like shit, lighting shit on fire. It was crazy. I was like, I can't do this no more. Because they would bring everybody pretty much who was available from other garages to come and do this. And you get one truck on a block, and you just go up and down all day. And they throw everything out. Like, I didn't know if you knew that about the Orthodox Jews.
Oh, they just get rid of everything?
Passover, they throw everything out. Couches, beds, clothes, everything goes in the ground.
Why? It's just part of the tradition.
Part of their religion.
Wow.
Start fresh. It's crazy.
So you got tons of trash.
Yeah, and it's just it's chaos. So like there would be a garbage truck every block and a fire truck. Firemen would have like 3 blocks because the kids are running around. Like, and I had guys do it plenty of times. They light something on fire and then throw it in the back of the truck. Now, if I don't see it, now everything in the truck's on fire.
Why do they do that? Is that like a kind of like are they training for like battle or something?
No, it's just the kids.
Oh, kids screwing around.
Animals.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. But I blocked a bus one day. And that's what I'm saying. Like, then that's when they get into, we don't want them on the truck, the streets early, this time, blah, blah, blah. And these little kids get off the buses because now I held them up on the block. And they're blowing them on. They have their own police, their own people. They're like, you got to move the truck. I'm almost done with the block. I'm not moving the truck. Yeah. Little kid gets off this whole thing. What are they?
What no respect, huh?
What goes on there?
I don't know. I got a bunch of good friends. There aren't any Orthodox Jewish friends now. OJs, I think, or whatever. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I shared a room at I was in a halfway house with an Orthodox dude one time. He brought his own fucking grill. He was dressed like Biggie Smalls at a Masonic temple. And he was sweating. And if you said pussy around him, he died with the shakes. Oh, he'd open his mouth and fucking put his tongue in it. That was a perv. And he was grilling his own meats in his fucking room or whatever with the sunlight or whatever. I don't know what to do. The guy would have bacon, he's in there fucking making burn ends or whatever. Fucking at 4 a.m., when Allah says he can. It was just
a magnifying glass.
Yeah, this shit was fucking unreal.
A cloud comes, he's like, damn it, they moved it.
And it was Arizona, dude. This day he showed up on the porch. Literally, I'm not joking, it was 104 degrees outside, and this guy is dressed, bro, like Cruella de Vil, bro. This motherfucker.
There was some gear.
Oh, this guy had been raising some fucking mixed dogs in his coat, bro. This guy, he smelled horrible. What ethnicity probably has the worst smelling garbage? Would it be Orthodox, you think?
No, it was all the same.
It was all the same.
It's garbage. once you throw it in there, it's all blended in. Like you said, during the summers, it was grueling. Like people would walk by, like covering their faces. Like that's how bad the truck smells. Once you're in it, you don't know. Like, you don't smell like it.
You used to it.
I'm so used to it. Cat urine was the worst. Oh, it was awful. Because you rub up on the bag that a cat just pissed on. And like you were saying with the truck. Now we get in, me and my partner. And I know, like bags stay far away from me. You know, I'm a big enough guy, long enough arms. I kept that shit away. I never let the bags touch my legs. And I would look at my partner like, you got hit. He's like, what do you mean? I said, you don't smell that. Because now you get in, it's even cold out. You close the doors, put the heat on, and you smell that. Turn cat piss up, you know.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It's disgusting. It's the worst smell.
Yeah, I remember we used to get a bowl of cat piss and we would do a hair dryer over it. Just to fucking piss my sister off. We were under the door by her room. Fuck that.
Awful.
Wow, so there's no time of year really when the trash smells worse, huh?
Well, the summer's a bit.
Just the summer's overall.
But yeah, it's, you know, there was some point, you know, you would open up a lid, and if it was sitting there with maggots and stuff, you get a kick. And that's another smell that was pretty brutal. But other than that, you got used to it.
Was there a borough of New York where the trash smelled the worst, do you think?
No.
Okay. All the same.
Staten Island, there was a movie theater not far from the dump before they closed it. It was awful, the smell. They were building houses like crazy right there. I'm like, how could people buy? And then I became a garbage man, and then I don't smell it. Staten Island don't smell no more. Because we would get shit on all the time by the boroughs.
Yeah.
Trash island, all that. But you just didn't smell it.
Dude, there's a lot of pride for people that live on trash, I think. There's something pretty amazing about it in a weird way. Like when I was growing up, we would burn the trash in the ditch. That was a big thing in our area. You bring everything out, you burn it in a ditch. The kids, we would get wet, hose each other down, and then run through the smoke till you look all black. You'd be out there that's different. It would be you would just. It wasn't like doing blackface. It was just like burning trash. But you definitely looked a little smoky by the end. It was just something to do.
Yeah.
What were we talking about? Oh.
When I went out to Staten Island.
Oh, yeah.
So the difference is, it's just, like I said, you deal with a different person. You're dealing with people who own the golf. Like it's their house to house. I tell people all the time, I knew things about you from your garbage that you do not think I know.
Really?
And then I wasn't picking for it. When you put that stuff in, it breaks up the bags. I knew when people put, the wife's time of the month.
Oh, yeah.
My wife would be disgusted by that, but you knew it. When the bag's ripped, your life is in front of me. And I ain't picking for it.
Right, but and it's crazy how quick you see things so fast. Dude, I did this game one day, and I went in New York City, right downtown. I went in the city. I think I was on the Lower East Side. And I did this game with people. I said, I'm going to open a bag of trash. You smell it. You take a whiff out of it, right? Just a random bag.
Okay.
And if you can guess 3 items that are in it, I give you $100, right? So, dude. So these people, they all thought I was that the bags, I had brought them from home or something. Right? I was picking these bitches up from the fucking corner.
So you didn't even know if they would be right.
Right. No idea what was in them, dude. So we had people, we cracked a bag of fucking people are taking hits off of it, dude, over there off of Alphabet City, bro.
That is nasty.
Yeah, we made a video of it online. But anyway, that was something you did for trash in the city. What about, was there any ladies that tried to flirt with you? That ever happened on the route once you got into the houses?
No.
Like any fucking fan babes or any fucking...
They didn't notice you.
Kind of run that can clam out on you, bro?
Well, that's why I wore the shirt. This shirt's 25 years old.
Really?
I was going to give it to you, but it says, put out your can, here comes the garbage. I used to sport this shirt all the time.
It is a sexy lady.
Yeah.
I like that.
But no, listen, you didn't see people unless you were, waking people up, in their way. Other than that, you will not Like, it was crazy because nobody even knew. They never acknowledged. New York hated you because you were loud. Until, I don't remember the year, but like the New York Post or Daily was one of those shit papers in New York. They posted how much money we made per year. That was it. Now everybody wanted to jump.
Yeah.
When they see you making 6 figures, picking garbage up. Oh, my guy, this and that. Now all of a sudden they know you're around.
Wow, once the money comes on,
But prior to that, they could care less.
That same thing happened with Joe Rogan in a way. I think once he got a Spotify deal and people saw like, oh, he's making money,
jump on his tracks.
Now they all fucking want to write articles about him, say he's racist, that he's using his name, you know?
Exactly.
So you guys pull in 6 figures a year with the job. Yeah. Right. Starting first year, it gained some traction.
No, yeah, my first year, I think, I had to guess 27 grand. But just with the overtime with the winter, with the snow, all that stuff, you know, I think my first year, I think like almost 60.
Wow, okay.
So it almost doubled, right? Because you have to be there. New York doesn't stop. So you're on call all day, 12-hour shifts. I've worked up to 31 days straight, 12-hour shifts. 31, inches of snow here, 2 feet of snow here. It happens. So, but you can make that money. I just had a guy just retired making 200 grand.
Wow.
Taking garbage. But he would do 12-hour days every day, overtime. He would eat up. Kind of hated his family. So, and you get it. When you meet these families, you're like, yeah, this is why this guy works all the time.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, they said it's not bottom 20%, 36. It's supposed to be old, though.
No, it's I think starting right now is like 70.
Okay, the average salary for a garbage collector in New York is around $76,000 a year.
That's not overtime.
Right, so that's not that's what they're generating.
Oh,
wow. You almost double that.
Easy. Wow. You guys are double.
Remember when they had this fad of like the kids meet the garbage man?
Oh, I love it. Yeah, that was like when we were growing up. I used to love throwing beers to the guys. And it turned out, like, then I come to Staten Island, and those guys were still on the job. I was like, dude, I remember you. He's like, hey, you were that fat little kid throwing shit off the top of the, because I still lived on the same block. So they kind of were like, yeah, we had like a porch out front. And, I was going to drop the beers down to the guys. But like I was saying, they didn't wear uniforms back then. We had like a white beater on, like a pair of shorts.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I go into the streets.
Dude, wearing shit. Yeah, dude's wearing a fucking snorkel and a fucking...
Exactly.
Yeah, dude.
Some questionable stuff back then.
Dude wearing a snorkel and a bathrobe over there.
But like you said, like I was saying, they didn't acknowledge you. Yeah. You were there, you picked the garbage up, you left.
You're kind of the invisible man.
Exactly.
You really are. Because, nobody wants to get that close. People kind of want to pretend you don't exist unless you're making noise. People only gauge at you. Yeah, you're kind of the invisible man.
Until they realize you're making money.
And then suddenly, like, oh, look at this rich asshole from 30.
These guys, I got to put more garbage out. Yeah. And then they would turn into, well, it's your job. Pick this up. Here, take this. You have to take this.
Yeah, what's the worst parts of the job that you get? That kind of stuff? Is people telling you, like...
Yeah, just they always tell you, oh, yeah, I pay your salary. So we always used to keep, like, nickels and dimes in the truck. And I'd be like, hold on, I'll give you your money back. Because they would always say, like, yeah, all right, each person gives you a nickel a year. And I would throw the nickel out. Yeah, here's your money. Get the fuck out of money. You got to take this. The guy's whole apartment's out there. It's like, dude, no. And I would always respect the person to come out. If you just said thank you, or even gave us water, because, you weren't supposed to take money and all that stuff. If you just said thank you and acknowledged me, like I said, that everybody, nobody knew us. Thank you went a long way with me. I take everything. I don't care. But when you look at me like, oh, I pay your salary and look down to me, your stuff will stay there for months.
Oh, yeah, I'll probably put it back.
Yeah, I'll throw it right back on your tray.
Dude, I'll take it. This is how spiteful I would have been, bro. I would have picked it up, and the next day, fucking brought it back. Fucking put it back when the guy's doing that.
It's just
Make him think he's crazy, what about... What's that?
You had that a lot, People very,
people thought they owned you.
Yep. I pay your salary and all that junk.
Fuck you. That's what I say to that, bro. Fuck. Yeah, I think we always have respect for people that did something, you know. Well, we lived also, we got a little rural by us, so sometimes you'd have the bootleg coffee man, you know, who started their own service. A guy who put took a truck and just put 3 wooden plywood walls on it. You know what I'm talking about?
The back of the truck was tall. Fit more bins.
Yeah, but that dude was fucking. Our neighbor was one of those guys for a while, so his truck would always be out there. But he'd go to the rural routes, you know, get him a little bit of garbage.
Well, because we used to take everything. You know, you talk, you know, couches, beds, you know, everything you needed recycling. We take refrigerators and all that stuff.
Really?
Everything. We took everything.
Until what year?
No, still to this day, you had to take everything.
So you'll throw a refrigerator in the back of the garbage truck?
Yeah, well, our recycling trucks, they went to 2 sides.
Oh, for recycling?
It's so annoying. Yeah. But there was some that didn't fit in the small side, you know, with the recycling trucks now that the city gets. So now, yeah, they pull you up. You're like, oh, you got to go and throw it in the regular garbage truck.
So a recycling truck is a different truck?
Different truck. It's split down the middle. There's like a, see, 28-inch side on this side and a 3-foot side on the other side. Okay. So the truck is split into 2, so you can pick up paper and you can pick up metal, glass, you know, any stove, stuff like that you put on the other side.
On the metal
Yeah, on the metal side.
Okay. Wow, and how do you decipher that? Because a lot of times people put a recycling bin, a recycling garbage can out there, right?
Got to be separated. But I didn't. Yeah. We used to drive early days. We used to open the sides of the truck as a door so you could, the mechanics and stuff can get in there and work on the compactor and stuff. We used to bring the blades all the way home, open the side hatch, and drive the streets. And while I was driving, you were in the back loading. But I was throwing stuff on the side of the truck while you were in the back. So we were just loading the whole truck, the whole block.
With whatever.
Just I didn't care. Yeah. It all winds up in the same place.
Does it?
A good amount of it. The paper is recycled, 100%. Everybody gets crazy with the bottles, and the glass, and all that. Unfortunately, I tell people the truth, and they never want to hear it. Cans and stuff, yes, metal, they recycle. The bottles, they just break it up, winds up in a landfill. Wow. Colored glass was like gold to them. Really? And they stopped using it for it. Glass is cheaper to make than it is to recycle and all that. It's too expensive.
So colored glass, what do you mean? Why was colored glass so valuable?
Just because now you got to pigment it and put color into it, the regular glass, so it costs more to make.
Oh,
so like if you got, you know, like a green glass, it already has the color in it.
Yeah.
So they melt it down and use it again. But they stopped using all that, like all the beer bottles and stuff. They really don't use that.
I remember Sprite used to come in like a green bottle.
Yeah.
That was crazy. You got to fucking Sprite, bro.
Now they're jamming you all up. You think it's Sprite Zero now.
Oh, yeah. Sprite Zero. You come out of the closet, probably full Sprite.
Give me full no caffeine.
Yeah, well, pure sugar. Were there some accidents with the trucks? How dangerous did it get for people? Because if people didn't have commercial driver's license and they were driving those trucks at the beginning, was there a lot of casualties? Was there?
Yeah, guys would do. There were a few guys that passed away. You know, and it was more of just people's stupidity. You know, I had one guy. I don't know why he was holding something going in the truck on a grip in his arm.
The truck where they pulled it in?
Dude, literally, next time I saw him, he had like this mechanical, like 3-finger metal thing.
Oh, like a skill crane?
Yeah. It was like picking up like teddy bears and shit.
Get you a fucking cab.
I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Well, my hand got stuck. He said his hand got stuck and sucked him in. Literally just off. Yeah.
Is it a blade right there?
Mm-hmm. Wow. Yeah, dude. I had another guy who was holding paper in New York. They wrapped the bundles of paper before all this technology came out. He was picking massive bundles up, and he had the paper in the back of the truck, and literally almost slid off all his fingers because his fingers were caught in the string. And when the truck closed, it tightened the string up so much, dude, looked like a ring got caught on all 4 of his. Oh, it was nasty. They had surgically fixed his fingers like this and that.
Wow.
So there's some dangerous ends to it.
Trash collector dies after inhaling discarded acid.
Yeah, no, that's the guy. I think that's the Staten Island guy.
A New York City sanitation worker died yesterday after he inhaled the fumes of a corrosive acid from a discarded container that burst under the compacting blades of a garbage truck, making routine collections in Brooklyn. The source of the acid was not known, as of last night when this article written. This is in, I think, 2006. Touched off. A second sanitation worker was injured in the incident, which brought the mayor and sanitation commissioner rushing to the burn unit of New York Hospital. Touched off. The Brooklyn District Attorney Office said the investigation is continuing, depending on what evidence is obtained. Anything else?
Yeah, because somebody threw a battery, a car battery, like in a bag. Like I said, you don't know what's in there. And when it cycled, it exploded all over. And that's what killed the instant. Yeah, it was shitty. I want to say his last name was Heath, but I could be wrong. I wasn't on the job yet, so I didn't know.
Yeah.
But Hanley, that's it.
Wow. Yeah, what is there some other injuries? Like, what about people ever hit with pedestrians with trucks and stuff?
Yeah. You know, so I stayed away from all that, but there were definitely guys that were not good runners. They clipped people's toes and shit in Manhattan. I used to yell, "Watch your toes." People
watch your toes. That's what you yell.
Yeah, because on the corners of Manhattan, everybody's standing in the fucking sidewalk, like standing in the crosswalk. It's like, dude, watch your toes. Yeah, there was a guy in New York. I want to say it was Manhattan. Dude just rolled, and it was his partner. Just rolled right over his feet. Blows out your ankle. Yeah, they rolled right over his foot. His ankle.
Because of the
pressure. Yeah, the weight of the truck.
Gosh, that's like a cartoon.
Nasty. Nasty shit. I had a buddy fall out of the truck. He was having fun. The truck was put this way. Older guy. He made a left. He rolled out. His leg went under. I mean, they grabbed his foot. They grabbed everything. They saved it, but it looked like he was wearing a moon boot. Oh, man. Got off the job. Anytime I saw him after that. So fuck is like 4 times the size.
So Neil Armstrong.
Yeah, he's out there dragging a marshmallow around. It's great.
Yeah, my dad had this buddy, and one of his feet. You used to see this commonly back in the day. Somebody would have that big sole on their shoe.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody be uneven.
Yep.
And my buddy had his friend, and his friend would always stand on this little piece of cement because it made him even, bro. He wouldn't leave it in the neighborhood, right? My dad's neighborhood.
Yeah.
He'd kind of walk around it, pimping around it, but he fucking
never leave that
spot.
spot.
The second he left off that bitch, bro.
So,
yeah, the world got kind of everything turned into a teeter totter. Wow, so it's really, really fascinating. I'm trying to think of some other.
Yeah, I think you had Mike Rowe on it. He was one of the guys that years ago listed the sanitation as like one of the 10 deadliest jobs. And it's just more, dude, you'd be shocked at how many people don't see the truck that literally just drive into the back of the truck. And if you're back there, it's a wrap. There's a lot of
so there's a lot of danger that happens like that. People just hit in the back of the truck. The guy's standing back there,
driving and not paying attention. It's crazy. Everybody's in a rush.
Yeah,
especially in New York. And you're no pain, no mind with this, so they're just driving around. The truck can't get any bigger for you not to see. People would drive to the back of the truck all the time. I had a dude hit me once. Literally, I see him on that break, and I see him bouncing off cars coming down the road. I'm like, what's this dude doing? Like, ping, ping, ping. I jumped over, in the truck, there's this cab, this little thing with the engine. I literally was jumping onto my partner. And he was like, what's going on here? He's all frisky at 8 in the morning. Next thing you know, boom, the dude drills the truck. Literally drives right into the driver's side, gas tank, right near my, I'm like, what the hell? Turned out the old dude, was on all kinds of medication.
So, yeah, dude, my dad sometimes he would go, get in the he'd go to the post office, right? My dad was real old, he was 70. So at 80 years old, he's taking up rides and go to the post office. And I think he didn't know kind of how age worked or whatever, because I had a growth spurt. He's like, you just drive around. I can't legally park, but you drive around the block. And I was fucking 10 years old, dude. I was about 5. I think I was 5'3" or something. I did a little growth spurt. And his vision was bad. And so I'm fucking, next thing you know, I'm driving this Delta 88, bro, right? This big boat, no power steering, bro. I fucking go around the block, dude. And I don't know how big the block is, you know?
Yeah.
I go around, I fucking hit 7 cars, bro. And this thing was a piece of shit.
Like a battleship.
Oh, my dad, he brought up a couple brothers and it had some 22s in the back right around the corner. So he was always listening to like NPR, like bass and shit. Like, none of the whole life didn't make any sense. Dude, I fucking hit 6 cars. I'm like, finally get back around and pick up my dad. He had no idea.
What you did?
The whole car is fucking a piece of shit. No idea, bro. God. What about the rat problem? Is that what kind of animalia do y'all run into on the garbage route?
Ooh.
To be honest.
Yeah, no. Just different areas had different. Staten Island was like mice. You'd see some, decent size, like 7-inch, 8-inch rats with like, nice sized tail. But
that's what I'm talking about, dude. Fuck, I'm not. A mice is just a gay rat.
Yeah. They're just babies.
Yeah,
I'm just running around like idiots. They used to squish them with my feet.
Really? You can step right on them?
Yeah, they're in the bags, and then when they come out, and they assholes and eyes popping out. Oh, yeah. It's nasty, but
yeah,
I stopped doing that when I got a little older.
Yeah, I think you grow out of that, and the government will put lipstick on them and then fucking Ozempic. Yeah. So who the fuck they say like you're the bad guy?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I just stepped on a few bucks. Kill me now.
Now, what about the rat problem in the city? You hear about it? They allegedly signed a czar that got some this lesbian cheese hunter up there now, fucking trying to kill him, right? Which is fine, more power to her if she wants to fucking show up and go to war. I'm game, right? But how bad was the rat problem in the city?
Well, even with that, like, let's be honest, there's no way. And there were some big boys up there. The UN, because you're right near the water there.
Oh, I saw one wearing a Charles Barkley jersey.
Dude, I wouldn't doubt it up there.
Bro,
So there's one night we were picking baskets up. You know how there's corner baskets in Manhattan? There's just a basket on every corner where people throw litter and stuff,
Oh, yeah.
So they're all lined up in front of the UN. So we're doing the baskets. It was early in my career.
And is each basket a different country or something?
No. No, it's just a basket like all along the UN. There's just more there because they don't want litter.
Okay.
So there's just more baskets in the front.
It's like the Epcot Center of trash or something.
No. So, but it's the Epcot Center of rats. I mean, dude, I'm talking boys. And dude, I dumped the basket. So it was quick. Like, once you start doing the baskets, you spin off the truck quick, bang, bam, you're right back. Like, literally take me 3 seconds to dump it down.
Oh, so you throw it, dump it, and you're back. And
boom, and then you jump on the truck. You still have the steps at the top. So I see fluttering going on. And dude, I mean, with the tail, this thing had to be 18 inches.
Oh, yeah, that's probably went to Rutgers, right?
Yeah, he was that fullback. So, big boy. So, dude, I'm working with this dude. I'm jump off the truck, and I'm running along the truck.
Away from it?
Dude, I'm just running. He's like, what are you doing? He looks next to me. I'm running. I said, there's something in there, man. He's like, what do you mean? So we went back there with like a broom and a shovel to like kill it and just cycled it up. I was like, I ain't fucking around with it. Because you would have like possums and stuff. Like as you cycle it, like the little garbage will fall down and it gives them a little escape. So they pop out. The little mice used to do that all the time.
Wait, explain to me. I'm not understanding.
So when the cycle goes up in the truck, like sometimes there's like bags and stuff right at the edge, right? You just pushed up, right? So when you open it again, to now like bring the next set of garbage up, like you would literally get like a bag or two will flip down and it'll push garbage up towards the ledge of the truck. And an animal, that's like their escape route now.
Oh, I see.
So I'm like, fuck that, I ain't doing that. So I told him, you go at it. And he had time on the job, so he was used to it.
So sometimes it'll be cycling, you'll see an animal pop out of it.
Yeah, you get possums, raccoons, the mice, the rats. They literally just jump right out.
Now, what's the most here's one right here. Garbage man saves kittens from trash. Shout out to Body, probably doing this.
He's shot.
Yeah, anybody ever try to put a baby in the garbage?
So
I won't tell anybody.
No.
And I'll know if you're lying.
All right, so I had like a year on a job. Got hurt, I had this shoulder dump surgery. So they do like this mail carrying thing where you bring the mail to like lower east garages. So you go to like the main area, pick up all the mail, you give it to each garage. So I pull into one of the garages and forget somewhere. I had two, I think.
Oh, so it's a job you can still work even though you're injured.
Exactly. So I'm like in rehab, coming back, trying to get my arm back together. And next thing you know, I walk in the garage and everybody's in Tyvek suits, white Tyvek, covered head to toe. I got a t-shirt and pants on. I'm like, what's going on?
He has a Shriners meet.
Right? So there's a garbage truck emptied out on the floor because they got a phone call that a girl put a baby in a molested.
Oh.
I don't even know if they found it. No, nobody. But they did it. Listen, they were nervous, and that's what they do, these kids.
Yeah, it's hungry. What about this video here? Garbage man saves kids from trash. Got an open bag of Coke, huh? This guy. Oh, he heard something. Oh, it's an 8-ball of cats. Yeah. Kid, better.
That's people.
Yeah. Yeah, what do you learn about society? What are some of your thoughts on society? Do you think that, like, does it give you a negative look at society? Does you just think this, or does that kind of thing even happen, like, as you work in that?
Yeah, listen, it'll change your mind real quick, too. Just this strange people out there. It's some crazy shit that you see, Like, that reminds me of the time I smell a skunk. Smell in the back of the truck. Like, that's something odd, so now I can smell it. And there was like a skunk in like a little pathmark bag, like that we used to call it, like little plastic bags, tied up and everything. And I'm thinking to myself, like, who the fuck took the time to grab this skunk, kill it, and then put it in a bag? It's like, people ain't right to even think of doing that. Who's playing with skunks? But
Birds, the birds. I wouldn't do it, bro. Yeah, people get rid of any lie. Yeah, like, I'm trying to think of the biggest animal somebody can get rid of without you guys noticing. Probably black lab, huh?
That would be double one. Still to this day, I can see those guys
Crying, huh?
crying.
How many gay guys you think?
Yeah, some would say.
Yeah. And no judgment anyway, bro. Everybody.
No,
Yeah, everybody's got a gay cousin or son or pop.
Everywhere.
In 3 generations, everybody's going to be just gay, doing Uber Eats.
Dipping their toes into the
Oh, yeah, who knows, bro? What about on the home front? What is the home front like for a sanitation worker? Is it tough on them? Their home life? Is it easy on it? What kind of life is it?
The winters were tough. Like I said, the snow, you were stuck there. 12-hour shifts, 10-hour shifts.
But when you say stuck there, what do you mean? Oh, because it takes so long to get through the route?
No, it's just like if it snows. So New York, and I've been here when they had that ice storm. I think it was a few years back. The whole everybody shuts down. New York don't stop. Like, we're out there all night, through the night, 12-hour shifts, spreading salt, plowing snow.
So you guys do other jobs instead of just the garbage?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know
we
this.
clean all the streets, the snow, we do the salt spreading, the front end loader work, we do all that stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
God damn, you got shit. I guess if the Rangers needed a Zamboni driver, they could pull you guys.
I'd probably pull it off.
Yeah. But I didn't know that you guys do all those other jobs.
Yeah. Oh, there's probably, if I had to guess, over 100 different job titles on that job. It's just not garbage. There's so many ranking, like, you could have a desk job. You could have the guy who hooked me up with this, Johnny Lex. That was my boy. He had the desk job, and that's a job.
Now, what's the desk job? Like, what's that guy doing?
Nothing. He literally is just setting up the days, what's tomorrow? All right, let me get all the cards and the routes ready for tomorrow. Pretty much that. It's we call them tit jobs.
Yeah,
it's a tit job.
Yeah. So they're in there, they're doing fantasy football, right?
Yeah, he's terrible at it. He's
Oh,
I was talking to him last night. The team's sad.
He probably had Aaron Rodgers that fight. Probably didn't.
Just sad. But there was a lot of, and that winter aspect is a totally different aspect. Because you're doing, just say, 3-4 days. You could get 6 inches of snow. It'll take you 2-3 days to like settle in. Now you got to go pick all the garbage up that was left out for the last 3-4 days. Now every house that you normally do 2 days a week, now it's all double garbage for one pickup.
Because you missed one.
Well, yeah.
Because of the snow.
Exactly. Like Manhattan after a snowstorm, bad news. They have piles and piles of garbage.
Just unlimited garbage.
It's unbelievable.
You ever find somebody hiding in the garbage? Like you have to hit a bin, like hit a dumpster with a fucking, wrench or something to get a homeless guy out of there.
No, I never had to do that. It's pretty, nobody wants to be in the garbage. It's just.
It's funny because in movies and stuff, you always see this romanticized look of a homeless guy popping out of a dumpster. You know what I'm saying? Like that old kind
Well, they're around, but we don't do container work.
Oh, you don't?
That's privates. The private guys, those containers on the street where those guys are sleeping behind. Yeah, no, that's all private.
What about like a dumpster at a school or something? That's private?
Yeah, I didn't do that.
Okay.
But that's a whole different truck. Those are easy packs, so they have forks on the front that lift it over the truck and then impact it in behind.
So you never worked with that?
I never picked that up. I drove them. I used to have to dump them, but I never actually picked them up.
So that's called an easy pack truck, the ones that have the forks on the back that
On
like,
the front.
yeah, on the front. Oh, yeah, that go right into those 2 slots on the side of the dumpster, and then they throw it back over the top.
Yep.
And whenever you throw that back over, it says sometimes just a party of trash come right down the front.
It's filthy trucks.
Oh!
Disgusting.
Oh!
Disgusting. Sometimes the container come off will be hanging out the side of it. Now you got to get somebody out, drag it off. It's a fucking nightmare.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then the other truck, the truck you drove more had a cycler in the back that was just you throwing it.
Yep.
Wow. Bag fed or something. What do they call it?
Exactly, yeah. It's like hand fed. You just bag in, and then when it gets full, you can't fit no more. You bring it down, it swoops it into the truck, compacts it, and then you fill it again. Rinse and repeat.
How has the industry changed over the time?
Well, now they actually just put out the city, I think this week, that they're trying to bring out where homeowners, I guess if you associations, if you have a bunch of people, because there are certain areas that were loaded with mice and rats because they were just their swamps and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And house to house, you go to grab a pail and they're scattered.
Yeah.
So now they're trying to put these little dump stores of plastic, not the metal ones you see at like the restaurants and stuff like that. And now they have things on the back to lift it. And my buddy just said New York just came out with them. And it's never gonna work.
Right.
Bloomberg tried to go to the arm that lifts it on its own, and one guy's in the truck and never gets out, never touches anything. I have that in New Jersey now at my house. There's just not enough space. There's too many people in New York. Right. So, like there's cars on top of cars. Right. So there's no room for the garbage truck to get to the garbage.
Right. There's no room for the arm to get to the trash.
Exactly.
Right. Homeowners across the 5 boroughs will soon have to shell out at least $50 for new trash bins as the Big Apple tries to crack down on rodents by standardizing garbage collection. Under new rules announced by Mayor Eric Adams Wednesday, single-family homes and small apartment buildings up to 10 units will have to purchase the new cans from an as yet undetermined vendor in an effort to modernize the way the Big Apple collects its trash. Wow. Somebody bigger on that contract than that, huh?
Money. It's crazy.
Good garbage.
Oh.
Nobody thinks so.
Nope. Because you fuck out. Nobody realizes it. But it's like that. Like somebody's going to make those pails now. 90% of the time, it's guys that were retired, big chiefs that are from the job. They go out and start these businesses because they had the right idea when they were on the job. But they said, let me bring it out when I retire. Right? And then, I know. Let's bring it in. DOT, well, not DOT, they pick up derelict vehicles. Sanitation does that too.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, any vehicles that the foremen have to go out, tag them, right, whatever date, if the car's not gone off the street with like no plates and stuff.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
They send tow trucks out. They take them too.
Have you ever had to be involved in that?
No, I didn't do that.
But you've had to be involved with salting the roads, right?
Salting the roads, front end loaders, big like rubber tire machines. Used to have to fill the spreaders, and then I would have to drive down certain blocks where you couldn't get like bigger spreaders. I would have to do dead ends with it. So you like take a bucket back up the street, take a bucket back up, pile it up back there. In the bad storms, you would get like a dump truck with you, and you would load the dump truck, and then they would like dump it off somewhere in town, like, near the water and whatever.
All the salt?
No, all the snow.
Oh,
The snow on the bad storms, and the snow was so bad when they would clean schools and dead ends and stuff like that. You would have to go around with the front end loader. I would have 2 dump trucks with me, and I would load the dump trucks filled with snow.
Okay, so we're talking about snow. I thought you were talking about spreading salt.
Well, it's the same kind of thing, but the spreaders couldn't fit down some of these blocks.
Okay, so instead of getting the spreader, they go and actually try and pick the snow up.
With a front end loader. We call them big rubber tire machines, you know. So I did that for pretty much the whole career, 18 years. In the winters.
Oh, so you do that in the winter and then trash it in the spring?
No, it's just when it comes up, you go.
Okay.
You know, you do it. But that was the fun part.
That was
Driving the front end loaders.
Yeah?
That was good times.
Oh, that's good. Because you didn't have to get out that much, huh?
No, and you were like saving people. That's what people loved. Dude, there were areas where you couldn't get down. Like spreaders would slide off the road. Yeah, we'd have to go to Wrecker, drag them off cliffs. Like it was crazy. The winters were nuts.
Oh,
and then they were like, all right, get a machine up there. And then it was like the hills are like this. And I had this boss who always where's Owen? They're like, what do you mean? They would all last names on the job. They're like, where's Owen? Get him on the horn. Let's go get him in here. Because he knew. I would just tell everybody, stay away. Because everybody's out there shoveling, throwing the more salt and snow into the street, making more of a mess.
Yeah.
And then he knew, like, hey, I'm gonna buckle up and here we go.
It's a hitman.
See what
get it
happens.
done?
Oh hell yeah. Hell yeah.
What type of attitude does someone have to have, or what skill set does someone have to have, or who would best be able to be a garbage man, a sanitation worker?
Listen, it's about the community. When it all comes down to it. I still took pride in, like, especially those days, knowing that my mother had to drive, my family, people, friends, had to drive on those roads during the winter.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there were guys that would hide, and not spread salt. But like me, I was out there 12 hours spreading salt. I had no problem with it. So it is a sense of pride that, you work for the city. But in the same sense, there's not a, I had a girl tell me once on the job, she's like, you're like born for this job. And I didn't know how to take it. Like, I was a little taken back. Like, is it a good thing that she's saying that? Or, like, am I a piece of shit? Like, I was just like, I was throwing away. Like, I'm really thrown off. Like, I'm just like, hey, thanks.
Yeah.
Like, I had nothing to say. And she was cool as shit. She was awesome. But, because we had girls that did the job, too.
Really?
Yeah, man. Some of them, I'd rather work with some of them than some of the other guys.
Really?
They would, women out there that were, hustlers.
Oh, yeah.
And then there were guys that you always thought you would go to, you come work with me. Yeah. Just doing that for the girls.
Really?
Help me. I can't lift this.
Try to meet the women on the.
Yeah, they're going to the gym all day pumping iron, but they can't lift, a 100-pound couch. I used to swing couches like in one shot.
Oh, yeah.
That's
beautiful. Yeah, I think that's like in some cultures, that's like a wedding ritual or something. A man and a woman growing like, I don't know what it is. Was there a lot of intermingling on the job or something?
Yeah, there was some.
Yeah,
there was some out there. I never partake in it.
A lot of ladies trying to put that dumpster on.
Yeah. Well, you got 2 pensions,
Yeah.
There were a few. I know.
Body dumpster, boy.
Yeah. There were definitely a few. And listen, you look at it like I just said, you get 2 pensions, both these retired. Oh, it's a good life,
Let's go to Florida and stay out. What, did people find it? Was there ever a couple that met on the job and ended up getting married?
Yeah. Retired. One wound up being a boss. His wife might have been a boss, but yeah, listen, it happens.
Love happens everywhere.
Yeah, you're together a long time. You're out in the streets all day, and some guys and girls hit it off.
What are some other things people would collect up there in the trash? Anybody find anything really unique over the years? Any bone structure, anything like that?
Listen, you'd find all kinds of stuff if you were looking. Like I said, like
You didn't look that.
I didn't have time for it. Like I said, I was running. I want to get done. I want to be out of the street. Right? I don't want to deal with people. Like I said, people that don't pay attention to you, they drive into you.
Like, it's just risky.
Hot, crappy days. But this one time, I'm with my buddy, Louie, and we're picking up this apartment building. And we open the gates, and there's, I think it's 6 or 7 Joe poker machines. And I'm like, what the fuck is this about?
Video poker.
Yeah, like in the bars, they have those,
the
cheap.
use our allowance.
Yeah. And so I worked at bars when I was younger, and I knew, I'm like, oh yeah, the money stashed underneath. So we opened them up, there was nothing there. But I'm like, you know what, I remember one of the bar owners having like a trap door because sometimes the dollars, $10 bills would just float in, and there was this little Tupperware in it, and it would float, and fall perfect right down the slit. So when I saw that was still blocked off, we dragged it back to the garage. We beat the living piss out of these things with sledgehammers. My boss walks in, he's like, I'm not even going to ask what's up. Right? Dude, we got $360 a piece, $720. And they were the finest $10 and $20 1980 bills. They were right out the machine. So yeah, that was one of my better ones. But listen, you find things here and there. I always found something that, somebody was throwing out and I didn't have to dig, like it was next to the curb. I found a moped once in Manhattan.
Oh yeah.
On the side of the, right on the side of a basket. The corner basket there. And it was probably from like a Chinese restaurant. Yeah, like that. It was like locked in to turn left. So he was going to just keep driving in a circle. Kids must have stole it and they realized, we can't use this. So they left their corner basket, right? That's when my partner, I'm going to take this. And as we're putting it, like I said, this little trap door, as I'm putting it in there, the cops were up. So this guy I'm working with was like, damn, Owen, you'll fuck me all up now. I'm going to get locked up in this shit.
Right, we're stealing all this stuff.
Yeah, stealing a moped from somebody,
From some Chinese kid.
Yeah, like the guy's laying there holding bags. And so he's like, they just pulled up. They were like, it was a run. I'm like, I don't know. I'm going to see. Brought that shit home. Broke the steering collar. And wound up getting started. And I used to use it to go down to the bodega down the block. Grab beers and shit. That was a good find.
Yeah, that's a good find.
Yeah.
That's interesting, man. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I think I would like. I probably would like it. When I was young, I had to do the trash at the house. I didn't. That was home sanitation. Get it out to the curb. When I was a kid, we never got to see a real artist pull up in the early morning. He was still asleep or something. I was just getting up for school.
Well, kids love it too. They come out and want to work the handles.
Yeah, now what happened? Like that was a fad for a while where like a lot of moms would do the TikTok videos and a kid needs to walk. Were you around for that?
Yeah, I had a few. And I would get the kids stuff, like shirts and stuff. I would always give it back. I would have kids that like stand like at the glass door. The mother would hear us and they would open the main door and then there's like a sliding like a screen door with glass and the kids just used to sit there. And I loved it. You get parents all the time. Like, my daughter loves you guys, like little kids, I don't know. The kids are fascinated with it. And it's awesome. But at the same time, it's like the parents are probably like, don't do that, Right. Don't grow up to be a garbage man.
Yeah.
Because they don't realize the money.
Right.
But now more people are going to know it's a good business. It sounds like you've got to keep a positive attitude, though. Huh?
That's it. Listen, the day goes by so much easier just to get through the work. You have a good partner, a good relationship with your partner. It's awesome. There's so many other shitty jobs. Like, I would take that over any city job in New York.
Really?
Yeah, like you got the firemen, they just wear t-shirts trying to get free stuff.
Oh, yeah, and they're fucking, let's be honest, they're making shit. They're just eating Frank back in there.
Exactly.
No judgment. I love these guys.
Yeah, no, 100%. My brother-in-law's, one's retired, one's still on.
Yeah.
I got a lot of friends that do it. I just bust their chops all the time because they're always wearing a light home t-shirt. I'm like, dude, you got to know where the clothes are going.
Yeah. Oh, they definitely, they fucking, yeah. And then you light a fucking match and they're over there beating up a birthday cake just to fucking flex.
Put it out.
Yeah.
Fireman's here.
Yeah, somebody.
But meanwhile, I laugh, bro. I'll talk about my brother-in-law's quick, my wife's brothers. They'll come to my house and I got a flag pin in the yard. Dude, it's like they're trying to light my house on fire. It's like, bro, what? Don't you put these out? Why are you starting this shit this big? And I got like a tin roof over it, metals melted. I'm like, dude, what's the point of this?
Yeah, your bird feeder, bro. You look in your bird feeder, you got a fucking grilled sparrow in there.
Yeah. It's like, dude, what are you trying to prove? Are you trying to put another fire out here? Do that on their time, not mine.
A lot of firemen are closeted
Pyromaniacs.
Pyromaniacs, arsonists,
Yeah.
barn burners, whatever they're called, bro. Flame babies, whatever they call them, bro.
They're crazy.
Oh, yeah, a bunch of fucking kerosene animals, bro. They don't give a fuck, dude. They'll fucking drink kerosene and then blow a fucking flamethrower. They don't give a fuck, dude. Them guys.
And the cops, it's tough. I feel bad for New York cops.
Do you?
I got a lot of friends. You know, listen, there's bad apples all over this. I don't care.
Hello.
What industry you're in. People are idiots. The way they act, the way they treat people. But just, it's just crazy how they treat New York cops. Like, when I was growing up, you respected the cops.
Yeah.
That was it. You shit on the garbage man, you respect the cops. But now it's like, I just don't get it. So those are two jobs I don't even want.
Yeah, I think the media's let a lot of that happen, you know. I think you have a lot of, like, the same types of folks doing a lot of crime that don't have any respect for police officers. I think you have a lot of kids raised with no families, no parents, and don't have any respect for anybody. So, and the people that were supposed to be in their, you know, authorities, they, in fact, hate authority because they never had it. So it's like the second they see a cop, you know, yeah, it's heartbreaking, dude.
Yeah.
What a lot of those guys go through. Do you have a relationship with police, fire, the other like municipalities?
Of course.
No,
Yeah, civil service.
Yeah, the civil service.
Yeah, of course. You know, they always call up. They got to throw stuff out. You know, during the winters, you know, the police department was always like, you had to go do the police department. And that was like even the ferry in Staten Island. You had to go hit that with the plows and everything. Get all that spread, you know, salt spread it down. You know, I would always go to the fire departments. You know.
So you take a spreader onto a ferry?
No, it's like the ramps to get on the ferry.
Oh,
so
okay.
like where all the buses come in.
Yeah.
You know, that you have to hit all those ramps. And I mean, it's nonstop. It's like one truck does that all day. Goes up and down the main road and then comes back and hits all those bays to make sure that all the buses, you know, I had this bus, you know, back into me once. I'm like, dude, you didn't see this big truck? Like, I got blinking lights everywhere. Yeah. Oh, it's my 5th day on the job. I felt bad for the kid. He probably got fired. I did feel bad for him, but he drove right into the plow. I'm like, oh. But yeah, you respected each other, you know, and, you know, I got pulled over a few times here and there, you know, for stupid, like tint in my windows and stuff like that. Oh, all right, don't worry about it.
Yeah. Basic Asian crimes, really, I call those.
Yeah.
That's what time I get stopped. What type of ethnicity is the garbage man? A lot of times we have black and white men. Is it every ethnicity? Or is it is.
Every.
So it's a real universal job.
Yeah. We had the most diverse in the city. That's the most diverse city job. And it was fun. I had a lot of fun.
Yeah? You had a lot of cool people.
A lot of cool people. A lot of fun people. A lot of guys I still talk to.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
That's so cool, man.
Yeah.
I think there is something about the camaraderie. What was it like when you got back to, like, the house or whatever you know, was there what was that like? Was there a shop or something? Where would you guys all get back to and hang out? Was there like a bunkhouse?
Yeah, you always had like an area where, you know, you would have couches, you know, which there's like rules, like, oh, don't sit on it in your city uniform, like nasty, but, you know, people always did.
Did they?
Gross.
No, people would go do the trash out and then come and sit.
Yeah, and then come and lay down on the couch. It's like, dude, what are you doing?
Oh my God.
Yeah. People, and then you know, even the bathrooms in some of these places. Like I always wanted to do like a study and go to guys' houses and see how they react, like how they are around their families. Because I'm like, if you do this here and you don't clean up after yourself, like, you know, what do you do home?
Yeah.
Like, does your wife wipe your ass? Like, I don't get it.
Well,
you know,
the wife probably glad they're not at home.
Oh.
Anybody ever have a wife that killed them while they were on the job that you knew? Anybody?
No, not like that. A lot of divorces. They used to say it's cheaper to keep them. That was the going saying. Well, if you get married, it's cheaper to keep them.
Yeah.
Guys coming in with like paychecks for $1.99. Because that's how many, you know, kids and
Oh. Do you guys compete against other civil service groups? Like, is there like a volleyball squad?
No, we used to do like a softball thing within, like on Staten Island, there's 3 garages. We used to do that for a few years, but nothing like, other than that.
Yeah. What does your son want to be a garbage man when he grows up?
No. Believe it or not, my oldest doesn't even remember me being a garbage man. I used to bring the truck. I used to bring that, but he was young, And now we're living. I think I want to say I left Staten Island 6 years ago, so he was 4. So he's still young,
So you had 20 years of service, man. You got it done. You look so young. I mean, you had 20 years of service. You got in and got out.
Retired at 41. Started my own, construction. I do bathrooms, kitchens, all that stuff. And then my back went out.
Oh.
So I've been on the shelf for right now, getting back in the game.
Are you on pain pills or not?
No. Good. I don't mess with that shit. No, I went on the medical marijuana for a while.
Yeah,
used to take gummies.
Oh, yeah. Okay. You got a piss too?
Yeah, I'm almost.
All right, let's go all piss, then we'll come back up to finish.
Yeah.
Yeah, what does the retirement look like? What does a retirement look like? So you get, did they give you like a watch or a jacket? Is it like a big thing? You get a pension.
You don't get nothing. You get the pension.
You get a pension.
Pension, health benefits.
Okay.
All paid
for life.
For your family until you die.
Wow, dude, that's incredible. So there's a lot of value there.
Yeah, everybody passes that over. When guys are like, oh, I got to stay on the job, I got to do 25 because my pension's only this, that. They don't realize how expensive insurance is.
Yeah.
At least $2,000 for 4 people.
Yeah.
Me, my wife, my kids.
Yeah.
So, like you said, it's money.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's more than people pay as much to insure themselves. Some people's more than their mortgage than their rent.
Yeah.
So you get that, you're done. What do? You're 41 years old. You just retired from a job. Pretty incredible. What makes you decide to go into like home construction and stuff like that?
I grew up around it. My father owned a hardware store growing up.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool.
So I had every tool in the shed. I had every, and 5, 6 years old, I was using saws.
Oh, yeah.
Because they didn't have no safety shit on it back then.
Oh, yeah. Somebody breaks in your home, you fucking skill saw.
My mother would scream,
Yeah.
get away from that. Because my father was at work. So I was I was 8 years old, I was building a tree house.
Yeah, what's right?
I was like, my mother was like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm just building a tree house.
You're like, this tree house ain't gonna build itself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Kicked the step, slit my head open, that was the end of the tree house.
Wow.
Yeah. But yeah, I just love working like woodwork and all that stuff.
Is your father still alive?
He is.
Oh wow.
Still doing it. Great dude. I'll never, but then he went into different things. He became a court runner as well. He used to run around for a law firm. He did that, and then and he started working with me. That was about 3 weeks. Couldn't take that shit no more. So he's still doing home improvements. He's actually doing a bathroom right now.
Oh, amen.
I'm like, dude, you're crazy.
Yeah.
But
he likes to work though.
Yeah, he always is. You get enjoyment out of it. When I do kitchens and bathrooms for people, you feel it. You feel more, just the wow and oh my God, you could do this. Yeah.
I think it's something that's missing from my job too. A lot of times is that physical feeling of completing something. That construction, the building.
Yeah.
There's definitely something inside of us that wants to build or complete something. I think for a lot of us, my mother loves to work. I'm always like, well, can I help you out today? Like, I need to get a new van so I can keep doing my deliveries.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, look, you want somebody to be happy. You want them to do what they want. There's always that thing. You don't want to end up being a garbage man. Did that ever make you feel bad? You didn't think anything about it? Was there any?
No, listen, everybody would say, oh, hey, you're a garbage man, this and that. And like I said, always look down. But listen, I didn't give a shit.
Yeah.
I was making good money. Do whatever you want. I don't give a shit.
And your job sounds, honestly, as great. It sounds fun.
Dude, it was awesome. Dude, I didn't even get into craziness, but it really was. It's like you're on your own. It's you and your partner, the garbage truck. You just pick up garbage. They give you a route. Here's the blocks. It's a blast.
Yeah.
And it's all, dude. I used to click on a speaker, 6 in the morning, you hear me coming down the block. That shit blasting dance music, rap music, bam, bam, like bumping, picking garbage up, having fun. I never like bothered me once. There are people on the job that hate me.
Really?
Yeah, like that. You know, I don't tell people about it. You know,
it's not HPV, dude.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
like,
exactly. Yeah. Somebody's got to do it. But yeah, I loved it. But we got into a real quick story. When my buddies come flying up a one-way, and now me and my buddy Louie, we're down down the one-way. They come flying up the wrong way. I'm like, what's going on? I said, oh, maybe they're coming to help us. We used to do that all the time on the job. You call out the friends, hey, listen, my route's heavy today. Like, can you come and grab this block? Yeah, no problem. You always help each other out. Yo, what's something they jump out the truck, they start whipping us with eggs. It was like around Halloween. Might have been Halloween, right? So they're chucking eggs, all over the truck.
Oh, the other truck?
Yeah, like they're throwing eggs at us.
Yeah.
And me and my buddy Louie, actually I'm throwing garbage and Louie goes running by me. I'm like, where'd you go? And then eggs start flying over my head. So now we fly up the block, they back out, they drive away, right? So now they always have blocks that intertwine. So they go over Main Street. We go to the store, get 2 dozen eggs. We go all these shortcuts, cutting every light off. We block, we just ran. We waited for them where we knew they were going to go. And now regular Earth is happening. Like people are out there's a food store right there. There's people walking on the streets, everything. Dude, we're hiding behind cars. And they pull up and get stuck at the light. Whipping. They were covered head to toe. They couldn't get out. They were blocked in by cars. Where we had the chance to run. We got to go back to my mother's house and wash the inside of the cabs out. That's how bad it was.
Heck no. That's crazy, man.
But no,
that's fun, yeah.
Nobody's even paying attention.
That's fucking fun, dude. Oh, that's cool. And could you listen to music in the vehicle? There's no music in there.
Yeah, no, you would bring radios in. You would get like a radio or boom box or something like that. But you listen to what you wanted.
Yeah.
Country music was my thing. You know, later in the
Yeah.
And when I first started, you know, I used to get yelled at in one area because the music was too loud. Yeah, because we would pump it. Listen, you got to make the best of it.
Oh, I think so too. Music helps everything for sure.
Yep.
What's good and bad about the unions? Like about unions? What is that whole setup like? Can you talk about it? If you don't feel comfortable, that's okay.
Yeah, I mean it's
because you're in the union, right?
Well, no, because now the city pays me. I'm not really in the union anymore.
Okay,
I'm done. It's not like
I don't understand unions fully. So maybe do you even have any explanation to me about what union? Because you were part of a union, right?
Yes, I was.
Okay, so how does that even happen? For some jobs, you have to be in a union to have the job.
Yeah, certain businesses run under union standards.
Okay,
which means you have to pay dues, and it, you know, whatever it is, monthly. You pay dues and you stay in good standing within the union. Not, you know, and then you get into like iron workers and all that. Those unions are totally different.
Okay.
Because those unions are paying those guys pensions.
Okay.
So me, when I worked in New York, yes, we ran for a union. Like there's a different union for us, the fire department, the police department. Everybody has their own union. But once I'm done, I'm out of that union, and now the city just sends my checks.
Okay.
Like I have nothing to do with the union anymore. I don't go to meetings. I don't, you know, pick in line, or I don't do all that nonsense.
Did you guys ever have to strike?
We couldn't. We were signed under the Taylor law. So the Taylor law, you can't strike. If, you know, you can lose. That's the one way you can lose your job. You couldn't. It was crazy, dude. The job, you could never lose the job. Like dead honest. Literally, I knew guys that killed people that worked on the job. They went to prison. Their pensions are still waiting when they come out. But the thing is, if you were dirty, if you came up on drugs and stuff in an accident and somebody got hurt, that's probably the only way you can lose your job. So, but the unions, it's tough. Listen, they're great. It's just, it's expensive.
Yeah. What type of injuries happen on the job to guys?
A lot. Like I said, I had my left knee meniscus surgery, my right rotator, my left clavicle. Like I busted up. It was just from swinging bags.
Really?
Yeah. And then my back, of course, was just a matter of time. You know, once I stopped running around the streets picking garbage up, And now I'm doing my side, well, not my side, but I was doing like kitchens and bathrooms at my speed, not running 4 miles every day. My back just locked up on me. So I had to go into the knife.
Was it hard to adjust whenever you retired?
Yeah, retirement, everybody, oh, I'm going to retire. It's not working. That's why I'm going to start working again.
Back in trash?
No.
Sanitation?
No, I'm actually looking now just to get into something simple, nothing crazy. I'm not one of those, I need a big, high-paying, just something basic.
Yeah.
Just want to stay busy.
Yeah.
Because it's honestly, dude, it's not healthy. When you're sitting around, you're just sitting around.
It's good for 2 or 3 days, and then you're like, oh, shit.
Yeah, I'll give it like 2 weeks. Yeah. But then you're like, now what? And then, I do my lawn.
Neighbors, you're taking a cat for a walk or something. Like, what the fuck am I doing?
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah.
You're fucking selling lemonade in your driveway. It's fucking getting sad.
And make a little piece.
Yeah, you're out there selling lemonade from 1 to 2 p.m.
No, my wife thinks I'm crazy because I take my lawn very seriously.
Oh, yeah. Bro,
what
that's the first thing a guy who's retired does.
My lawn's fucking this. I need more water. I need more this. I need this. Oh, you're crazy. But then what else am I going to do?
Where did you meet your wife? Did you have her before you had the job?
No. Well, I was on the job, I think, 5 years when I met my wife. Just a bar scene. I would bring something up, but she would kill me if I told you. Well, I'll tell you, but you can't play it on the sign. You can't play it.
Okay, I promise.
Met her there, hello, that's about it. Then I started seeing her around the bars. My buddy.
Were you partying back then or no?
I was partying.
Oh, yeah.
It was ugly.
Oh, bro, I fucking, you find me in a fucking, just a neighborhood fucking house party. Dude, snorting stacker too. Just fucking hold up a wall.
But see, that's the old, like Staten Island, like I said, we were in balls 15, 16 years old.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, it started getting boring at 21, 22. Yeah. But she was in college on Staten Island. She went to Rikers College. And she was always in the bars. My buddy, God rest his soul, didn't do so well with that partying in. And he was dating her friend. So she was like, oh, you got to date me. You got to date me. Whatever, we finally.
I'm waiting.
Yeah, I'm waiting. I'm here. I'm the guy. But and then we just hit it off. We started, bullshitting. She would tell people. She'd probably still tell you today, like, oh, he was following me around. I'm like,
probably what?
No, but I'm 5 years older than you. Right. I've been in these bars for 10 years longer than you. Don't tell me that these are my bars, right?
And you're tall. I think when you're tall, people can always see you wherever you are.
I'm always above.
Right, so people are always like, oh, that guy's following me. Like, I'm not following, I'm just fucking over here.
Yeah, it's like, that's the shitty part about being tall, right? That's a good point.
But now, when did you tell your wife that you were working as a garbage man or sanitation worker? Did you get to sit her down and tell her?
Oh, no, she knew.
Okay.
Yeah, she pretty much knew.
But she must have, it sounds like for somebody to be able to get up that much, go do that job, I think there's a ton of admiration in it. Probably. You probably have to start to admire, like, this fucking guy gets his shit out of his work.
Well, it's not easy in the sense that, like you say, it's a commitment to 20 years or more. I know guys 25, 30 years. But it's more of like, you wake up and all you hear is downpouring. You still got to go. So it is. And, like, I never wanted a pat on the back. Screw that, It was just more of knowing, like, how your day's going to go from the minute you wake up hearing pouring rain or, it's going to snow today. All right, well, I'll see you tonight at 8 o'clock at night. And you're leaving at 6 in the morning. I wouldn't get home 8, 9 o'clock at night. So it wasn't. Listen, it was good money. I think her family knew, like, oh, yeah, I'm taking this guy who works for sanitation. Oh, that's a great job. It's a city job, right? No, right? But
yeah, you don't know that. I mean, that's one of the things that I'm so happy to learn is, like, you don't know that there's, you can make good money. You don't know that there's a pension in it. You don't know that you can fucking have a good time. You don't know that you get over the smell, so you don't even notice that you're going up.
Don't even notice it. And I could pick it out anyway. Like,
could you smell different types of trash in certain amounts of feet away?
You know what it is? The maggot smell, like I was saying, is the killer. And there are some times I have a backyard. We eat outside, we throw garbage, and I don't throw it out right away. It's like in a bag, in a pail. Dude, maggots will start crawling out of the pail.
Maggots?
Oh, but I used to be walking around with all my arms. They would come out of the truck, splat on you, like nasty. They're like,
Was there like a wave of trash water that would come out on the cycle? Like I'm talking something Kelly Slater would flirt with. You know?
So this woman, and I knew her from the neighborhood. I went to school. Well, I didn't go to school with her daughter, but I knew her daughter from high school. I used to hang out with her and her friends. And she comes out. She's like, "Oh, Wayne, I can't lift this sofa." It was in the driveway. I'm like, "Yeah, I'll get it. Go back inside. Downpour." So we throw the sofa in and throw bags in. Now she's right next to me, and I'm like, "Don't stand there. Go somewhere else." No. I want to get. She's trying to help her, give us something, with taking this stuff.
Give you a couple buckets or something.
It's cycles from head to toe, brown water. She literally had maggots like on her face. I was like, "Get in the house and go take a shower." She's like, "What is all this?" I was like, with her eyes closed. Go roll. I'm like, "Just get in the fucking house. I told you don't stand there." You know?
The devil's backwash. You don't want that.
It just happened because we were uphill and the rainy days. Now you're lifting every pail that doesn't have a lid. The water's going in and it's just washing around. It's like sewage. Oh, it's disgusting.
And all that water, is there a catch from the truck or it all goes through the street?
No, well, we used to have drain pipes, but then they soldered them, like they welded them all shut because like people complained that trash was like coming out on the street. So you had to deal with it. Our thing was you wanted to find a mattress that had one. So you would throw the mattress in, squeeze it, and it would sop up all on the bad days.
So there's some strategies to the game.
Listen, this is what college man means to.
Yeah, of course not. Yeah, you know? I never think that those guys are dumb. I don't know what I think. I think it's just also the tough part about that job is if you're just like someone who lives somewhere, you don't get to go so quick. You know, it's tough to get time with them. You know, like you don't. You know, like cops stay around and fucking bullshit with you or whatever, bullshit with you. Or like in a neighborhood, when I was growing up, like some girl would always, a cop would always be flirting with some lady or some her husband missing or whatever. And they probably did it, but they ain't telling nobody. And now they're gonna be here flirting and fucking splitting, cutting up donuts with a plastic knife on the hood of the fucking cruiser. Flirt with Miss Cheryl over here, who's always all, dude, this lady by us would get all fucking liquored up. She'd be drinking daiquiris. And she'd start her car. She had this fucking car that was like a hot rod or something. She'd start that with these shorts and then lay on the fucking hood of it. And fucking say like pervy shit out loud. Like, don't you miss me? What's that? Don't you miss me? Let me fucking know. Like, who the fuck is this lady? That's me. But we sit out there and watch her, bro. But yeah, cops, you end up talking with them. There's some communication. With y'all's job, it's kind of just hit and run.
It's hit and run, and even the guys I have now, like I gave them $100 tip during Christmas. Listen, I did the job. I know it sucks. The rainy days. Yeah, there's good days. There's a lot more good days than the rainy days. And once you get wet, you get wet. You're done. Like I have people now tell me, "What do you mean you tip them?" Like, these guys who pick my stuff up that's private, they're not making what I was making in the city. And it's a lot, man. They're doing you a service, and they always say everybody's always lying. That's their job. They have to pick it up. They got to take it. And I'll tell people this ain't my job. I'm here to pick up your household garbage. I'm not here to take all your demo from your construction job from your house. And that was always where the fine line of like arguing and fighting with people. Like, I ain't gonna fight. It's garbage. Like, why are we fighting over garbage? Right? Just get a dumpster, and I'm not picking this up. Yeah, case settled, done.
Yeah, or somebody try to go to blows with you or something?
Yeah, a few times.
Women or men?
Well, the woman, it was a husband and wife, and they had bags of tile out. And the bags, and
get the fuck out of here with that.
She was just an asshole, this woman. And literally, the tile is sticking out the bag. So that's like razor blades, Boston tile. I don't know if you ever been cut by Boston themselves. And she's like, "Oh, you're not going to take this? It's your job." I said, "Listen, I'm not taking this shit. You can throw it in." "Oh, fine, I'll throw it in." "Yeah, look, big, strong guy, sanitation worker can't throw it in, but I could." And she's rubbing it all up on her belly and shit. I'm like, "Good, look at you, you animal, Turns out she's a nurse.
Oh, yeah, nurse.
Fans of nurses.
Sorry, that's kind of mean.
No, No, and she says, you know, and it was fucked up what she said. She was like, you know what? If you ever come into my hospital and you need help, you know, fuck you. I said, you know, and now, like I said, I'm not a blow my top guy. It's garbage. Well, I'm not gonna fight with you. You want to throw it in, throw it in. I don't give a fuck. I said, you know what, bitch? Fuck you. Right to her face. And I fucking closed the hopper, and she still had 10, 15 bags left, and I fucking drove away. I told my partner to drop it. My boss calls. He's like, what are you doing? I said, let me guess. The nurse called. He's like, I don't know who the nurse is, but this woman called. And, you know, she's calling. She got 311 on the line. This and that. And I'm like, dude, this is what she said to me. So I blew my lid and told her to go fuck herself. Yeah. He's like, listen, my boss calls. Like, just let her throw the rest of the bags. I'm like, I don't want to go back there. So we went back in. Wow. Because I just don't want to deal with it. I don't want to fight on my other end. I go back there now with Burley, 6'8" husbands. And he gets in my face. Right? And I'm like, dude, you do not want to do this. I said, listen, I'm a garbage man. That's all fine and dandy. But you don't want to see what other part there is. Yeah. My old 67-year-old partner jumps out the truck, gets right in his face, starts pushing him. He's like, dude, you get the fuck back in the house. We'll throw this shit in, get the fuck out of my partner's face. Yeah. I was like, good for you. Yeah. Good for you. But you had that here and there. Yeah. People want to fight garbage. What are we fighting over garbage?
Yeah, so wow. It's interesting. I think if there's anything else I want to know. Oh, if you had boots on, how do you keep the water from getting into the trash water?
Like I said, you had rain boots, but those were regular boots, which has been soaked since. And you just put them like on top of your locker, hope they dry by the next rainstorm. Because if not, wet boots suck. But what are you gonna do? This one time, this guy goes, "Why are you running through the street? It was raining." I said, "Because I hate wet boots." I turn around, and I'm like, I said something like, "I hate wet boots." You know what? You know that feeling. I turned around and realized he was in a wheelchair. This motherfucker can't feel his legs. I'm like, damn it.
But he ain't got to worry about wet boots either.
Exactly. But that's the thing. It's like dodging. You tell people I'm dodging raindrops. But yeah, everything got wet.
So your wife was good with it. What kind of a line of work did she get into?
She's in medical sales, medical device sales. So like when you have surgeries and stuff, she sold all like the nuts and bolts and stuff for a company. But now she's doing it back again. She had went to just into sales for like smaller companies, but now she's back doing medical device. You know, she's always been a hard worker.
Yeah.
My wife, give her a shout out, Wendy. She's always been a hard worker. You know, our kids are awesome, Parker and Jackson, with an X. Jackson with an X.
Yeah, like Jackson. Who's the starting quarterback for Ole Miss? Jackson Dart.
Is that with an X?
Is that JXON?
Yeah, no, we left the S on.
Oh, wow, yeah. Fuck yeah,
Jackson.
Like Elon Musk, dude.
Wild and shit.
Okay, so you got your family there.
Parker and Jackson, yeah.
Have you enjoyed being a dad? Is it exciting?
Love it. Yeah. That's like the shitty part about not going back to work. You know, I love having my boys in the morning. Jackson, my 6-year-old, is hysterical.
Oh, really?
Oh, from 5:30 on, bro. He does not stop. As we joke with the 10-year-old, he joke all the time. We're like, dude, there's got to be an off button. And he's kind of, Dad. Like, do you see this? Dad, asking me questions. Like, while I'm getting lunch ready for breakfast. It's just nonstop. Yeah. But I love it. Yeah. I don't mind any part of it. Like, I do anything for them, of course, because they're my kids. But, like, that's going to be the hardest part of me, like, missing out the mornings. And then listen when they get home from school.
Yeah.
That's going to be, you know, if I start getting home later, that's going to be the shit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bummer. A lot of people have to deal with that. I think it's just, it's unfortunate, but that's kind of how our society is, you know. I wonder if we're supposed to be like that. Or what, you know, like human beings are supposed to be like. You know, like, you know, you think about the old days, like when people probably would run a campfire and everybody was fucking home, but people would run a campfire too, you know. So I think it was fun for us. Yeah, what would you say to somebody who's thinking, like, could I be a sanitation worker?
Oh, more power to you. Yeah. Listen, like I said, it's a New York thing. If you live in the tri-state area, in New York, not tri-state, if you live in New York, it's like a known thing. Take all the tests. It's the best thing. I know a buddy of mine, his daughter came on. He waited long enough because his daughter did so good on the test that his daughter got on the job.
Oh, they got to work together.
So they got to work together. It was a big thing by the city. You know, they went out and then he retired like a week later. You know, so like, listen, you know, when you know what's coming with the job, you know how good it is, but you don't want to tell people. Yeah. We always said, don't tell nobody how good the job is. You will. And yeah, there are grueling, shitty parts about it, but the job is great.
Yeah.
Like, I would never curse the job in that aspect.
Well, the fact you got to win a lottery to even get a chance to take the job is freaking pretty up.
Well, now they don't do that anymore. Now they allow all of them to take the test and take the, you know, and see how the lists are. But there's 120,000 people taking the test now. That shows you how much people want this. And like somebody called it, like, oh, yo, my nephew took the test. I'm like, all right, how'd he do? Oh, he's got a 93. I'm like, oh, what's his list number? 40,000. He's done. Like, dude, the job has to die 6 times over. There's 6,000 guys on the job. So everyone has to go to work that day, die. The next day, there's 6,000, die. It's like, so, dude, he really, I said, if you got a 40, if you got that kind of number on that test, you should look for a different profession. Yeah, that's
you're not it. What was it like during COVID doing trash?
I just retired.
Oh, you did? So you got to miss that.
The guys loved it.
They did?
They loved it. The money was crazy. These guys, I'm telling you, I know a guy who moved to Florida, 90,000 a year, 95,000 a year, retirement pensioners. He almost bringing 6 figures and retired.
How do you get your pension to be higher?
They take out of 5 years, they take your best 3 years and average it. So if this dude was doing, you know, 2, 2, 2, you know, now they add that in and the average is $100,000.
Wow.
You know, so that's what you get half of it. So you get half of your base, you know, for 3 years. So this guy's got another buddy, you know, 80,000 for the year. That's what he's going to get every year, plus the benefits and all that. He'll get 80,000 a year.
How long does a pension last?
So you die. But you could, take the test. You got to get a New York address though.
Yeah.
And now what is that? But I
can't
find
pay those taxes.
Yeah, they crush it.
That's crazy, bro.
But yeah, that's part of it. You build up your pension to, you know, get to a point where you leave. A lot of guys don't leave. Like I said earlier, like they don't make it to it, you know. So, but you could also sign off. Like I could have given my wife like a percentage of my pension for the rest of her life. But it just didn't.
How she does.
Yeah, well, you know. We'll see.
For that,
yeah, I'm not gonna count her. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Wendy's good.
Yeah, Wendy. Now, what if you die like doing like in the line of service or whatever? Does your wife like get a flag or anything? Is there like a what's that like?
They really don't. I mean, granted, it's a sad thing. They do a whole memorial thing, like line the streets with sanitation workers when they bring you the casket, like any.
They do?
Yeah. But it's nothing like I told you. They get, I think, 2 years of service, so 2 years of pay. So if they get 120,000, that's it. You don't get the retirement. No,
because you're gone.
Yeah. So that's not in line, and then you die. Like if you're working, it's not the way it rolls. I know a guy, you know, unbelievable. They forced him to the clinic. We had this clinic at work where you would go and these quack doctors would tell you you feel better. And they're like, you know, it's like they got the Jedi shit. Oh, you feel good, go back to work if you were hurt. And they forced this guy to work, and he fucking dropped dead on the stand off ever. Going to the clinic. I felt awful for his wife. He was such a good dude.
Why? And who has those quack doctors? The city? Because they want you back on the
city.
They want you back on the job.
So I think the city, what they do is they look for guys that lost their private practices, like as doctors, and they hire the pennies on the dollar.
So they hire those people then?
Yeah, they're quack doctors. They suck.
Yeah.
But I had my finger, I was picking up one night, and now you know running through the streets because it snowed, so now you're finally picking garbage up, and not a lot of people put garbage out after the snow. It's like they become like hermits and just stay in their house. They don't have garbage. So I grab a sewing machine, I throw it in the truck, and it still had a needle, so it fish hooked my thumb. So my whole thumb like flapped over this way, blood pouring down my arm. So I go have stitches. I literally still have the stitches in my finger, And they're like, oh, you could go back to work. So you have to kind of threaten them, like, all right, cool, put your name here, because when I get gangrene from work, oh, you could do desk work in the garage. I'm like, dude, this is the dirtiest place on earth. A garage and a sanitation, garage, it's gross. So the desks, and it's just filthy. Nobody cleans them. So until you threaten them, they're like, oh, I'll get a lawyer, I'll sue your ass. Oh, all right, take another few days. Like, it's just,
That's crazy.
Yeah.
You have to fucking threaten to sue doctors who are just trying to get you back out there. You can't even take care of yourself. But then you have the other side of the coin where guys will sit out for 7 years because they got a hip flex or whatever.
I had a guy, they're like his cut. Go outside the building, scrape it against the building outside, and just go back in again another 3 days. Still bleeding, doc. Okay, take another 3 days. Dude. But then it sucks because there's guys that are fucked up.
Yeah.
Like they threatened my job once when I really hurt my back. I had my shoulder done, and they were like, oh, we're going to force you off the job. Because I was on light duty and shit for like 18 months. And it's like, you're going to force me off the job. Like, I'm in year 16. Like, what? They didn't give it. You're a number. That's it.
Can any handicapped people do your job? Can people in a wheelchair give everything or no?
Not a wheelchair per se, but I think there was some handicap. Yeah, the way they hate it.
Well, a lot of autism people do the job too.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Listen,
autism, it's nothing to, laugh about, joke about. Both of my kids are on the spectrum.
Oh, yeah. We're on it.
But they're awesome. I was probably on it. Like you said, they didn't test for that shit back in the day.
Fuck, no. We were just on it.
Well, that's what they were like. When we grew up, they were like, oh, he's either shy, oh, he's shy, or, oh, he's fucking crazy. Like, you were either one or the other. They never said, like, oh, yeah, he's going to be an astronaut. Like, like, he's real smart. No. He's shy, he sits in the corner. The other kid's hopping off the walls. And that's what it was.
Yeah, you just hope that you had something in the middle about it.
Exactly.
Or at least that God gave you one of each.
All your ADHDs, elemental Ps, all that shit.
Oh, now you got a fucking kid. Yeah, you didn't even know, dude. It's fucking unreal these days.
The letters they come up with, it's almost like the other group. They're just like, come on, how many more letters do you think?
When is it in? It's everything, dude.
Yeah,
I agree. Like, you got a guy who's fucking DHD, RED, RESPECTDQ. I'm like, what? You're a fucking, just say you're a gay beyonce. You know what I'm saying? Like, what? Just everything's fucking crazy now, man. Dude, one
nuts,
thing, man. Yeah, look at this. This is the term now. LGBTQQIP2SAA up down select star.
So you're a contra. No, it's crazy. You got a bat flying around in here.
Oh yeah, that's free bats that live in the city. That's our pension, bro. Also, it's getting close to Halloween.
Yeah, so they're fine. So they got it.
What was it like? What were some of the holidays like? What was the holiday? Was there a holiday, or was there a day of the year when you got the most trash?
At any holidays. So like, because you would skip the pickups. So like Christmas, if we were off, they would pick up the next night.
Okay.
And we used to have to go in 12 to 8 to go pick it up. And honestly, they would steal garbage. Like my first year on the job, I never realized that guys stole garbage. So because on those days, you just had to load the truck as fast as you can, and then you were done for the night.
Okay.
So dudes would literally, it was like smoke coming out of the tires. Whoa, take off out of the garage, go hustle, get as much garbage as you can, and then just to be done. You load off, top off the truck, you're done. And you're stealing garbage. And you pull up, like, now I don't know anything. I pull up, and it's all gone. I'm like, oh, some nice person took all my garbage. Yeah. But then they're like, oh yeah, now you have to go do more house-to-house stuff because they took all your big, heavy sourcing things. And now you got to literally look for garbage. It's like hide and seek for garbage.
Wow. But it was just get as much as you could, fill your truck up, you're done.
Yeah, that was during the holidays. Right. I did Y2K. That was a disaster.
Yeah, what was Y2K like for garbage?
I had 3 months on the job. They voted us. They were like, oh, everybody go to this garage, Manhattan 7 on the west side. I'm like, all right, cool. We at Times Square. Oh, we'll be out there. Times Square is going to be awesome. I'm so happy I signed up. And then I'm looking at my watch. I'm like, yeah, just hanging out here with you guys. Happy New Year. because they didn't send us out there till like almost 1:30.
Because they didn't know if the world was gonna end.
Well, not even that. They just let everybody like leave now Times Square. Then we come in and clean up. And by the time we got out there, dude, that was the first time I thought like, wow, people really do like us. Like chicks wanted pictures with us, like with brooms. Like people taking pictures with chicks drunk and shit. Yeah. They're banging on the windows of the big bus that we come in. Like, oh yeah, sanitation's here. Meanwhile, I'm like, what the fuck? I thought I was gonna be in Times Square, bolt drop, sick. Nah, now I'm coming in cleaning up piss bottles and shit. But that was a fun day. Yeah, South Sandy. That's one day. That was a nasty one. That was another. Then we were going down there and helping people. Now their whole lawn, their whole front, their houses were covered with lawns. They were bringing everything up, like couches, clothes. I felt bad for living room, the whole living room, everything. So we would do our regular routes and then run over there and help the people and like hand pick the garbage up. So one day I told my boss, I'm like, dude, you're not down there. I'm down there. This is useless. Like, there's piles of garbage. We need the big machines. So he's like, all right, listen. They agreed to it. So I convoyed 7 front-end loaders down there. Through the first block I turned on, I almost cried. Like, that's how you feel for people. Like, piles of shit. Their stuff, their whole house is on the fucking wall. And we're just coming in to fucking throw it away. Oh. So
you're a service, but even the service
you feel bad. Yeah, it was shitty. And but you get knuckleheads in New York, like, oh yeah, the storm surge is coming, and they're like, oh, let's go see the waves. Yeah, cool. Dude, they were $100,000 cars littered all over the street with the windows down. That's how you knew they got caught, because there's this thing in cars now where it gets water damage, the windows go down automatically, so somebody can't get caught in like water or something.
Oh, yeah, make everything easy.
Keys were in them, everything. Like the key fobs. So this guy I knew, he said, do you have a chain on the front end loader? Like, yeah. So I had to hook trains up to like brand fucking Audis, Mercedes, and drag them to clear the streets. Boats in the middle of the road. It was like playing with Tonka, bro. It was awesome. But I did feel bad in the sense of...
Right, you still got to do all that, but still, it was like, it must have felt like another universe.
Yeah, I'm like, dragging $100,000 cars around by a chain. Hook them up to the tires. The wheels are screeching.
What about during 9/11? What was that like?
That sucked. That was shit. I didn't lose anybody, but it was crazy because my sisters all worked in the city, and we couldn't get in touch with them. So I had just gotten home from work, and I just worked 12 to 8, and my buddy called me. He's like, dude, this fucking idiot just, flew into the trade center. What are you talking about? Like, I just got out of the shower. Like, I want to go to bed. I'm working 12 to 8. It's crazy, So, next thing you know, another one comes. My father calls me. Never heard the guy cry in his life. And my buddy at the time had a boat. He's like, get that motherfucking boat, put it in the water. We wanted to go get his daughters. And it was fucked up. The towns were crazy. They were fucking going after like all these Indian guys and all that. It was crazy. It was nuts. And I was supposed to go down there with a big machine, and somebody, you could say, stole it. One of my buddies jumped in the truck and fucking took the truck. And he actually, when he got back, he goes, dude, I helped you out. He goes, that was the most awful fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. Because we went right away, and there were still bodies laying around, like parts, and a lot of those guys wound up with issues, man. With all kinds of breathing issues and all kinds of shit. So it was shitty in New York at that point.
Yeah, because did you guys have to do some of the cleanup or no?
We did some of it. We did hands-on stuff. Like, they didn't bring any machines in until a long time because they were still looking for people. Yeah. And we ran out of the landfill. They put these big tents up, domes, and they were bringing material from there. And I think they were finding like a tooth and like claiming people because there was so many people missing. And I knew a few people like from the bar scene and family friends that passed away. And it sucks. It's just shitty.
Yeah, there was never really any retribution, I felt like, in a weird way, also by America. Not that there needs to be, I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
But it was always like, they never exactly pinpoint, it's almost like they never even gave a solace in that sense.
Oh yeah, you know.
There was like a lot of people thought like that Saudi Arabia was responsible, but there was, they kind of loosely blamed it on kind of fucking Hussein.
You get them all mixed up now. It's like, who's next?
I know.
It's so shitty, you know.
But they loosely kind of blamed it on him, and maybe he did do it. They just didn't tell it. It's like, man, that was so fucking weird to leave America kind of hanging out to dry like that too. In a weird way. Like, well, who the fuck did this? You tell me you don't know. Yeah, you know.
Somebody's got to know something.
You know the 22 people that were involved in it. Who the fuck did it?
And there's so many crazy things, like new shit coming out, like all this with all these documents with it, And I really, even when it comes on, I can't even watch the shit anymore because I was there, like saw the dust, like from Staten Island, saw all the dust and the smoke and stuff. But it's crazy now that they just keep digging up stuff. Now they have new views of where the planes went in. Like people coming up with these new camera angles. These trade center buildings, like nothing hit them. 7, like the smaller ones. How did it collapse? And now you're hearing this whole conspiracy theory that it was worth it. I forgot who it was. The guy who owned it, like owed so much money or something, and it was all being put through at that location, also in Washington D.C., where they hit the plane there too. There's so many theories out there, man, and it's just shitty because you did that. You could have dropped the planes at night. Told everybody, yo, fire alarm, let everybody run if that was the deal. Why'd you kill people? But that's people. Because now everybody's focus is on that.
Yeah.
It's not so much that, why did these buildings just collapse out of nowhere? Oh, did so-and-so owe money on it and this was his way out?
Yeah, you don't have, there's some people that's so dirty, and you get some guy, you could give a guy $200 to fly a plane or something, some dude, I know a crop duster on a fucking, that'll fucking zero in on your ex-wife's apartment, dude.
Yeah.
For probably 6 days. For sure. Wayne, I think we probably learned everything that we can, man. It's really interesting. I wonder if it would be really different in different parts of America. Do you think the job, or do you think it would probably be the same across the board?
No, I think it's definitely different. Because it's on a private, end. Where those guys that I work for a private. I think I was making $100 a day. But I got it down to 2-3 hours, so whatever. I was making $30-something an hour. Yeah, I didn't care. But those guys don't make the money like that. There's certain, I think, like just around me, like Newark or Elizabeth, like where there are heavy unions, they'll be unionized. But once you bring the privates in, if they're picking up your garbage, probably here and like in my house, they don't make that kind of money. Yeah. So it's a different animal. And they don't even use guys, like I said, they use the arm that lifts the whole thing up, dumps it in the truck near my house. So it's definitely different all over the country.
It's changing, man. So even automation is killing that industry, huh?
Yeah. But you have places like New York, like I say, you can't. There's just not enough space.
Right. You always get a decent man.
Yeah. There's just not enough space to get, to develop.
Do you guys have beef with any of the other civil groups? Like, is any DOT, cops, firemen? Is there any real fucking beef out on the streets, or it's kind of like?
I personally never had an issue.
Yeah.
Like I said my piece about the firemen. I'll probably get shit from my guys.
That's funny, dude. But hey, look, bro.
It's all love. They know it's true.
Yeah.
They know it's true.
Look, it's a lot of fucking calendar models out there, bro. It's a lot of dudes fucking eating hot dogs all day and then shooting up with a Zimmerman.
So I wanted to do it. I wanted to do it once. I wanted to do a calendar of like the big guys on my job.
Yeah,
there's some big fucking guys.
Are there really? But wouldn't it be hard to beat a fucking congressman?
Oh man, dude. Well, I just told you, you're sitting around eating all day. There's always cake. There's office guys, big dudes, maybe 400, 500, 600 pounds. Ooh. And some of them still wiggle down the block. Others not so much. They will find that spot like, oh, I'm going to go work with this guy. Oh, I'm going to go work with that guy, like in an office or something. And that's why it's like, yeah, you could say that's what gives us bad name or like, oh yeah, they're all just fat, ugly guys. And it's like, no, there's a lot of guys on my job that will really take care of themselves. They're lunatics with like health and stuff.
Oh yeah, it's popular these days. Well, look, man, I'm grateful for your time, man. I feel like I learned a lot about the job. Before I forget, what about drugs? Did you ever find any drugs?
No, we always used to look at the couches and stuff.
Yeah.
Because you never know. You hear stories of like bundles of coke kilos and shit laying around.
I've hidden drugs in the couches and never gotten it back.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't doubt it if they're out there. But no, we never. That we used to say like, oh yeah, thanks for the tip, because change would always come out.
Oh yeah.
Nickels and dimes. Yeah. But people have lost, like, they dropped, oh, so-and-so, that's another part of, like I said, with the Tyvek suits. So if you drop something real quick, if you drop something in the garbage, wedding rings, money, anything expensive, you drop in the garbage, you call the garage. Hey, I dropped on so-and-so block, I dropped something in the garbage. They'll call the truck out, hey, stop work, stop picking the garbage up. But you have to dig for it.
No.
Uh-huh.
You do or I do?
The owner.
The caller.
You want your ring back? No problem. At 5 o'clock tonight, they're gonna bring that truck to a location on the landfill in an open area. They're gonna dump it all on the floor and have fun with it.
Have you gotten to watch somebody look for something?
I've seen like down below, because when we drop into a pit when we dump in Staten Island, and like there was one family doing it. You know, I don't know if they had found it. But
yeah,
they
bring
find
a family with a bunch of fucking.
Well, like husband and wife.
Yeah, but
not
don't
kids.
fucking.
I said family.
If you
like
drop some bullshit, you fucking checking your kid out of school to help you find a
need all the hands and eyes I could get.
Yeah, dude, that's unreal.
But no, I knew a woman. She dropped $700. She was going to the bank. And she put the garbage out. The thing was in her hand, and it fell in the pail. And she got it back.
Wow.
She found it.
They should play music and do a live feed on that. I would bet people would pay to watch that.
And speed it up. Yeah, listen, they do it. They let people do it.
Wayne, I really appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much for your time, brother.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
Yeah, it's been really, really cool, and I think that it's an admirable feat, and that some people can do it, and you can get in there and get out with a pension, and then go on the rest of your life.
Yeah. Definitely well worth it.
Yeah. You heard it here first, guys. Thank you so much, Wayne. Have a good one, brother.
You too. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm falling like these leaves. I must be cornerstone. Oh, but when I reach that ground, I'll share this piece of my life out. I can feel it in my bones.
If you like hunting and you like capturing things and getting it and having animal meat, my brother cooks raccoon for me when I visit him. God, I love him. And you got to check out the new Hitter Hunting Club collection, now available at theovonstore.com. We got hoodies in orange and maroon, camo hat, traditional in orange. Go over there and get that hitter and more at theovonstore.com. I want to announce some new tour dates. We're adding shows in Indianapolis, in Houston, in Phoenix, Arizona, and in New York City, New York. Those are new additional added shows. They're available now. You can go get them as well. We have shows in Louisville, Shreveport, Baton Rouge, Corpus Christi, and Austin, Texas. So you can go get a hold of all those theovon.com/TOUR. You can get tickets, get them through there. So you get fairly and accurately priced tickets and not those secondary tickets. Thank you, guys. I look forward to seeing you return to the Rat Tour. Hey, guys, I want to thank you guys for tuning in. I also want to just offer up the disclaimer that today's episode contains material and stories and discussions that can be pretty graphic. They contain violence. They contain some gore. They are real stories that this police officer went through, and so we want to leave them in to honor and get the experience of what their life is like. If you have a problem hearing that sort of thing, graphic content. Some of it can be sexual in nature. Some of it contains some violence. Then this may not be the episode for you. I just want to let you know that in advance. Thank you guys so much for the support. Today's guest is just a regular police officer. That's who he is. And he made his way up to detective at some point, and he's not a media figure. He's not a some gun puppy or he's someone who served. He's someone who has protected and served to the best of his ability. He spent 20 years on the forces in the Los Angeles area. We're grateful for his time today, just to learn what it's like. Today's guest is a detective and officer, retired, Mr. Brad White.
Shine that light on me. I'll sit and tell you my story. Shine on me. And I will find a song. I will sing it.
Thanks so much for your time, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah, really appreciate it. I'm excited to learn about. So you've worked as police, detective, and
a narc. I was a narcotics.
No, you were a narc.
I was a narcotics for a while.
Oh, dang, bro. Dude, they would always accuse people of being narcs when I was young.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's 21 Jump Street.
Yeah. Oh, I remember one time, like, we went in the woods to smoke some weed or something, and like, it was like where you put the pen to get the can and put the little holes in the can, and then you put the weed on there.
Absolutely.
And right when I went to like hit it, like I breathed out for some reason, or like kind of sneezed or like coughed, and it blew all the weed out of the bowl and just onto the ground. And people were like, "You're a fucking narc." People call me a narc. I think somebody fucking hit me in the back. But anyway, so as an officer, we're gonna get into, like, you've had a pretty crazy career. We're gonna get into it. As an officer, say if I go on a ride along with you guys, your first week on the job, we go on a ride along when you are a cop.
Okay.
What's that like?
You're saying that it was my first week on the job?
I'm just trying to put myself right there in the passenger seat.
Well, first off, the first week of the job, the first time that they actually put you out in a car by yourself, I was 21 years old, so I remember driving out of the parking lot, getting ready to pull on that street. I'm in full uniform. I got a shotgun, I got a gun, I got a police car. They're basically going out and do what you got to do. And I remember the feeling of just like, these people are nuts. That was crazy. I'm 21 years old. And I'm in this uniform. They're literally sending me out to do what cops do. So it takes a little bit. I remember at the starting, it took a while to get used to. It's a tremendous amount of power.
Oh, I can't imagine. That reminds me of even just when I got my first car and I'm driving off. I'm like, okay, I'm leaving home. It's me out here. I can't imagine if there's also weapons,
shotguns, whole crew of guys out there with you. They're going to back up whatever it is you do. It's pretty substantial for a young kid, especially at that age.
I can't even imagine.
Yeah, too young. 21's too young.
Yeah,
my belief is 21's too young. I think there needs to be a little bit. It would be a little further in life.
So you're rolling out there, 21. You got the guns, you got the weaponry. You're cruising. Are you is there part of it? Is it excitement too? Is it just fear? What is it?
There wasn't a lot of fear. A ton of adrenaline, a ton of excitement. You've already gone through a long process, the academy, where you've been, gone through a lot of training and seen a lot of scenarios and heard a lot of stories. So, when you first get out there, you get out on the streets, it's pure adrenaline. I don't ever remember being initially scared.
Okay.
Fear wasn't really a factor. It was just too big. The group was too big. You got a gun, for God's sake. You're going on your own. So.
What music did you listen to? Like, what song do you put on that?
Actually none. I didn't. When I got into narcotics, when we would go to search warrants, we would always, all the guys would wear, headsets on the way to the location. We always listen to our own music.
I listen to with scenarios like that. I listen to Danzig, Mother. I don't know why, but that was a big one for me because it's just the lick itself. But I actually listen to my generation. I would listen to a lot of Easy E, 6 in the morning.
Oh yeah.
Stuff like that. Stuff like 6 in the morning, police at my door.
Okay, so you're out there. So I'm on your ride on your first week. Does it get kind of wild your first week? What's that like?
No, it's just getting used to it. Just kind of figure out how it's done. Again, it's a tremendous amount of power and everything's new. I mean, I can remember being 21 years old going to domestic violence range. And
you haven't even had any domestic violence in your own life.
I didn't have a girlfriend. I didn't know anything about relationships, but you would go into these situations where people were in turmoil, and there was real problems, and they would look at you and go, "What are you going to do? What are we going to do?" And I remember thinking in my mind,
did you ever call your mom that, "Mom, what's ready to do?"
No, I never called my mom. I never called my mom. That's what I should do. I probably should have, but you just kind of wing it. It's really changed the way I look at everything, those scenarios, because there was a real expectation that I do that, especially when because you're in that uniform, they think that you know what the next step is as far as solving a situation, and you really don't. For a long time, you wing it. Within the law, there's all kinds of statutes and laws that you have to follow. But when they start asking for advice or it's crazy. The expectation that you have a clear understanding of what to do in a given situation. And the situations vary.
Yeah, so it must be crazy. So like a lot of times when you encounter someone, they're having the worst day or they need help. It's like the look in their eyes, it must always be one of like panic or fear or.
Yeah, generally you're dealing with people's worst day, no matter what it was. You're never going to a scenario where people are happy that things are going well. It's always bad situations, even if it's as simple as a ticket. For some people, tickets.
Oh, yeah, dude. Get a ticket, dude. I remember I got 3 tickets before I went to court for my first ticket. So
I got my first ticket. I actually got my first ticket on the way to being sworn in downtown LA. It's the first time I ever drove in downtown LA. And I made a legal U-turn and ended up getting a ticket. Even showed the guy the paperwork saying I'm getting sworn in. I'm one of you guys. He still wrote the ticket.
And you got to make this quotas.
Yeah.
So tell me like one of the craziest things that kind of happened out of the gate, like something that's kind of wild.
The first time I witnessed someone die. Wow, which is 20 years. There's been quite a few of those, but the first one I ever watched was I got a radio call. I was very young. I got a radio call. It was in the LA area, and it was with a subject with a gun. He gave us a description, and when I pulled up to the location, it was like a waffle, not a waffle house, but like a chicken place or something. And I saw the guys out front. Based on the description, it was a kid wearing a red helmet. And as soon as I pulled up on the kid, so chased him a little bit with the car as long as I could. Eventually, he started cutting through businesses and so on, so I had to go on foot. In a foot pursuit, I went on for a little bit. I chased the guy through some parking lots and such, and the kid ended up running into the street. I believe it was right at Manchester Grammar Center. The kid ran right out into the street without checking traffic. Got hit by a car. I was 30. Probably not that far. Probably about 20 yards behind him. So it was right in front of me. He was hit at full speed. It was brutal. It was brutal. The kid mess. It was the first time I ever witnessed someone die. Wow.
And so, are you at that point? Are you still like in pursuit, or at that point, it immediately you recognize, oh, this is a bad situation. Now this has changed.
There's just a lot of dynamics to that because there's a lot of civil. When you're a cop, there's just a lot of civil liability no matter what you do. You know what I mean? Even in a scenario like that where you're going after someone that is in the commission of a crime, the fact that they're running from you and you are chasing them, it puts you in some kind of civil liability for it. That I realized at a later time. At that point, because I was so young, it was overwhelming. I mean, I couldn't even talk. Literally, I had to stop. I lost my breath. I remember losing my breath and not being able to breathe for a second, just because it was incredible.
It probably happened
like that, and it was brutal, and you just don't even know how to react.
Unless people come out of their shoes when they get hit like that.
Yeah, out of their shoes. Come out of their shoes. People, traffic accidents are probably some of the most simplistic, horrific things they can experience for sure.
And so when that guy gets hit, do you have to go render aid then?
There was no aid to be rendered on this one. But yes, I can give you a lot of examples of having to render aid in situations that were, an example being another simple thing that you respond to with drowning in a pool. I played one time to a kid that had drowned. And you want to talk about panic, you want to talk about adrenaline, is you get a radio call, they give you an address, and I'm old enough now, I'm retired. When I started, there was no Google Maps. There was none of that. Basically, it came over a radio. You had paper in the middle of the car. You wrote down the address real quick. You had a Thomas guide.
Oh, yeah, I remember that, yeah.
And 50,000-page Thomas
guide. So
guide.
many pages in there. And then somebody would steal a page.
Yeah, well, they would steal out of your page, right? They would steal out of your
like,
public.
What? Right. Now I can't go to 7 square blocks of the city, even if I want to.
Right. These ones we would mark up and tab.
Okay.
So that it was a little easier to access.
Okay, so you got a little bit of like filing in there.
But you want to talk about having a heart attack, trying to find this, realize this is a situation that's time is of the essence. But you would get to these, you would lights a siren, the adrenaline's pumping, you're hoping and making a long left turn or something, and finally getting to the home. And this scenario I'm telling you about, it was a child, very young, had already was deceased. When I got there, for whatever reason, panic, whatever, no one had gone into the pool. I think the scenario was the verticals. So she was on the steps standing there, got rid of the equipment I could, jumped in the water, got the baby out. The baby was very young. But even in that scenario, I remember administering CPR just for the optics, just to show doing everything I can, because we're going to talk about pain and panic. You observe a mother, which is another thing that was frequent and very difficult, watching that pain and panic. So I remember doing CPR to a child that was clearly gone until fire department got there. And they usually take a while because we're on the streets, so we get there really quick. Any 911 call comes in, they dispatch a cop and they call the fire department, because we're.
Yeah, and fire department, you got to get 8 guys on the truck. It's so hard to get 8 guys to do anything.
Yeah.
If you've ever been to Vegas or whatever, it's like you try to get guys to go do anything. It's like nearly impossible. Wow, man. Oh my God, Brad. There's so many moments in there. Like you've gotten this child out of the pool. You are like now almost returning this child to the mother in a way. I mean, physically, you're bringing, like. They expect you to be able to solve it. Is there any of that?
Essentially, yes. There's hope, but it's the optics. It's just I'm doing everything I can. Right? Those kind of situations, the panic and the pain is so overwhelming, and that's something people don't take into consideration. It happens a lot. There's a lot of. I can tell you so many scenarios where you're doing everything you can, even though there's just not a lot you can.
Right, you're just a human.
Yes, but they don't teach you. At least they didn't when I started in the academy. You don't kill cops of suicide. You won't kill cops of suicide.
They just have a gun.
Yes.
So you're halfway there if you want to. Gosh.
Yeah, we had a guy that was in the police department right next to us. I looked into his car and the dude shot me right before he got the shooting. But no more killers with this cops. They never tell you that. They never talk about mental health. I went through the entire academy. They taught me how to turn a kid, heal a sucking chest wound. They taught me so many things, but they never made one mention of how to live with people. They never said suicide. I think that's changed. I know it's changed, but it's getting a lot better. But at that point, there was no mention of that. And these things accumulate. I'm giving you one portion of one day.
Oh, I can't imagine, especially like I grew up with a lot of childhood trauma, and a lot of people have, right? It's really common, and that is tough enough to deal with in regular life. As it comes up later, you realize the ways that it affects you as an adult, right?
Yes.
I can't imagine whatever traumas you already have or things that could have happened in your past, and then you're now just engulfed in this. You're like a do you feel like a dam for trauma for people? Like, do you feel like a reciprocal for me? Yeah, because there's so many things, and then you just have to go on to the next call. Is there?
It depends. You know, people don't take. It's just there's no way to really understand all the things that you experience just in the shit.
Right.
Let alone over a 20-year, especially if you're working with science. I can tell you so many stories. If you can ask questions, I'll think of something. I'll tell you a story that you'll go like, holy God. You know, from the simplest thing of, I had an old lady that was at a church meeting at El Chorrito. There used to be El Chorrito in here, and she ended up collapsing. She had a heart attack. And we got the call. We get there, and by the time we got there, there's a bunch of old women that are in a circle. And
Oh, yeah, betting on her probably.
Well, they're doing. I think they're doing tongues. You know, they're praying and tongues and all kinds of craziness going on, but no one's doing anything. I remember giving this lady, and at that point we had these respirators where you could, it's like a bag with a thing goes in the face, you don't put your mouth on. Well, I ran in and forgot it because it was in the trunk. So this is another woman that I gave CPR. CPR said she ended up vomiting in the mouth. Where my mouth was on hers in a way that it forced past my throat. So I vomited immediately when it came up off of her, on top of her. The entire scenario in itself, now I laugh about it when I tell the story.
Yeah.
But it was just traumatic, man. The whole thing was just traumatic. Later I'm passing it, transfer something. But the whole situation, you know, I'm giving you mine. You know?
Right. Well, yeah, I'm sure. She vomits into you, you vomit into her. I mean, I think that's a
honor.
Yeah, that's a wedding in some countries. I feel like, you know, I don't know what some of the rituals are, but yeah. I think if you're in like Laos or something, man, you guys are hits.
Yeah.
But she came back at that moment and survived for that moment.
Fire department got there. Apparently, she had a pulse when she left, so I was feeling pretty good. But I found at the end of the shift that she passed. There's so many.
So tell me, give me a call. Like, give me the first call where you have to go into a place. Like, what's it like when you have to walk up with your weapon out? That has to seem crazy because then you're like saying, "Okay, I'm in control." It gives other people a sense that you're in control of everything.
I guess it does. Things have changed. You know, things have changed for law enforcement. When I first started, I started right at the Rodney King time.
Okay.
That's right when I started. So when I got into law enforcement and I was a rookie, things were starting to change. They were, you know, people want the world police. They just don't want to know how it's policed.
That's true.
And as with technology, there's come the ability to see more of what police do. And at that point, with the Rodney King thing, things started to change in law enforcement. They started to change the process because police work was really hard to do. You know what I mean? And that dissemination of that information wasn't very prevalent because we didn't have social media, podcasts, all the different things that we have now. So when I started, it really started to change as far as how we address things. You always hear people complain about, oh, he gave me a traffic ticket, you won't take the car, he had his hand on his car. You know, and that is just a routine part of your training, is that you have no idea what you're walking up to. You walk up to someone, you pull someone over for speeding, and you walk up to their car, you have no idea what you're walking up to. You don't know who it is, you don't know what they've done, you don't know where they came from, you have no idea what's going on. And we had an officer at the traffic stop in his body. You know, he gave a ticket and left. The only reason we found that out is he got pulled over again. They found his ticket. One guy's got pulled over an hour ago, and they ended up finding the body.
So the first guy didn't find the body?
No. So the guy thought he got away. He got pulled over again. But the whole gun concept of it is things happen fast. Things happen fast. You know, you'll die in hundreds of a second. People don't realize that. They'll say, put your hands on the steering wheel, yada yada, all the things that we say are safe. And there's this expectation by the public. If someone comes at you with a baseball bat, high as a kite, sweating his shirt off, crazy, you know, and the expectation for the public is, you got to get a baseball bat, you got to fight with a baseball bat.
Right.
It's got to be fair. You know, you shot him, all you had was a baseball bat. And for me, guys that are cops, you hear that, you just go, that's insane. You really have an expectation that you get a baseball bat fight?
Yeah.
You know, I'm not here. The only thing a cop's trying to do is trying to stop the situation. He's trying to eliminate the threat.
Right. If there's some dude roving around with a baseball bat, I think you gotta take him out the game.
Depending on the scenario, like anybody, if you're in your home and someone breaks into your home, you still have someone breaks into your home in the middle of the night today, you still have an obligation to prove that you were in fear for your life. So if there's some guy standing in your bedroom and you wake up and you look and there's a guy standing there, and you grab your gun and you eliminate the threat, you're still going to go to court and they're still going to try to prove that you were not in fear for your life.
Who's going to try to prove that? Is that more lawyers or is that more the actual criminal who doesn't want to go to jail?
It's going to go, it's just a whole process. It's going to go to the detective. Detectives can take it to the district attorney. District attorney can take a look at it and make a decision. Is there something that did this guy violate the law? Was he justified shooting this individual? So in that process, they'll look at it. Where was he shot? Was he shot in the back? Was he shot? Which there's an argument for that. Someone breaks into your house, you see them, you're scared, they take off running, you chase after them with the gun, and you end up shooting at them in the living room as they're going for that door. All of a sudden you're up for murder. And there's the whole thought process of that is, I don't want this guy to leave. What if he comes back? I'll be able to sleep again. You know what I mean? There's a justification on your part. It's clear.
This holiday season, if you're looking for a new gift that will inspire somebody and help broaden their life and branch their life out verbally, then you want to look at Babbel. That's right. Babbel is the language learning app that's sold more than 10 million subscriptions. And that's a lot. Think of 10 million people learning something. And think of it being a language. And bam, that's Babbel. With Babbel, you only need 10 minutes to complete a lesson, so you can start having real-life conversations in a new language in as little as 3 weeks. With Babbel, you can choose from 14 different languages, including Spanish, French, Italian, and German. Plus, Babbel's speech recognition technology helps you improve your pronunciation and accent. Right now, get up to 55% off your subscription when you go to babbel.com/TO. That's babbel.com/THEO for up to 55% off your subscription. Babbel, language for life. I waste money on different subscriptions, I notice. I got a subscription the other day. I realized I accidentally subscribed to, it was like Sherman's shoestrings or something. And they start sending it separate pairs of strings, shoestrings. Just, you got I got 90 feet of shoestrings at the house now. And I don't know what to do, and I don't know how to unsubscribe. That's the problem. I'm wasting money on subscriptions like that. 80% of people have subscriptions they forgot about. It could be an unused Amazon Prime account or a Hulu account that never gets streamed. And that adds up. That's why you need to check out Rocket Money. It's the app that shows all your subscriptions in one place and cancels what you don't want. Rocket Money can even find subscriptions you didn't know you were paying for. You may even find out you've been double charged for a subscription. To cancel a subscription, all you have to do is press cancel, and Rocket Money takes care of the rest. That's right. Right now, cancel unnecessary subscriptions with Rocket Money today. Go to rocketmoney.com/THEO. Seriously, it can save you hundreds per year. That's rocketmoney.com/THEO. Now, can we carry guns in California?
If you have a CCW.
Okay.
Yeah.
How do we know if we have that or not?
You have to get it. It's like a license. It's like a fishing license. A little more complex. California's tough. California's tough to get a CCW. You go to Texas, it's a lot easier.
Yeah.
And the logic behind that is, I personally believe, I know the big debate right now is guns, not guns. Get rid of guns. That shit is safe.
Right.
We are intimidating.
Right.
And if we did do that, we said bring all your guns in, all the guys that are bringing their guns are guys like me.
Yeah.
The bad guys ain't going to.
No.
So that shit was completely safe. So the idea for me is I feel like we need more guns. I think we need more guns than good people.
Wow. So how do you know then? What do you say good people? And do we need all types of guns? Like you see these young kids, or a lot of these school shooters, you see people getting guns, like these high-powered rifles and stuff. I feel like if you haven't served with that gun, like militarily, I feel like you shouldn't be able to have access to that gun, right? Because at least then you're at least putting it in the hands of maybe someone that has some semblance of purpose, knows how to use it, I guess. I don't know. For some reason, that helps me a little bit think about that kind of stuff. But to think that, someone needs an assault rifle like a 20-year-old. That seems crazy to me.
You know what? It does to me too. I'm not a gun guy. Since I retired, I've got some guns that my dad had. He's passing the safe. I got my one gun I carried on duty. I don't have anymore. Obviously, a lot of cops are gun guys. A lot of guys have AR-15s. You know, you name it, MP5s all the way down. I don't see the necessity for them. Again, you're going back to the problem. The problem is we can't get rid of them because all we'll be doing is taking them from the good people.
Right.
And now we got a whole bunch of, and when I say bad people, just people that would use that gun in a negative way.
Right.
You know, in the commission of crimes or whatever. So, again, that ship has sailed. I'm not a hunter. I can't imagine killing anything. I even have a hard time fishing. I'm not that guy. But their justification always is hunting. Isn't necessarily no, but I mean, it's a waste of time. The ship sailed. You know, we just have to deal with what we have. There's no collecting guns now in this country.
Yeah, I agree. It just seems almost like a battle cry that people. It almost seems like people use it to just incite. Like it's a nice dream.
Yes.
But it's just unrealistic. And also, this country was kind of founded on somebody pulling a gun on somebody who didn't have a gun. I feel like maybe, I don't know, I wasn't there, but if like troops pulled the guns on the Indians, and I just wonder how much of that really goes over through time too. You know?
Well, I think the big argument for gun nuts is that it's the government. You know what I mean? To never allow that situation to happen again, where this power that is policing us
that makes sense too.
Can inflict their will on us.
Well, that makes sense too, especially now with like social media platforms, like people, you can't even say certain things.
Yes.
So people's voices have really been, I'm not saying they've been ceased, because we have a voice here today, but they've certainly been corralled and earmarked with expectations, I feel like. So at that point, you're going to have a really tough time if people don't even have their voice anymore to take people's guns. You're just going to have a tough time.
It's just a conversation. It's a waste of time.
Right.
It's like it's across the board. All those conversations. The big conversation now, end racism. Wouldn't that be wonderful if we end racism? But we're never. Yeah. It's always been. So we need that crime needs to change. It needs to be an individual accountable. That is the only path that we have. Is individual.
Yeah.
You know, there's always going to be that. You know?
Yeah. It's okay. Do you need it to be on? Well, a few minutes ago, it made that sound really nervous. I thought I had a life of bracelet. I forgot about it. So tell me this. Tell me about. We'll get back into some of this stuff, man. And it's really interesting. And thank you so much for sharing your inside information and just some of your insight. You know. So taking on some of the drug stories, because that's the part that seems kind of crazy. When you ever roll up on some people and they're just yacked out of their brain, bro. And it's that late night hour, you know, maybe there's some hookers lurking or something like. Because I've been there myself. So I'm just wondering I've never had it where the cops show up, you know. So I'm just wondering, there's that weird edge though where you're like, damn, a cop, you know.
I've had in narcs and out of narcotics. I'll give you a patrol one. Very early on, middle of the day. I remember it was hot. It was summer. We got a call about an individual in the middle of an intersection naked. So we drive down to the intersection. We're talking about busy. I started in South Central. Busy intersection, middle of the day, huge dude in the middle of the intersection, butt naked, covered in sweat, going in circles, which was causing, in the middle of the intersection, people to slow as they were going through. So what he was doing as they slowed, he would run up to their car and try to dive through their window or break the window.
Oh, wow.
And the people would panic and take off and leave. This was back when I started in PCP.
Yeah.
And based on what I saw, that's pretty common. Guys on PCP and shed their clothes.
And was that more of a drug? Some drugs are used more in certain communities. Was it more of a black community drug, a white community drug? Was it more of a poor drug, a rich drug?
It was a black community, Hispanic community.
Yeah.
And I can't.
I know that's not definitive, but yeah.
But the problem with that, for me to tell you, I'll tell you what it was, and that's what I experienced in the neighborhood. But I started in the black community, I was in South Central, and I moved on to Whittier, which was a Hispanic community. So and Whittier was a little bit mixed, but predominantly Hispanic. So my interpretation of any of this is just what I experienced. I can't tell you.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Got it.
So yes, it was very prevalent in the black community at that time. There's just no shame.
Yeah, that's what I would hear. I've seen it on movies and stuff. They would feature that on movies.
Crazy. That shit was crazy. That shit really died off. It died off quick. By the time
were they marching or dancing? Was there any kind of like fluidity to it? Was it like capoeira kind of, or was it like just like a maniac, like a wrestler coming into the ring? Like, was there any fucking?
Yeah, completely, totally out of control. Completely and totally being conscious. They were totally incoherent. There was no reasoning with them, and they were extraordinarily strong. That drug would bring out extraordinary strength.
Yeah.
So when we pulled up and I recognized and I saw, there was a situation where there was a threat to the public because these guys trying to get in the cars. And people are still trying to pass. They're still trying to go through the intersection. There's just a naked, dude in the middle of it. So what I ended up doing is just driving around this guy in circles, clearing this section with my lights and siren on, and all that noise and lights and the confusion kind of kept him in the middle. It kept him in the middle. He would walk a little bit, but I kept doing these circles until more police officers got. And the good thing about Los Angeles is that when you call for help, there's so many neighboring police agencies, sheriffs, they're there. And we had a lot of police officers there. So what we ended up doing is getting out of the car and kind of circling this guy. But now it's on. Because there's not a lot that we can do. And this is back in the day when we didn't have a lot of really efficient, less than people stuff. Right? But they used to issue SAPs. SAP is a little leather club.
Bring it up, Zach. Let's look at it.
Yeah, it's a little leather club that has sand in it. The sole purpose was just. And the police uniforms had a little pocket in the back of your leg. You could put the SAP in there. They even had SAP gloves. You put them on and had the sand in. Which, looking back now, yeah, there's all kinds of different.
Those things hurt.
Yeah. They're compact. And they were very effective. If they were used in the right scenario, it's totally outdated. They're totally gone now. Found much better ways to address situations. But back in the day, that's what they gave.
And how long was it? Okay, damn.
Standard issue. Even then, it was with the baton.
Yeah.
Some people still carry it. The baton's because the baton is just the dynamic of the way it looks when you use. It's just.
Oh yeah, yeah. I agree. The optics of it.
The optics is tough.
And my friend Chad got a job after Katrina. They were hiring anybody to be security, right? Because they needed, everything was secure. And he only weighed probably 95 pounds, so he was small. He was like a premature baby or something. I don't know if he was premature. He was kind of immature, but he was. I guess he was premature or whatever. He probably had 7 months of gestating, And so when they gave him that billy club, it weighed him down so much.
Yeah.
Just because of how strong he was, that after like a week in the head, like almost dislocated his hip, just walking around to it.
Yeah.
But
that's a tool that died really after Rothschild. They still have them. They still carry them. Still train a lot in it, but it's just bad.
Yeah, the optics of that went down after that. Okay, so go on.
So anyways, we got this guy circled.
Bull in the China shop.
Yeah, this guy is nuts. So now the situation is that, again, police work a lot, even back then, it's obvious.
Right.
Everyone's watching, right? So you not only have the dynamic, if I'm dealing with a guy, I remember him being big. The guy I was having big. It was just intimidating. He's high as a kite, he's sweating, he's growling, the whole thing. So this is not going to be a simple situation. Again, we didn't have tasers, we didn't have those things.
What about a net?
We didn't have a net. There's a lot of less than lethal stuff that they're introducing now that we just didn't have it back then, And I guess it was because it's like anything, it's evolution.
Right, you don't need it till you need it.
Or you don't need it until whatever you had before is no longer socially acceptable.
Right.
Rodney King pretty much killed the baton.
It really did.
It really did. And it's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
They found better things. But we didn't have it back then, so now the situation was how, so we're going to have to go on rushes. We're all going to have to go in and get this. I actually had this scenario twice. Well, in police work, the newest guys get the worst assignments. Unfortunately, in that scenario right there, it was a lot of different agencies I didn't know. So I remember the sergeant pointing out guys that were obviously new, and they essentially rushed this guy who was completely naked on a 100+ degree day on the asphalt in the middle of an intersection in Los Angeles, and it was on. And I mean, it was on for a while. Then once one guy got to the ground, everyone gets in. And even when you have you only have so many people involved just because of space time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And even with having 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 guys in this guy, it took 15, 20 minutes to get him in custody, to actually get his hands behind his back and get handcuffs. Right? By the time that shit's done, you're covered with all kinds of shit.
Yeah, sure.
You know what I mean?
You've been out there, yeah. And especially when you guys all go running at him, I bet it's almost like spin the bottle. Like the last thing you want to get is the guy who runs right, straight at his wiener.
Exactly.
To be honest.
Totally. The other scenario having that, to make it real quick, we had a guy that we got a call. Someone saw a guy looking through the window. A little girl saw a guy looking through the window.
Yeah. Good time.
Essentially, we get to the house. We get to there. She shows us the window. We find the window. Below the window, there's sleeping. So this guy had been looking through the window at the little girl and doing his business.
Yeah, masturbate.
There you go. And so we ended up looking for the guy. We ended up finding him in some bushes not too far away. Again, white guy, creepy, tall, totally naked.
Yeah.
And his testicles were the size of a softball. And what we later found out is he had tied a kite string around the base of his balls. For some reason, that did something for him. But what it did do is it made his balls really swell up.
Yeah.
It was visible. So you got a guy that's completely sweaty, he's not coming out of the bushes. You see he's got big, giant purple testicles, or something's wrong. Again, got the officers there, circled it. At that point, I was the youngest. It was just our police department. So they go on in there, get this guy out. So I had to spend about 5 minutes wrestling a dude that's naked with big, giant purple balls with a kite string around it, freaking sweat. All my peers and friends were around me, pointing literally. It was crazy. It was crazy. And then at the end of it, when I booked him in, I had to cut the string off.
Oh, come on.
I can't put him in the jail cell without him.
Like it's a grand opening or something.
Yeah. I actually had to cut the string off and put it in as evidence.
Oh, man. And did those nuts subside once you took that string off?
I don't remember. That was the only visual I was trying not to deal with. I remember it being very difficult to get those scissors in there. To cut that thing off. Can't give him scissors, tell him to do it. It's a situation where he's going to do that. Booking people was tough.
Yeah.
I had a homeless guy that I booked. You have to do strip search. No. Can't put it in the cell without doing strip search. You make sure I can do it for cells or others. So every single guy that you arrest, you essentially see the crack of their ass.
Oh.
See him naked. I had a homeless guy where got naked, squat and cough. And when he squat, we have to turn the opposite way. We have to squat. We have to cough, spread the butt cheeks. He had heroin balloons all matted up in his ass. Where he had obviously put them in there to hide them.
Oh, yeah.
They're little colorful balloons. That's how people do that. Store the heroin inside the 30 balloons. So we told him, you need to pull those out. Pull those out. And the guy wouldn't do it. He would do it. He did them out, which is a great move on his part. At that point, I was a rookie, so I had this time to pull the butt, heroin balloons out of his deep butt.
Man, that's a Colombian birthday party.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Have you ever had to get, how much drugs can people put in their butt?
I guess that depends on who it is. We had a guy that tried to, in the jail, he keistered a racquetball, which he had slid open and put the drugs inside of it, and then put it up his butt.
A racquetball, what is it?
A racquetball, a racquetball is like this little smaller tennis ball. Racquetball?
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. It's just not registered.
They're blue, rubber.
Oh, yeah. You got that in his butt?
In his butt.
Wow.
Yeah. I think that's not relatively too big from the side. I've seen guys with Coke bottles that they put in their guy put a Coke bottle in his butt, but it was open. It was an open Coke bottle, but when he put it for the suction, when he tried to pull it out, he couldn't get it out. It formed a suction issue, so we had to transport this guy to the hospital and have it in the emergency room, surgically removed.
Oh man, that'll make you switch to Pepsi now. But also, that's like that Sir Galahad or something. What's the one where they try to pull the thing out of the...
Yeah, Sword and Stone.
Yeah, it's like Sword and Stone.
Pretty humiliating situation. Tough ride to the hospital. I felt for the guy,
And you can't sit down. That's got to be the worst thing. You keep thinking you can sit down, and then every time you go to sit down, you realize.
Humiliating. Imagine you have to walk into an emergency room,
Yeah.
to get a Coke bottle.
Yeah, and you have to kind of walk in like kind of. Yeah, I would probably. Yeah, and it's glass, huh?
Glass.
Oh, that's so risky.
Yeah.
God, it's almost like that. It's like Don't Wake the Baby or one of those games. I feel like that's like a real game show element.
Yeah.
That is the most Japanese game show element to it I've ever heard. You know, I feel like.
It's the thing about police work that people don't realize is that it's just the craziest shit. You know, it's just
People don't realize that. They don't realize that.
They don't even think about it. They watch the movies. There's infatuation. You watch all these movies that you see. None of them. Really, there's a few. There's a show called The Southland, which actually one of our officer's wife was a business, and she was somehow involved. And you could tell that someone knew about police work. And when you watch like and all the other stuff, they're great. People think that's real.
Yeah.
They don't know what it's really. That's why these opportunities for someone like me come. I have no time. I'm retired. I want to do guys right there. This gives me an opportunity to explain. This is what's really.
So there's you just don't, any day it could be absolutely anything. Like, it's like the levels of things, it almost feels too fast.
It is. I loved the job. By the time I got out, I had to get out. Where your life changes. I had a child, seeing dead children, just all the different things that you experience as life goes on. Starts to beat you down. That's why cops retire. You got to get out. Mentally, you got to get out. It's just too much. Physical aspects not that big of a deal. Mental is you see everything. I mean, I can tell you. Gosh, I can tell you.
What about a jumper? You get a jumper?
No. There's nowhere where I was included. There's nothing about it.
Oh yeah.
My rear's pretty flat. I had here's a crazy scenario that we dealt with. We had a call in the middle of the night of a female police lead. We got to the house and this dude answers the door and he is I mean, this guy is high as a kite, stereotypical.
Oh yeah.
Cab,
Radio Shack manager. Yeah.
Totally. Shirt off, tripping out. Just came back, probably collecting copper on his bike.
And how do they answer the door? Is it always like, is there one common way that tweakers answer the door? Like, what's up?
No, not really. They don't answer the door. Usually they just see the blinds open a little bit. Bam, and you see, okay, they're inside. But this guy answered the door because he needed us. The situation was that he was with his girlfriend, and they were both high as a kite. It was like 4 in the morning. And when we walked in, she's laying on the floor in the living room, and there's blood everywhere.
Oh.
There's blood all over her legs, and she's holding an old nasty T-shirt on her. And this T-shirt is pretty sad. So when we start talking to this guy in his tweaker way, he starts to explain to us that they were intimate, and during that they had gotten a dildo, really large. And he had taken a coat hanger, those old school metal coat hangers, and he had unwound it. You know how you would, like, if you're doing
the marshmallows?
The marshmallows. And he did that. Well, he essentially made it like that, but he took the end of that, the pokey end, and he stuck it into the end of the dildo. And then he bent that coat hanger so it was a hand. So he was using that on his girlfriend.
Right, so he was going.
Yeah,
he was getting in there and doing what he could.
Yeah, he was making it happen.
He was trying to jumpstart that cooch.
Yeah. So what ended up happening was those pokey ends ended up coming through the side of the dildo. So when he was doing it, he was essentially cheese grating her insides.
I feel like right now my pussy hurts.
Hell yeah, it does. To this day, it bothers me.
I don't even have a pussy.
Right? To this day, it hurts me, Like, so when he described, and when he held that, he said, "Where is it? Where's the item?" And when he went and got it and held it up, there was literally tissue. There was tissue that was on the thing. So this was bad. This is a situation that was bad. But that's about as bad as it gets, right?
Yeah. Do you press like a? Is it like a button you press when it gets too bad?
No.
Who do you call when it gets too bad?
You know what you end up doing when it gets too bad? What comes into it? Wow. You end up, it's a coping mechanism. And It just happens. And I can remember in that scenario, the hardest part in that scenario, I had been on for quite a while. The guy I was with had been on for quite a while as well. In that specific scenario, the hardest part for us was not to start. Because it was just so fucking crazy. It was just so crazy. Standing in the living room with two tweakers, one's bleeding profusely, he's holding up his tissue. The other problem is that we have a responsibility to render aid.
Yeah.
Civil liability is a big deal. When you're a cop, at any given time, you can lose everything because you fail to follow one part of your job. Rendering aid is one. So I remember looking at the guy who had less time on the side going, you know what the fuck you got to do, right? You got to apply pressure, man.
And he's got to do it because he's younger.
He's younger. Yeah. Well, less time on.
Yeah, less time.
Yeah. So I would, and that conversation, looking at your buddy and saying, look at you, you got to do this, man. The difficulty of not laughing in that situation with both of you, like your face, and him looking at me and going, there's no fucking way. There's just no fucking way I'm going to do this, dude. And you're going, no, you have to do this. Luckily, we were having such a hard time dealing with not laughing that it went on just long enough that we could sign this. It's a fire department. And at that point, it's like, yeah, this is all you guys. This is all you guys.
Dude, that's so interesting. So there must be such bonds kind of that are formed out there between cops. Are there?
Yeah.
Because I'm just feeling you're going through such insane situations, And it's so interesting that you guys use humor to cope because it's the same thing. It's the same why a lot of comedians get into things, things were traumatic or some type of way, and so they use humor to survive. I think it's amazing that Mother Nature uses that as like a governor almost,
Yes.
Where it's like if he gets so far, you just laugh. I think it's why the Joker laughs in the Joker movies, because at a certain point he's just so mad that there's nothing left to do but laugh at him,
Pretty much. The situations are so outrageous. Like you said, as far as the bonds, there is strong bonds. And I'm married, love my wife, we've been together for 20 years. We talk about everything, my best friend. My entire career, I never went home. I never discussed anything. Literally never discussed anything. It's never a good time to come home and say, hey, my fucking kid died today. All the things that went on during the day, unless it was like really light, I never told her anything. Because it's just never a good time. Why would I want her to experience these especially as time goes on, these horrific things? So the only people you do talk about that with are these guys that you're doing. And 9 times out of 10, when you do talk about it later, it feels so inappropriate because it becomes a joke.
Right.
The most horrific situations, they become funny. And anyone else that hears that, it is a hard pill to swallow. It's hard for the general public to go, why the fuck are they laughing?
Right.
What's so funny? You'll see sometimes on TV, I'll see like homicide scenes on TV, and I'll look at, because I'm conscious, I'm aware of this, I'll look at the officers around, and you do it for now on. You'll see, every once in a while, you'll see 2 guys that will be horrific murder scene, shootings, whatever. There's be 2 fucking cops right there. They'll be communicating and they'll be laughing, and you go like, oh, dude, that's such bad optics. It's such, but you totally understand.
Right.
The rest of the world doesn't. Yeah.
Another night of epic fights is here. It's time to fist up. It's time to stay fisting, baby. I'm talking about UFC 282. It's an action-packed fight card. My boy Bryce Mitchell is going to be on there. He's been a 2-time guest here on the pod. I'll be throwing down on this one with DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of UFC. So check this out right now. If you like to gamble and you can do it safely, that everyone can earn up to a 50% boost when you place a same-game parlay on UFC 282. Download the app now. Use promo code THEO. Bet $5 pre-fight money line on any fighter to win and get $150 in free bets if they do. That's code THEO this Saturday at DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of UFC. Minimum age and eligibility restrictions apply. See show notes for details. Well, baldness. People are going bald. Look out of your window. What's happening? Baldness. I saw a dang cat the other day and he was damn balded out. Jesus. That's why Keeps can help you. Keeps. There are only 2 FDA-approved medications that can prevent hair loss, and Keeps offers them both. Convenient virtual consultations with a licensed medical provider and medications delivered straight to your door every 3 months. That's Keeps. You don't have to leave your home. God, imagine staying in your home, getting better hair, and finally coming out when you're haired up. I mean, you're going to be dang haired up. Bigfoot's going to, Sasquatch will be out there wanting to know what conditioner you're using. That's right. Keeps has everything your hair needs delivered straight to your door with discreet packaging and proven results. If you're ready to take action and prevent hair loss, go to keeps.com/THEO to receive your first month of treatment for free. That's keeps.com/Theo to get your first month free. Keeps.com/Theo. Dude, there's so much pressure on you guys. Like, how it happened? What was that kind of like? What has that been like? Like, the pressure that here's a young man who didn't grow up with any amazing or special skills, and now they're in charge of kind of being a jury at certain times, being like immediate aid, going into something they don't really know what's going on half the time. That person is required or expected to have all these answers, you know, and they have these tools on their belt that some of them are lethal that they're supposed to use. Jesus, man.
There's a tremendous amount of training that cops get as far as all the stuff that you have and how to use that. As far as the pressure, like I told you earlier,
yeah,
people have always wanted. People want to go to bed at night and close their eyes and feel they're safe. That's the only reason we all sleep at night. So you think there's people out there that are keeping us safe. There isn't.
That's a really good point, isn't it? It is. The second that the police are gone, somebody in your house is going to have to be at your window.
Which is the craziest part of what's going on lately. It's hard to watch. I've escaped it. And, you know, even after Rodney King, there was a push, and I'm down for it. I'm down for everything always getting better. In any facet, we can get better, do this better. This is a very complex job. That you can't identify everything you're going to come in contact with. There's no way to be ready for everything that happens. There's just no possible way in this job. Right? And a large portion of these things that you're coming in contact with are life and death. They're moment, they're legal. A mom walking with her child saw a car coming, was going to run red light. She jumped back in the thing, lost her grip on him, and he got hit, sucked up into the wheel well. And you get there, and there is no way to properly handle that situation. You know what I mean? There's nothing that can be done. And people don't understand that aspect. You know, they ask a lot of police. When I watch what was happening, when I watch those videos of what was going on, you see it, salt spray painted all over. All cops are bad.
Are you talking about during BLM? Or are you talking about?
Yes. Okay. Yes. All cops are bad. You know, and it's everywhere. And there was just this concerted push of demonizing a million people. And we've never really, we have done that, but we don't really do that to any other profession like we do. There's a ton of bad doctors. Ton of bad doctors just writing prescriptions. I used to catch them all fishing. They just, what do you want? 150 oxygen. Just killing people. Morals, offer money. Never had a concern with doctors. Because the world feels like we need them. They don't feel that way about police. How they were saying, get rid of the cops.
That was insane.
Insane.
It's one of the reasons why I moved over to, I bought a house in Nashville about a year and a half ago. Just because I was pretty sure it was a place where people could carry weapons. So I just wanted there to be, I know that there's people that like to hunt, and I would rather have some of them be around. Sure, these things get, or at least somebody rolls into a diner, with a, losing, with a weapon. There's going to be 7 other guys in there. Absolutely, who are going to find a way to finish their fucking head. Which is
we were talking about earlier. I believe that we need more. It's the only solution. We need more guns and more good people's hands at all times. More CCWs. I really truly believe that's.
What is CCW?
carry concealed weapons license.
Yeah.
Concealed weapon.
Yeah, I that's the thing. Well, it's funny because it's not even that. I never even consciously made that choice. Really, I just said, okay, I need to be in a place where I know that someone around me can have a weapon, and I can if I need to.
Yes. Yeah.
It was just it was almost like a subconscious choice.
Yes. Which is the issue with, the way the community, the way this concerted effort. There's all kinds of reasons why it occurred, which of course none of us want to get in, but this effort to demonize these good people. I'll be honest, man. I did police work for 20 years. It doesn't occupy me. I don't carry. I don't have a gun on me right now. I don't carry a gun because I feel like I need to. Police work does not define me. But some of the best people I've ever met are cops.
Yeah.
Just really solid. We came from all different places. How I got there was much different than the way most got. We were totally opposite. Yeah, there is a lot of guys that you see, like they probably got their ass kicked in high school and became cops. But I found the majority of those guys, they were good dudes. There was guys that weren't, but within police departments, especially now, they really police themselves and contain or get rid of those people. They don't want that either.
Right.
And a lot of cops are just really solid human beings. And the world just recently, they tried to turn on them whenever they was hired. They did exactly what they said that is happening to other people. They completely stereotyped a million people.
Yeah, it's crazy. Right. It's like people saying don't stereotype, but then we're going to stereotype this huge group of people that are keeping us safe.
And now we're less safe than we were.
Are we really? I was going to ask you that. Are we less safe than we've ever been?
Absolutely. The whole idea of police work, when I started, the whole idea of police work in its entirety was proactive policing. Get out there and find crime before. I want you to shake cars. I want you to shake cars and pull them over. Find out what's going on. Find out if they got something there. I want you to
frisk, tickle.
Yes, and there's a whole dynamic to that that's always in debate of like, oh, he stopped me because of this, or he stopped me because of that, which is it's really not true. It's too long of an explanation for that. But the whole idea of police work was to find the crimes before they occur. And now what has happened with the demonizing of police and the way that they have unfairly attacked them, like I said, the expectation is like, oh man, he only had a baseball bat and you shot him.
Right.
It's like, what are you talking about? This wasn't even a conversation. That was stomped down. Back in the day, that wasn't allowed to go very far. That's ridiculous.
Right.
But now guys are losing their jobs. They're not just losing their jobs, they're going to jail. So now literally, I still have my good friend of mine's chief of the police department that I work at now. And they're literally telling police officers, essentially, I only want you to deal with so cops aren't out there doing proactive policing. They're not out there actively looking for stuff because they're literally scared that no matter what they do, the world's going to turn on them based on a video.
Yeah.
Or a concerted effort once that video clip is seen of all these people in high power positions that have the venue to disseminate all this information to turn on. I can give you so many examples, which I'm not, but of cops being unjustifiably tried and convicted on television. Where they said this guy is a bad person who really what he did.
Yeah, take me through one. It's interesting. Because I agree with you. I agree it's impossible. How do you say all of these people? And I wasn't one of the people who jump on that. I'm one of the ilk that it's like, yeah, maybe there's some bad guys here, maybe there's some people that are untrained or not trained well, but I have always felt like I've had a decent relationship with police unless I was doing something wrong, and in that time I didn't have the best time.
And nobody wants to help you. Even a housewife that gets pulled over for speeding. I mean, I've had women that look like mothers completely lose their shit on me. Just over a ticket. Just completely unreasonable, screaming, yelling, cussing, but you got to do better to do. There's crimes going on. Yeah, that's such an ignorant statement. That, you have to enforce all of these. There's reasons all of these. But yeah. I'm trying to think of one recently. I don't know if you remember this. There was a scenario right after the big incident that occurred where I think it was like a man or something. 2 cops trying to take this guy into custody, drag out, fight. They had the whole clip. They were fighting, and the suspect ended up taking the guy's taser. Remember, he ran, he turned back, he
Yes.
shot the taser towards the cops. Okay. That guy's done. That guy is unequivocally the justification for a police officer to eliminate that threat is 100%. 100%. Unequivocally. Because if you are a person, a cop's job is to identify a crime, take that person into custody, take them to a court judge, to have them processed for. They're not there to punishment. I think that's where the problem some cops get. Some cops get so. Some guy spits on your face. It's hard. I had that. I didn't grab right with me. I said, South Central. I had a guy actually come up to me. We were involved in a scenario where I was investigating crime. He noticed my name tag, and he decided to go on a tangent. I see how he is on right. You know, and it didn't register to me that, but I'm like, oh shit, nobody's grabbed, man. Nobody's grabbed.
Right.
Yeah, this,
Right, you're missing the rad part.
Yeah, dude. I actually got my name tag. I don't want to deal with that anymore. Yeah, I just didn't want to deal with that.
Sure, dude.
But in the scenario that you saw with those two Atlanta cops, I mean, there's just those guys. That guy decided that he was not going to play, right? And he was going to do anything he could not to go to shit. And that cop's job is he can't just go, okay, fuck it, you don't want to go, I'll see you later. Because now that guy loses his job. He has to take this individual custody. There is no not.
Right, because now if that guy goes and does something immediately down the street,
Done. Civil liability,
and the cops are sued.
Cops are sued. People lose trust in the police department. It's a very. So those guys had no choice at that point but to take this guy to custody. And when you're in a fight like that, when you're in a fight where someone's fighting the cop, I remember when I was a little kid, man, I knew if I worked in the cops, that's how it was. I mean, that's how it was. That's my understanding. But if this guy is doing all of this to get away, he's capable of it. If you're in a fight like that as a cop, your thought process is, this guy overwhelms me. He's going to get my gun. And so immediately when someone starts really truly resisting me physically, a cop's going to fight you. And the public doesn't understand.
Right.
If you're fighting a cop, you're going to do whatever is necessary. You've already demonstrated.
Already crossed that line.
Already crossed that line. I'm going to do whatever it needs to do. So at that point, you're in a fight. So those cops were so just like, even though that guy was running away, they started chasing him. That guy turned and shot that taser. There's no probability of them knowing that that was a taser. Absolutely no. And they put that on TV. They two guys without any kind of hearing or any true information whatsoever. And it was criminal. It was criminal. That was on the law. And you notice, you never heard of that. Because they put that to rest. Because that was totally justified. And all the powers that people wanted to use that for their agenda, they even left it. You can't forget it really quick. Once people start looking at it, going like, what are they supposed to do? Oh, what is this one? This one?
Well, and so how bad is the media in all of this? How bad? How much have they become? Because, it's funny, like, it doesn't even seem sometimes like the government is the government anymore. It seems like the government is this LLC kind of, or America's like this LLC of just like corporations and capital interests, and that media kind of controls a lot of stuff. I mean, how scary is it to you guys? Because the media, somebody puts out a clip, some group uses it to kind of push their narrative or something like that, and then police are like, what are we supposed to do? It almost doesn't leave you a place to do anything. Is the media like? Does it sometimes feel like the media is not on your side?
Yeah, man, you're going into a whole thing recently that's just like such a drawn-out topic. But yeah, what's going on now? I never really dealt with. Again, I never had a scenario where it was so high-profile that I was dealing with the media on a personal level. I have all the knowledge of exactly what happened, but it definitely appears like the media right now is using a million people as a tool. And they're definitely using it, and people don't ever stop to think that's just a tool. getting the job, that got into this career, that's making a living, that goes home and has a family, is just trying to get back alive, is doing crazy shit all fucking day, so dealing with crazy shit for like 15 years. Why are we allowing this? Why are we allowing this to happen? You know, but nobody wants to be the person who stands and raises their hand because that's the next thing. So yeah, I'm not a media. I imagine most of them.
Yeah, I think so too. Look, it's one of the reasons why we've been able to start like tertiary media things like this.
Yes.
You know, because mainstream is just too
biased.
It's so bad.
If they give the news got away from telling you what happened, and now they give you their opinion. Yeah. It's based on who that guy is. That guy or whatever.
And it's based a lot of times by people that have grown up in a hypothetical, comfortable type of environment where they've never really they've never needed a cop really. They've never, except to maybe serve like a divorce papers. They've never really been in an environment where it's like, okay, this is what life is kind of really like for other people,
People got no idea what's going on. People have no idea what's going on in the world. Again, most cops are cynical and callous, and there's a fucking reason. You spend 20, 30 years dealing with the world shit every single day, you start getting convinced it's fucked up, man. This is a bad place. I had a young, through my cousin, I had a baby, and I still to this day go, how selfish was I? How selfish is that? I know what a shit world this is. I know what he's going to face. I know what could possibly happen. I know what walks the earth. It was so selfish. I wanted a kid so bad. I never even took into consideration. And I've done it. He's going to have to, who knows what's going to happen.
Well, I'll tell you one thing that could happen. If you're a good dad, he's going to look up one day at his dad, and he's going to love his dad so much. And he doesn't get to do that. That's pretty cool.
Yes.
And I'm just I know what you're saying too. Yeah, I feel you though. Yeah. And I'm not judging what you're saying. I'm just kind of sharing. I'm trying to share something that makes you think positively about it too. I'm sure it's amazing being a dad. But yeah, I could imagine that. You're like, what am I bringing somebody really into?
Because this world to me is tough. This world, you don't, like I said, you don't know what's behind this world. Cops every day get invited into people's homes uninvited. You have never been in a home besides a party. People didn't want you. We would go every day into people's homes. Didn't want us. They have no choice. Every day we're walking into environments that normal people don't go into.
And is it weird right when you walk in, like where do you stand in the room? That's what I always feel like. Sometimes I'm looking at the house and like it always seems like I don't know where I stand here, where I stand here.
It's there's so much training even in that aspect as far as tactical advantage and how you stand, gun leg back, always being. They teach you to watch. I went to so many behavior analysis courses where they would teach you based on the way people sit during interviews, if they're telling the truth, the way someone's acting when they're sitting, of what could possibly occur next. Everything's happening. Cops do everything for a reason. Like 90% of the time, they want to bring people out of their home because that's their environment. We don't know what's in that environment. We don't know what's behind that door. Yeah. We don't know what's in that couch cushion. So they're trying to bring them into the most safe environment they possibly can, which is usually the breathing environment of the house. Everything cop does on call is all planned. It's all training and there's all the bosses. Wow. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot that people don't even. There's a lot to it.
Man, it's really giving me. It just gives me a little bit more of an understanding. This should almost be a class, I feel like, in school.
Yes.
To have like a real, like I don't give a fuck if I can spell, but if I have an understanding of what the people enforcing my community, what their lives are like, and what my responsibility then as a member of the community could be, that would be really, really valuable, I feel like.
Absolutely. I mean, even cops still need it. Before COVID, after I retired, I went in one of my close friends in the police department, I became a patrol sergeant, and it's a female, was squared away, female cop you've ever seen. Just look at her, she's a great cop, good person, totally solid. As time went on, she started to deteriorate. And because my generation never been taught about it, we would, sack the fuck up,
Toughen up, Tom.
That's it. We need to cut the sack the fuck up. Let's get back to business.
Yeah.
So we,
Hard net gold, buddy.
that's it, and we just didn't know what it was. Well, long story short, she ended up not showing up. She showed up any herself. And I actually went to the house and found her. And with hindsight, looking back at it, there were so many warning signs. There were so many things that she did, and she was begging for help. She actually came to the police department at one point and was hysterical and acting crazy. And I had a pretty good relationship with her, so I told my lieutenant, I want to talk to her. I want to talk to her. She's so bad.
I'm trying to keep it thinking that, but it was almost like this passive weird thing with this thing.
I said it. I said it out loud. She's gonna kill herself. She's that crazy. Things are that bad right now. Is what I was thinking. Two of the cops did. We fucking joke at her. I remember laughing. And we there. She's dead. And so even with cops, they have to learn about themselves. I was going to do speaking based on my experience from that and some other things where I was going all over the United States doing speaking engagements where I was teaching cops just about mental health, man. Knowing what can happen, how it happens, how you're not going to be aware that it's happening. These are the warning signs. Don't fuck around because you're going to wake up one day. People don't need it.
And it is.
Well, yeah.
And it's fast.
Sometimes it is.
Well, I think we could be a disparate society, too, in a timeline of society where the receptacles we've been using to corral and to take care of, like the drains, like the sieves, the things that are the things that are the people that are taking care of us, like mental health professionals, cops. It could be we're at this kind of tipping point as a society where it's like we've overburdened them, and I don't know that, but you start to wonder, like, at what point are we just not able to be the ones to, like, kind of dam or help alleviate whatever trauma or whatever it is, this continuing pieces of pain that are alive in the universe. Does that make any sense to you?
Yeah.
It's kind of ethereal, kind of, I think. I don't know what ethereal means, but
I understand what you're trying to say. They got to do better. We got to do better.
So what can we do then? What can we do for cops? What are we doing? So you said that it's important.
It is important, but I mean, we're so far down the ladder as far as like that question of what can we do for cops. The first thing, just to get on the ladder, I would say, be fair, man. Be fair. Think about it. There's a million. I'm estimating that, but I think there's like 1 million cops there. There's 1 million people. What we're talking about? Let's say 1,000 of them are bad people. 1,000 of them. Is it our duty? Is it our job as police officers, or to identify those people, get rid of them? Absolutely. And I'm not advocating for police. I have no reason for me to.
Right.
I'm being honest with you. I'm not trying to say, cops are this and that, but you need to be fair. You need to be fair with cops. 1,000 were bad. Don't go into it with the thought process that you have. Don't participate in what you're saying. You see people saying, or all cops are bad, or defund the cop. Find a way to assist in that process of going, no, that's not right. We need to identify individuals. We need to have, and people argue about this. We can't have one bad cop. You know what I mean? There's too much power. We can't have one bad cop. I agree. That's also fucking impossible. It's also fucking impossible.
Yeah, it's totally unrealistic, and especially a pressure to put on the people that already have so much pressure on them.
Yes.
And it's not really probably going to change anything. It's just a bunch of battle cry bullshit that doesn't really, in the end, is it really changing anything?
Making us less safe.
That's your point.
Making us less safe. So we do have that. I'm telling you now, we're less safe.
We are.
We're less safe.
It feels less safe out there.
Yeah, we're less safe. Yes, we are, especially here in LA, we are much less safe. Wow. So we have a double whammy out here. Now it's shifting into where they're getting district attorneys that we're eliminating. We're basically saying that there is
right. There's no crime.
There's no crime.
Like a crime isn't a real thing. If we're not going to press charges for it.
Yeah, like back when I was a cop, like if you went into a CVS and shoplifted, we would go through a process of identifying, did you go in there with the intent to steal, which is an easy process to do. Where's your wallet? I don't have a wallet. Where's your form of payment? I don't have any form of payment. I have nothing on you. Well, why'd you go into CVS? Well, it's obviously why you went to CVS. You went in there to steal.
Yeah.
So now it's not just a petty theft. Now it's a burglary because you went in there with the intent to steal, which makes it a different crime.
Yeah.
You know, so it's a process of identifying people doing wrong things and trying to get it to stop. I wasn't a perfect kid. I got arrested. I got arrested several times. You know, fortunately, I came in contact with police officers that were, from what I remember, were just solid human beings. And I had a demeanor, because of the way I was raised, where I was very respectful even though I was wrong. So I had a really good interaction, even though I was being held accountable. I was doing wrong. You know? I wasn't really doing anything. I wasn't stealing. My parents were really strict. I took the car. First time I ever got arrested, I took my parents' car. You know, 15 years old. Yeah. I had to go see my girlfriend. I came home, went to bed. Next morning, woke up, cops were. My dad called the cops, got me arrested. You know, because his thought process was, now we're getting into shit where I'm gonna start holding you accountable. I used to look at it like, oh, you're so good. That looks like I got nothing. Because I went through enough stuff where one day I was like, that's it. I don't want to live like this. Matter of fact, I want to do the opposite. And all my shit was misdemeanors, and I was able to get rid of it, through the process of becoming a cop. But it made a big difference for me. When you say, like, how do we get rid of that? I made a big difference for me where I was legally able to not make mention of the things that occurred to me as a child. Because I got it expunged, my record, and it's clearly stated that you do not have to make that available. Okay. They do a whole background and talk to people, and the people that were in my life at that time thankfully didn't mention it. So it was immediate, so I was able to become a police officer. And it served me well, man, because I knew what it was like to be locked up in the
Right, yeah, some semblance of it.
It's a big deal to take away someone's freedom. It's monstrous. It's crippling. You know, I was 16 years old. I did 6 months in juvenile hall taking my parents' car. That was back in the day. You know, you kill somebody, you might not get 6 months. Yeah. You know, but my parents said we want the maximum, yada yada. But when I got out and I became a police officer eventually, I kept that back shit. So if I watch the podcast, my brothers would be like, "You didn't do that about you." But it's just not something that I brought up because it made me feel lesser than the guys I was working with. They had this lifestyle that they deserved to be there, and I really didn't deserve to be there. I just had lucky, but it served me really well. I really had an appreciation of that process and what it does to me. Coming in contact with a cop, being arrested, being inside the jail cell, being there for 23 hours. You know, at that time, I was a kid from Orange County. I got put in a jail cell the first day with this kid. It was an Asian kid. I don't know.
Yeah, I've seen him.
Yeah, it was an Asian kid that was in there, and we started talking about what you do. And I said, I took my parents' car. And this guy went on the story, and he was like, watching the game, and they were on the run, they were in a hotel, and they had a revolver, they had played Russian roulette with it and everything, and some dude ended up blowing his head off, and they were scared because the gun was stolen, and they put him in the carpet, and cut the carpet, they rolled him up in the carpet, and took him to the San Bernardino Mountains, and lit him on fire. They got away with it for like 6 months. But I shit my pants, man. You know, I mean, when that guy told me that, I was like, holy shit, dude, I was scared to death.
Yeah, fuck, I'm never working in flooring, I know that. But dang, no, that's crazy. If you're in a cell with that dude suddenly, you're like, damn,
as a kid.
Yeah, especially if you're like, this isn't the avenue I want to be going. Like, if this is even the intersection I'm starting to meet up with the world at, I want to do a U-turn. You were talking about local crime and stuff like that, or this type of break-ins and thievery and robbery. We had this thing that just happened yesterday at the Apple Store. You see this thing? These are these smash and grab things that happen all the time.
Yes.
This is somewhere here in California at an Apple Store. And it seems to be, and for some reason, this seems to be like I don't know if this is like it's like a black culture thing. It seems to be a lot of times this is kind of black guys. I know it's a generalization, I'm okay to make that, and I don't mean that in a rate like black people. I'm just saying I don't know if this is like train robbing is probably like a white crime, like different people have sometimes different crimes in their cultures. I don't know if this. I don't. Wait, there's no way to police this, is there? What do you do here? You hear the people in here like, are we supposed to do something? What do we do?
Well, I do think we have gotten to a point in the world where we are eventually going to have someone with a gun. And, I mean, I'm talking security. Like if you go to, like you talk about these shootings that they have in schools, we can almost alleviate that. We can almost take care of that situation. And if you go to Israel, try to walk onto an elementary school, there are 2 highly trained, highly armed military type personnel, usually more than that are guarding that school. Wow. Okay? You can't even take pictures. They don't even let you take pictures. That would completely alleviate the situation that we have. I know they got like school resource officers, but it's one cop and it's big school.
Yeah, that's just somebody fucking with a damn whistle. I'm talking about somebody there who's trained.
Yeah, and a cop, highly trained, very visible. If there was a guy right there, that's in that store. But for some reason, society is still reluctant to go that direction. I understand that guns are scary. I understand that aspect of it. But I really feel like it's a home solution. We can alleviate that situation. How do we stop that from going on? The only really way to do that is to hold. That's not the first time these kids do it. Yeah. Nobody walks into an Apple store and starts ripping fucking phones off the thing with a packed store. Those kids have committed a lot of crimes. I guarantee you those kids have been arrested. At least some of them. Yeah. And the problem is the accountability is so low. Like my example, I had the ultimate accountability. There's no difference between me and those guys. I'm not,
Right, you're both humans.
We're both humans, you know what I mean? And I was just held accountable, and it changed the way I think. I didn't want that lifestyle. We're not doing that. People are seeing this on TV and they're seeing that they're being arrested, and it's influencing other people. Like, what the fuck,
What are we gonna do?
I want a fucking iPhone 14 and shit.
40 iPhones in a computer.
And they don't have that guidance at home, maybe. They don't have that those parents that are willing to take the steps to change.
So who would have to hire the security in that position? Would that be Apple would need to, or does it become a governmental issue? Because it's almost becoming more like we've ostracized our police departments publicly so much that security seems like it's going to become a lot more of a privatized type of thing.
It's going to have to. They can't really. I mean, they do. They have mall cops that have actual real police officers that are at malls in some cities. They have cops that are at high schools. They do what they can, but it would require a lot more funding, which I don't quite understand why there isn't more funding. But it would have to be private. It's not like Apple can't afford to actually find guards in every store.
Sure.
Police would totally do that. Training, communication. We're gonna have to go that way. It's eventually going to have to do that. There's just no other solution.
Yeah, I agree with you. We had this. What about these? They had a thing I was looking at. Zach, if you can find this, it was about they were going to do robots. This was in San Francisco. Robot dog.
Yeah.
San Francisco will allow police to deploy robots that kill.
Yeah. So basically, they're going to. This just came out. A lot of people talking about it, but the important distinction is that they're not harming them with guns. They're arming them with explosives, and they claim that it would only be used in the most extreme situations. So they won't be armed with guns.
Yeah, I mean, San Francisco Police Department in itself is one that what you're seeing right there, take it with a grain of salt. I'm sure it's completely irrelevant of exactly what's going on. I mean, you can see the title, San Francisco allow police to deploy robots that will kill. That's a pretty absurd statement. It's probably really going on here.
Right. And the Associated Press put this out. This is crazy.
Yeah.
That they would also do this.
Yeah, they're about the most middle of the road. I felt like 18, but I mean.
San Francisco PD in itself, my knowledge of it is much like their community. It's a very
hopeful group.
Yeah, a very hopeful group. I mean, they're okay with a lot of stuff. They're really okay with the idea. There's so many things that they do. Let's make really readily available deals for internet.
Right.
which I understand the argument.
Safe shooting, whatever, yeah.
I understand the argument of it, but there's just not a lot of thought.
Well, they wanted to give swords to homeless people. I remember a couple years ago there was a thing about giving homeless people swords so they could help defend themselves. And I'm like, what the fuck are we doing?
Homeless, here's another great example, man. The homeless situation, we have fucked ourselves. We have totally fucked ourselves. When I first started in police work, there really is no available answer. Because it's a mix of there's people that want to be there, there's people that are drug addicts, there's people who are mentally incapable. You know? We used to have the process where we would be able to, someone would go, I got a homeless guy, he's getting shit from the house. You know? We'd be able to go there, take that person, and alleviate the problem for the person that's home. So we take them somewhere else. Take it to 7-Eleven, just water, buy you something to eat, you know, and what do you want there? Early on in my career, and I forget the agency, but a cop kind of did that. We took a homeless person away from the situation, drove him to the edge of the city, and said, walk that way. So the idea was, we're not allowed to find city problems.
Okay.
And somehow some attorney got a hold of it and decided that he was going to take this to court because that cop took someone that had not committed a crime and against his will transported him from one location to another, which is the definition kid. So they ended up going after this cop. So then what ends up happening by case law is it changes the process to make all of these parties equal homeless. Now, there's no more doing that. So basically, they even made it worse. Then they start saying, oh, you took that guy to jail. You left this cart full of shit here, which is full of
memorabilia, things from growing up, trophies from when he was in T-ball.
I wish. It's usually full of shit, man.
Oh,
It's just disgusting. You know?
Extra urine.
Yeah, socks full of weird shit and chewed on, whatever.
And they glitter.
Yeah, whatever.
We saw a dude with a whole canister of glitter one time. We're like, what?
Well, I had a homeless guy that was so bad, and when we booked him in, his sock was, he had an athletic sock with stripes on it, filled with ketchup, 3,000. He was sitting in the gutter eating dirt, you know? This is crazy. But they start saying that we have to book all their property. You literally got to take that shopping cart, individually go through it, itemize it, process it, so now cops went, oh, hell no.
Right, I'm not doing this now.
Well, hell no. I don't have time.
Right.
I don't want the disease. We've made it totally reasonable. So, again, society completely screwed themselves on how we as a society can help you with the problem. If you had a homeless guy sitting right up on your door, that cop's in a pickle. You know, you can still do things and try to convince this guy to leave, but all the real tools that we have, the real methods we use, don't work that.
Well, why do we, and a lot of times it's lawyers that fucking ruin all this shit. Lawyers really have. They've ruined everything.
Civil law. Civil law is destroyed.
It really has.
And in America, they love civil law. There's so many people in here. Yeah, I know also.
Man. But the mental expense and the emotional expense of all of that type of stuff, all the possibility of that the average human, the average American, I think, because it's really a lot of these American issues. I think we're getting to the point where we're at our tipping point. A lot of people are on medication.